One day a genocide suddenly struck the world, and all the gods were completely powerless against the overwhelming force they faced. Everyone had accepted the worst possible outcome. At that moment the great sage, equal to heaven, stood firm, gripping his iron staff and shouted, "It's not over yet. Look at the so-called hero of Olympus mocking me. You're really bold for someone about to die. You may be immortal, but can you still be so arrogant in front of these otherworldly gods? Sooner or later they'll discover this place." Just when all hope seemed lost, Kronos, a divine being with the power to see through time, suddenly appeared. He activated the clock in his hand and said, "Return to the old timeline of the world and start over." However, the one Kronos entrusted with this mission was not the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong nor any other god, but this young man. Yugon entered the tower after all the gods, yet he adapted to this world faster than anyone else. Standing shoulder to shoulder with those who had reached the tower's summit, Yugon forged a legend and claimed divinity along with holy titles. All the gods, trusting him, accepted Kronos' request. After bidding farewell and promising to meet again, he didn't hesitate to activate the time-space clock. His body felt heavy. All the stats and mystical energy that once supported him had vanished. So my time was rewound, not my body sent back to the past. That means I have to start from zero. First I need to figure out how far back I've gone. Yu was lost in thought when he suddenly took a punch. The blonde guy, after punching Yugon, smirked. "You actually took that hit. What's going on here?" Yu glanced at the university badge on the blonde's chest. "Right before all this happened, I was a college student. It's been so long, I almost forgot. What was this guy's name again? You think you're tough, huh? Show some respect to your seniors." Seeing Yugon just stand there without a word, the blonde pushed forward and threw a second punch. But Yan just tilted his body slightly and easily dodged, leaving the blonde stunned. "Is it today or tomorrow?" he muttered, then asked the blonde. "What's the date today? Answer fast and I might let you off for those punches. Your punches are as weak as flies." Hearing this, the blonde got mad, cursed and raised his fist, but before he could strike, Yan landed a perfect punch. At the same moment, Yan's phone vibrated in his pocket, showing 1:145 p.m. on December 31st, 9 hours before the tutorial starts. The 31st of December 2019. Blonde Kim Mi-hoon from the Physical Education Department put on his beret and headed to a crowded food court in Hongdae, where he had a dinner planned with friends. Being an hour late means a 50 watts fine. "Pay up," his friend joked. "Shut up." Mi-hoon snapped, then downed a glass of beer. "Why so grumpy? Didn't you just go vent your anger?" If he hadn't spoken, no one would have known. Mentioning it only darkened Mi-hoon's mood further. "I don't want to talk about it. Get me another drink." His friend poured him another beer and pressed, "So what did you do to Kim Yugon?" Kim Yugon Myung-hoon clenched his teeth, recalling the earlier scene. "Kim Myung-hoon the truant. Now I remember you. School's on break, but you've got nothing better to do. Well, it's your own fault. You're struggling. Not much time left anyway." Yoon turned and left, leaving Mi-hoon slumped there with a runny nose. That guy just spouts nonsense, no one understands, and walks away. "I'll beat him until he can't stand anymore." Mi-hoon muttered, then bragged to his friends, "I'll crush him. Hope he's strong enough to make it to the hospital." One guy laughed. "Hey, take it easy. If he gets too depressed, it's over for him. No one cares. That guy doesn't even have parents, right?" "Who would target us now?" Mi-hoon answered confidently. "True, a few punches, and he's already down. That's on him." The group burst out laughing and clinked their glasses happily. At 1150, as the New Year's Eve rush began, the streets filled with people, including Mi-hoon's group. While walking, someone in the group exclaimed, "Hey, that's Kim Yugon." Everyone looked over to see Yugon dragging a suitcase, and he didn't look beaten up at all. "Why's that guy out here? Even better, your life's over now, kid." Mi-hoon throws his mask to the ground and calls his friends over to greet Yugon. "Hey Yugon, what the hell are you doing here?" Mi-hoon shouts loudly, drawing everyone's attention. At 1157, Yugon looks down at his watch and calmly replies, "It's almost midnight, you guys better enjoy the last 3 minutes. After that, it's going to be hell. This guy always cursing." Mi-hoon pauses mid-sentence when he sees Yoon sitting down and opening his suitcase. Inside, besides a normal backpack, there are only weapons. Mi-hoon's friend sees him grab a sword and an axe, quickly pulling me back fearfully, asking, "How hard did you hit him?" "Sorry, hurry up, there's still time." A young man in the group joins in. "Yeah, Kim Young-hoon, you're the one in the wrong here. And Yugon too, this isn't right. No matter how angry you are, this isn't necessary." Yugon doesn't care about them. His mind is focused on something else. This place has the highest population density in Shun. There are so many people here. Yu slings his backpack over his shoulder, holds the sword in his right hand, grips the cane on his left side, then kicks the suitcase toward Mi-hoon's group. As the clock strikes midnight, a piercing scream echoes, followed by columns of purple light appearing. "Your 3 minutes are up." Yugon leaves a message and strides past Mi-hoon's group. Sector 20131, population 1,214. The tutorial will now begin. Survive the zombie horde. All zombies will disappear after 30 minutes. As the announcement ends, zombies pour out from purple portals, like ants after rain. Seeing the number of zombies, Yugon frowns. The large horde is due to the tutorial's difficulty setting. The denser the population, the harder the challenge. This is the only way to balance the sectors. Hond has a very high population density for its size. The places you can run to are limited by sectors, and no matter where you run, zombies will be waiting. This place will soon become a bloodbath. You can check your stats by saying the activation phrase for the status board. According to the announcement, everyone receives a random weapon. You've received a basic weapon, an old knife. You immediately throws away the knife given by the system. They're also given things barely worthy of being called weapons. The theme of the first tutorial is survival. If I were my old self, just surviving would be enough. But now that's not enough. Yu grabs the prepared sword and sprinkles white powder on the blade. Then he rushes forward, slicing a zombie cleanly. You're the first to kill a zombie in this area. You gain 100 points, and your experience rises significantly. You've leveled up. Along with the announcement, Yugon feels his body getting lighter. Next, Yugon uses the powder-coated sword to take down zombies. His level shoots up rapidly. The others watching start whispering. Look at him, are those zombies really that weak? Looks like it's doable. Yeah, let's kill them. A young man with an axe confidently charges a zombie, but his swing doesn't hurt it at all. The zombie bites his neck, killing him instantly. Actually, brute force alone can't cut through them. They're slow and weak, but tough as nails and don't feel pain. Plus, they're especially dangerous in groups. Some lucky ones survived and climbed the tower, but it wasn't easy. Yugon swings again, but this time the cut doesn't kill the zombie. Is it no longer effective? Yu steps back from the zombie's attack, pulls out the white powder from his pocket and sprinkles it on his sword again. Zombies aren't easy to kill, but they have one weakness: salt. Back when climbing the tower, Yugon met an old man working at a salt farm. Thanks to his job, he survived by discovering the zombie's weakness. So the white powder Yugon sprinkles on his sword is salt. Within 10 minutes, Yugon defeated 100 zombies, achieved an impossible feat, and earned 3 skill points. Skill points aren't random stats. You can use them to boost any attribute you want. The current amount is A. When the tutorial ends, unused skill points will be automatically assigned randomly. Skill points, huh? So I can get them from the tutorial. After hesitating, EU decides not to waste these points, fighting zombies, and keeps searching for a better spot, while 20 minutes remain in the tutorial mission. But just as Yugon was about to leave, he hears a growl right behind him, and an idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Meanwhile, Mihun struggles against the zombies. Seeing his knife barely pierce the zombie's thick skin, Mayam thinks, damn it, why can't I do what Kim Yuo did so easily? I wish I had his weapon. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. Mihun vents his frustration by kicking the zombie in the gut, shouting, get lost. Then his friend runs over saying, are their numbers increasing? Yugon, where's Yugon? If we follow him we might survive. Mihun says, scanning around for Yugon's figure. Damn it, where did he go? Distracted. Mihun gets attacked by a zombie. Mihun, watch out. His friend shouts. Startled, Mihun instinctively raises his weapon to block the zombie's strike. But the blade breaks in half. Mihun thinks he's done for, but suddenly the zombie stops and falls to the ground. What the hell? Why did it just stop? Looks like something spilled on them. Mihun looks up and sees white particles falling from above. He holds out his hand to catch the particles, then tastes them. Too salty, must be salt. Meanwhile, Ion jumps across rooftops, scattering salt traps, steadily leveling up until the first tutorial ends. Survivors have dropped to 4007. Rewards will be given based on enemies defeated. You defeated 1427 enemies and earned 1427 points. You gained 1 strength point, 2 endurance points, and 1 skill point. You killed the most enemies and earned 500 bonus points. You achieved the impossible and got 1000 points. EU is surprised by the results. I actually slaughtered quite a lot. How many windows popped up? I got 3000 points last time, it was only about 10. Since this is just the first tutorial, that's a lot already. Seconds later, the system shows another message. The second tutorial will start soon. Yugon sighs, no time to rest. Just as Yu thinks this, a voice echoes, hello everyone. Congratulations on surviving. Wow, so many of you are still alive. The crowd hears the voice and starts to panic. Who's that? Did you hear it too? Where is it coming from? I have an announcement for you. This should have been announced after the second tutorial, but this is an exception. Because someone here is leveling up way too fast. So it's just a lackey. Yu thinks silently. The announcement is about how to use points. Everyone applause, please. A confused young man asks. Hey, aren't you going to tell us how to get home? Someone shouts. Shut up, I can't hear anything. The anonymous voice continues. There are 2 main ways to use points. First, at the shop. There are items you wouldn't even dream of. The other way is as currency. Everyone loves money, right? You can trade points by teaming up with others. Yugon thinks bored, he already knows all this. Even becoming a god with these points is possible. The shop plays a crucial role in this world. From now on, it's a battle for levels and points. Time's up. Did you enjoy your break? I've said all I need to. Now fight. Suddenly, a yellow-lit area appears. A safe zone is created at the center of each sector. Please enter the safe zone. Every 3 hours, you'll receive 100 points. The second tutorial starts now. The safe zone is that glowing spot over there. With suspicion, survivors head toward the safe zone. In the crowd, Mihoon's friend pats him on the shoulder. Come on, let's go. Mihoon just stands there holding his face, shouting Man. What the hell is this? Seeing Mi-Eung-hoon still unsettled after Vu nearly died earlier, his friend left him alone and turned to the other friend, asking, Where's Chang Trang-ho? The other friend replied, Like I'd know, probably dead. Suddenly, Mi thought of something and started scanning around. The friend who had just patted his shoulder asked, What's up? What are you looking for? Mi-Eung-hoon mumbled. Nothing. The other friend spoke up, but then remembered. Haven't seen Yun anywhere. He's not dead, right? The friend who patted Mi-Hoon spoke again. He fought like a monster before. Maybe that's his talent. Just then Mi-Eung-hoon spotted Yu not far away. Move aside, he said as he pushed his two friends aside and headed straight for Yugon. His two friends quickly asked, Hey, where are you going? Mi-Eung-hoon didn't answer. He ran straight to Yugon, grabbed his shoulder and forced a smile. Kim Yugon, where are you going? That's the wrong way. Didn't you hear to stay in the safe zone? Come on, I'll take care of you as your senior. He thought to himself, unwilling to admit it, but being with this guy was the safest choice right now. Just reaching out like this was enough. While Mi-Eung-hoon was still deluding himself, Yugon brushed his arm away. I know, but I have somewhere else to go. Goodbye. If you want to survive, don't cling to others. Stay put in the safe zone and know your place. With that, Yuhwan lightly patted Mi-Eung-hoon's shoulder and walked away. Mi-Eung-hoon froze for a moment, then angrily spun around, shouting, Damn it, but seeing Yugon ignore him and keep walking, he could only clench his fists in frustration. Kim Yugon, screw it. Being with him isn't any safer than the safe zone, right? Comforting himself, Mi-Hoon turned and entered the safe zone. Just as Mi-Hoon stepped into the safe zone, a man behind him tried to enter, but was blocked by a glowing barrier at the boundary. What the hell is this? Blocked already, I thought it wanted us to go in. Hearing the man's shout, Mi-Hoon turned suspiciously and thought, blocking the way. The next second, his eyes widened, seeing the system board showing capacity 2083 over 2083. Capacity is 2000 people. That's only half the survivors. What about those outside? This thought flashed in Mi-Hun's mind, and the answer was immediately clear to those inside the safe zone. Outside the safe zone, giant earthworms suddenly burst from the ground, biting unlucky people nearby. Help me. What is that? Help me. Desperate screams echoed. People outside the safe zone scattered, desperately seeking shelter. But the earthworms chased relentlessly. Elsewhere, Ion just killed an earthworm. System notification. You are the first to kill an earthworm. You receive 300 points and randomly distribute 2 attribute points, strength +1, agility +1. He looked up toward the distant screams. It's starting, he muttered, then turned and stepped down into the subway station nearby. Earthworms hunt by burrowing underground. That's why they're invisible to the naked eye. But if I close my eyes and focus on other senses. Thinking this, Yugon stopped, closed his eyes and patiently waited. Soon he felt a slight tremor underfoot and faint cracking sounds. Silently, Yugon struck down without hesitation, killing an earthworm just emerging to attack him. System notification, you leveled up. Strength +1, agility +1, perception +1. Just 2 kills, and I leveled up. If this keeps up, I'll rack up tons of points. Earthworms live underground, usually creating a burrow and nest. In other words, this is the best place to hunt them. Yugon thought, relying on his past life experience, and soon reached a place where dozens of earthworms gathered. System notification, dungeon discovered. You found Han Station and earned 10 luck points. Now that you've found the nest, hunting them will be a breeze. Aiming for level 21st, Yugon charged into battle with 2 knives against the earthworms. Actually, it's more of a one-sided massacre. With Yugon's extensive combat experience, no earthworm could survive his second strike. Suddenly, Yugon noticed a sphere falling from the worm he just took down. His face showed surprise as he thought, could this orb be the item from the second guide? Interesting, these worms are getting a lot more intriguing. Picking up the orb, Yu grinned with no good intentions at the remaining earthworms, saying, Sorry, but now I have even more reason to hunt you down. 3 hours passed, and many outside the safe zone had become food for the earthworms. The survivors were still running for their lives inside the safe zone. Terrifying. As they stared outside in shock, a notification popped up. 3 hours have passed, you earned 100 points. Someone curious asked, points, like money or something. Is 100 points a lot? Just then another system message appeared before them. The red zone will be deactivated. Capacity 1,867 over 1,500. When max capacity is exceeded, some people will be randomly pushed out of the safe zone. A red area appeared at the outer edge of the safe zone as the message showed. How much smaller is this thing going to get? What's going on? People are being dragged out. Those pushed into the red zone panicked, unsure what to do when suddenly growls came from behind. Turning around, they saw earthworms stalking them like starving tigers. Meanwhile, another notification appeared. Capacity 1,768 over 1,500. Time remaining 2 hours 57 minutes 11 seconds. Realizing this, the crowd understood that when the countdown ends, the red zone would become unsafe. Panic erupted as they shoved and pushed to rush back into the safe zone before capacity filled. Move, get out of my way or I'll punch you. Step aside, I have to get in there, don't block me. Suddenly a loud shout silenced everyone. Startled, they instinctively stopped and turned to see who yelled. That's me, hun. He was now grinding his teeth, glaring fiercely at the crowd. From now on, we decide who to take down to survive. If you don't act, you risk being thrown out yourself. Determined to survive, Mi-hun eyed an older man in the crowd. He stepped forward and grabbed the man's collar. People around shouted, "What are you doing?" "Are you crazy?" Mi-hun ignored them, growling each word. "I'm taking care of this old man." Meanwhile, Yugon finished off the last earthworm in the nest he found. System notification, you leveled up. Agility +1, Endurance +1, Perception +1. You reached level 20. A new stat, Mystic Power, has been unlocked. Yugon glanced over his current status, then gathered the orbs dropped from the earthworms, stuffing them into his backpack, thinking I did it. Took about 3 hours, not bad. But thanks to the stat boosts, my body feels much lighter. I even got 3 random stat points from hunting the worms and 1 skill point, not bad. Maybe I can't expect better rewards until I catch that other thing. System notification, skill points and remaining points. Do you want to use them? EU selects yes. System notification, distributing skill points. Mystic Power +5. Mystic Power 18. This stat will be the foundation for all future strength I gain. Nothing is more important than this. Even the rarest people rumored to be blessed by the tower start with only 12 points, so this is a solid start. Good thing I saved those points. Now, thinking this through, Yugon looked up at a hole in the ceiling and asked, "Hey, are you watching?" After a few seconds of silence, a voice came from the hole. "How did you know?" Yugon laughed. "You see, I'm a bit of a scholar. Standing somewhere else would be boring, right?" The voice from the hole replied, "You're right about that. By the way, thanks for making this boring job a lot more entertaining. Also, you really did reach level 20. Meanwhile, inside a doll-sized creature flew down beside Yugon. Yugon said, "I'm only here to meet Mai." He wasn't unfamiliar with this creature. It was the admin's minion. The admin's minion spoke up. "Lucky, huh? Do you realize? Those who credit everything to luck are the most dangerous. So why call me?" Yugon replied simply. "The shop." The admin's minion asked in surprise. "Oh, you want to buy something?" Yugon answered. "No, I want to buy skills." The admin's minion paused briefly, snapped his fingers, and summoned the shop interface in front of Yugon, saying, "I think you're the first to want to buy skills in the second tutorial. Choose whatever you want." Yugon didn't hesitate and started browsing. He thought to himself, there are so many, just scrolling through here will take forever. After a while, Yuan asked, "Are these all the skills you have?" The admin's minion replied, "These are all the skills available for purchase in the tutorial. Why are you looking for something special?" Yugon said, "Not really." He thought to himself, asking more would only draw negative attention. Then he picked an item from the shop and said, "I'll take this." Monkey's Eye. The eyes of a monkey on the fruit of paint cost 2,000 points. The admin's minion asked curiously. Monkey's Eye, but that's not exactly a great skill. Iwan chose to buy it, and said he just liked the cool name. System notification. You spent 2,000 points and received Monkey's Eye. Total points left 1,527. The admin's minion tilted his head and spoke. Is that so? Yugon ignored it and continued buying a basic secret blade that envelops your sword with mystical power. Depending on the user, the sword can become an excellent and reliable ally. Cost 1,500 points. System notification. You spent 1,500 points and received basic secret blade. Total points left 27. The admin's minion spoke again. Oh, you picked 2. The basic secret blade can compensate for the lack of attack power among beginners. Yugon turned away, thinking, this is such a hassle. Seeing Yugon finished buying the admin's minion, closed the shop interface and waved. Alright, bye-bye. Hope you enjoy the rest of your time. I have high hopes for you. With that, it disappeared. Yugon stopped, glanced at the empty space where the minion vanished and fell into thought. High hopes, huh? So it plans to monitor me like a special case. Doesn't matter much. No matter how closely they watch, as long as I don't break the rules, they can't punish me. The only thing I care about is the reset. But can they even detect it? The clockwork is an item created by Kronos, Mimia, and Odin. Kronos, the key figure behind it, was erased from existence as the price for using the item. The minions aside, even an admin probably can't trace my reset. But even if someone notices, my goal stays the same. Thinking this, Yugon resolutely turned and kept walking, activating Monkey's Eye. His pupils instantly turned golden yellow, the eyes of a monkey on the fruit of paint. When activated, it enhances your vision and boosts your 5 senses. Rank F, 0% proficiency. Yugon thought, so this is that guy's eye. I need to raise proficiency fast, because the real value of this eye lies elsewhere. Later, at a spot near the riverbank, a pack of earthworms tearing into prey suddenly stopped, and all looked up at a young man holding 2 weapons not far away. That man was none other than Yugon. He didn't rush forward but opened his system to check. Time left 29 minutes 58 seconds. Now let's see, I still have plenty of time. As he spoke, Yugon activated the basic secret blade. The blade enveloped his sword with mystical power. Depending on the user, the sword can become an excellent and reliable ally. Rank F proficiency level. Seeing a larger teal-colored earthworm in the group, he muttered, "Knew it, it has to be lurking around here somewhere." The bug from the second tutorial. Mother Earthworm. After a while, Yugon chopped a giant earthworm blocking his path into pieces, then looked at the mother earthworm and thought, surprisingly, for a man-eating monster, it's really attached to its offspring. Then he charged straight at the mother earthworm. The mother earthworm hissed and crawled quickly toward Yugon, opening its mouth to bite. But even so, it still lacked intelligence. Without hesitation, Yugon jumped high to dodge the mother earthworm's bite. In midair, his sharp eyes raised his blade and said, "I'll take you down with one strike." Using his agility, Yugon ran along the massive body of the mother earthworm, attacking relentlessly with both hands, leaving deep wounds that made it scream in pain. "So what are you going to do now?" "Flip over. Not very smart." Saying that, Yugon reacted quickly, dodging the mother earthworm's head and moving along its body to keep inflicting damage. In his mind, he whispered, "Not yet, just a little longer." A few minutes later, Yugon seized the moment and jumped really high. The mother earthworm charged after him, opening its mouth to bite. Calmly, Yugon said, "Thanks for rushing at me." Then he delivered a sharp strike, piercing through the mother earthworm's head, fulfilling his promise to take it down in one hit. Meanwhile, in the safe zone near the bright border area, a young man sat on the ground trembling as he clung to Mi-hun's leg, crying and begging, "Please spare me. This isn't right. If I leave here, I'm dead." "Why did you do that?" Mi-hun kicked the young man into the red zone and shouted, "Shut up, know your place and behave." Everyone had agreed to pick someone else to die for them, right? Those in the red zone shouted back, "Nonsense, you decided this yourself." "Exactly, we never agreed to any of this." Mi-hun pointed at the people standing in the safe zone behind him, glaring at those in the red zone. "Except for a few, everyone here agreed already." Then his face turned fierce as he threatened the young man with the knife in his hand. "If you dare come back here, I'll deal with you myself." "Got it." Seeing Mi-hun guarding like a mad dog, no one in the red zone dared to provoke him anymore. So those in the red zone either held their heads in fear or clung to each other crying, each showing despair in their own way. On the system board, the countdown timer showed only 30 seconds left. But when it reached 3 seconds, it suddenly stopped. System announcement: you have completed the second tutorial. The safe zone will no longer shrink. You have earned 600 points, with 15 hours remaining, until the second tutorial ends. Mi-hun muttered in disbelief. Why are the people in the red zone so ecstatic? Are we saved alive? About 30 minutes later at Hongda Station, the admin's henchman appeared beside Yugon and said, "Wow, I didn't expect you to actually take it down." Yugon replied, "It was pretty tricky." The henchman asked, "Need me to heal you?" Yugon refused flat out. "If that counts as a reward, then no thanks. These tiny wounds, just boosting endurance is enough to heal them." The henchman didn't push the issue. He clapped and said, "A human making it this far in the second tutorial, that's impressive." Applause all around. "Yugon Fan Nun, you're as noisy as ever." Then Yugon glanced at him, thinking it had been 30 minutes since he killed the mother earthworm. The henchman showed up later than expected. The admin's henchman probably didn't expect the mother earthworm, the ecosystem's key monster in the second tutorial, to be killed, so clearly the system had no fixed reward for that. Or in other words, they must have argued over their rewards. After a moment of thought, Yu asked, "So what's the reward?" The admin's henchman spoke. Since Yugon knew he'd get a reward for this special feat, it seemed he understood this world pretty well. Yu said, "After what I've done, I might be the one who knows the least." The henchman replied, "But most people don't know either." Yugon looked at him and said, "The reward," the henchman said. "I get it. You can choose from 3 options." Yugon asked curiously, "What are they?" The admin's henchman explained, "The first choice is the right to skip ahead to the 5th tutorial. This choice also includes information and rewards from guides 3 and 4. Yu thought to himself, these bastards must have figured guides 3 and 4 aren't worth much to me, so they're trying to push me straight to guide 5. The administrator's henchman spoke again. "The second choice is points." "I guess I don't need to explain this choice any further, right?" Yu asked. "And what's the third option?" the administrator's henchman replied. "The last choice connects you to the peak of Olympus. You probably don't know this, but the guides are just the beginning of this world. Inside that massive tower, there are many powerful organizations and countless divine entities. I'd advise you to pick Olympus. Olympus is one of the ruling factions of the tower. If you're backed by them after finishing the guides, you'll be safe inside the tower." Yu spoke up. Yu said Olympus. His hands clenched his knees tightly as he thought, "I didn't expect this at all." Olympus is indeed one of the main factions ruling the tower. Even Kronos belongs to Olympus. "If I can borrow their power, I'll climb the tower faster and safer." But then Yu suddenly stood up and said, "The second option, I choose the second." Immediately, a system notification appeared before him. Reward received. "You have gained 1,000,000 points." The administrator's henchman exclaimed in shock. "What? Wait, since you haven't used those points yet, I'll let you choose again. You need to choose wisely. I know you picked this because you don't know about Olympus, but you'll regret it later." Yun cut in, "Hey, if you're a low-ranking henchman here, at least do your job properly." You didn't even discuss that last choice with the other henchman, right? And it definitely wasn't approved by the administrator. The henchman's face paled and shouted, "How do you know about the administrator?" Not answering directly, he said, "Did the other henchmen get the same deal as you? Are they all from Olympus, or are some from the celestial Deva, or even Lemon?" Hearing these names from Yun's mouth, the henchman was truly terrified. He stared at him and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Yu waved his hand and said, "Anyway, thanks. Because of your big mouth, I found something else I need to do." Then he opened the system panel and started operating it. System notification: you want to request a meeting with the administrator for 1000 points. The administrator's henchman shouted, "Wait, what are you trying to do?" Yun didn't hesitate and pressed the confirm button, saying, "You'll find out soon enough." System notification: the administrator has accepted your request. Yugon jumped off the earthworm and patiently waited. The guides are supposed to be completely separate from the tower. Yet it's the henchmen, not anyone else, who are connected to the peak of Olympus. This could interfere with my future plans, so I can't ignore it. Lost in thought, Yu suddenly saw the space before him brighten. A tall man emerged and smiled at him, saying, "Requesting a meeting right inside the guide, and for only 1000 points, no less." "Haha, are you the one who called me?" Yu spoke, "I am Kim Yugon, a participant in the guide." The guide administrator said, "I see. So you're the one who killed over 1000 zombies in the first guide. I've heard a lot about you." Kim Yugon. The guide administrator asked, "How did you know about my existence, and how did you figure out how to request a meeting?" Yu replied, "The first rule of the guide: players can't get information from the administrator or the tower. They have to discover it themselves. A rule you wrote yourself." He thought to himself, meaning all information must be earned through one's own effort. He knows better than anyone that I'm not lying. He can tell if anything said in his domain is a lie or the truth. The guide administrator pondered for a few seconds, then said, "Indeed." Yu said, "Yet I sense interference from the tower here." The guide administrator asked suspiciously, "Here you," replied, "Olympus contacted your henchman, and I was just offered sponsorship from Olympus as a reward." The administrator's henchman screamed in panic. "Sir, the administrator, that's not it, please listen." Before he could finish defending himself, the guide administrator swung his hand, beating him into a bloody mess on the ground, then quietly said, "Those damn Olympians, they even dare to spread their influence all the way here." Then he flicked the fresh blood off his hand and looked at Yugon, saying, "Thank you. Because of you, I was able to eliminate that rotten traitor." Yu spoke up. The second rule of the guide section. In the guide, every achievement by participants must be rewarded accordingly. I spent quite a few points to summon you here, and through you I destroyed that traitorous lackey. What do you think? The guide administrator scratched his chin eyes, thoughtfully assessing Yugon before saying, "When my subordinates checked your info, you didn't show any unusual or special points, but that might be the most interesting thing about you. Fine, you didn't personally take him down, but it's not much different. A lackey, someone close to Janker, was eliminated in the second guide section by a mere mortal." Yu looked at him and said, "I'll take that as a compliment." The guide administrator suddenly sat down on the ground and burst out laughing. "Good job, you've earned a pretty impressive victory. So what's the fitting reward? Let's see, you've got quite a few points already, haven't you?" After a moment's thought, he suddenly shouted, "All right." Then he stood up, extended his hand toward Yugon, and said, "This should be a worthy reward for you." Yugon looked at the hand the guide administrator held out in front of him. "This is how points are exchanged. Looks like the reward is less special than I expected." Thinking this, Yu reached out and grasped the administrator's hand. Instantly, a system window appeared. "You have received the Mastery of Mana skill. Mana regeneration speed, mana resistance, and mana perception have slightly increased. Mystical power increased by 5. Haha, that should be enough to satisfy you. That's all for now. I still have to deal with my subordinates, so I'm off. See you after the third guide section." With that, the guide administrator left. Only Yu remained standing, dumbfounded, staring at the hand he just shook with the guide administrator, muttering, "Mastery of Mana. A skill of this caliber can appear in the Guide Mastery of Mana S rank, one of the administrator's powers. The entity governing mana. Mana regeneration speed, plus 10%. Mana resistance, plus 10%. Increased mana perception proficiency, 0%. Though proficiency is still low, this is still a mana control skill. This energy is controlled by mystical power, and is the most important force in the entire tower." Thinking this, Yu extended his hand and silently commanded mana. Immediately, mana quickly gathered into a sphere in his palm. Mana Servant, an advanced mana control technique only usable once mystical power reaches 40 points. Kim Yugon, mystical power, 26. Pondering, Yugon held the mana sphere a few seconds longer, then swung it out, creating a fairly powerful destructive wave. A compensation skill, that's this good. Still unstable, but this is great. Should I be grateful to the Olympus peak or what? But just this won't be nearly enough. Just starting to regain and mimic the powers I had before time travel isn't enough. I need more elements to defeat those unmatched otherworldly gods. Thinking this, Yu dashed forward and stabbed the trembling earthworm crawling before him. He wanted to use every chance to earn more points in the remaining 13+ hours before the second guide ended. 13 hours later, with about 10 minutes left in the second guide section in the safe zone, a man in a blue jacket shouted, "That's why I said we should wait a bit longer. If things turn into this mess, how can the government just sit still?" Mi-hun snapped. "Shut up, who's to say there won't be a third or fourth guide after the second? Besides, what if the safe zone disappears while we're waiting?" the man in blue said. "Then at least let us stay until the time runs out." Before he finished, Mi-hun grabbed his collar and pulled him away, saying, "All right, you're really annoying. Didn't I tell you to form a team, gather supplies, and get out of here? If you can't do it, I'll personally get you out. Don't be so down. Everyone's going to die anyway, but thanks to you, most of us will survive. This world's become like this, so hurry up and move." Just then, someone pointed outside the safe zone and shouted, "Huh! Wait, that looks like a human." Hearing that, others turned their heads to look. Mi-hun also looked and immediately recognized it was Yugon. Daring to roam outside the safe zone, he must be crazy. Is this guy brave or just stupid? While everyone was talking, someone sharp-eyed noticed the ground beneath Yugon bulging and shouted, "Wait down there, be careful." A second later, an earthworm burst out, mouth full of teeth, lunging at Yugon. Yugon calmly jumped aside and stomped hard, silencing the worm forever. After swiftly dealing with the worm, Yugon entered the safe zone and said, "Ignore me and keep arguing among yourselves." At this point, only 5 minutes remained in the second tutorial and Yugon had reached level 26. He thought to himself, "I'm just here to claim the completion reward." But somehow, a few idiots had already started acting like leaders. Mi-hun casually approached, slinging an arm over Yugon's shoulder with a smile. "Hey, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. You just disappeared like that and made me worry. Come on, let's go inside." The others looked at them, nervously whispering, "Are they really that close? He just killed that monster with his foot." Yukwon glanced at them and immediately understood what was going on. He shrugged off Mi-hun's hand and asked, "Did you force them to go scavenging?" Mi-hun stiffened a bit and said, "They might sacrifice themselves, but it's for everyone's benefit." Yukwon asked, "So you're risking their lives to hunt for food? Something about this feels wrong." Myung-hun snapped angrily, "Listen carefully, Yugon. If you want to survive, you have to be ruthless. You think laws and rules matter in this world anymore? To survive in this chaotic world, you have to be selfish. Cruelty and brutality are just part of it. How can you not get that?" You sneered. "As for me..." At that moment, the second tutorial time ended. System announcement. The second tutorial has ended. Everyone in the safe zone loses 500 points and receives a loot bag. If you die, all items in the bag will be deleted. As announced, a bag appeared above each person's head and dropped down. You caught his bag and continued, "If that's your way to survive, go ahead. I won't join in or tell you what to do. Just don't cross the line." Mi-hun glanced at you leaving and muttered, "Cross the line, like hell I will." The announcement continued. The third tutorial starts now. Eliminate 50 monsters in the subzone and collect 50 cores. Time left 72 hours. The subzone will be destroyed when time runs out. The gate will activate after 70 hours. As the announcement ended, a vortex suddenly appeared with a 0/50 counter above it. At the same time, monsters of all shapes appeared across the streets and buildings. People groaned, "Damn monsters again. When will this end?" But at least the safe zone is still intact. Yeah, true. Is that the exit? Feels like a game, huh? Mi-hun frowned, thinking to himself. Hunting monsters and collecting cores. Do I really have to gather all 50 myself? Then he snorted and said to those around him, "You all heard that right, you know what to do." Meanwhile, Yu returned to the subway gate. First thing he did was transfer all 132 magic cores from his backpack to the system-provided bag and strapped it around his waist. He casually tossed the old backpack aside. Then he turned to assess the monsters creeping up the stairs. That's a lot. Could there be 1,000? He thought. I got lucky in the second tutorial and collected many cores, but that's not enough for me. As he spoke, Yugon raised his hand, and a massive magic power appeared quickly growing in his palm. System announcement, Magic Mastery, level 0.5% Magic Puppet completion, 100% Magic Puppet fully completed. The Magic Puppet has been added as a skill. At that moment, Yu gave a sharp shout and forcefully launched the magic power in his hand toward the crowd of monsters. Wherever it passed, monsters blinked out of existence, and the ground was gouged with a deep trench. Yu's fingers ached from forcing the magic puppet, and silently thought, "Success. I have to use all my magic power to fire the puppet. Controlling it isn't easy, but if I can boost the stats and mastery, it'll definitely come in handy." Then he picked up the magic cores on the ground, stuffed them into his bag and sighed. Using magic wrapping is the foundation for calibrating and controlling magic power, but that's not really my style. Saying that, Yuan stood up, pulled out a knife, looked at the monsters trembling and retreating and said, "Why are you scared? Come on, let's try again. I'm not planning to waste the time I have left." The next day, with 22 hours and 43 minutes remaining, a group of two guys and a girl, all level 10, carefully scouted around a spot at Hongda Station. They observed their surroundings while talking. "We must have gone too deep. Yeah, this place is way too eerie. Well, what else can we do now? We started with 1,400 people now, only 400 remain. We have to hide wherever we can. Is He Station always this huge? No idea, the world's gone to hell, so this place probably isn't any better. Suddenly June shouted, looking in one direction. Wait everyone. Look over there. Junho and Sion-chan turned suspiciously, and both gasped in shock. What's that? A convenience store. June laughed. Thank God I can finally fill my bag with food. Junho ran straight toward the store grinning. Let's go, I'm starving. You guys think they have ramen. Sion-chan laughed and scolded. I don't even have water to boil, you idiot. Whatever, fine, I'll just eat it raw then. No sooner had he said that Junho was suddenly bitten and wiped out by a spider-like monster dropping from the ceiling. Seeing this, the other two turned pale with fear. June covered his mouth and shouted, Run ho, more monsters are crawling out of the shadows. Damn, there are too many of them. Whispering curses, Sion-chan quickly drew his weapon. June did the same, but inside he panicked, thinking, can we really win? I've tried so hard to survive, leveled up pretty high, so why can't I move? Sion-chan saw a monster about to pounce on June and shouted, June. June snapped awake, screaming and swinging wildly. Luckily, she blocked one monster, but got bitten on the arm by another. Damn it! Sion-chan cursed, swinging his weapon hard against the monster's head, twisting it sideways. But the monster's head quickly snapped back and bit his arm. June thought desperately, no, this can't be how it ends. I've suffered so much to survive, why die here? Seeing another monster lunging at her, she was powerless, only able to watch its sharp teeth getting closer. Just as she thought she was done for a distant attack, shattered the monster's body. Yugon appeared holding a can, saying, You guys are too noisy, I was just waking up. June thought in disbelief. No way, sure we have levels and stats now, but can he really kill a monster with just a can? But soon her doubts vanished. Yugon threw the can, decapitating the monster writhing near Sion-chan, then pulled out a knife and with just a few breaths wiped out all the monsters there. After finishing, Yu looked at June and Sion-chan. Thanks. You saved us back there, thank you. Just then, Sion-chan cried out in pain, clutching his bitten arm and kneeling on the ground. June worriedly helped him up. Yu thought for a moment, then tossed an item to the two. Put this on first, it should help a lot. Then he asked, What's your endurance stat? Sion-chan replied, Mine's about 17. Then you won't die at least. But you probably won't be able to use that arm anymore. Hearing that, June urged Sion-chan, hurry, put it on. Sion-chan panicked and quickly applied what Yugon gave him to the bite. Yugon cracked his neck, thinking I must have slept about 6 hours. I'm not tired anymore, but I wish I could sleep a bit longer. My first real sleep in 4 days and I pushed myself too hard. I even bought a bag of odorless powder just to sleep, but still got disturbed. Glancing at the two, Yuan said nothing more and turned to leave. Seeing this, June quickly asked, Excuse me, are you planning to keep hunting around here? There are more monsters down here than on the surface. Plus, if you're unlucky, you might run into earth snakes too. You said I'm not planning to stay here. This is my restaurant and resting spot. June skeptically said. Resting spot. Yu turned to her and said, My hunting grounds are somewhere else. After a moment, Yuan moved on to another place. June and Sion-chan followed right behind him. Mr. Chan's vehicle scanned the area and said, There's a dungeon 2 basement levels down. Really, the architecture is completely different. This is definitely a hunting ground, Yun questioned. Then why did you guys come down here knowing it's dangerous? June stammered. Well, we've been down here so long, so you probably don't know what's happening above. On the surface, people had formed groups and started slaughtering each other out of distrust. Not to mention the fight over cores turned that place into a living hell. Yu asked. So everyone ran away after being attacked, June replied. Yes. Sion-chan added. They didn't even bother to follow us down here, Yugon said. But didn't you almost die here yourselves? June said. But thanks to you, we survived. Suddenly a roar came from ahead, followed by a strong gust that nearly blew Joyen and Sion-chan away. Struggling to stay steady, they shouted in fear, What's that sound? Up ahead, Yu seemed completely unaffected. He looked at them calmly and said, You said it was thanks to me, but there's no guarantee I won't take your cores myself. Hearing this, Sion-chan was startled, thinking to himself that he hadn't considered that because Yu saved them. Compared to the people on the surface and the monsters here, Yu was far more dangerous. Regaining his composure, Sion-chan nervously spoke up. He probably already collected enough cores, so there's no reason for him to go after us. Yu asked, What if I told you I'm collecting even more cores? Mr. Chan's vehicle spoke up. But even so, before he could finish, Yu interrupted. Even if I don't act, you'll still die here. And I don't think I need to explain why, right? June suddenly felt confused, thinking to himself, Wait, something's off. If he wanted to harm us, why bother saying all that? Maybe he's just guessing. She looked at Yan and asked, What do you want from us? Hearing this, Yuan finally smiled and said, I promise this offer isn't bad. If you do well, I might even share some cores with you. Alright then, let's go. 2 hours later, Kongan was running for his life, chased by a huge monster right behind him. Not bad, huh? He cursed silently. He recalled what happened a few hours ago. Yugon looked at him and asked, Your leg's okay, right? Mr. Chan replied. Huh, yeah. Yugon suddenly smiled and said, Then run. Back to the present, Mr. Chan kept running and screaming for help. At that moment, Yugon appeared and stabbed the monster, chasing Mr. Chan through the throat. Not stopping there, he stomped hard and charged at another approaching monster, slicing it into pieces. Mr. Chan, seeing he was safe for now, stopped and gasped for air. Then he ran over to pick up the magic cores on the ground. He marveled at the incredible hunting speed. If he'd always hunted like this, how many cores would he have collected? Also, maybe because the monsters here are higher level, the drop rate is much better. He got 50 cores in just 2 hours. This guy isn't just strong anymore. He's on a whole different level. How many was that just now? Kongan was dazed until Yan's question snapped him back. Oh, one more, so 6 total. One's for you, keep it. Mr. Chan handed 5 cores to Yan, thinking to himself that their speed to lure monsters couldn't keep up with his hunting pace. What's he planning to do with all those cores? Thinking this, he felt a bit worried. June's late, huh? She'll probably be back soon. Yu reassured him. While waiting, Kongan curiously asked, what level are you at? With that hunting speed, you must be leveling up fast, right? It's slowed down a lot now. To level up properly, I have to wait for the next tutorial. Mr. Chan's eyes turned strange as he looked at Yugon. How high must his level be that he can't level up anymore? By the way, level is personal info, don't ask anyone about it. And if asked, don't answer. Same goes for stats. Yu reminds them. Xianchan objects. But didn't you ask about my endurance before? Yeah, you have a point. I should have just let your hand rot back then. Xianchan was speechless, then finally replied, I'll try to remember that. Also, when luring monsters, try to kill a few here and there. Besides collecting cores, you should focus on leveling up too. As Yugon finished, June turned around, monsters were chasing her from behind. Yugon didn't hesitate and charged to attack. Xianchan followed Yugon's lead, actively taking down some monsters. Their levels gradually increased. Afterward, both Xianchan and June received cores from the monsters they personally defeated. So both of you have collected 50 cores, right? Yes. June gratefully said, before coming down here we only had 20. Gathering this many so fast is thanks to you, Yuan. Same here. Thanks to you two, my hunting efficiency increased by 50%. You even collected more cores than expected. Yugon glanced at the countdown timer. 2 hours and 57 minutes left, and the gate is about to activate. Yugon thought quickly and said, if you're both done, let's head up. Finally going up. Xianchan happily said, I wonder if it's still chaotic outside. June asked. Xianchan guessed Digium's side is probably worse. The third briefing is almost over. I'm worried about those outside. Meanwhile, outside the gate had turned red. 2 clear factions stood before it, one following Mihun, the other following the brown-haired guy. Everyone secretly hid their weapons and awkwardly joined forced conversations. Brown hair spoke cautiously, watching the core pouch at his side. No one knows the drop rates. So instead of risking their lives hunting monsters, it's easier to rob others and snatch their cores. The bald guy nearby said, everyone thinks that, but they don't seem ready to fight yet. Once the gate opens, everything changes. Brown hair gritted his teeth, thinking once the gate opens, I'll snatch the cores and run fast. But things moved even faster than he expected. Before the gate opened, Mihun stepped forward to greet them. Long time no see. How long has it been? 2 days, right? I don't think we're close enough for a warm greeting. You act arrogant, like always, even knowing what's coming. You know the situation, right? Once the gate opens, bloodshed begins. This guy's already calling people to prepare for that moment. Brown hair clenched his teeth but asked for the greater good. How many cores do you need? Mihun smiled. Well, we have a bigger group than you, so about 700. Brown hair's face fell. They only had just over 300 cores. That demand was unreasonable. That means they can't avoid clashing with Mihun's group. Mihun then offered a new deal, give us 400 cores, and we'll leave you alone. We'll handle the rest ourselves. Honestly, if I refuse, it'll be all-out war, 50 versus 20. We're outnumbered. Should I feel lucky we only have to give him 400 cores? No way better to fight than surrender. Just as Brown Hair was ready to go all out, Yugon's group of 3 appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Kim Yugon, haven't seen you in days. Where have you been? Mi Ung-hoon left Brown Hair and approached you. I had business to attend to. Yugon set down the box in his hands and asked, have you collected enough cores? Of course. Yu opened the box and dumped all the cores from his crossbody bag inside, shocking everyone watching. Oh man, how many cores does he have? At least 1,000, no joke. How did that guy gather so many cores? Wait, isn't he afraid of calling so many people out? Our side has at least 50 people. No matter how strong he is, he can't face them all at once. Mi Ung-hoon was calculating silently when Yugun pointed to the ground. Look closely down here. Mi Ung-hoon looked down and saw a line drawn right at his feet. Everyone needs this spot, right? I already have more than enough. Seeing Yu Quan with the core, everyone started clamoring. Then give me some too. Yugon spoke up again. But this isn't free. Each one costs 100 points. If you want to buy, ask me first before stepping into the circle. 100 points, huh? Too expensive. How many points do I have anyway? The shop doesn't sell cores. If you want one, you have to buy from him. While everyone hesitated, Mihun stepped up to criticize. Seriously, you selfish jerk, you could give this spot away and save hundreds of lives. And yet you choose to sell it. What a joke. What if we don't have the points? Yugon replied calmly. What a dumb question. Buy it if you want. I'm not forcing anyone. Wanna buy? Come here. Pay points first, then you get the item or stats. How you get points is your business, I don't care. Hearing this, everyone buzzed with whispers. Sell items, is that even allowed? Seeing his plan fail, Mi-hoon clenched his teeth in anger. He started causing trouble since he couldn't get what he wanted. Bastard, I bet you killed others and stole these essences, and you still dare to sell them for money. You think everyone will just accept that despite the taunts he remained unfazed. What if I didn't steal them? Eun-gung-hoon stubbornly argued. Who would believe that? At that moment, John quickly ran over from afar. You have no right to accuse others of stealing. You killed my friend. Do you know how hard we struggled to escape you? Song-chan also stood up to accuse. If he was a thief, like you say, we'd be dead. We were with him the whole time, stealing and crying wolf. What do you even know about this guy? Mi-young-hoon gritted his teeth trembling. This is utter nonsense. So what? What can the three of you do? You think just sticking to Yun keeps you safe? Before he finished, he shouted orders to his men to kill them all. Quickly, the group charged forward with weapons raised. A figure flashed like lightning, moving so fast no one could see clearly. But the two sword-wielders in front were swiftly beheaded by Yugon's single strike. Looks like he was truly provoked. Yugon glared fiercely. You've gone too far. Standing closest, he stared at the two bodies bleeding profusely, causing panic. Not just Mi-hoon, but the others also felt a chill. Mi-eung-hoon finally considered his words. Could the too far he mentioned earlier be a warning? Yugon continued. If you can pay, I'll sell the cores. Anyone who wants to buy must get my permission before stepping into the circle. Buying is your choice, I'm not forcing anyone. But if anyone crosses this line with other intentions, pausing, he glared at Mi-hoon's group warningly. You will die. The system announced activation of the basic secret blade. Mi-eung-hoon ignored the warning and shouted, Damn it, get him, take him down. The group decided to attack together, but Yoon stood firm, fighting them all alone. Anyone who charged got struck down head body or thrown to the ground. After a few swift moves, they all fell like cut grass. Mi-eung-hoon was terrified, stepping back in disbelief. How is this possible? At this moment he felt sheer terror. Am I the one who forgot the true nature of this world I have to run? That line. It said only those who cross it will die. I can do this. I'll be safe. I'll survive. You glared at him fiercely. You think just standing there keeps you safe, he smiled slyly. I remember every one of your faces. Mi-eung-hoon shivered, sweating nervously. He remembers all of us. So what? Before he could answer, Yukwon swung his sword decisively. Another head flew off. Blood splattered all over the line he drew on the ground. Not only that, bodies piled up in a chilling mess. None of Mi-hoon's group, including himself, escaped alive from Yu's spot. Yukwon grabbed his stuff annoyed. This is really a mess. He walked ahead under the terrified gazes of everyone here. They looked at him like he was some alien creature. No one dared to utter a word. Faced with his presence, everyone suddenly stepped aside to make way. The guy watching from afar couldn't help but tremble. One man killed that many people. A single person with overwhelming power, capable of crushing an entire gang. This is the kind of world we're in. I thought I had adapted well, but I was wrong. Thinking this, he calculated something and then raised his hand, shouting, I'll buy your cores. A confused underling said, Hey boss. He asked, how many points? The other replied, I already asked them. These can sell for 500 points. The guy stammered, but he explained, think carefully, all his cores probably came from just killing simple monsters. The underling was puzzled. How do you know that? He patiently continued. He's that strong, how many monsters do you think he's killed? He didn't even bother taking cores from the people he just killed. That shows all these cores aren't stolen, making this a completely trustworthy deal. You looked back and saw the buyer approaching, eager to buy the cores. Sell me 7. He thought silently the rules and game laws in this world are set by powerful people like him. They quickly shook hands, sealing the deal, and you instantly gained 700 points. Everyone buzzed with excitement. Right, if we buy cores, we can enter the next training gate. How many points do I have? Only 200 points. Watching him disappear through the training gate, everyone finally started to stir. Me too, I want to buy some. I'll buy 7, I'll buy 10. Anyone with extra points, I promise to pay you back in the next training round. Meanwhile, the administrator's henchmen were actively inspecting the items. The items were slightly damaged. I'll buy it for 300. The other refused. That's too low. When it was someone else's turn, he lowballed again. This item isn't common, I'll pay 200. Everyone was annoyed. Scam gang, you sold it to me for 1,000 points. Now you buy it back for this little. Then another said, each stat is only worth 100 points. So 3 perception stats equal 300 points, right? U-World's points kept rising by over 1,000 at once. He helplessly thought this trade is unfair, there should be limits to gouging others. He thought at least it's better than dying here, but climbing the tower later, they'll regret losing stats today. His total points now surpassed the initial estimate, specifically 167,400. He calculated silently, it's still beneficial. I thought 1,000,000 points was great, but with this getting that amount is as easy as flipping a hand, and can be easily exchanged. June called from afar, you're leaving now. He wondered why the two hadn't left yet. She approached, we want to go with you. He bluntly refused. I'm not looking to form alliances. Then Chan sincerely said, you can treat us like cannon fodder like before. If we're useless, just toss us aside. Hearing that, he darkened and stayed silent for a long moment. Finally, Yan spoke. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye here. He continued, don't count on anyone or you two won't survive. Besides, I'm not leaving. Mr. Chan was surprised. Huh, you're not leaving. Hearing this, both were stunned and speechless, looking at him blankly. Yugon held up his empty bag. See, I don't have a single core left. As soon as he finished, he slammed the empty bag onto the ground. Mr. Chan was so shocked he couldn't speak. Why would you do that? So what are you planning now? You should keep 50 for yourself. You idiot. Yugon was calm. I'm not going anywhere. Hurry up and go. This place is about to get chaotic. June ran after him, shouting, Brother Yugon. He didn't look back. She watched his retreating figure almost in tears. Mr. Chan didn't know what to say, so he pulled her hand and whispered, Let's go, Joyan. And so the two finally went down the path they were meant to take. Yugon had his own business. He told himself the next training round was defense, consisting of 4 rounds: survival, competition, hunting, and finally defense. A man quickly approached and asked him, Wait, did you sell all the cores? He replied coldly and briefly. Yes, I sold them all. The man trembled at those words. He desperately fell to his knees. You didn't care. He thought he should move fast. This place was about to turn into a battlefield over the cores. And just like that, he wandered the streets alone, leaving the suffering crowd behind. Yugon calculated only 1 hour left when suddenly he spotted a nearby shop. The whole city was marked by a purple streak in the sky. That aura grew thicker and stronger. This surprised him for a moment. Something made Yu instantly alert. He wondered silently, what is that? In midair, a scruffy man suddenly appeared before him. He looked at Yugon and asked curiously, Did you call me? You said, I didn't call you, but where's your lackey? The man replied, I'm in the process of recruiting new people, but I'm short on manpower. You just laid off a bunch of staff and now you want to lay off more. Yu was surprised. I've narrowed the scope, he explained. Only 1 in 3 has a connection. Everyone's lazy these days. Thanks to you, most of the subordinates are wasting time here, slowing progress elsewhere. Yu wondered why it was his fault. The man snapped, because over 100 people bought items through the shop using others. Yu casually asked, Isn't that better for business? Do you really need that many people just to run each shop? Is that why you came? The man was annoyed. Each star, it's not just about the shop. Don't you understand what's really going on? Yu figured he was a special target of the manager. Usually, if they can't control something, they ignore it. But this time seemed different. The man continued. You finished round 3 with 160000 points. Your cup is high, and your strength is enough to overturn this training system. Yugon was calm. That's exactly what I want. If nothing goes wrong, I'll keep going. This is the path I'll take. I'll use the shop. You're stubborn to the point of annoyance. I've been a manager a long time, but you're the first like this. Then he extended his hand. The shop quickly opened. In midair, a store appeared with everything you needed. The administrator spoke. Here's what you need. You pressed start on it. The system promptly notified you spent 10000 points and received an intermediate player's bag. Your items will appear with the command Yangdu. Yugon continued buying a sword that emits northern cold air. He spent another 500000 points. Yu quickly opened his inventory. The administrator was surprised. Arctic Iron Blade, you picked a tough item to use. Then he spent 80000 more points on a thermal astrology cloak and magic resistance. The cloak was enchanted with ancient magic and made from special materials, and there was a shield that could resist magic. Yu thought just as he expected, no wonder the training system was disrupted. These items would be useful on higher levels, pretty good buys. He spent another 2000 points on 4 frost crystals. These ice crystals form below 32 degrees Fahrenheit. He kept choosing. Finally, I want a sharp sword. He spent 2000 points on that sword. The administrator spoke again. Your last item is just a normal sword. It's nothing special compared to your other rare items. You seem satisfied. But I like it. His remaining points were 5400. The guide said, now no one can challenge you. Players in the tutorial can't pierce through it, but that only applies to players. Hearing this, Yuan was a bit surprised. After this, the guide quickly left. I'm really looking forward to it. After he disappeared, Yugon was left alone. He silently thought for a moment, looked up at the system clock and thought it's starting now. Round 3 of training ended. Right after the announcement, the screen shattered. The system notified again, you failed this round. The destruction of this area will begin. A web of electric nets quickly spread across the city and trapped those monsters. You remained calm. It's been a while since I last saw this sky. You take a closer look at the cloak's description. It's a cloak enchanted with ancient magic. Made from special material, it resists fire magic and boosts magical power. Yugon figures it will protect him from the fire's heat. This is a great item to help me withstand the flames inside this tower. At the same time, you hear screams echoing. It's too hot, help me. Someone please, I don't want to die. Yuan follows the cries and hears that 3 people haven't escaped yet. They're crawling forward trying to get away from the heat. Seeing Yuan, one of them grits his teeth. Why you? He's stunned to see Yuan standing there so calm as if nothing's wrong. Suddenly the ground shakes violently. The earth starts cracking and a massive explosion erupts right after. The 3 scream in agony, burned by the flames. Please. The sound sends chills down your spine. The sudden disaster leaves Yuan frozen, unable to react. He just stands there, stunned. The system announces the destruction of 176 giants has begun. In an instant, the whole city is engulfed in flames. The scene is utterly devastated. From the cracks, a skeletal monster crawls out. Its eyes blaze with eerie sparks. But the problem is, it's not alone. They come in a whole pack. They're waste demons. Yu grips his weapon and shield, ready to fight. He can't help but marvel that's a lot of them. But they're not the most dangerous. After a moment, he speaks up. We meet again. Yuan thinks there must be a reason this is called destruction. Soon, a low-level demon appears, Surucha. Yuan stays calm, unshaken, staring at him. We meet again. Surucha, Yuan thinks. In Ragnarok, he was known as a giant mountain during the event, but here he's only as big as a house. His true form gradually reveals itself, a creature forged entirely from fire. You think so? Another world was destroyed and swallowed by him. The 176th Sinner Demon is followed by dozens of waste demons. Yuan sighs. A world ruled by ruin and oblivion shouldn't have been born at all. He taunts, Surucha, are you going through menopause or why so emotional? Stop acting important and let's get started. Surucha looks at him. Yuan's face reminds him of an old rival. He can't help but say, you have the eyes of that monkey from Hyugu Mountain. He roars, I wonder if you'll even survive this place. Then he orders the smaller demons to attack. Yu fights one-on-one, not panicking, charging straight at them. His sword slashes fiercely at the monster's face. Surucha quickly throws fire at Yuan, trying to burn him. He eagerly watches, waiting to see Yuan struggle. After the explosion, smoke fills the air. They all wait to see the outcome, but unfortunately for them, Yu is unharmed. Surucha immediately knows, it's no ordinary cloak, you prepared it to face me. The system quickly reports the fire magic robe blocked the explosion's damage. The fire magic robe adds resistance against fire attacks. Yu smiles lightly at the monster before him. Everything comes at a price. He continues, I didn't prepare this just to deal with you, I'm here to defeat you. Surucha finds this hilarious. Defeat me, such arrogant, foolish words. Your first time here and you dare say that. The young man snaps, enough talk. Surucha shouts, let's see how long you keep that arrogance. You don't want to waste time arguing with these monsters. Yu glares, you talk too much. Then he leaps into the air, diving into the midst of the enemies. The system announces you've leveled up right after you wipe out a group of small monsters. But worse, that demon plays dirty. He attacks from your side and in an instant a deafening explosion rocks the area. This demon's power isn't to be underestimated. Yuan is fine, but it seems his magic resistance shield cracked after that attack. Yet he refuses to give up. Yuan quickly dashes forward. He charges straight at Surucha alone. A notification pops up, you leveled up. All stats, agility, strength, and mystic power increased by 1. Yu feels his breathing getting tough. He starts calculating, though he's wearing a fireproof robe after 2 hours in this heat, his whole body is heating up. The explosion from these school monsters when they die is dangerous. It doesn't do much damage, but I can't dodge it, so I have to take every blast. I could use a mana orb for ranged attacks, but that's not sustainable in a long fight and drains too much mana. The shield is almost at its limit. It's about to break after blocking nearly 100 explosions. Looks like it's time for me to make my move. Thinking this, he looks at the loud monster and taunts Suru, why don't you drag your butt down here and let these little shrimps scram? Surucha scowls, they're special items. I'm really curious how you managed to face them during training. Hearing this, Yuan is momentarily surprised. Then Surucha aggressively lunges at him. Yuan is caught off guard but still challenges, what about you? Didn't you see Hothan just sitting out during training? Surucha says, that's punishment for the unworthy. But you're worthy. You have all it takes to climb higher floors, become a top-tier player, and dominate the tower. So why are you still here, planning to sacrifice yourself for those weaklings? Yu replies, I told you before I'm doing this to hunt you. Surucha laughs, you really intend to defeat me? Then he fiercely raises his massive sword. Fine, that's why I'll face you head-on. Yuan grits his teeth, raising his shield, thinking he's ready inside. He's confident he'll succeed. Yugan's shield cracks deeper after blocking this blow. The huge sword swings fiercely toward him. The small Yuan stands firm against the attack, luckily unharmed. His determined eyes and spirit mirror the one Surucha once met. Yuan hears the voice of the great sage equal to heaven. He wonders how I got these eyes. Actually, there's a special method. I failed at round 3. I lost not because I was weak, but for a special reason. But that doesn't matter. What matters most is after the battle, do you have the destructive power the training round grants? Listen closely. Yugan's eyes pause briefly towards Surucha, leaving him stunned. Sarucha looks at the shattered ground, thinking it strange he sensed Yugon didn't dodge, but took the hit yet, he's still alive. Even more surprising, Yugon can still stand. I thought he'd be dead from that heat. Yugon recalls the great sage equal to heaven, a fierce fighter, who challenged him hundreds of times, and he only won a few. There are reasons for that. With the everlasting golden cudgel and the cloud somersault that summons storms and travels at light speed, plus the secret immortal power from eating the sacred peach. But the main reason he's so strong at that moment, the system announces, you qualify to unlock a hidden item, the third eye will appear. Hidden items are system features, appearing as items or skills that support the player. The third eye is a monkey eye that can sync with fire monsters. It can detect good and evil, truth and lies, and grants fire resistance. Effectiveness at 12.1, 4% boosting resistance and reducing fire damage. Yugon has now obtained the third eye. Back to the main point, Yu exhales deeply. Even with this gear, I felt like I was being burned alive. Don't tell me he endured this long to get these eyes without any special item. His body really defies every challenge. Sarucha is surprised. Those eyes, Yugon thinks, can't believe he actually respects that monkey now. Yugon smirks. Thanks, Sarucha. Now I'm ready to kill you. Yugon stands ready to fight. He looked at you with utter contempt. Ridiculous. You really think you can do anything in that pathetic state? Yugon quickly swallowed the icy crystal, and immediately his body temperature began to drop, nullifying the ice burn effect added to your mysterious power. He felt the heat that had surrounded him vanish fast. Yugon clenched his teeth, though his whole body was now freezing cold. He was satisfied. Sarucha, you know better than anyone. The icy air around me is the complete opposite of your fire. At the same time, he aggressively launched a deadly strike at you. The surrounding space heated up from this massive power. The astrological heatwave resisted Sarucha's destructive fire and gained resistance to fire attacks. Meanwhile, the Fire Eye Venus also stood against Sarucha's flames. Your body temperature dropped rapidly, resisting the burn effect. Sarucha didn't expect to finally face such a formidable enemy after all this time. At that moment, Yun quickly launched an icy attack at him. The force caught him off guard, leaving him no time to react. Yu didn't stop there. He leapt forward, fiercely stomping hard on Sarucha. The giant's body couldn't dodge in time, and felt the sharp pain. Sarucha roared angrily. You dare! His eyes burned with rage. Good, I can handle this. But Sarucha refused to back down. He continued to strike with another deadly blow. Yu was instantly alert. Damn, that move's too dangerous. Gotta dodge. At that moment, the Fire Eye Venus skill activated, predicting the attack. Sarucha pressed on, striking repeatedly, shaking the ground around. The heat melted the ice, coating Yugon's sword. Constantly dodging left Yu a bit exhausted. He stood still, panting heavily. He swallowed 2 more icy crystals, suffering cold burn effects that sharply lowered his body temperature. He thought, I can't hold out against this cold much longer. I have to end this fast. With that in mind, Yugon silently observed the situation, planning his next move. Quickly, he dodged another attack and soared high into the air. He decided there was no need to save mana anymore. The secret blade skill activated, and he gripped his sword tightly, switching from defense to offense. Just as Yugon predicted, Sarucha couldn't react in time and screamed in pain. Seizing the moment, Yugon unleashed a magic burst attack. It seemed he wanted to end the fight quickly. The force of the attack made everything around explode. He shifted from a frontal assault to a surprise attack from behind, hitting Sarucha hard. His hand struck fiercely at the back of Sarucha's neck. Yu lunged onto his back, clearly deciding to finish him off now. The monster shouted angrily, You insolent brat, you're just a rookie who hasn't even climbed the tower. Then why do you still dare to talk here? Sarucha yelled furiously. Ice attribute and astrological heatwave were resisting Sarucha's fire. You thought you'd used all your defenses against his flames, yet you still couldn't close the gap. Yugon used Fire Eye Venus to absorb Sarucha's fire, but failed to resist it. Burn effect increased to level 2, then level 3. Your fire resistance rose by 1. Sarucha shouted in anger, showing his power. I'm the real winner. But he didn't expect you to use all your strength to stab him in the back of the neck. Because the opponent was strong, Yugon's sword cracked from the force. Immediately after the system notification appeared, you have defeated the training round destroyer. Yugon panted heavily, his hands swollen from cold burns. Finally, he leveled up. Yugon shouted tiredly, I really beat him, but this is just the start of the journey. He remembered the tough battles fought with everyone before. Yu smiled with satisfaction. This journey was truly grueling. Damn bastards. The notification popped up. An unimaginable achievement. Since you've conquered the impossible, your reward calculation will be temporarily frozen. Yugon slowly opens his eyes after a grueling battle. Looks like you had a good rest. He tries to sit up though, his body still aches. Yugon exhales deeply, glancing at his hands. The burns are still fresh, so he must have passed out not long ago. His body feels cold, but he's completely battered. He recalls the fight, silently cursing, thought he'd die just to get the Fire Eye Star, only to face endless trouble. The tutorial's not over yet. There's still a long way to go, so no more complaints. Seeing Sarucha lying motionless on the ground, he thinks without fire the guy looks awful. But this isn't just any corpse. Demon corpses usually hold items inside. Since this is Sarucha, it must be something. Thinking that he rummages through Sarucha's body to see if there's anything interesting. Just as Yugon expected, there's something valuable inside. It makes his eyes light up. It's the heart of a giant. The heart of the demon, Surucha, a giant born from the land of fire. This heart is infused with the giant's power and radiates a fierce aura. It's classified as a potion granting the strength of a giant and a corresponding amount of mana. He calculates he wants to use it now, but he's not strong enough. It would drastically change his body. But to handle that, he needs much more stamina. A familiar voice cuts through Yugon's thoughts. Hey, admin seems impatient. Are you done yet? Yu feels annoyed. You're here again. I'm the one who should say that to you, huh? He snaps back. Yu replies, my journey is far from over. The admin grumbles. The tutorial's balance is all messed up now. Because of you, those guys keep complaining about me. He recalls how Yugon kept hunting down monsters, sighing in frustration. It's really a headache, he says to Yugon. You'll be sent straight to the next area. The fourth tutorial phase has started and they're almost done. You ask, really? How much time left? The admin tells you about 4 hours remain. Yan is pleased. 4 hours. That's more than enough. He replies, of course. I still have to discuss your rewards with admins from other levels. It took a while to finalize. Right after the system adds your rewards, you've received 10000 points and the Sky Slayer star. Yuan is surprised. Sky Slayer star. I thought I knew all the high-level skills, but this is the first time hearing about this. An A+ skill, and it's a rare find in the tutorial. The guide appears. You've destined to destroy heaven itself with your power. Your fate's value changes based on the lives you've taken. A+ rank 0% completion effect, all stats increase by 3 points. Stats increase based on enemies you kill. He figures it's not a top-tier skill, but since it boosts his stats, it'll be useful. Plus it has a completion rate. The skill's still unfinished, but any stat boost is good. The admin continues, you've got your reward. Need anything else? Buy me a small red potion. The admin gasps, spending like water, huh? You quickly got the item and spent all 1000000 points. This potion is bitter, but boosts mana and endurance. After the transaction, the admin quickly leaves. He advises you to rest after taking it. Right after using it, your mana and endurance increase by 1. The admin bids farewell and disappears from the tutorial system. Your wounds and stamina will heal quickly. Yugon relaxes, thinking he has 4 hours to recover energy and prepare for the 5th tutorial phase. The 5th tutorial is a race against time. He lies back, sighing deeply. After a long while, he finally opens his eyes. The monster's corpse is still there. Yugon seems to have regained some strength after resting. A blue light begins to glow around his feet. Yugon is swiftly transported to another place. The final tutorial phase is starting, and quickly you land in a different scene. The moment your feet touch the ground, you start looking around to observe the surroundings. It seems you're not alone here. Looks like they arrived earlier. A man takes a deep breath, smelling the sea air. The person beside him wonders, where is this place? There are so many people. How big is this area? To give a brief overview, this is the first time participants from different worlds have gathered for the tutorial. This is what the tower calls the final tutorial. A notice quickly appears, merged worlds. The final tutorial will begin now. The crowd buzzes with excitement. Final tutorial. Is it really over? Of course not, it's just the tutorial. Silence. An announcement echoes. Paraganda Island is slowly sinking underwater. There's only one way to escape and prove your worth: kill the boss at the island's peak. Contribution points for defeating the boss will be converted into scores. Final rewards depend on your score and remaining time. The time limit is 30 days. The island will be submerged when time runs out. The system starts the countdown as soon as the tutorial notice ends. Surprised, are you? A win, huh? Jan thinks to himself. They're surprised because before the time limit was anywhere from 1 hour to 4 days. There was no rush to fight immediately. Having more time to reach the finish line was a good thing. But on the other hand, it means it could take up to a month to defeat the boss. It's that strong. Yu watches everyone's reactions and sizes them up. A few have already caught on. A man steps forward saying, everyone heard that right. There must be a reason we're all gathered here. How about we cooperate? People seem unsure. He quickly adds, all right. Let's introduce ourselves. From the crowd, a cold voice speaks up. I refuse. Silence falls. He arrogantly says, who said we're teammates? Teammates are those I trust to back me up, so I want to choose them myself. Just by looking, I can tell none of you are worthy. Someone there is shocked. What looks like Yuwo knows him. That guy is here too. The blonde man shouts angrily and charges at him. Arrogant bastard. The one who refused glares coldly, his eyes blazing like lights, his whole body radiating power like lightning. He tenses up and the crowd seems to be hit by a powerful electric shock, staggering wildly. The arrogant guy clearly won't hold back and the others are thrown into the air. Then he flicks his hand, slamming them hard to the ground. The sound of cracking bones rings out and he sneers coldly. What a bunch of pests. That man is Han. He claims to be the heir to the Olympus throne, descendant of a fallen god. Everyone glares at the broken bodies on the ground, cursing in outrage. Crazy guy, someone wonders. Is that a skill? You thinks it's only the 5th tutorial, and he's already this strong. No wonder he's caught the tower's attention. That's purebred power. Purebreds are those born and raised inside the tower, determined to climb it. They experience the tower's mysteries from birth, placing them on a whole different level from other players. This game isn't fair. He was also the top contributor in the 5th tutorial. Yu silently walks away. No reason to get involved with that guy. I hate noisy people. Suddenly a loud voice calls out to you. That guy really is backed into a corner. Yu glances over, surprised to see Han has come close. He asks, "What are you?" Yu casually replies, "Are you talking to me?" He wonders silently. When did he get here? Han looks at him directly and asks again, "It's you." Then he points straight at Yugon's cloak. "That's the astrologer's cloak, right? That's not something you can get in the tutorial." "Then how did you get it?" Yugon answers calmly and directly. "I bought it with points." This shocks Han. He mutters in awe. He actually bought something that expensive. Unable to hide his curiosity, Hagen asked him directly. "What level are you at?" Yu asked without hesitation. "Isn't that a bit rude?" Hagen scratched his head awkwardly. "Yeah, you have a point. But isn't that common knowledge in the guide?" Seeing he didn't want to answer, Hagen quickly waved it off. "All right, I won't ask more. Instead, want to team up with me?" Yugo flatly refused. "No thanks, I'm good." Proud by nature, Hagen couldn't believe he was rejected so coldly. Watching him walk away, Hagen called out, "Wait, you might not know who I am, but I'm Yugun Yugo." Cut him off, not even looking back, clearly uninterested. "Goodbye." Being rejected like that stung Hagen, leaving him speechless and furious. The ground beneath where he stood cracked and oozed water, probably Hagen's rage manifesting. A shout echoed through the forest. "Stop right there." Moments later, everyone was fighting monsters. Han faced the huge beasts alone, fearless. His strikes were decisive. In no time, the giant monsters lay dead, their bodies scattered on the ground. But Huck still felt tired, and inwardly terrified. How was that bastard so fast? He didn't seem to be using any speed skills. How high were his stats? Could he be a purebred? There must be a few fast ones like him. Was he from Alfredo, or a martial arts master from the fighting world? Could he be a descendant of the god of war? Han's mind raced with questions about him. Suddenly Han felt excited. What he thought would be boring was turning out to be interesting. Meanwhile, Yan was sprinting ahead already quite far. He stopped and looked back. Had he shaken him off yet? That guy was fast. Although Min was sure his specialty wasn't speed but raw electric power. After a moment, Yan lightly leapt down from a tree. He remembered the guide's warning. The balance here was completely disrupted. Yu guessed the admin's words weren't just for him alone, but it didn't matter. Lost in thought, he reached a large cave entrance. Time passed inside the cave, blood smeared everywhere. A notification popped up. You defeated a Glondirt Thien Tin, completion increased by 0.001%. Every monster Yugon killed added 0.001%. The number was tiny. Where were all these monsters coming from? Yuan kept killing one after another. The system showed his Dirt Thien Tin rank had reached A+ with 0.01% completion. He looked at the pile of monster corpses, disappointed. Killing dozens of Glons only raised it by 0.01%. To level it up properly, he'd need to kill stronger monsters. But hunting wasn't his goal here. Thinking this, he sprinkled unscented powder all around. You thought my body has fully recovered. The freezing effects inside me are gone. I'm ready. He quickly opened the system and tapped the air screen. He took out the giant's heart, and a familiar voice spoke. Listen carefully, Kim Yugon. The giant's heart must be absorbed before the guide ends. At the same time, he shoved the heart into his stomach and bit down hard. He felt his heart and veins changing drastically right after eating it. The system quickly notified, you have absorbed fresh blood from the demon and the giant. The giant's blood started flowing through your body. The demon's blood began to seep through you. Yugon felt his chest tighten painfully. At that moment, a battle between human demon and giant blood erupted inside him. Yu gasped, struggling to breathe. He felt a burning heat trying to scorch his organs. Gritting his teeth, he endured it since the fire came from inside his astrological heat cells couldn't block it. Meanwhile, the Fire Eye Metal Star fought against the giant's flames. Unable to bear it, he collapsed to the ground. It felt like his bones and muscles were twisting together, and his blood was flowing backward. At this point, the Fire Eye Metal Star had failed to resist the giant's fire. Your mind keeps battling. There's no easy way to get through the pain now. You have to push through with sheer will, endure, and absorb as much power as possible. The great sage is speechless. A giant's mew is meant to be worn, not eaten. Eating it during the tutorial is basically suicide. So no matter what, you must have the Fire Eye Golden Star. If you fail to get it, then forget about your heart. You only get one shot. Right now, your strength and endurance have both increased by 1. The more Yugon fights through the pain, the higher those stats climb over time. The veins on his face and forehead bulge from the pain. Yu wonders how long it's been. By his calculation, it's almost time. At the same moment, a notification pops up. Fire Eye, Golden Star, and the Giant's Fire are clashing. You can now control the Giant's Fire through the Fire Eye Golden Star. Having met the hidden conditions, you've gained the Great Heat Flame. Yugon, drenched in sweat, grits his teeth. What the hell is this Great Heat Flame? The skill I want won't show up. He tries to crawl up, but his body can't take it and collapses again. Yugon feels like he's losing his mind. Night is slowly approaching. The toy is crystal clear like summer water. The system timer is slowly ticking down. Yugon lies motionless on the ground, burning up inside. He has no strength left to sit up. His whole body trembles from the pain. Yugon looks up in despair. Half a day has passed. His vision blurs from the pain. Was I wrong all along? Honestly, that skill can only be gained by killing 10,000 giants and soaking your body in their blood. There's no way to get it easily. Yu clenches his fists. Should I settle for just this? Suddenly, another notification pops up, startling him. You have met the hidden conditions. There seems to be a glimmer of hope. Yugon tries to move. The notification appears again. You have fully absorbed the blood of the demon and the giant. You have successfully absorbed the giant's heart from the tutorial. Judging by this, it seems your endurance has reached its limit. Yugon's eyes slowly close. He's satisfied he did it. Yugon passes out just like that. He doesn't realize he's about to gain giant transformation right after. Yugon wakes up and immediately checks the timer notification. He's confused. Did I really pass out for half a day? I didn't expect to faint twice during training. I need to speed up. The fastest clear record for this training is 1 week. I've already wasted some time here. The record holder is the greatest magic warrior leader of the Asla Odin sect. As soon as Yugon wakes, he checks the system and silently vows not to lose to him. He looks at the leaderboard just as expected. Hagan is far ahead of everyone else. Elidor and Paladint are sisters from Yan, a world where magic and swordsmanship thrive. If I remember right, they've joined training from 2 worlds even more. G is pure blood. I've never heard that name before. And this guy, judging by his name, probably comes from my world, but I've never heard of him either. Maybe unknown people never make it into the tower and die here. Forget it. No matter how much I think about it now, it won't change anything. I've wasted enough time. Let's check my status and move on. After absorbing the giant's heart, my structure has increased a bit too much. I have to be careful and keep my stats balanced. Thinking this, the info pops up. Great Fire Ear, a fireborn artifact with a flame inside that never goes out. Even after death, it lasts a long time and passes power to future generations. The skill's strength grows with efficiency and secret power. IU's level isn't high, but I guess it's usable. I need a skill that affects a specific area. With that in mind, he doesn't linger. When Yug steps out of the cave, dawn has arrived. He quickly tests his new skill once fully alert. The Fire Eye skill activates swiftly under its new owner. His eyes show an image like a tiny TV. Yugon can see far distances from where he stands. The place is eerily quiet. Not far away, Yugon spotted a group of monsters gathering here. He quickly approached, and as soon as they saw him, they shouted, "A human prey." Yu raised his hand, thinking brains not bad for testing the big fire disaster. Soon after, the brains were engulfed by fierce flames. They panicked and scattered. The fire was hot, and that human was to blame. Immediately, Yu aggressively charged at them with his sharp sword. Burned by the fire and attacked head-on, the brains scattered like scared ducks. Yugon rampaged like a demon, taking them all down alone. While fighting, he glanced at the timer, only seconds left. He silently vowed to finish this training faster. Meanwhile, Odin on Hagen's side was checking the leaderboard. That guy, it's him. I don't know his name, but that's definitely him. Hans smirked slyly. Interesting. I thought he was just a fast runner since he never stood out before, but he's climbed up here quickly. A young man arrived at the same time. What's got you so happy? No secrets here. There's someone I want on my team no matter what. The young man smiled brightly, guessing it was Kim Yu-won. This was Lai Sung-jan, a participant from the Earth Circuit. His mana control talent was outstanding. Hagen was surprised. You know him, Shungjo asked. Maybe he's from the same country as me. I don't know him personally, just guessing by name, but he's shining on that leaderboard. Sung-jan guessed at this level he'd probably take your spot. Let's see the scores. Hagen made excuses, saying it was just because he was busy gathering everyone. He figured he'd assembled a strong team, but still had one spot open. His name's Kim Yugon, right? Hagen then brimmed with confidence. Now let the real hunt begin. Scene shifts elsewhere, someone spoke up. Aussie, right, I found him. This was Paladinte, a participant in the live event between elves and dark elves from Pantomium. Hagen was annoyed. I told you I'm not as kid. Then he approached. Good job, let's see. Han warned everyone, step back to avoid electric shocks. Then he activated his inner power. Quickly, Hagen's whole body was wrapped in a strong electric current. He immediately struck fiercely forward. Rocks and earth exploded from the force. Shung was stunned. After searching all day, this was the place. Hagen spoke up. Without Paladint, we'd have spent days more looking. You know what, let's just go in. As they entered, someone whispered. This place is pretty big, like a cave. Paladinte cautioned, "Be careful, check the area before acting." Seeing Hagen's attitude as they entered, Paladinte anxiously asked loudly, "What's wrong, Ajusi?" He thought something was off. The dungeon discovery should have triggered by now. "But why hasn't it appeared?" Han stepped in, curious. "Has someone already found this place?" Shungjan shouted in panic. "Captain, check the leaderboard." Hagen wondered why he said that, but quickly complied. To their shock, in a short time, Yuan had jumped to first place while Hagen dropped behind. Seeing his name fall back, Hagen froze. The name Kim Yugon in the top spot echoed relentlessly in his mind. Then came Hagen's furious outburst. He unleashed his rage on the monsters. The giant worms were cut apart by Hagen's powerful electric current. A girl outside noticed Hagen's fury and spoke up. "He seems pretty troublesome." Shungjan replied, "I'm not so sure about that. To me, he's not trouble. He actually motivates me a lot." She wondered. "Do you think he's an enemy?" Sung blushed, embarrassed. "Yeah, I guess so." A voice came from behind. "But at this rate, we can't hunt properly. He's taking all the monsters himself." Shung decided to split the team in two. Ji silently showed approval. Hagen said, "Perfect timing, we're at a fork. Elidor and Paladinte can each lead a team and stay in contact. Yonchi Sungzon, Elidor, File E, and Typhoon. You guys go right. You've got this, so you'll be fine." Zai quickly drew his sword and spoke up. "Got it." Then they quickly said their goodbyes. "See you all later." Right after Sung, John used his mana orb skill against the monsters. His power was strong, one strike sent them flying. Ji wasn't far behind, leaping straight at the monsters. A swift slash cut through them all. In no time, Hagan's team wiped out every monster here. The dark-skinned man behind looked exhausted. "Hunting for hours without rest really takes it out of you." Dungjo replied. "I agree. I think I can only use the mana orb 2 more times. We should save our mana now." "But what's that door?" "It's huge," one of them said. "Not sure, but maybe something like a boss room." Elidor wondered. "Boss room," Sung Yohon explained. "Like in video games. I mean in the world I used to live in. I've been to places like this before, and there's usually a boss behind the door." Zai warned, "Don't let your guard down just because the hunt's over. Losing focus and relaxing like this is when you're closest to death." Shungjan smiled brightly as he said this. Yeah. Then he raised his hand to open the leaderboard. For some reason, his face went pale, and he looked momentarily stunned. Jie-Chi saw his reaction and stepped forward to ask, "What's wrong?" Dungjo stammered as he looked at the leaderboard. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook everyone off their feet. "Everyone, what's going on? I think it's coming from behind that door." Jie-Chi shouted, "Stay alert, everyone. Shung, fall back to your spot at the rear." She guessed the tremor and her top contribution score were definitely connected. The door slowly creaked open. Zochi warned, "Don't tell me it's inside." Inside the room, blood splattered everywhere, and what looked like monster limbs were scattered on the floor. As they stepped in, the system announced, "The boss purge is complete." Shung Johon immediately recognized the figure before him. He recalled the top leaderboard player who surpassed them all, Kim Yugon, with an outstanding score of 10149. He sat there, eyes dark, staring at the group. Next to him lay the monster's corpse. The boss purge was complete. His gaze was fierce and full of killing intent. He remembered how he'd single-handedly defeated the boss in this room. It was like a giant worm crawling around him. Its hard spiked scales could cause serious injury if you didn't dodge in time. Yugon couldn't help but admire its stubbornness. He then skillfully leveled up, adding a secret power. He thought he'd tried every skill in his arsenal, and defeated it with his current combat ability. This was good enough, but he should pay more attention to his physique before using his superhuman form. It was still a bit tricky to use. Soon after, he gained 3,000 points for clearing the boss room. The completion rate of the Celestial Star increased by 1%. Yu thought to himself, the Celestial Star progress is really slow. At least I got a full 1% for beating the boss. Seems like just killing a bunch of monsters isn't the answer. Maybe I should focus on taking down higher-level monsters instead of just bosses. Since I can't tell how much each skill affects progress, I need to speed up completion. Back to the present, Yun coldly looked at the Sung group and said loudly, "You guys are a bit late. This thing just died." Elidor wasn't sure, but the guy beside him cut in. "No way you killed all those monsters by yourself." Shung was terrified inside. Even as captain and the strongest in training, could he really clear the boss room alone? Those wounds. Someone raised in the same world and training as me must have insanely strong skills. He's a brutal monster. No wonder the captain wanted him on the team, Shungjo said politely. "Are you Kim Yu World? Do you have any teammates around?" Yugon was indifferent. "As you can see, I go solo." Shung's mind warned, "I'm sure we need you on the team. Otherwise, you're dangerous if you're not with us." Thinking this, Sungjan quickly spoke up. "If that's the case, do you want to join our team?" Yon glanced at Sung, silently assessing him. A Korean, his name is Lai Sung. After a moment, his eyes grew deep and unreadable as he observed the group. Since Elidor is here, this must be Hagen's squad. They've split up to hunt, trying to boost their meager points. I don't recognize that face. Is she Ji? She ranks just below Han. Since she came all the way here, she must be a big player in this training. That guy picked good teammates. This team has a bright future. But seeing you silent, Sung Don spoke up. Yugon. The same old answer. Yugon replied coldly. I have to say no. Sung Jon was disappointed. I knew it. Even the captain got rejected. Ji spoke up. So you plan to solo the Paraganda boss? We have one win in this training, and the boss is designed so multiple people can team up and defeat it. Yugon asked. So what? John Chi kept pushing, saying the heart of this final training is teamwork. It's about how far you can grow in the set time. How many teammates you gather and how well you work with them. She seemed to make a solid point. Yugon listened silently without a word. Then he bluntly asked again. So what exactly do you want? Elidor whispered. I contacted the captain. When I told him we found Yugon, he said he'd come right away. Sanju looked puzzled, sensing trouble ahead. At that moment, a beam of light swiftly shot through the door. Hagen shouted excitedly, Kim Yugon, I finally found you. Before he finished, Yugon aggressively shoved him away. His action shocked everyone present. He coldly asked, so do you want to survive? Then paused, continuing, or do you want to become a Jiangko? Ji was startled. How does someone not pure-blooded from the tower know what a ranker is? To explain briefly, a ranker is a being who's completed all tower tests and cleared every floor. A creature with radiant power and immortality. Yu seriously replied, sorry but I'm not interested in that. He thought he had to become a Jiangko eventually, but that was just part of the process. Junqi angrily said something like that. For someone not chosen by the tower, becoming a Jiangko is nothing but a dream. The king leading his tribe is a respected Jiangko. Thinking of this, she sneered constantly. What makes you different? Unless you're saying you'll become a top-tier Jiangko. Yu listened silently until she finished. Then he coldly spoke. No matter how high the rank, I'll shatter the tower's peak. Yu thought his ultimate goal wasn't something like the tower's summit. Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. Ji couldn't help but retort. That's absurd. Han suddenly jumped up shouting. Kim Yugon paused, then yelled like a child. What do you think you're doing? That hurts. Yugon calmly replied, you climbed up here with all that effort. I thought you wanted to kill me. Hagen was annoyed. I just wanted to catch you. Yoon kept arguing. If someone as strong as you rushes at me, of course I'd be scared. Suddenly his anger faded quickly. Hakan whispered. Is that so? Then I apologize. Sung was speechless. Is that enough for you? Hagan continued. You said you'd shatter the tower's peak. Interesting, that's quite a plan. I heard my father say there's an even greater power outside the tower. You wouldn't know who he is, but he's very important. Yugon didn't bother to expose him, just thought quietly. How could I not know the fallen king of Olympus? Hagen went on. Yugon. I heard you once again refused our team's invitation. I guess you want to say small fish can't compare to whales. But don't think I'm some lowly sardine. Because one day I'll become the king of Olympus. Hearing this, all the team members were momentarily stunned. Captain Yuan smiled, thinking a declaration from Olympus's direct heir shows at least he has noble goals. Hagon saw him silent and added, if you don't believe me, I'll prove it. Place your bets. Whoever defeats the boss first gets the bigger share. You're free to form your own team. I don't care how many people you have, but I promise my team won't exceed 9. Yugon stayed silent. That's a solid offer. I could form a team of dozens, even hundreds, but I'll keep it to 9. Hagen continued, of course if I win you join our team. Yugon asked, and if I win, Hagan was blunt, I'll work for you under Homan's name. Hearing that, Yugon felt intrigued. He smiled with satisfaction. Deal. He rested his chin on his hand. You can forget about Hung Min. I don't need a brother like him. He thought the future has to change anyway. Hagan could be a useful card for that event. Yu stood up and said, instead, if I win, you help me once when I need it. Hagan was surprised, just once. Are you sure? Hagan shouted excitedly. That's not too much to ask, so I'll accept. If you want, I can even give you my items. Yugon wasn't interested. We can talk about that after we finish. Han punched his hands together. All right, it's a bet. I'll meet you on the first floor later, and don't pretend you don't know me then. Yun frowned. Every time he met him, he felt it. But he's way too energetic. Still, I guess that's how he cleared the training in just 9 days. Han was bursting with energy. Everyone could hear it. Right. We're going to be busy, let's go. Yu said, I don't want to kill the mood, but no need to rush. He pointed at the time bar and said, I'm going to pause time for a bit. Suddenly the system's timer froze. Hagon was puzzled. What's going on? Why did the clock stop? Yugon reminded him, Baraganda isn't an island, it's a mythical beast. Hagon was curious, so Yugon explained further. They're parasites. They latch onto giant beasts and drain their power. Baraganda sank because of them. If seawater floods in, the parasites won't survive either. Hagan asked, so is that the parasite king or something? Yugon explained. Something like that. It's a beast, even beyond parasites. He was cautious, wondering if he should trust what Yugon said. He knew things even Olympus didn't, but he didn't know who Yugon really was. Thinking that, Hagan mechanically replied, all right, go on. The remaining time will stop counting down until the system resets when management or subordinates intervene. Yugon recalled Odin telling him a secret about Baraganda. The 5th training round was a race against time. The remaining time after defeating the leader was the key. Odin had asked if he could kill it within a week. It wasn't really a week, I stopped time. Yugon planned to make the most of this time once he got stronger. And when time resumed, the training would end. Two of Hagen's team members were surprised. Wait, is this a glitch? I'm not the only one seeing the timer freeze, right? Will it all drop at once? After damn, it'll probably start counting down again soon. What are you waiting for? Hurry, and level up while you still have time, let's go. Meanwhile, the subordinates were in a frenzy. The gas dragons are dead. This is the first time since Odin. What about management? Does he know there's a glitch in the training? He's arguing with Olympus now. He's busy with that. Someone contact management fast, we won't easily find the parasite dragon. Scene shifts to a quiet forest. The ground is cracking. A strong tremor sends birds scattering in panic. A huge monster stands with a sword plunged into its head, blood flowing non-stop, yet it stands dazed. Yu jumps onto it alone, then strikes fiercely downward. More importantly, they're not alone. Seeing their leader fall, the other two are shocked. They killed the leader, one shouted. Before they could recover, Yu's sword slashed fiercely through. One yelled, "Monster, he's a monster." His eyes were bloodshot, face twisted with rage. "Who are you calling a monster?" The monsters shouted in fear at each other. Danger Run Yugo was momentarily stunned, speechless. He looked up at the time bar. It had started counting down again. Looks like the subordinates fixed it. Just as I thought, the parasitic dragon was useless. You can't step into the same river twice. Still, I bought myself 4 days more than I expected. He glanced at the sky, pondering whether to leave. Heading to the God's Tower, a place atop the high mountain on the other side. Soon a loud explosion echoed from the summit. The shock left a huge crimson crater in the ground. Shung watched closely. Everyone was starting to gather. Elad said they'd only score points by defeating the leader. So the skilled players were rushing to join. He hesitated. Well, judging by their mana, I think most of them are above level 20. Jochi calmly said fine, they'll come by any means. They have to be at least that level to enter the tower. Shungjo wondered, does every player know how to use mana? Ji replied, only those not born in the tower. Surprised, he asked about residents. Ji explained that those born and raised in the tower like her or the leader, if chosen by the tower, are blessed by the system and become pure bloods. Hearing this, Sungjan quickly understood, and felt a bit uneasy. So do you think we can beat the leader? Jochi asked. I don't know. I don't think there's a way. At that moment, Han slid down near them. Ji looked at him and added, but I can't guess how strong our leader really is. Then she spoke to Han, you came late. We wanted to make the most of our time. Shungjo-han glanced around. Isn't Kim Yugon here? Elidor said. He's already here. He wore a dazzling red cloak and slowly approached. Silently, he calculated, looks like he planned to take on these monsters alone. Yugon assessed Elidor and Leungon's mana. It was different from before. They must have leveled up a lot. Then he looked at Hagen and that jerk. The moment he saw him, the guy gleefully shouted, Kim Yugon. He sneered. There you are. Where's your team? Planning to fight the leader alone again? Yugon asked honestly. Exactly. I'll score higher if I do. Han sighed in frustration. Everyone says I'm crazy, but you're worse. He calculated that Yugon was 7,000 points ahead. He planned to kill the leader before Yugon and his team. Just then someone stepped forward to greet him. You're Kim Yugon, right? Looks like you don't have a team. We're all heading to fight the leader. Before he could finish, Han angrily shot a bolt of electricity at him. Furious as if someone stole his lover, he glared fiercely. You pests. Everyone quickly screamed and scattered. Han Yugon's team breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good, I think I just need to stand still. Hagen looked at him proudly. Did I do well? What, you're leaving now? Yugon didn't look back. Time was precious during training. Han laughed heartily. The training lasts a month and you're wiping them out in less than 5 days. You're amazing. Hagen shouted. Yugon, come with me. Suddenly he stopped just before a cliff. Then Yugon swiftly leapt down. As he landed, the system announced, you've entered the first boss room. Inside were countless monsters. The mission appeared complete the task to find the first boss. Sharp spears stood menacingly waiting for challengers. They quickly raised shields, forming a solid barrier. Facing the small group, the monsters stood firm like a wall. Two in Hagen's group broke into a sweat. What is all this? So many. You thought we have to clear several waves before meeting the boss. All the monsters gathered here to fight. Maybe it's impossible, but you can control them. Yugon quickly drew his sword, confident he knew where the boss was. We have to hurry. The notification popped up, Great Fire Skill, combined with the magic sword. 2 skills have merged. Both of them silently exchanged glances as they watched him. Finally, we'll see him fight. He's a monster ranked even higher than the leader. He'll show up if he's that strong or ranked that high. Han stood silently behind him, watching. He was eager to witness his fight. He silently screamed inside. That's right, show me what you've got. Kim Yugon dashed forward swiftly. No one even caught his movement clearly. The others were stunned. He vanished. Where did he go? Shungjan stammered. Suddenly a huge, fierce flame erupted, engulfing the whole area. Shung was stunned, mouth agape. What the hell was that? Alone, he broke through the circle of giant monsters. They couldn't even touch him. Yu charged like a demon from hell, stabbing straight into the red demon. Everyone was stunned. He's a monster stronger than the leader. Shungjan realized he'd spoken out of turn, and seeing Black's dark, murderous glare quickly clamped his mouth shut. Han was thrilled, just as expected. I can't lose, right? Then he shouted, wait for me. Kim Yugon. The monster's spears surrounded Han, but he didn't flinch. Instead, Han seemed even more motivated. He leaped and stomped on the spears. Suddenly, Han felt a sharp aura approaching from behind, followed by a flash of golden light. Yugon arrived just in time to support Han. Without a word, they coordinated perfectly. No one outside dared to step forward. Shungjan spoke up, shouldn't we do something, but there's nothing for me to do. John Chi warned, there's still traps. Stay alert. Paladinte and Elidor quickly charged to kill the monsters. Paladinte shouted to Sungjan to clear the way while they covered from behind. He quickly used a mana orb skill and reminded his teammates, watch your heads everyone. At the same time, Yugon swiftly slid his sword across the ground. He thought at least they're strong enough not to be obstacles. Looks like they won't die if trouble comes. That's reassuring. A voice called out, hey Jan, I think something's over there. This side. Han hurried over to check. He stood dumbfounded, staring at the wall, mumbling to himself. It was a strange painting covered with ancient mysterious patterns. Everyone buzzed with speculation. Is it war almost? Yugo thought silently it was his first time seeing something like this. He reached out to touch the wall, sensing something behind this door. Ha saw him sneaking and shouted, hey, you're trying to sneak in again without telling anyone. Yu replied casually, I was planning to go in alone anyway. He was annoyed. That's not the point. We're a team, right? You'd if you waited a bit. Suddenly a dreadful sound echoed, darkening the atmosphere. Sung trembled. Is that the boss? Someone else added. Its cries alone froze me. What kind of creature is that? Hagen was cautious, thinking he had info on the boss, but it really was a terrifying beast. Then he quickly said, all right, let's go in. Inside, there was no big movement at first. The boss hadn't appeared yet. Han started gathering power in his hands as everyone stepped back. They panicked when they saw a chained dragon shining with light, struggling fiercely. It glared angrily at those disturbing it. The system notification appeared. You have entered the third boss's room. It's chained behind bars, but still very aggressive. The mission popped up, defeat the chained Chimera boss. Once completed, the training ends. Hagen asked, is this the final boss of the training round? Jan thought for a long moment about his question. You mean the final boss? The system says only one person can break Chimera's chains and befriend it. If you break the crystal sealing orb, the time limit ends, and you can pass the training round regardless of its requirements. The Chimera's master gains extra points based on how many participants they kill. Sung Johan was surprised Chimera's master Elidor was curious too. So I have to hunt Chimera while protecting the crystal sealing orb from my own allies. John Chi spoke up. There are 10 of us here. It's not hard to watch each other's moves with this many. Seems manageable, right? She thought even if someone tries to outsmart us, the leader is here and no one is faster than the leader. While everyone hesitated silently, Yugon stepped forward alone. Han was startled and stopped him. What do you think you're doing? Yugon replied coldly, let me go. You can't betray us after coming this far together, can you? Han was annoyed. Have you forgotten our oath? You shouldn't solo the boss, but work with everyone to finish the training, Han said. Yugon's face darkened. I will win that bet and I will be the only one to finish this training round. Hearing this, Han was furious. What did you just say? Why do you even need that? Yu added. That's why I wanted to go alone. He drew his sword from the system. A loud explosion quickly rang out, sending rocks and dirt flying where he stood. Needless to say, Han was enraged. He shouted, Kim Yugon, system alert. The crystal sealing orb has been destroyed. The Chimera boss is released from its chains. The Chimera's master is Kim Yugon. The dragon was quickly unleashed. The barrier holding it began to dissolve. The monster's eyes blazed fiercely, and the notification appeared again, defeat Chimera has been released. It was a massive three-headed dragon shaking the ground with its power as soon as it was freed. Han gritted his teeth, glaring at Yugon. You bastard, how dare you? Yugon said nothing, just called out once. The Chimera immediately approached, waiting for its master's command. He pointed at the wall and ordered it to destroy it. The dragon swiftly smashed the wall with its claws like lightning. Yugon and Han silently watched the whole scene. Everyone nearby stepped back, pale-faced from the terrifying power of the three-headed dragon. Yugon looked at everyone. I'm controlling Chimera and it won't attack you. Now I have to face another enemy. Han blinked, confused. What? Yugon continued. Chimera is a monster created by combining countless beasts on this island. Who do you think made it? The dragon's color shifted from blue to purple. Han was dumbfounded. If Chimera isn't the real boss, then what is Yu pressed on? Whether you fight with me or not, you need to decide. Without waiting, he led the way with his dragon toward the cave entrance. Shung nervously stepped forward. What should we do now? Leader Han gritted his teeth. Let's check it out first. So his group entered the cave with him. Deeper inside, they saw grotesque corpses all around. Everyone was terrified. What is all this? Han silently stayed alert. He hadn't expected such a long path. What kind of monster lives here? Yugon calculated silently. No messages gave us info about the 4th room of the 5th training round. He was sure this was the place the boss hid. The system announced, "You have entered boss room 4. Yugon gasped. The notification said the boss had been upgraded. Yugon stepped forward. Sleeping there, on the other side, a bony hand was tirelessly sewing dragon skins. And that person was none other than the creator of Chimera. Defeat the boss. The Chimera's creator. The dragon grew more aggressive as soon as it saw him. Yugon spoke. Well, it's not the first time. The dragon creator advanced. Even if you control Chimera, you won't betray us and come to my room. He smiled slyly at Yugon. Interesting. And the guy standing over there looks like a descendant of Jot. Maybe you're just a hybrid, huh? But there's still some benefit. Hearing this, the fire of anger ignited within Han. He snapped forward, yelling, "Who the hell did you call a hybrid?" "Who's this bastard?" Yugon spoke up to explain. "I'm Mage Chen. He's a ranker who disappeared from the tower long ago." Han quickly realized he was the ranker who used to guard the 5th floor right. He thought to himself he'd heard a lot about this guy before. He'd used thousands of participants as test subjects to create chimeras by combining countless monsters. Why is someone like him in the training round, you said? Don't be surprised. He lost humiliatingly to a player and broke the tower's rules, so he lost almost all his power. That's why he was forced to become a boss in the training round for 1,000 years. And even after 1,000 years, he won't get his power back. Hearing this, the man startled and asked, "How do you know about me?" Yugon pointed to himself and asked the man. "Maybe this will jog your memory." His face full of provocation, his eyes glowing red like the great sage equal to heaven, appeared again. Not understanding what he meant, the man shouted angrily, "You bastard!" Han was shocked for a moment. "What kind of mana is that?" "I thought you said he lost his power," Yugon explained. "This is him even without full power. If he still had his ranker strength, we'd be dead in one hit." Chen yelled, "Where did you get those eyes? You bastard, are you related to that monkey?" He challenged calmly. "Why are you so angry? You locked up and experimented on the participants even though you were the gatekeeper." The man went mad, answering my question quickly. Yugon obviously wouldn't answer. "Sorry, but I'm not here to satisfy your curiosity. I'm here because I can't stand that a bastard like you is still alive." He shouted in frustration. "Damn it, what the hell?" Shung continued, "I don't know what that is, but we just need to take care of these things." Right leader Han glared fiercely at everyone. "Clear them out." As soon as Han ordered his troops quickly advance to fight the zombies. Though just stitched-up corpses, their power was terrifying. Everyone had to fight, desperately struggling against this mess. You calculated that these were chimeras that could level up. They'd start appearing in the tower within a year from now. Looks like there are many more, but it seems his experiments aren't finished yet. Thanks to Higgins' team's fighting skills, things are much easier for me. Suddenly, while thinking, a murderous aura rushed at you, forcing him to be on guard. It was a purple stone coffin, and the system showed the dark coffin skill. He grinned slyly. "This coffin can't be broken. Even chimeras can't escape once trapped. Even if I lost my power, how dare these low-level training participants underestimate me?" He continued, "I was going to turn you into a chimera too, but before he could finish, a strange noise came from the coffin. Cracks appeared, and in moments it shattered more and more. You charged fiercely, smashing it to pieces, shards flying everywhere, shouting, 'What the hell? How? I don't know how you did that.'" Suddenly, his arm grew huge. He gritted his teeth in panic. "Wait, that arm can't be. No way." At that moment, Yu's face looked like his old enemy's. Chen shouted angrily, "You bastard, what's your connection to Olympus?" Olympus was the key player Gigantoma in the battle against the giants, son of the main character of the 12 Labors and the destroyer of giants. A man who punished monsters without hesitation and was merciful to the weak. A hero with power greater than anyone else and the most respected champion. You activated the giantization skill system displayed. Your arm has integrated giant power, low proficiency. Temporary stamina stat changes strength. Stamina too low, giantization will disperse. You gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it. Even though I've absorbed the giant's heart and boosted my strength and stamina, is this really my weakness? Either way, this is enough." Chen growled in frustration. "Fine, I'll get my answers when I crush you to pieces. No matter if you're a descendant of Olympus, you're still just a puny kid." Yugon seemed truly furious, his voice cold and sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, rocks and debris erupted around him, fueled by Yugon's rage. The system announced a skill triple dark coffin. This time he aggressively shattered the coffin with his bare hands. Che also attacked. "Good, still alive. I have plenty more to hear from you." He fired a dark venom skill toward Yugon. "Remember the conversation between the two of you. What I want is giant transformation. If I can't control it properly, I have to give up on defeating the one who created the chimera. Even though he lost his power and was banished to the training ring, he's still very dangerous. The plan is still too reckless. Herculet, do you really think you can master giant transformation in just a few days? It's not that easy, but not impossible either." Thinking this, he channeled his energy and fiercely slashed at the poisonous smoke. Everything quickly dissolved into nothingness, as if it never existed. Yugon let out a relieved breath. Chen was so surprised he stammered. How is this possible? Even though he's Hercules' descendant, he can still shatter everything with that power level. Not letting him have the upper hand for long, he quickly swung his staff up. The Black Spring Thorn Wall skill was activated. Towering thorn walls appeared standing tall. Koch looked very pleased. My ultimate defense skill. Let's see how you try to break it. Before you do, your hand will. Before he could finish, a strange sound echoed. He didn't expect his trump card to be overturned so quickly, and shouted in shock. What kind of idiot is this? That thorn wall was smashed by a surge of fierce power, cracking it all over. Chen was thrown far back, and the old skeleton shattered with each impact. But after watching for a while, he saw no major movement, and secretly felt relieved. He stopped. I bet he's exhausted. He probably broke his hand trying to smash through the wall. Chen thought this and felt a sudden joy. But to his surprise, as he approached, a hand fiercely grabbed Cha's neck. That was Yugon. He didn't know how, but right now Yugon was closing in fast. Yugon kicked straight at Che, knocking him flat on his back. Even now, he seemed dazed and stunned. Not giving Che a chance to fight back, Yan punched him square in the face again, making it look like his face was about to cave in. A voice rang out. All right, keep going. If he fails with both the Tranon and Giant Transformation, then don't bother fighting him. If you succeed in getting either one, we'll let you decide. But if you manage to master both, you must defeat the Chimera's creator. Cut to Hercules group where he spoke up. Hey Ngor Hong, nothing else to say. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who defeated Chimera's creator while clearing floor 50. Ngor Hong grinned slyly. I don't need to say much. As long as I have these eyes, I can see everything. His face turned serious, and his smile faded. Meanwhile, Yan had beaten Chuden to a pulp. He lay weak on the ground, coughing harshly but still taunting. No matter how hard you try, you can't kill me. I'm immortal. Hearing this, Yugon's face twisted with disdain. You know what? He paused, then continued. You really are as tough as they say. His body was enhanced through thousands of years of dark magic experiments, making it tougher than steel. Truly, an immortal chimera. But with a body patched together from so many parts, bite marks are inevitable. Yugon was confident. As long as I have these eyes, I can see everything. He used the Golden Fire Eye skill to reveal the twisted experiments done on him. Immediately after, Yan violently broke his arm. The injured man screamed, "No way, my arm, stop, don't." Before he could finish, a wave of pain surged through him. Yugon wondered why he kept telling him to stop. Yugon spoke up. Why are you asking me to stop? Have you forgotten how many people you've torn apart? The scene shifts back to the gods. They're truly fighting Surucha to seize the fire meteor and gain gigantification by absorbing the giant's heart. In their eyes, Yugon is indeed an extraordinary being about to be born. The notification appeared. You have achieved the impossible. You defeated the original boss of the Chimera. Because you achieved the impossible, your reward calculation is temporarily on hold. The tutorial has ended, and you have successfully leveled up. Strength and agility increased by 2. Endurance and agility also increased by 1. The completion rate of the Heavenly Slayer star increased by 8.34%. Yuan was surprised, thinking he actually became a real person. Since he's considered a boss like Surucha, the rewards must be huge. I even leveled up twice and boosted some stats, thanks to increasing the Heavenly Slayer star's completion. The notification appeared. Heavenly Slayer, star, you carry the power and fate to destroy heaven itself. Rank A plus 10.3% completion, your stats will increase, based on the number and strength of enemies you kill. All stats increase by 3%. You calculate that your stats will increase every 5% completion, meaning at 100%, all your stats will get a 20-point boost. Over here, everyone looked confused. What's going on? Why did they suddenly all collapse? Is it over? They probably won't just get up on their own right. You quickly go out to share the good news with everyone. Don't worry, the boss is dead, so they won't get up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So it really was a tough battle. I thought I was done for this time. Elidor anxiously ran over to ask Han. Is anyone hurt? Someone shouted loudly. Over here, help needed. G is injured. Hearing this, Hagon's mood darkened. He silently watched his teammate slump tiredly to the ground. A hard-to-describe feeling quickly washed over him. Hagen spoke, leave the rest to me. Everyone take care of John Chi. Follow his orders quickly. Seeing you about to leave, Hagen stepped forward to block you. Kim Yu, I need to talk to you. Both their faces showed a serious look. Hagen got straight to the point. I won't ask who you are or how you know about that traitor's link to the tutorial, but because of your decision. Pausing, he continued, one of my men is badly injured. Do you really have to defeat that father boss? Just beating the Chimera would have been enough to clear the tutorial. Yun replied, normally yes. He questioned normally. You could have set the greatest record ever without doing all this. How far do you plan to go before you're satisfied? Will you only be satisfied when all your teammates are dead? Hearing this, you closed your eyes and focused deeply. He asked, going far, I wonder how far I have to go. Recalling old memories, the outer gods, gods from other worlds outside the tower, those who can't be born, their despair reaching the skies. The darkness they radiate, trapped in a swamp of death along with the foolish chaos they create. and that twilight sky was just to kill one of them, yet countless vans were lost. Even then, no one knew how many of those bastards really existed. Because of that, I must keep getting stronger. I need to purge the rot in this world and make it stronger so it won't face extinction. So to achieve that, how far must I go? Thinking this through, you honestly answered, I don't know. Haegon angrily asked again. You don't know? You replied, yes, you're looking for a team that can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, right? That's why I'm not looking for teammates, they can't walk the same path as me. Hearing this, Haegon understood. He thought so. His teammates must be incredibly strong to face all dangers together. Yugon, how harsh is the path you've chosen? At the same time, you said, forget about teaming up. If you drag me into that, who knows when this will happen again? And now that we're done talking, you quickly brushed past him and said to the admin, sorry to keep you waiting. You looked a bit serious, so I thought I'd step in. Haegon wondered, who's that? Are you homeless or something? Yugon introduced him as the guide admin, which shocked Haegon deeply. He screamed silently inside, why is a top-tier schemer like him here? Immediately, he bowed politely. I am Hapgan of Olympus Peak. Pleased to meet you, sir. The admin responded coldly with a single word. You spoke up. Don't be like that. You should greet him properly. He has nothing to do with that matter. The admin shot him a glare full of annoyance. Just thinking about all my current tasks makes me want to tear that old man apart. And on top of that, just the thought of having to listen to complaints from those guys, because of you, he sighed in frustration. The contract to create the boss for the guide section of the Chimera's creator was 10000 years. Yet in the end, he died before I could even prepare the next boss. The admin couldn't help but glare sideways at you. Thanks to someone, the guide section's workload is about to get a lot lighter. You lost patience. You came here just to complain. Just hand me the reward already. He pulled out the item while grumbling. You look calm, but you're really impatient. How you use it is completely up to you. How you protect it is also your call. This is the Black Holy Crystal, a shard containing the darkness of the origin. It holds magic with infinite dark properties. The shard is still unrefined. Only a skilled artisan can unlock its true power. You stared at the item in your hand, still stunned. The Black Holy Crystal. It's also known as a shard of Hades' invisibility helmet, one of Olympus's 8 great relics. The invisibility helmet was one of his equipment and one of Olympus's strongest artifacts. The essential material to craft the helmet is the Black Holy Crystal. Yu thought to himself, this is one of the items I must find after going back in time, but I didn't expect to get it this early. Now I know where the Black Holy Crystal is, only the lightning shard remains. Suddenly noticing you staring at him, Han asked, what's up? Yugon thought I'll probably get it sooner than planned. The admin continued, satisfied now. Since you've met the requirements, you'll be sent to the tower. Everyone else will also receive rewards based on their contribution points. Black Gan, your reward won't be bad. He was delighted. Thank you, admin. The admin looked at you and said, this will be our last meeting up here. Surely you don't plan on causing as much trouble as you did down there. Where exactly? Yugon replied calmly, I'm not sure. The admin quickly caught on, it didn't sound like you were just talking nonsense. He guessed that now that you have that item, you'll probably cause even more chaos. If you're going to cause trouble anyway, might as well shake the whole tower. No sooner said than done, you vanished quickly. Not sure if you heard what he said. The time notification bar appeared. The clock kept running and you were still at the top of the leaderboard. After this mission, you earned 6, 7, 4, 8 points. Since you set a new record, you received an additional 5,000,000 points. Jan's inventory seemed quite full now. Something was vibrating. The system notified you had obtained the certificate of an unknown creature. The notification bar appeared, welcome to the first floor. You just arrived and were already thinking about your reward during teleportation. Besides points, what else could there be? You saw the egg in your inventory and got annoyed. It didn't even have a name. What kind of useless junk is this? At the same time, Hagen quickly landed just moments after you. Outside the first floor, the starting area, 2 men far away talked what new recruits looks like. There's still plenty of time before the guide section ends, right? Already here, you scanned the other contestants who were now players. Probably quite a few people came from various places to recruit new players. Hagon looked around, puzzled by the outfits of those here. Just by glancing, he realized Olympus had come here too. I recognized some familiar faces. Then he asked, what about Gui? Do you plan to join any of them? Yugon replied coldly, not sure. Hagen spoke up, knew it. If you won't even join a team, of course, you won't join Gui either. Since I lost badly, I'll keep my promise. Remember earlier when the admin acted towards me? He asked curiously. By the way, what happened between the admin and Olympus just now? Hearing that you fell silent for a moment, Yu asked back. Olympus, you mentioned, seems like a place that always acts for justice and maintains order inside the tower, right? Hagen still didn't get it and asked again, what do you mean? But you still didn't say it. To truly understand people's nature, you should discover it yourself little by little. I doubt you'd believe me anyway. Hagen shouted loudly behind you. Hey, are you just going to leave like that? When you enter the town, register as a player at least. That way at least we can keep in touch. He seemed genuinely worried for you, not forgetting to remind you one last time. Also, watch out for those dogs. Yugon didn't look back but waved to show he understood and said goodbye. He stood watching you walk away, unaware of a shadow behind him. Suddenly a voice rang out. I am Agamemnon here, to witness one of legendary bloodline. Hagen turned around. You're here, he continued. I think we've met before. Agamemnon bowed respectfully. Thank you for remembering me. Hagan replied. You're a disciple of Ares, right? I heard he just became a high-ranking schemer. Please send my regards to him, he said. Thank you, sir. Agamemnon continued. However, Lord Ares values lineage above all. He ordered me not to deliver any messages from him until he finds his birth mother. Hgon was shocked. What? His tone turned mocking. You know the sky god isn't really interested in kids. And since you don't know who your mother is yet, Han angrily snapped back at his fury. He just bowed his head gently. Please don't act like that. I'm sure you know Ares' temper well. The lineage is something he created himself. Hopefully one day you'll start your own family. Han gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard was rubbing salt in the wound. But really, the one who looked down on him wasn't this guy, but the eccentric Ares. If I pick a fight with him, my ties with Olympus Peak are done for. He quickly calmed down. All right, I forgive you, Agamemnon said respectfully. Yes, sir. He was curious. By the way, who was the person who left earlier with you? Seeing you leave alone, he must not be part of your team, right? He stammered as soon as you were mentioned. That guy, is he a friend? Yeah, kind of like a friend. Agamemnon wondered. Kind of a friend. Speaking of wild dogs, that's the nickname for those who gave up climbing to the next floor. They focus on robbing and killing new players at the starting area. Their favorite prey are players not yet joined to GUI. They call the time after the tutorial ends the harvest period. Yugon calculated they've already started tailing me. Thanks to my sharp senses without needing the Fire Eye Star, I spotted about 20 of them. You read about the Black Holy Crystal's uses. It's a shard containing the darkness of the origin. It holds magic with infinite dark properties. The shard is still unrefined. Only a skilled artisan can unlock its true power. Yugon was intrigued. Wild dogs, huh? Perfect targets to test my invisibility. Just as you predicted, sharp eyes behind you kept watching your every move. The dogs chatted. The tutorial ended already, even faster than we expected. That's a record, meaning many will have great gear now. Their leader is called Chief Fascio. They calculated among themselves, he's not the type to tail someone right. No companions either. Something's off. Maybe just let him go. Why should we let him go? Don't you know that's a fiery astroblast? What? That means we hit the jackpot. Go for it, leader. But there's one problem, you suddenly vanished without a trace. Fao looked stunned. That guy disappeared already. What, he was just standing right here. Without letting them wait, you quickly struck from behind, causing the whole group to panic and scream. The leader shouted in fear, enemy. Around them, the wolves' screams pierced the air. They quickly fell into chaos. The leader yelled angrily, who the hell are you? Show yourself, I said, show yourself. Your lackeys are scattering and so are ours. Leader, I think he's just bait. How else could a rookie suddenly have astrological heat energy? That wolf used Hawkeye skill to scout the situation. Isn't that an illusion skill? They panicked. Leader, let's retreat. Fatao was confused. How could a rookie just entering the tower use invisibility? It made no sense. You acted decisively, one strike successfully chopping off their heads. But how could you let any of them escape? Yugun decided to hunt down these hounds to the last. After being caught, Fatao trembled, thinking this guy isn't just prey, he's the sword that can kill us. This player came from the upper floors. Yu growled, don't bother running, it's useless. I'll catch you anyway. Fao kept thinking he'll be punished for interfering on floor 1, so why fight us? You narrowed your eyes. I have some questions for you. Answer honestly and I'll let you go, Fadio shouted boldly. I'd rather die. Before he finished, you fiercely kicked near his leg, spraying blood everywhere. You threatened, keep resisting, and I'll make sure you neither live nor die. Got it. Now truly scared, he lowered his voice. I'll tell everything. You cut straight to the point. Do you know where Mu Unshan is? Hearing this, Fatio reacted sharply. How do you know that name? You smirked slyly, full of pride. First try and already hit the mark. Cut to night in a quiet town. Inside a house, food and warm tea were laid out on a lavish table. This was floor 1, the central area. You sat alone observing. You thought this was one of the few perks of going back in time. Luckily, you got the info fast, so you had some free time. The fatigue from fighting hard was fading. Watching the townsfolk gather and trade, a peaceful feeling spread through you. You wondered what kind of world everyone else was living in. The image of 2 clinking glasses flashed in Jan's mind. You remembered the old days when you and 2 friends shared moments like this. Back then, your smile was genuinely bright. Those were carefree days. Then you pulled yourself back to reality. Enough with the sentimentality. Let's see. This thing works on quitters like those wild dogs. But it's still not perfect invisibility like the invisibility hat. Maybe my skill is still weak, and it's partly because it's unrefined. If the shard's power is amplified, invisibility won't mean a thing. I don't know its limits yet, but first I have to refine it. The reason the one who rules the skies and carries the king of Olympus has the lightning shard. Hades never fights without his invisibility hat. These treasures ensure Olympus stands strong now and in the future. And the only one who can refine something like this is thinking of that you felt a bit happy. It's been a long time since I last saw him. The person you meant seemed to be a blacksmith. He was still hard at work. Yoon called him uncle. Player tools are powered by the owner's mana. After registering unique mana at the ranking office, player info and numbers appear on equipment. Basic item classification, internet browsing ability, and item communication with other players. A very important item inside the tower. Yug held the item in his hand, thinking he had already registered as a player. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it should be somewhere around here. Could it be down that path? Huh, what the hell? Sorry, sir, please spare me some points. The person trembled as he stepped closer. Please, my child is starving. Seeing you still didn't react, he finally lost patience and revealed his true nature. Hey, you gonna puke it all out? Before he finished, you spun around and struck. Turns out they were a gang of thieves. The others panicked and shouted when their comrade was knocked down, then scattered. Michael, you bastard, how dare you mess with our crew? Yugon's face darkened as he swung at the shouting fat guy, sneering. If life's tough, crawl your way up instead of taking it out on others. You said that while handling them all alone. After dealing with the thieves, you continued your search for something. After reaching a large alley, you spotted a sign in your mind and thought, got it. You stepped inside and loudly called out, anyone here? A wave of heat hit him. It felt like a steam house in here. A voice echoed from inside the room. Didn't you say you were busy this morning? Vunkaro quickly stepped out from the room, seeing you. The man couldn't hide his confusion. Huh, what the hell? Vunkaro asked, loudly puzzled. That's the astrologer's heat chamber. You don't look like you belong around here. Are you lost? Yugon looked around at the weapons and replied, no, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. But this isn't a forge. He was surprised. What you want to buy gear? If you think that junk is good, go ahead. But I doubt it's better than your current gear. You picked up a sword. It was dull, roughly made, no sharp edges, more like a blunt weapon than a sword. You judged it all to be trash. Looks like he's not so great at messing things up after all. Your name's Vunkaro, right, uncle? His eyes quickly showed irritation, his whole body radiating menace. Who sent you here? But Yugon stayed calm. No need to be so wary. You introduced yourself. I'm just a player who just stepped onto the first floor. Vunkaro thought to himself the highest floor he'd conquered was 1, so you weren't lying. Yugon sighed, thinking if that guy swung his hammer, disaster would strike. And if I dared call him by his real name, that hammer would fly straight at me. Better to be cautious. The uncle asked, so what do you want? You quickly stated your purpose for coming. Nothing much, I want to entrust you with an item. Vunkaro got excited as soon as he saw it. Can I take a closer look? He gasped, mouth wide open. It was an unrefined crystal. You asked, do you think you can refine it? Vunkaro examined it carefully. Of course I can. But where did you get this? You didn't hide it. It's a reward for completing my tutorial. He shouted in surprise. What, you got this from the tutorial? Come to think of it, the tutorial should still be ongoing, right? How many days did it take you to finish? Yug said about 5 days and 2 hours. I ranked first. Vunkaro immediately knew this was a new record. No wonder you had such expensive gear on just the first floor. You're definitely not an ordinary person. Then he added, I can only refine it though. Using cheap materials will damage it. You need a material capable of handling this crystal's power. But look at the state of the gear here and you still trust me with this, you replied calmly. Yes. He clenched his fist and muttered, you're crazy. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Yan, half joked, half serious. I don't look that bad, do I? If you wanted the crystal, I'd already see greed in your eyes. Right now, all I see is excitement. And I don't think you'd screw this up. Don't let the looks fool you, I'm picky. While the old man was fumbling, he swung the dull sword back and forth to test it. Perfectly balanced. This isn't something you can make just with time and good materials. Only the experience and skill of a master blacksmith can create this. Such a talented blacksmith left abandoned in a backwater like this. You thought this and spoke up. You might wear down the blade or make a cheap handle, but habits die hard. You forgot to ruin the sword's balance. Hearing this, the old man suddenly froze. Then Varro burst out laughing. You're quite the interesting one. Are you a purebred? Which guild are you from? Yugi said, I don't belong to any guild, but maybe I sound like a purebred. The old man laughed heartily. What do you mean by sound like? Why not? Fine, I'll accept your request, since you trusted me with it. I'll refine it with all my skill. But I have one condition. His expression turned serious. You must keep secret that this was refined and where it was refined. Can you do that? A faint smile appeared on Yu's lips. Of course. Cut to a food stall in the city. A hot, hearty meal was placed on the table. Yugon used 3 points to buy this breakfast for 1. He ate while thinking. I gave him the number already. Now I just have to wait. He said it would take about 10 days. I need to stay on this floor for a while anyway, so waiting that long is fine. Based on what I learned from catching those wild dogs, their training will happen in 2 days. Killing them all myself would be easiest. But since I can't do that yet, before he could finish eating, a familiar figure quickly sat across from him. Yu was surprised. How did he find this place? Han said casually. I just asked around the inns for someone named Kim Yugon. I have a wide network, just used a bit of influence. You thought Olympus probably has the most influence on the first floor, and since he's Rot's son, it wouldn't be hard, Han asked. You registered your Game Gear right. Give me your number. You joked as he punched in the digits. Never thought I'd get asked for my number by a guy. Han shouted. So you do know how to joke. I thought you were all dull from start to finish. Looks like you're in a good mood today, so I'll say a few more things, but I don't dare call myself funny. So when do you plan to climb the tower? Han answered while eating. In about 5 days, I want to level up in the outer zones first. I want to improve team coordination, so I need some time. Yugen replied just to be polite. Is that so? Yugam suggested. Then come do something with me. Han was curious. Something? What is it? He asked. I want to wipe out those wild dogs. Han said casually. Wild dogs. Taking care of them alone is already a problem, and with only 10 of us, I don't think it's possible. Yugon interrupted. Not 10, just 2, me and you. Hearing this, Han paused to size him up. He said urgently, wait, I need more info. Yugon stayed calm. It's still a bit early. Come back the night after tomorrow, I'll tell you then. If not, I'll have to do it alone. Han tried to suppress his excitement. No, let's do it together, then meet the night after tomorrow. Then he quickly stood up. All right, see you then. Yu was surprised. Leaving so soon, Han looked serious. If I want time, I have to hurry. I'll leave early today. Yugo exhaled. He really valued the team he built during the tutorial. Level them up and climb the tower together. He's pretty dedicated. You keep calculating then. Looks like I kept you waiting. You said I'm done here. Why didn't you say you had business with me? The man spoke, suddenly surprised to see Han appear. He stepped forward to greet. Is this our first meeting? Nice to meet you. I'm from Olympus. Do you have time to talk? Yugon wondered. Hagen is the heir of the Sky Ruler. Shouldn't he at least say hello? Agamen sat down directly. I came here to see you, so I can't be blamed. Yun heard you ranked first in this guide, while Lord Hagon only got second. They say the gap between first and second is huge. People even say a dragon and a monster entered the tower. Yujun politely replied, truly a sincere compliment. Thank you, sir. He took a sip of tea. Lord Hakgan said the two are like friends, really like friends. Sounds strange. Yu answered casually. Not exactly. He thought in surprise. Does he want to be friends? Probably wants to get close to me. Well, I have nothing to lose. Agamen continued. Yet you still didn't team up with Han. That was a smart decision. Relationships built during the guide rarely last long. Not many want to climb the tower, and even fewer become schemers. But you're different. You have the potential to surpass a schemer and become a high-level schemer, a great entity in the tower. So don't you think you should find someone suitable to climb with join Olympus? Under Lord Ares' protection, we can prepare anything you ask. Lord Ares is different from those lowlifes who don't even know their own mother. He's the son of Madame Hera and the Fallen Lord. Great entities who became high-level schemers long ago. Become Lord Ares' man. That's better than joining some half-breed. Yun looked displeased. Stop it. He said nothing more, just tilted his head back and took a big sip of tea, thinking silently. Olympus really puts effort into recruiting rookies. But thinking this through, he put everything down and continued. Thanks for the tea. I'll take my leave now. Agamen was very surprised by this attitude. He couldn't help but ask, are you refusing an offer from Olympus? Yu calmly said. Yes, I'm not joining. Even a personal request from the fallen god's son I refused. So why would I join you? I don't even know my own mother. What's low about that? Half-breed Hera and Ares are his parents. Not yours, is it? Agamen didn't expect such sharp words from him. He was so angry his face bulged with veins. What the hell? Pausing, he said, you cut me off fast, but I have only one answer. I refuse to join you lowlifes. Right after Jan quickly left, leaving him alone. His anger flared up, and after a long silence, a worried voice called out. Are you okay, Lord Agamen? He asked grimly. How many wild dogs can we call? The voice sounded surprised. Those wild dogs don't tell me you plan to. The person gasped. Right now the wild dogs are gathering. We have to finish that first before assembling the troops. He was angry. Killing just one rookie needs this much prep. The other spoke up. Please reconsider. He set a new record and even beat Lord Hakgan. Do you really think a few wild dogs can handle him? Agamen sighed and stood. Then prepare about 100. He ordered cruelly. When this harvest ends, we'll kill Kim Yugon. 2 days later was the day Yugon and Hagon met. He always asked about the plan. So how do you plan to kill those wild dogs? He said, first I have to meet someone. It took me a while to find his location. Hagen hurried after curious. Who do you need to meet? Yun replied, just follow me for now. His eyes suddenly turned red for some reason. Hagen thought silently those eyes again. He recalled what Chen said in his room. That bastard, are you the same kind as that monkey? He was clearly referring to the great sage equal to Heaven's son Wukong. Hagen knew he was the most talented fighter in the history of the games. Since starting to climb the tower, he took less than 100 years to become a high-level schemer. But Yugon didn't just control fire like Wukong, he was also like Apollo. Watching Yun's back, Hagen wondered, who is this guy really? Could it be that the reason he didn't join Olympus is because he's already a member somewhere else? Looking at your arm, I just remembered he can also giant size himself. That's a skill only Hercules has. You have to kill tens of thousands of giants to earn it. But every giant has that skill. Could Yugon be from the giant tribe? If that's why he didn't join Olympus, then suddenly a voice cuts through his thoughts. Hagen was lost in thought, unaware they had reached a door. Before opening it, U-World reminded him to behave properly inside. Han wondered, behave properly, what do you mean? Without explaining, he called out loudly to the shopkeeper, then stepped inside. A voice inside shouted, sorry, we're closed, but if you're looking for something, please leave your name and number. I'll get back to you tomorrow, he said. Mu Unan. His hand suddenly froze and Yun continued. I'm looking for someone named Mu Unchan. Suddenly, the man bolted, cursing under his breath. Damn it, Yugon quickly gave chase. Where do you think you're going? Though he ran first, Yu swiftly grabbed the back of his neck. His hand moved fast, pulling a knife and slashing toward Yu. But Yu didn't give him a chance. He kicked hard, knocking the man to the ground. Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, glowing with killing intent, as he coldly ordered, don't move. The spot where the man fell suddenly exploded with a huge hole. The man named Unan bared his teeth in shock, thinking, damn, how is he this strong? Yu quickly confirmed his identity. His real name was Mu Unchan, alias Namun, a player from the martial realm who had quit climbing the tower. His eyes flashed a threatening glare. He's the king of the wild dogs, Unchan shouted. Why are you doing this to me? You've got the wrong person. Yu exposed him. Wrong, monkey. Then why did you try to run just now? The man trembled in pain, trying to explain. Because your eyes look terrifying. Yu stepped forward with a smirk. Are you sure this is the guy you're looking for? Just because he tried to run doesn't mean he's the king of the wild dogs. That's a bit much. He looks weak anyway. Yu quickly explained. Does this look like an ordinary knife to you? Look closely at the ground where he fell. Han was surprised. It's melting. Poison Yu replied. Yes, it's a powerful toxin from the upper floors. Using it on other players is banned. Getting this stuff is already tough, and you need a permit from the guild. Could a regular shop owner have something like this? Not to mention, he always hides it tightly up his sleeve. At that moment, the man revealed his true face. Where did you get this info? How do you know my real identity? More importantly, how do you know my name? Hagan was startled by his face and voice. From a young guy to an old man now. Yugun calmly replied, I don't know. How did I find out? He growled, You're fearless, aren't you? If only you knew who's backing me. Then he suddenly studied Hagen's face closely. Your hair and eyes. Could you be the one I vaguely remember? You told me to behave properly inside, right? Han realized that's what he meant by behaving properly. Thinking that he quickly gathered his inner power. Yellow lightning crackled, enveloping the area. Unchan understood. So Olympus has betrayed me. Han was shocked by this statement. Yu continued. Calling it betrayal might be too much. We just want a favor. You just accepted a request from Agamemnon, didn't you? He quickly admitted, yes. So what you pressed on. Right now the Sky Ruler is concerned about some issues on the first floor. His son just finished training. How long are you going to be Agamemnon's lapdog on this floor? His son just finished the tutorial. So how long are you going to keep being Agamemnon's lapdog on the first floor? He's not even one of the three great gods. Agamemnon is just a rookie climbing up to a high-level schemer. If things go well, the ruler of the sky himself will protect your pack of wild dogs. Hagen fell silent, still dazed and thinking. What the hell is he talking about? You kept trying to persuade him. If you do well, you might even get a key position in Olympus. Anan seemed convinced. So what do you need from me? How can I help you? Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Yugun started investigating him. How many wild dogs do you have in total? Anan asked. About 1,000. He handed over a paper. Gather them all here by midnight tomorrow. Yun added, don't let anyone from Agamemnon or Ares find out. That'll be better for you. Can you do that? Then he stepped forward, patted Hagen, who was still frozen, and said, let's go. It seemed like he had many questions he wanted answered. The two went to a nearby bar. Han said, you're really good at pretending to be close with other people's dads. He shouted angrily, explain everything. Don't leave out a single detail. Yun was calm, just telling it like it was. The wild dogs and Olympus are working together. Hagen trembled with anger. You think I'll just believe that? No way. They're just using the name Olympus. Seeing him so worked up, Olympus spoke up. Han, I don't know what your Olympus is like, but it's time you see the real face of Olympus. Stop looking through rose-colored glasses. At that, his face quickly darkened. Hagen seriously pieced together the events, recalling the administrator's words. Thinking about all the mess I just took on, I just want to rip that old man's beard off. Silently confirmed his ties. Has Olympus betrayed me? And Yugon said, if you want to know everyone's true nature, you have to find out yourself. I told you, but you wouldn't believe it. Hagen muttered about Olympus's true face. 2 days later, Yugon sat alone, deep in thought. He seemed to be waiting for someone. A sound of footsteps made him frown. If you'd been any later, I'd have left already. Have you made up your mind? Han asked. I was born and raised in Olympus. Olympus is my home and family, and my father is a hero. I don't have many memories of my mother. I can't even remember her face, but I remember her voice and something she told me. Son, don't ever forget the pride of Olympus. Olympus is my pride. I've thought it through. Even if this is wrong, even if I'm betraying Olympus. Yugon interrupted. Is that your decision? Hagen didn't answer, but continued. Yugon, whether you're right or not, those wild dogs must be eliminated. They're parasites on this first floor, and if they're Olympus's dirty secret, I'll personally wipe them out forever. Saying this, Hagen's face grew fierce, a fierce aura radiating from him. Then the two headed to a vast dark cave deep inside. The place was lit by small torches mounted on the walls. Countless yellow eyes stood there, all the wild dogs gathered. They whispered among themselves, "Damn, this place is huge. It's big but so damp, and the floor's all mud. I didn't expect our wild dogs to be this many. At least 1,000 here, but that's because we're spread out everywhere. This is the first time we've all gathered. I heard the other team got Flog's venom. What, that's worth 10000 points. Unbelievable, our team didn't find anything this time." After a while, the Wild Dog King finally arrived and loudly asked, "Is everyone here yet?" Quickly, they stopped their talks, lined up neatly, and bowed. Anon scanned them, then nodded, satisfied, and said, "Raise your heads." They whispered below, "Whoa, is the captain really Moonshon? I've never seen him show up before. Why now?" Then he aggressively drew his sword, raised it high, and declared. The leader shouted, "Shut up, all of you." Anon continued, "We have a mission to complete, and everyone must participate. I guarantee it won't be easy. But I promise you this, after today we'll rise all the way to the sky." The whole group cheered loudly. Anon continued, "Let me introduce to you the ones backing me this time." As he finished speaking, two tall figures wearing masks stepped forward. Unan turned, bowed respectfully, and thanked them for coming all this way. "Though it's just a small gift, I hope you'll accept this Ozga money." He explained briefly. Ozga money is a currency created from the Ozga realm. You can use it to buy points, and treat it like real money. Anon continued, "Each bill is worth 1000 points and comes from this harvest." One of them was Yugon. He thought that since it was controlled by Ozga, its value could be guaranteed. Then he spoke up. "Are you sure this is everything?" Unan quickly replied. "Yes, sir." Yu smiled with satisfaction. Just a glance told him this place was worth at least hundreds of thousands of points. So he's fully switched sides now. Agamem must be eagerly waiting for this money. He quickly stored it in his system, then said, "Understood, thank you for the gift." Unan bowed. "No problem, sir." Then he asked, "So, what do you want us to do now?" Yu didn't beat around the bush and laid his cards on the table before saying goodbye. With a snap of his fingers, the entire area was engulfed in flames. This was the great heat fire skill. The wild dog screamed in panic. "Ah, what is this?" Unshan couldn't react in time, shouting in horror, wondering how the fire spread so fast. Could the liquid on the ground actually be oil, not water? But he didn't smell anything. They kept screaming, "It's too hot, get out everyone, get outside." Only then did he realize the substance on the ground was odorless powder. Unan's eyes burned with hatred as he glared at him. "Damn it, what do you think you're doing?" Yu replied coolly. "Looks like we're just cleaning up trash." Unan stammered, "You guys, you're not from Olympus." Hagen aggressively stabbed at a wild dog nearby. "No, I'm from Olympus." Unan was puzzled. "Then why are you attacking us?" Han raged. "Because you're Olympus's scum, I'll wipe you out myself." Yugon joined the massacre, swinging his sword fiercely like a grim reaper, killing dozens at once. Unshan shouted, "Disgusting, I'll kill you all." Then he ordered quickly, "Brothers, attack." There were only two of them, but their overwhelming presence terrified him. "Damn it, we're doomed, they're going to wipe us out. Agamen, we have to contact Lord Agamen quickly." Thinking this, he hurriedly took out a communication orb. But things didn't go as Unan planned. His message wouldn't send, leaving him puzzled. Unan screamed in despair. "Why won't the message send? Why isn't it working?" Yugon explained, "Do you think it would work normally in this chaos? Player devices send messages encoded in magical text, so in an area flooded with magic like this, they become useless." This news made his heart skip a beat. Unan stood there watching his comrades slowly swallowed by the flames. With no way out, he charged recklessly. Unan lunged at him, cursing non-stop. "You're dead meat." His aged, withered face struggled against death, looking grotesque. Yugon stood still, then stared straight at him with wide red eyes. Unan was terrified inside, unable to move. Yugon quickly spun and slashed, glaring at the Wild Dog King. "Unshan, it's time to say goodbye." As he finished, his sword struck fiercely. After finishing, the leader approached Han, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Han sighed in relief. "What about you? We just killed thousands together." Yun was surprised. "So he's not tired but feels guilty." He replied calmly, "I'm fine." Yun judged he didn't look like a seasoned fighter. Maybe he wasn't used to killing, which was natural. Hagen asked, "How can you be so indifferent?" Yugon added, "Killing, stealing, kidnapping, slavery, that's how wild dogs make money. Killing one means I can save dozens, even hundreds. So why hesitate?" Hagen continued, "You're right about that," but Yen cut in. "Of course, some find it easier to ignore their half-hearted sins." Hearing this, Hagen was momentarily stunned and silent. He slowly stood up. "You're sharp-tongued for someone like you, Yuan. Throwing shade isn't your style either," you said casually. "Is that a compliment?" Han laughed, clutching his head. It is. I've noticed before, but this guy's mental endurance is impressive. Just a few words from me, and he's already composed. You really fit the tired lifestyle, huh? Han teased lightly. You're the one who's not what you seem. You don't exactly come off as a do-gooder. You shrugged. I'll take that as a compliment, Han added. It is one. Doing something costly without any gain isn't easy. Like in the tutorial, you always act with a broader vision than me. I was taught that stuff for a greater cause. Yu's face darkened. He didn't expect him to casually say such embarrassing things. But you're wrong about one thing. Of course there's profit, he said as he pulled out a thick wad of cash. Haegon was startled and stammered. That Yun continued. You played a pretty important role in this. So, you planning to take it? If you're not into dirty money, feel free to refuse. Han's eyes glazed over at the sight of the cash, mechanically replying. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of those bills. Just give me a little then. Yu was satisfied. That's more like it, you said. Alright, I've got a question. You ranked second in the tutorial, right? Haegon blinked. Yeah, so your face suddenly turned serious. What was your reward? Meanwhile, a furious hand slammed the table, shouting. Why? Agamemnon roared. Why can't I reach him? His subordinate stammered in panic. I'm not sure, sir. I messaged Unchan, but Agamemnon thought grimly. Unless he's gone mad, how could he dare betray me and run? At that moment, another subordinate burst in shouting, Lord Agamemnon, we found the wild dogs, but you should see it yourself. They rushed to the scene. Bodies burned beyond recognition lay everywhere. Agamemnon trembled. What is this? He sweated nervously, guessing. Could even Unchan be? The subordinate quickly reported. Yes, sir, he's among them. Agamemnon hurriedly asked. What about the money collected? Not knowing the whereabouts of his large sum, he screamed in rage, eyes bloodshot, then turned to Yugon, who was counting his haul, 384,000 points, a staggering amount. Only rankers dream of this much, and this was split with Haegon. Thanks to that, I don't have to worry about food or rent anymore. Wish I could go to Asga and exchange these points now. But if I do, Olympus will trace me as the one who wiped out the wild dogs. Messing with the chaos on floor 1 won't end well for Cam. This might not be enough to buy crafting materials, but it should get me the core ingredients for the Black Holy Crystal. That means I can craft items earlier than planned. The Black Holy Crystal is the highest ranked item I own. By now it's probably taking shape in the hands of the tower's greatest blacksmith. Thinking this, he channeled his energy into his hand to gauge its power. He examined the nameless egg. There was no way to tell what would hatch or how to make it hatch. It's incubated %. Yu pondered. This description sounds like a riddle. Where am I supposed to use this thing now? A half-crafted item might have unclear descriptions since it's incomplete, but I've never seen an egg described like this before. Haegan ranked second and got the Thunder Emperor's gloves. Those gloves are high-level gear, even usable by the Van Corps. If that's the standard, then this can't be an ordinary item. It might even rival or surpass the Black Holy Crystal. Frustrated, he rubbed his head and sighed, unable to figure it out. Suddenly, he took a closer look at the egg and was startled. Wait, what are these patterns? I definitely didn't see them before. He flipped it over and examined it carefully again. He had seen them before. Outer World Divine Mark. At the same time, a notification popped up, welcoming him. Yugon was still puzzled. What is that? After resting a bit, he headed to the blacksmith's place. It was still quiet, no one around. Yugon sighed deeply. So much has happened these past few days. He wondered if whatever hatches from the egg would be an ally or a force that could destroy the world again. Most creatures hatched from eggs bond with the first being they see and stay with during incubation. That's why some rankers go through the trouble of finding legendary beasts' eggs to hatch them into companions. If this egg develops the same way, then this gamble is huge, beyond belief. He told himself not to overthink it. Worrying won't change a thing. For now, focus on what's right in front of you. Then you stopped thinking and stepped forward. It's me. As soon as he saw you, he greeted cheerfully. You're here already. Von Caro's hands kept working. He placed the crystal on the table and said, honestly, this thing is insanely tough. I called you here because I have a question. Show me the weapons and armor you're using. If you're using a sword, what kind of sword is it? Length, thickness. If it's a spear, what kind of armor? How heavy? You asked. Why do you want to know? Von Caro explained, I have some byproduct from this crystal. I want to use it to craft an item. This crystal is so powerful that this powder is worth more than most crystals in the world. He recalled silently. Right, the scythe Hades used was made from dust refined from the invisibility helmet shards, wasn't it? He wondered. But doesn't he need a material that matches it? Von Caro quickly stood up. Though there's no adamantium, I have something similar. Since it's dust from the crystal, midrin should work. This is about 4 pounds. Not much, but mixed together, it should be enough to make a piece of equipment. The note popped up. Midrin isn't the hardest metal, but has excellent mana conductivity. It's rare and can even hold magic depending on how it's refined and classified. Just by looking, he knew this metal was pricey. Half a pound mixed with others could make great gear, so 4 pounds must be worth at least 3,000,000 points. With the money from those wild dogs, he had enough. But he couldn't do it now. Too bad, but he could only afford a third of it for now. Seeing him hesitate, the old man quickly understood and suggested, "I'll let you put it on credit." Yugun was surprised. "Credit? What if I run off without paying?" The old man laughed. "If you want to craft something from this, that's my greed. Besides, I'm the one who suggested it, so if you take the gear and don't pay, I won't hold a grudge. Plus, what you left here is worth dozens of times more than this dumb midran dust. Actually, at this point, that item can't even be converted into points anymore. Since you trusted me with it, isn't it only fair I do the same?" Yu was momentarily stunned by his words. The old man was just like he remembered. Then he smiled warmly and pulled a sword from his system, placing it in front of the old man. Von Caro couldn't hide his amazement. Yu handed it over and said, "I need a sword. As long as it's not too heavy to hold, weight doesn't matter. The shape and length like this sword are fine." Vero laughed happily, his face full of confidence. "A sword, huh? That's my specialty." Time flew by quickly. A week later, at the Olympus Guild branch, Agamemnon was pacing back and forth, likely plotting something. He grinned smugly, never expecting such an opportunity to come his way. The downfall of the wild dogs was just a test from the tower to lead him to a greater chance. "As long as I complete this task, not only will my past mistakes be forgiven, but the ruler of the skies might even notice me." A subordinate stepped forward to report, "Sir Agamemnon, we've gathered all players between floors 1 and 10. The number is around 200, he continued. "What about reinforcements?" The subordinate quickly reported, "After calculating the tower's limits and admin intervention, a suitable reinforcement has just arrived." Agamemnon sheathed his sword with satisfaction and exclaimed, "Perfect." Then he shouted, "Army of Olympus Peak, let's move out." Agamemnon ordered, "From now on we hunt down a criminal. Meanwhile you're still fighting those huge beasts. There's a jaguar's corpse right at Yugon's feet." A notification popped up. The completion rate of the Death Star increased by 0.006%. He thought to himself, farming this is really slow. And that's after 10 days of just killing monsters while waiting for the refined crystal. Then the Death Star guide appeared. "You possess the fate and power to destroy heaven itself. From now on your fate and value will change based on the lives you take. Your stats will increase according to the number and value of enemies you kill. All stats increase." Yugon calculated, "Looks like the completion rate I can raise on this floor is limited. Plus, hunting endlessly only got me 1 level up. Well, better than sitting idle." Suddenly his comm sphere rang, cutting through Yugon's thoughts. "You have a new message from Von Caro," the man announced excitedly. "I've finished refining it, come quick." On this side, he was admiring his masterpiece with great satisfaction. "It really is beautiful. No matter how long I look, I never get tired of it. Who'd have thought I'd see this light a second time? I want to craft a perfect item with this, but maybe it's impossible now." The crystal polished over and over by him shone brighter and more dazzling. Just as he admired the masterpiece, a noise came from outside. Von Caro frowned because he quickly noticed the sound. Then he stormed over, grabbing his hammer angrily. Why now of all times? Even though I knew Kyo would come today, couldn't I have had one more day? Thinking that, he drew back the curtain and stepped outside. Waiting for him was a powerful army from Olympus. Agamemnon shouted, "Never thought you'd be hiding in such a dump, no wonder it took us so long to find you." Von Caro felt uneasy inside. "You're disturbing the neighbors. What's the reason for dragging yourselves all the way here?" he asked a sarcastic question. "The traitor Hephaestus." Before he finished, a sword was aggressively pointed at him. The soldiers were startled. "What?" "Hephaestus Olympus, Peak's blacksmith. I thought this mission was to deal with the rookie causing chaos on floor 1. Turns out it's a rancor." One of them spoke up. "How can you catch a rancor? Even though we outnumber them," Agamemnon reassured his troops not to fear. "Vaner's power is heavily limited on this floor." Hearing this, Von Caro glared and slammed his hammer down fiercely at them. "Limited power, don't make me laugh. If you're so tough, come here, I'll crush every last one of you." Agamemnon sneered slyly. "You're crippled after punishment from the Sky Ruler, wearing no armor, and still dare call yourself a rancor. Not to mention we have rancors too. The one I just introduced is a high-ranking rancor under Apollo Crisis." Hearing that name, Von Caro was momentarily shocked. "Crisis, you're already a rancor. You know how severe the punishment is for meddling on floor 1, right?" He remained calm. "You're a rancor too, so what?" Von Caro angrily raised his hammer, charging his power. "You guys sure know how to cook up some dirty tactics." Then he glared fiercely at the enemy and shouted, "Bring it on!" Crisis, seeing this, immediately grew cautious. Both sides quickly clashed, light and storms erupting around Von Caro's place. The soldiers couldn't withstand this power. His energy was so immense, it made them scream in pain. King Caro looked like a raging thunder god, striking back fiercely. Fueled by the fury of a veteran vanquor, Crisis faltered, fresh blood quickly staining the courtyard, countless casualties everywhere. Crisis coldly stared at Von Caro. "I once admired you. Thousands of years ago, after becoming a traitor, you never craved power, but chose to wield a hammer and follow your own creed." Varro sneered. "Is that why you admired me?" He immediately leapt back, narrowly dodging an attack from him. But Von Caro didn't stop there. He glared fiercely, gripping his hammer tightly as he gathered his inner strength for another strike. Of course, Crisis couldn't withstand that rage. He was quickly hit by the blow. King Karo seemed out of control, his eyes blazing with fury. It was clear he decided no one would leave here alive. The soldiers were swiftly scattered. His body was drenched in enemy blood. Yet Vankaro's rage hadn't ended. Crisis spoke with biting sarcasm. Since you just attacked a player many tiers below you, the punishment must be severe. It's true, I respect you. It's your resolve to abandon power, to throw everything away, to follow your own belief. That's what I admire. Then he thrust his spear forward and added, that's why I don't want to fight you at all. But no sooner had he spoken than he aggressively struck at Vankaro. He quickly blocked with his hammer, shouting with disdain, cut the crap! The clash of two powers caused a massive shockwave, blowing off a few rooftops. The scene was blurred by smoke and flames. A blood-stained wall of teeth appeared through the smoke. It seemed Vankaro was injured, his hand bleeding. But a more serious problem was that his body was gradually turning to stone. Vunko, he shouted, that bastard caused this. Crisis calmly answered Vankaro's suspicion. He said this was a product of Mr. Aegis. Though a fake, once you're exhausted, this alone is enough. They watched as he slowly turned into a lifeless stone figure, satisfied. Crisis's face was cold, but his eyes held a hint of sorrow and thought. It all ended here. Agamenon couldn't hide his excitement, it was clear on his face. Finally, he turned and ordered, quick, take this traitor away. An icy voice rang out. That's not going to happen. Finally, you've arrived. Yugon swiftly flew over and decisively cut off a leg of the man near Agamemnon, who screamed in pain. My leg, quickly stand in front of Vankaro. Yun coldly asked, what brings this ragtag group to such an important place? Agamemnon looked at him, mocking. Oh, so it's you, Yugon. He said nothing, silently staring at him. Yugon wanted to see what tricks he had left. The soldiers murmured, isn't Yun the rookie who just set a new record in the tutorial? You mean the new recruit who wiped everything out? I thought he was a traitor or something. One of them sneered loudly. Hey, who do you think you are daring to interfere? Just a glance told him the guy was Ranker Crisis. Two rankers fighting in this little slum, what a joke. If this fight drags on and the admins have to intervene, Olympus will lose a lot of influence on the first tier, Agamemnon said. What do you think you're doing? You really need this old man to start a giant war. He laughed loudly. Are you just going to stand there until you turn to stone? He replied coolly. And if I do, Agamemnon glanced at the statue, feeling a bit scared. It seems he just moved. Aegis's petrification only works once a day, and this is just a copy. I don't know how much longer it'll last. If the petrification ends and he moves again, we can't waste any more time. The statue showed more movement. Agamemnon shouted, what are you waiting for? Kill him and bring Hephaestus here, the soldier spoke up. Forgive me, sir, but if we kill a rookie, we'll be punished. He said nothing, and fiercely swung his sword at the soldier who just spoke. Fresh blood splattered all over his armor. So, what if there's a punishment? Seeing the fate of the one who defied Agamemnon, the soldiers reluctantly took the risk. I'll be the one to kill him. Meanwhile, the system quickly announced. The power of the great heat flame was added to the secret sword. Yu swung his sword forward. The flames from his power burned everything around him. The whole group screamed from the intense heat, some yelling as they were caught in it. Agamemnon shouted fiercely, keep your distance and attack him. Yugo glared fiercely as his system activated. Fire Eye was analyzing the battle strategy. He broke through the encirclement alone, scattering the soldiers. At the same time, Fire Eye was countering the fire attribute Mana. They clearly weren't a match for him. Every Songlin was cut down to death. Suddenly, from behind Yon, a strange light shone directly into his face, surprising him momentarily. Lightning-charged eggs were trying to ambush Yugon. They shot straight into the sky with terrifying power, but he remained unfazed and counterattacked the soldiers, causing panic. Yugon shouted in disdain, is this all you've got? Looks like numbers don't always mean strength. They told each other, don't give up, corner him quickly. Agamemnon trembled, what the hell is this? Some even reached the 10th floor. I know he ranked first and even defeated Hagon. But seeing his momentum and power, Thang couldn't help but be amazed. This is a rookie. He used the great heat flame pillar skill, fiercely sweeping toward the enemy. Yuguno gritted his teeth, looking at the statue behind him, shouting angrily, Uncle, how long are you going to sleep? The statue still showed no sign of waking. He kept trying to hold off the enemies to buy time for him to wake up. The system notification appeared. Fire Eye is countering the Sun Fragment. Heat Cloak Astrology is countering the Sun Fragment. He asked curiously, what's your connection to Hephaestus? Yu wiped sweat from his face and calmly replied, I'm a client. Crisis is unbelievable. A client. You're interfering in this battle just because of that ridiculous connection. Yugon thought he really is a ranker. Though battered by punishment, the pressure he radiates is impressive. His opponent is Apollo's right hand, the Fire Master. One slip and I'll be burned to ashes. Counting wounds and punishment for attacking me, he can't attack more than 5 times. He quickly used Giant Form skill. Luckily, the opponent's fire resistance from Fire Eye and Heat Cloak Astrology is good. I can handle this. I've survived Sarucha's destructive fire before. Crisis sneered. You have so many skills, but Jianko doesn't have any right. Then he looked down on him. What can a rookie just arriving at the tower do? Yugon clenched his teeth, struggling to stand and withstand the flames. The system analyzed the power giant form clashed with Sun Fragment Fire Eye countering Sun Fragment, Heat Cloak Astrology countering Sun Fragment. A huge explosion erupted, echoing through the air. The system announced the counter to Sun Fragment failed burn effect activated. You thought I knew it, strength alone isn't enough. If I had bought some ice crystals earlier, I could boost my fire resistance. He was frustrated. The enemy wasn't giving him a break. Then Yugon used the burst skill. From the great flames appeared 3 strange blue circles. Crisis's fire was strong enough to burn down this whole neighborhood. The surrounding houses were affected by the battle. Quickly after that attack, thick smoke filled the air. The system continued to announce Heat Cloak Astrology as countering Sun Fragment. Counter to Sun Fragment failed. Burn effect increased to level 2. Yug gasped, "Damn it, at this rate, I'm going to be burned alive." But having unleashed all his power, the punishment shouldn't be too bad, right? Just as he thought, the enemy was trembling in pain from the punishment and couldn't help but cry out. Yugon silently calculated twice in his head. If he could hold on a little longer, he wouldn't even give him a chance to breathe before launching another fierce attack that startled him. Yugon's entire body was quickly engulfed in aggressive flames. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Crisis's attack had sent him flying a good distance away. It seemed Yuan was injured too, but he quickly spat out blood with a shocked expression. Crisis's whole body was covered in blood, looking no better off than Yugon. Yugon's entire body was in agonizing pain, and he kept coughing up blood. He thought to himself, I underestimated him just because we were fighting on the first floor. Even though he was wounded and had to endure punishment, he was still very strong. I can keep fighting, but I don't think I can beat him. After blocking 2 more attacks, he stood up and looked around, thinking he had been thrown far away. Turns out it was the uncle's workshop. The black crystal just crafted was still on the table. It emitted a sparkling light that caught his attention. This item was the Sacred Crystal Core, a fragment containing the primordial power of darkness, holding infinite dark mana, an elite, refined artifact. Crisis recalled someone telling him, punishment. You'll understand once you experience it. Crisis realized just how much power was flowing through the great tower. Then he struggled to stand. He was right. It's like the tower is alive. This is the power to restrain the uncontrollable and protect the lower floors. This is the tower's will and punishment. Thinking this, he bowed respectfully. Thank you very much, sir. Agamenong was impatient. Now quickly capture the traitor and check the casualties. The soldiers responded, yes, sir. Agamenong looked toward where Yugon had been thrown, then back at Yugon. Crisis said, leave him there. He was surprised, but added, the mission is complete. We broke the tower's rules by causing a disturbance on the first floor. I want to avoid unnecessary killing. Agamenong replied, understood. Just then, a loud noise echoed from within the wall. Agamenong was alarmed. That bastard alive or dead now? Crisis stepped forward to stop him. Wait, he's angry. You want me to spare him? Crisis observed and replied. No, he's too dangerous. If he's emitting dark mana, everything changes. Although he looked dazed, the mana stream of Agamenong still wouldn't obey him. It's okay, sir. You're tired. Please rest. We'll handle him. But what surprised him more was that you vanished without a trace. Agamenong was startled, spinning around frantically, shouting non-stop. Where is he? You quickly approached Vankaro's statue and snatched it away. Agamenong panicked. Damn it, petrification doesn't freeze the target's mind. He'll break free. He urgently ordered. What the hell are you idiots doing? Just standing there watching Agamenong, nearly lost it, shouting, kill him. You quickly gathered your inner strength, a surge of blue power, then focused it into a fierce aura. You slammed the ground hard, sending that energy sweeping toward your opponent. Those hit by the attack felt the world spin and struggled to breathe. Crisis smiled faintly. What he held was truly dangerous. Looks like the tower just called in a monster. Agamenong was tense. Not the time to be surprised, sir, Crisis said calmly. What's going on? Didn't you just say you'd handle him yourself? From the start, my mission was only to bring Hephaestus back. Agamenong gritted his teeth. Are you serious? Seeing his panic, Crisis reassured him. Calm down, I see everything clearly. Then a fierce look flashed across his face as he stared at you. Meanwhile, Yugon kept wreaking havoc everywhere, overwhelming the Thuongvong soldiers. As he fought, he sensed a powerful aura approaching, and thought to himself, Crisis has arrived, huh? Amid the chaos of war, the 2 heavyweights stood facing each other. Crisis extended his hand enveloped by swirling black smoke. He thought impressive, controlling 2 different mana types at once is something even the masters can't do. If this guy joins Olympus, he'll be a rare diamond. I want him. Crisis spoke up. Your name's Kim Yu World, right? Why not join our team? If you're looking for gear, I promise to give you better stuff than that guy made. You calmly replied, this isn't everything I need yet. Besides, I already told that guy no. Crisis gathered his energy. You refuse. How disappointing. Then he lunged at you like a starving beast. Yugon stayed defiant. You really think you can still fight? Crisis sneered, shouting, listen to the rookie talk. He thought to himself, maybe 100 years from now I can proudly tell this story. Talking nonsense about fighting Kim Yug when he first arrived on the first floor, battling someone who'd later become stronger than the elites. But only if he survives this fight to tell the tale. Judging by his attitude, you guessed it. Damn, Crisis, he's ready to risk it all. You want that uncle that badly. If he hadn't joined Olympus, the next war might have been stopped. To prevent that disaster, I have to hold my ground. Thinking this, your feet planted firmly on the ground. Meanwhile, Crisis charged at you fiercely with terrifying power. What followed was a fierce showdown. He quickly launched an attack at Yugon. You were shocked he could still deliver such a powerful strike. Yugon said, "You know what, you're impressive." Crisis was startled by your words. Then, a deafening explosion erupted. This was arguably the fiercest clash ever between a schemer and a first-floor player. Agamemnon was stunned. What kind of madness is this? No schemer had ever dared to go all out like this on the first floor. He should be grateful he hasn't been wiped out by punishment yet. How's the fight going? Agamemnon saw you lying still and laughed loudly with joy. It's over. Even Kim Yugon couldn't withstand a hit like that. Suddenly, someone struck him from behind, making him cough up blood. Agamemnon was shocked it was Volcano. He shouted fiercely, "End your furnace, you bastard!" His eyes blazed with fury as he yelled. "Not over yet, you damn rats!" Agamemnon shouted back angrily. "Damn you, aren't you afraid of punishment? I don't care if your hammer hits me hard." Agamemnon spat blood. Volcano declared boldly, "I don't care about the others, but you, I'm definitely killing you." Agamemnon trembled all over, whispering a desperate plea as he faced Volcano's fierce glare. "Someone help." Suddenly, a tall man appeared, blocking Volcano's deadly strike. His voice rang out powerfully. "You've gone too far." Volcano growled in frustration. Why now, of all times, Agamemnon was too scared to speak, stammering as he looked at his savior. It turned out to be no stranger, but the first-floor administrator. The admin was annoyed. "What do you mean by that? You expect me to let him run wild in a big guild on the first floor? If you want a proper fight, come upstairs and see." Agamemnon's voice softened. "There's some misunderstanding here. I have no intention to fight." The admin asked sharply, "So you guys are from Olympus?" Agamemnon was scared. "Yes, that's right." The admin pointed at him and shouted, "Go back and tell your loser there." Agamemnon gasped. After the mark appeared, the admin continued, "If he dares pull a stunt like this again, I'll personally strip him bare." Agamemnon looked confused. The admin added, "Make sure you deliver my message properly." Volcano stood aside, secretly thrilled. He thought once that mark's on him, he has to report exactly as ordered. His face couldn't hide his smugness. "Damn Olympus dogs today, you've been crushed." Let's rewind a bit to Yuan and Crisis's fight earlier. When things got critical, the system alerted that your beast was baring its fangs. You were startled inside, thinking too dangerous. Is it trying to swallow me while I'm weak? Or is it trying to protect me? Once the mission was complete, it returned to hibernation. You slowly regained consciousness. You kept wondering, when did I lose consciousness? Suddenly, a fierce voice snapped you back to reality. "What should I do? You look so weak, Vu." An Uncle Volcano snapped. "What uncle?" "Watch your mouth." Seeing you sit up, he worriedly asked, "How's your body feeling?" You replied, "I'm okay." "What about you, Uncle?" Volcano frowned. "How long are you going to keep calling me Uncle?" You teased. "Then what, Auntie?" He yelled angrily. "Still won't stop, huh?" You smirked. "But I'm the reason you're alive. Doesn't that mean I can call you whatever I want?" The uncle clicked his tongue. "You're such a troublemaker." Suddenly his lips pressed tight. Maybe Volcano wanted to say something. A usually gruff man now stammering. You pretended not to hear. Volcano snapped. "I said thank you." "How many times do I have to say it before you get it?" You protested. "Only twice so far." The uncle grumbled, not sure who was more stubborn. You chuckled softly. "Probably just shy." He finally spoke honestly. "Vuncaro isn't my real name. I'm Hephaestus. I used to be a blacksmith for Olympus. You probably already knew that. But seeing you so quiet surprised me. Aren't you shocked?" You said, "I'm shocked, obviously." The uncle grumbled, unsure if he was lying or just didn't want to lie. He studied you, realizing you already knew his true identity. That's why he suspected you were from Olympus when you first came here. But now I'm sure you're not from Olympus, but you're no ordinary player either, so forget it. After this, Olympus will keep quiet for a while. That's why I decided to spend big and rent a top-notch forge for a few days. Hephaestus hinted I repay debts tenfold, whether good or bad. Wait a few days, I'll craft you the finest sword. Hearing this, you just sat silently on the bed. It seemed Yugon really liked Hephaestus. Since meeting again, you've been watching him closely, then smiled warmly. Then you got off the bed and said, "I get it. You're planning that after the sword is done, I'll start climbing the tower." You honestly told Hephaestus, "I'm really looking forward to it." Seeing your torn sleeves, he scowled and shouted, "Go to the hospital first." After recovering, you immediately trained to loosen your muscles. This time, Yugon targeted those huge apes. He exhaled, calculating. "After days in the hospital, I finally feel I can move better than before. I plan to face Olympus around floor 10, but looks like the plan's a bit off. But that actually works in my favor. Olympus won't interfere with floor 1 for at least a few years, thanks to the admin's watch. Plus, my relationship with the uncle is back to how it was, especially since I have this now. It'll be a key factor in the second giant war." But this black holy crystal is especially hard to control, and its power is worlds apart from Hades' invisibility helmet. Still, I wonder if it changes the user in other ways too. I found 3 major differences after refining it. The black holy crystal is a fragment holding the essence of darkness. It contains a magic with endless dark attributes. The unrefined description disappeared. All stats like resistance, deficiency, and consumption increased. And finally, the ability to summon hell. Hell symbolizes Hades closely tied to his power. Judging by the limit text, I can't use its full power. But that's enough to grasp the true strength of the black holy crystal. It seems more like a catalyst for summoning power than a power holder itself. After using it all day, I'm starting to figure out how to handle it. Thinking this, I sighed. Maybe it's time to head back. At that moment, you got a message from Hephaestus, short and to the point. Come here. Yugon was amazed. The guy always knows the right time. Cut to a busy street, you quickly followed the address here. Yugon stepped inside, unable to hide his awe. That's a big forge, must have cost a pretty penny. And whatever he put effort into making is worth at least hundreds of thousands of points. Plus, since part of Olympus's profits go straight into his pocket, he might be one of the richest schemers around. I'm a bit jealous. Yug quickly stepped inside and spoke up. It's so quiet, guess it's done. He's excited you're here. Estus generously handed you an item and said, here, take this. Yugon thought as usual, he got straight to the point. You're curious about the sword, I get that. But what's this? He urged, open it. Yugon curiously opened the box. You're really curious about what the uncle gave you. You looked puzzled, surprised by the box. There's nothing inside. He patiently stared at this fool. Yu reached in to feel, but there was nothing there. Suddenly he stopped, felt something soft. Gloves. These are invisible gloves, thin gloves made from a special material. They conduct magic power extremely well. The gloves can be set to visible. Yugon guessed it was made from a material mixed with midrin. Hephaestus nodded with satisfaction. You catch on fast. You examined the item carefully, feeling like you weren't wearing anything at all. Why did he make this? Making something invisible like this can't be easy. Yug inspected every detail and found a groove here. Pressing it, the crystal quickly appeared and glowed brightly. He turned away. Probably no need to explain how to use it right. Also, since I didn't have enough time or materials, I just guessed and made it. Use it however you want. Yug quickly caught on. He must have been annoyed watching me use the dark holy crystal just holding it in my hand. It's a dark sword crafted with exquisite detail down to every pattern. Yugon was stunned, no flaws at all. Just holding it, I can feel how sharp it is. He couldn't help but admire it silently. Absolutely amazing. Hephaestus said, you name it. The system alerted blacksmith. Hephaestus requests a name for the dark sword. Please choose a name. Yu thought seriously. The deep black of the dark, holy crystal swallowed the blue of Min, and the sword's effects, a sword of the night. Thinking that he told him I'll call it Night's Silence. Yugon happily hummed a tune while the old man froze for a moment. What? That name is totally weird. A notification popped up. You received Night's Silence. Night's Silence will bond with you as Hephaestus intended. A sword characterized by a calm black like the night. The name reflects not just its look but its power. Night's Silence is a weapon made from midrin and remnants of a special crystal by blacksmith Hephaestus, able to store dark magic power, boosting stamina recovery in darkness by 200%, increasing dark magic capacity by 100%, and mana recovery by 100%. Yu marveled at the sword's magic storage and healing effects. With this, I could fight forever in darkness without tiring. It exceeded all my expectations. But for some reason, Hephaestus kept looking grim. The reason he's annoyed is simple. The name was the final missing piece of a masterpiece, and this kid just gave it some tombstone-sounding name. But seeing him happily singing, he just shrugged. At least the kid looks satisfied. If it suits him, what can I do? He asked. So you're heading upstairs now? Yu answered, of course. Estus asked again, what about Olympus? What's your plan? He replied casually, what do you mean, what's my plan? Of course I'll take them down. Yu pointed from the peak all the way down to the bottom. He responded half-heartedly. But Huss seriously thought, caught up in such a big deal, the kid didn't look worried at all. What a strange kid, no fear or hesitation at all. Saying that, he quickly kicked him out. Now go. We're done here. I won't see you off. Yu quickly left but seemed reluctant to part with him. Yugun thought to himself, still saying goodbye as quickly as always. It's been so long since we last met. He recalled that uncle fondly. Is this made from adamantium? Aren't we running low on iron? Then how did he do it? Back then he calmly said, you said you lost your sword, right? If you want to face those outer world beasts, you need at least one weapon. At that moment, Yu was deeply moved. He had melted down his own hammer, hadn't he? He used his hand instead of a hammer to make it. Why? Scene shifts to the floor 1 Colosseum test area. Yu surveys the strength test, a key trial for any warrior. Though gruff, he was a very caring man. Thinking of this, Yu's hand touched the sword. He poured his whole heart into this for me. Meeting him again makes me so happy. Saying that Yu bowed deeply to thank and bid farewell to his old friend. Of course, Hephaestus never saw this. Scene shifts to a library, everything neatly arranged. Inside, a girl hums happily to a tune. She's the Surrey Arena judge biting a piece of chocolate while reading information. Kim Yugon, a rookie who entered Floor 1 just 12 days ago. He set a new record in the tutorial. And he's got potential rated S rank. This year's rookie is really something. Haegan's strong too, so watching him is fun. Yet Kim Yugon managed to surpass him and claim the top spot. Going solo here even though he could team up. Does he think no one on this floor can match him? This is an indestructible fortress that can withstand Vanner's attacks. Go ahead, show us what you've got. Scene shifts to the first floor Coliseum test area. Yu scans the surroundings, a strength test, a crucial trial for any warrior. This test is simple, defeat all opponents that appear. Just look at the leaderboard. The top spot belongs to Sun Wukong. Compared to his record before returning, it's definitely impressive. Back then I only made it to round 12. Here's a familiar name too. Round 16, that's pretty high. Seems even better than before I came back. Must be thanks to those lightning gloves. Yu is ready. Don't know which floor he's on, but I'll get there soon. System announces the test starts now. Your mission, defeat the opponents. No one has ever seen the end of this test. The more enemies you defeat, the bigger the reward. Anyone aiming for the top spot will try this. Yu opens the gate. A monster waits inside, fierce and massive. The door's loud noise alerts it quickly. It roars and stands firm, waiting for Yu to come closer. Yu doesn't hesitate. He uses his secret blade skill. Gripping his sword tight, he launches a fierce kick, shattering the ground. In moments, the monster's head is split in two. Yu spins away as the heavy body falls. The perfection of the Heavenly Slayer increased by 0.008%, and he passed Floor 1's test. Yugon thinks Floor 1's test was easy, but it's just the beginning of what's to come. The system shows a survey. Do you want to try the next challenge? Yugon says one word. Notification pops up. You've chosen to continue to the next challenge. Challenge 2 begins. Meanwhile, Suri watches in disbelief. She shouts, how is this possible? Of course him tearing through those fools isn't surprising since Haegan did the same. But this fast, that's a first in history. He's even faster than Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven and victorious fighting Buddha. Watching him fiercely dash across the screen, Suri is stunned. Many monsters fall quickly to Yu's blade. Suri screams alone. He fights non-stop. To conserve mana and stamina, he doesn't even use any skills. He's not focused on this test, but on a much bigger goal, surpassing the top-tier ranks. The system bar appeared again. Do you want to take on the next challenge? Yugwa replied briefly. Fight. Immediately, he gripped the sword tightly. Fire Eyes controlled the Great Heat Fire, and Yugon unleashed the Great Heat Fire skill. The Great Blade surprised him. How did he block it? Fine, I shouldn't drag this fight out any longer. At the same time, a fierce flame quickly swept through, lighting up the whole space. The system appeared. Your hand is now covered by the power of a giant. Your proficiency is too low, your endurance too weak, giant form will only be partial. The sword in that guy's hand quickly melted from his fierce flames. Not stopping there, his sword violently slashed across the man's hand. The knight's helmet on his head was swiftly cut in half by Yan. Overwhelmed by his power, the man dropped to his knees, completely defeated. He was an older man by appearance. He said, this is already my second loss. That blonde kid is pretty strong too. He's the first who, no matter how many times I slash or stab him, never gives up. That battle was truly evenly matched. But you're much stronger, Yu said. If your sword hadn't been so worn and old, it would have been much harder for me. He continued, that's a meaningless compliment. No matter what, you would have won. But I'm grateful. Because of you, I got to fight again, and feel this joy. The system quickly notified you leveled up strength, +1 agility, +1 endurance, +1 Heavenly Slayer completion increased by 4.78%. You've passed the 19th challenge. Yugon thought my record is now on par with Sun Wukong. Finally, I've reached the 20th challenge no one has ever passed. Yug cursed silently. This system really doesn't give you a break. And it's true, if they gave you too much rest, this arena would lose all meaning. He quickly recovered his stamina, ready for the next round. Yugon began the final challenge. His face showed no hesitation. Suddenly a sandstorm rose, wind and dust swirling around him. Yugon was secretly terrified by the overwhelming magic power and killing intent. I'm getting goosebumps. Is that thing really going to come out here? The system announced your hand is now covered by the power of a giant. From beyond that gate, a fierce killing aura erupted, scattering rocks and earth. The final challenge boss appeared. Savage hissing sounds echoed. Yugon gritted his teeth, trying his best to withstand its terrifying power. He hadn't even clearly seen it before. It lunged fiercely at him. Yugon was shocked. He'd already used giant form, yet it still pushed him back. It relentlessly tumbled toward him. Yan struggled to dodge. His hand dug fiercely into the ground to keep himself from being blown away. The voice of the great sage equal to heaven rang out angrily, recounting. In the 20th challenge of the first floor, I was knocked out and eliminated by that bastard's tail. To survive, you need vitality like mine. Getting hit by that move, almost no one lives. It only has one head and one tail, but it's truly that beast. I know it's the final challenge, but this is only the first floor. He tiredly asked, "Are you sure you're not confusing it with another creature?" The great sage was very serious. Do you think I'd confuse something like that? A snake with 8 heads each big enough to stretch over 8 mountains and fill 8 valleys, a being close to mythical beasts, or even dragons, an ancient fragment from otherworldly gods. It should have been sealed by Susanoo long ago. Who would have thought it'd show up here? Yu angrily snapped, "Those damn admins just do whatever they want. Your mission this time is to defeat the 8th head of the 8-flag Great Demon Orochi." Yugon couldn't help but be annoyed. What kind of ridiculous difficulty is this? The fierce monster with glowing yellow eyes stared at him like it wanted to devour him alive. Then it lunged at him, roaring with a deafening sound. Yugon thought, just like I heard, it only has 1 head, and it seems to be the smallest one. But with its body, one wrong move, and I'm done for. Its massive body twisted fiercely, trying to coil tightly around me. Yugo tries to move his body to avoid getting hit by this monster. Needless to say, his body keeps sliding across the ground, and right now he's pretty battered. So far, he hasn't had a chance to strike back. The serpent keeps lunging wildly, but its massive size makes it tough for the player. Yuan challenges, "Your attacks have no flow. The Orochi I know wouldn't fight like this." As soon as he finishes, he quickly uses the black crystal leg. Yu finally finds an opening to attack. The monster emits harsh grating sounds. His whole body feels hot from the serpent's fiery breath. He dodges with all his might. It keeps spewing that scorching smoke relentlessly. Then it moves its heavy body again, aiming to hit Yu. Frustrated, Yu dodges. The black crystal spear is empowered, and its scales reduce the damage from his attacks. This looks like an impossible challenge. Distracted, its tail sweeps across and knocks Yu down. Gritting his teeth, he analyzes, "This tower would never create an unbeatable challenge. I just need to find it. That thing has to be on Orochi's body somewhere." Upstairs, Suri watches the fight intently. She wonders why he stopped attacking for a while. Has he finally realized how reckless he's been? Still, he's achieved something incredible. "Give up, you actually wounded Orochi." Before she can think further, he finds it. Suri didn't expect him to spot the serpent's weak point. Then he fiercely strikes that spot with all his might. His foot stomps hard on its body to launch himself upward. The monster turns its head, hissing a warning. His eyes flash with fierce determination. Who would have guessed it was right there? Watching him, Suri knows he's aiming at a small dent near Orochi's heart, the only spot without scales. Yu guesses this is Orochi's chest scale, the only golden one. Once he locks on, he drives his sword deep into that spot. Just as he predicted, the serpent writhes in pain, then quickly stops breathing, its eyes going lifeless. Seeing it still, he slowly pulls out his sword, exhaling sharply. Its heavy body crashes down, cracking the ground beneath. He's annoyed, still noisy to the very end. Suri gasps, stunned beyond belief. This has never happened before. No way. A monstrous serpent, large enough to cover 8 mountains and 8 valleys, wielding strange magic and spells. The one who stopped this disaster was the high-level schemer, Susanoo. Susanoo used an indestructible magic sword to cast a seal that could trap anything pierced by it. That's how he created an unhealable wound on Orochi's chest, forming the reversed scale. Seeing this heroic image, Suri concludes, "This is a legend, reborn." The system announces, "You've defeated the 8th head of Yamato Orochi. You've leveled up." The perfection of the heavenly star increases by 12.85%, boosting strength, agility, and endurance by 1. You've completed the final achievement. Your name will be engraved in the Roman arena. He calculates he leveled up at stage 19, but judging by his current rank at level 60, it's hard to level up even once per hunt. With 31 levels to go, until 100 his progress is faster than expected. Suddenly a voice calls out, leaving him momentarily stunned. Player Kim Yugon. He sizes up Suri, her swift, stealthy movements, 6 knives strapped to her back and waist. An elf woman. Overseer Suri asks, "You defeated Yamato Orochi. Do you know about the reverse scale?" Yugon explains. "The tower wouldn't create an unbeatable challenge. Even the final trial felt too hard, so I came to investigate and found the answer." She studies him. "Are those the eyes of the fire crystal star?" Yugon says, "Not quite the fire crystal star yet." Suri guesses it's the Cha-Eye and Giantization, a player wielding skills from 2 top-level schemers. She felt intrigued. Olympus, or maybe he sided with heaven like the successor of the great sage, equal to heaven or something. Yu replied, "Either way, I'll find out the reason soon." Suri continued, "Don't worry, the challenge overseer can't reveal the challenge or any info about the players who participated. You thought maybe she misunderstood something, but it probably doesn't matter. She handed over a sword, an extra reward from the admin for you. I was told to give this to anyone who clears all the first-floor challenges. But I thought the day I'd have to take out this sword would never come because of Orochi. But finally, the sword's owner has arrived. Check it out yourself, because I don't even know what it is." The moment you drew the sword, Suri was stunned. "What? Is it broken?" Yugon examined it closely. "So this is where it's been." Info popped up. "This is Tosca's sword. Long ago, Susanoo used this sword to seal Yamato Orochi. A special power is sealed inside it. But since it's broken, you'll need to collect the other pieces to unlock its true power." You felt satisfied. "Good with this, my plan can move forward smoothly." Suri added, if you have any complaints about the reward, I can report it to the admin. You said, no, this is more than enough. You thought this is just a gift. I still have the real reward coming. Then a series of rewards appeared. You've cleared all the first floor challenges. You received 2,000,000 points. All stats increased by 2. You received a Tosca sword fragment. You received Orochi's 8th heart. The 8th heart of Yamatono Orochi was separated when Susanoo sealed it. It contains a very potent poison. You calculated a strong toxin inside the heart. I can't use it normally. But if I neutralize it, it'll become a powerful medicine even high-level vanguards would want. Suri said I was suspicious, but it really was given as a reward. It's a rare item that's hard to convert into points. Congratulations. She added, if I were to give you advice, don't use it the usual way. Yugi, I'd appreciate your advice. You were about to press the system when a sound made you freeze. The system announced, your egg is reacting, your egg is hungry. Hearing this, you were startled and confused. Yugon still didn't understand what was happening. The system announced the egg's emergence, and at that moment a powerful aura surrounded you. Suri was also momentarily stunned. What kind of power is this? You thought the egg hasn't hatched. So emergence means... His face showed some panic. Around you appeared countless spikes like those on a scorpion. Suri wondered, how did it get into the tower's protected area? Orochi's body was moving on its own. Yuan shouted in panic, wait, hold on a second. Before he could finish, the system spoke again. The egg was devouring Orochi's 8th head. Those sharp spikes were feasting on Orochi. Suri was shocked to see this. She shuddered and screamed. It's eating the corpse. I've never seen a creature like this. What exactly is it? She continued. I won't ask more since the corpse belongs to you, but is that also your skill? Yun was stunned too. I think it's something similar. Pausing, you added, but honestly, I'm not sure. The egg keeps absorbing that huge corpse. After a while, you asked it, are you full yet? The system replied. The egg nodded. The egg is singing. Yugon thought it looks like a freak, but acts like a child. What is it really? Right after it finished eating the huge monster's corpse, it started to fall asleep. Yugon wondered the egg had no reaction all this time, but suddenly appeared. Could the hatch rate have increased? Suri curiously asked, do you know what that was? Yugon answered honestly. A little. She thought in horror. I thought he was just another Sun Wukong, but after seeing that power, I'm not so sure. Heaven wouldn't hide such a bizarre power. Thinking of this, she continued, maybe you have many secrets, so I won't reveal what happened today. I hope to hear news of you from a higher place. Yugon smiled quietly. She's still the same, always saying goodbye to those who passed this trial. Remembering the past from what you know of her, a wise, upright, agile, and beautiful warrior, Yu took that hand gently and said, nice to meet you. At that moment, his name appeared at the very top of the ranking board. Outside, people buzzed with talk. Have you heard? The one who's been #1 for over 1,000 years has changed. I heard too. They say that guy also ranked first in the trial stage. Is there another monster like Sun Wukong? Is he the pure blood moon? Where did he come from? A man asked. Seems like Earth. I've never heard of that place. The other replied, he wins first place in every trial he joins. Maybe in a few years he'll become a Van Kor. Scene shifts to a vast maze, the trial of the 9th maze floor. A loud explosion echoes rocks, suddenly bursting non-stop. It turns out Yugon is smashing everything around. A notification appears. You have passed the 9th floor maze trial. A new path has opened. Another reward will be added for your first achievement. Several exits exist in the maze trial, but you must find the true path. So many challengers worry about its difficulty. But it's unavoidable because the reward is generous. He smiled, thinking, should I go see that person now? Scene shifts back to Hephaestus's forge, his face tense, sweat beading, while Yu tries his best to look cute. Finally, he spoke first. It's been a month, hasn't it, Uncle? His smile grew brighter. I came to pick up what I left with you. Calling me Uncle again, you really have no shame. Wait there, I'm almost done. Yu obediently stood still. Meanwhile, the uncle stayed focused, hands working non-stop. Sweat poured like a shower. His face was deeply concentrated. Suddenly, he looked up at Yu. Hephaestus asked curiously, aren't you hot? Yu casually replied, hot, of course. The uncle was curious. Yu seemed unaffected despite the extreme heat in the workshop. How high is his fire resistance? Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered. The 9th floor test took Yu 10 days. That long, what were you doing? Yu said, don't know. Hephaestus grumbled and threatened. Spill it, or don't want the thing you asked for. Yu obediently began to explain. The maze didn't just have one exit. I had to create new paths. Hephaestus thought not just paths, but multiple paths. He's doing something crazy again to get extra rewards. He felt speechless. Why can't he just do things normally? I'm curious what you'll do in the next test. Yu laughed loudly. I'll come back and check with you later. Hephaestus guessed this was what you needed for the next test. I've never made a weapon like this before. Instead of high mana conductivity, this item is a nameless sword. A sword made from various materials. Very low mana conductivity, but an extremely sharp blade, good for cutting meat. He explained its mana conductivity is the worst. but low conductivity means strong mana resistance. So I mainly made it from armor crafting materials. You guessed it was made from minerals like philta and obsidian. Hephaestus, this is the worst failure with extremely poor mana conductivity, but given your request, it's quite a success, I can guarantee. You quickly activated the secret sword skill, but activation failed. An unknown force blocked the mana flow. You was pleased better than expected. He honestly said I like it. Hephaestus was happy too. I think this trial is fun. Who would think to make a weapon from armor materials? As he finished, you grabbed his hand firmly. Then the system notified, you gave blacksmith Hephaestus 100,000 Asla points. This caught him so off guard, he stammered. What the hell is this? Jan smiled slyly. Keep it. If I get used to freebies, I'll be in trouble. Finally, it's time to say goodbye. He smiled softly and said to him, I'll be back, uncle. The scene shifts near the workshop, the teleport gate, quickly arriving there. System notice, record for clearing floor 9 confirmed. You have spent 10 points to use the teleport gate. Please select your destination. Yugwa thought with satisfaction, finally reaching double digits. Then he requested floor 10 to take him to the martial world. The mission bar popped up again, confirming teleport eligibility to floor 10. Welcome to the martial world. This is the starting point of floor 10. Martial City in the north. A massive continent surrounded by the sea. Beneath the martial world lies an ecosystem ruled by the strong. Unlike the other floors, the floor 10 test begins as soon as you step here. Fighters shout loudly all around. We're recruiting new members for the Dragon Sword sect. Passionate, you're welcome to join. If you're a swordsman, join the Wolf Sword Hall. The Iron Core sect trains bodies as tough as iron. No martial art beats ours for climbing the tower. Meanwhile, the system announced the floor 10 test is starting. Please choose a sect to join and pass its trial. Over here people keep shouting, join our sect, our sect. This test requires passing a sect's trial by mastering their martial arts. Unlike previous tests, many players get stuck here and never pass. You glanced around, sizing it up like a chaotic marketplace. Suddenly a voice called out, Hello, young man. First time in the martial world, judging by your outfit, you're pretty decent. Ever wield a sword, fate has brought you here, you must join our spear sword sect. Seeing you silent, he rambled on about their sect. Actually, the spear sword sect was founded before that tower. The major sects probably don't care about this place. Even if they do, they wouldn't recruit like this. That's why we're different. Noticing Yu's distraction, he snapped. Are you even listening? Yu replied, sorry, but I've already chosen a sect. Excuse me. He got angry. You're disrespecting me and my sect. Yu calmly answered, that's not what I meant, but you're not wrong. The man drew his sword in fury. You look like a lucky fool. Don't just blurt things out here. Don't you know how great the spear sword sect is? You thought this troublemaker's asking for it. Showing strength against a newbie in a small courtyard like this will definitely draw attention. He calmly asked back, aren't you afraid of punishment? Also, picking a fight with a new player won't do your sect's image any favors. He snorted coldly, maybe, but the martial world has rules. I won't let my sect's name be insulted. Then he shouted, it's too late for you to beg. You replied, I have no intention to beg. If you're stubborn, then I have no choice. His face darkened, eyes sharp with killing intent. Come on then. The man was momentarily terrified by that gaze. The fighter trembled uncontrollably, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at you. The crowd murmured, what's going on? Isn't that Jang Gunnan? The shame of the spear sword sect. I heard he's been causing trouble lately. What's he doing here? You know how strict the spear sword sect's leader Thon Kot is. He must have been sent to recruit. So why is he acting like a ghost? The crowd kept whispering. Just now I saw a heretic. Jiang Gunan stood up, shouting in shame. Get out of the way. Then he ran off quickly. Jiang Gunan clenched his teeth in fury. Damn, this is humiliating. If I see that bastard again. The scene shifts to a large forest where Yu is sprinting forward. It's day 10 since arriving on floor 10. Yu feels a bit exhausted. It's so far he's traveled over 2500 miles in 10 days. Yu seriously thought it through. This is the martial world's problem. No good teleportation method, so you have to run everywhere. He quickly arrived. Yugon looked down from the mountain peak amazed. So, this is Thien Sun. This is the 10th level West Thien Sun. Looks like I'm almost there. I need to hurry. The scenery quickly shifted to afternoon. The sunset in this forest is breathtaking. He wandered alone, surrounded by wild, tangled plants. Yugon stepped lightly beneath the trees, his footsteps lonely. Suddenly he stopped, sensing someone watching from behind. Yugon realized there were about 20 people, not just a big group, but skilled ones. He marveled, Thien Sun really is a den of monsters. A dark voice came from the bushes. Who are you? You don't look like Lok Duong. How do you know this place? He spoke up, don't be so suspicious. I'm not your enemy. You guessed, this is West Thien Sun, the stronghold of Thien Ma Shen sect, right? The group stopped hiding and stepped out. One spoke, so you know. Yugo thought he was facing a pack of wild dogs, but this was different. Thien Ma Shen sect is a sect always opposing the martial alliance. It's a sect that never leaves Thien Sun worthy of the title, the world's top sect. He was Kwang Ha Mook, a pureblood of Thien Ma Shen sect, on level 40. Kwang Ha Mook said, judging by your energy, you're no ordinary player. What level are you from? If you want to join, tell us your name and level, then we'll test your skills. Yun interrupted. No. Hearing this, he looked at Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, surprised. Yu quickly introduced himself, player Kim Yugan. I want to take the Thien Ma Shen sex trial. Wang Hamuk was intrigued. It's been a while since we had a player take our trial. If you came all this way, you must know why players avoid our trial, right? Yu answered, isn't it because the pass rate is extremely low? He retorted, wrong. It's not that the pass rate is low, it's impossible. No player has ever passed our trial, so there's an unspoken rule not to hold it. Yugan thought, except accepting players from higher levels, there's no way to join this sect. So no matter how strong they are, their power gradually fades. Wang Hamuk spoke as he led the way. This way. Yugan quickly stepped into the barrier. The system alerted you're trying to resist the barrier's effect. You resisted the barrier's effect. Failure. U-World didn't observe, but this path seemed different from before. I have to find the right path among dozens, Wang Hamuk warned. Be careful, one wrong step and you're lost. If Thien Ma doesn't intervene directly, there's no way to find you. So be careful and follow. Before he finished, he suddenly froze. Looking around, no one was there and Yu had vanished. He was shocked. He was clearly right here. Scene shifts back to a quiet spot in the forest. Thick fog surrounded the area. This part of the forest was wrapped in a massive net. Yugan used his tracking skill to find the way. He wondered if he had passed more than 10 trails. Where does this trail end? The forest seemed covered in dense fog. Yu focused all his hearing and sight to find the right path. Suddenly, at one trail he found 2 paths. After analyzing with tracking skill, both paths were real. Yugan figured none were illusions, so he wouldn't fall into a barrier, but only one path could be true. He looked up, sensing wind from the left. Yugan stood still, thinking long and carefully choosing the right direction. Finally, his feet moved down the path he chose. He thought while walking and observing the scenery changed more and more. He came to a small path. Ahead was a house with a loom outside. Strangely, a candle was burning on it. A small flickering flame lit up the loom, making it stand out even more in the darkness. Yugan stepped inside. An old man with silver hair and beard was sitting nearby. He made no sound, silently watching. Yan realized this was a historical martial arts scene, and this man was a senior schemer still alive before the martial world entered the tower. Sensing someone approaching, the old man spoke, "You've come." This was the heavenly demon sect, dark and ominous as its name suggested. Yugan thought the wind blew into a room with no open doors. Maybe this place was somewhere different from what he saw. Actually, the room he stood in wasn't this small one. The old man continued, "I'll ask you, since when did this become a trial?" Yugan answered calmly, "No trial ever, just asks you to follow others. Before entering the barrier, I knew you'd be watching." The old man praised, "Looks like you know how to find your own path." As he finished, a blue light suddenly appeared. Yun couldn't bear it and covered his face. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in a forest, and the voice echoed again. "You've moved." Yun noticed the system's window didn't appear, and the man said that question was also part of the trial. He's pleased with me already, Yugan thought bitterly. It seemed meeting his expectations would be exhausting. Rumor had it some sects said a demon lived in the heavenly demon sect. Scene changed to a crowded village, but it didn't seem right. Noisy sounds filled the air. "Hey, looks like you've met someone familiar." Tsie Muk was very surprised. "Why are you here?" Yugan wondered if telling him the truth would cause trouble. "About meeting that demon." Thinking this, he said, "I went in earlier." Tsie Muk was startled by that answer. "You went in here? You passed the barrier on your own, even faster than those who know the way." Yu asked, "How I got here isn't that important, right?" Then he said casually, "I'm tired of wandering around. Let's go. This is the infamous heavenly demon sect, so at least you guys should provide dorms for those taking the trial, right?" A subordinate stepped forward to ask the master if this made sense. "I've never heard of outsiders passing the barrier." Sieham Muk interrupted, "Not even I, after 50 years here, only travel the path I've memorized." He watched Yugan's back warily. Who exactly was this guy? Scene shifted to a steaming hot spring. Yu was now taken to bathe and clean up. He refreshed himself by washing his face. Naked and muscular, he sat silently in the bath, lost in thought. After so many exhausting days, this was probably the longest he'd relaxed like this. Yugan looked around and thought, too small. If the trial were easier, more people would want to take it and interact with other realms. He dipped his head into the water, thinking of Hifa Estes. That uncle was stubborn, surely for a reason. He looked at his unhatched egg. No one knew what was inside. Thinking this, Jan dismissed it, but was sure it wouldn't be useless. The system updated the egg's status. It was wriggling and feeling comfortable. He watched it. Since arriving in the heavenly demon's land, this thing hadn't stayed still for a minute. Scene shifted to his memory. A surprised voice echoed, "What are you doing on the 10th floor?" "Of course, testing myself with the heavenly demon sex trial. It's so hard, many say passing is impossible, but if the rumors are true, the reward is huge. However, Lord Heavenly Demon died halfway through the war. Chrono's clock was made, so now I can't get any more info. The only choice is to just try. Speaking of the martial world, there's the martial arts tournament. Win and you get a great red pill. Plus you might learn the greatest secret techniques from Shaolin or Namgung sects. Someone else interrupted. The reward's great, but winning is easier said than done. At that time he wondered, wait, has no one here ever won the martial arts tournament? The fierce great sage said, you guys looking for trouble with me? Tournament. How dare they hold such a thing without telling me? Who organized this? Has something this fun really been around all this time? The other guy was sweating as he explained. Who told you to just run up to the next floor? The great sage shouted loudly. I told you I don't know. Damn it, why am I the only one clueless about this? Thinking that a warm smile suddenly spread across his face. With that personality, he couldn't stand missing the martial arts tournament. He fell silent, thinking it over. He didn't know what awaited, but it definitely wouldn't be boring. The egg kept showing its emotions. The egg was moving. The egg felt warm. Ever since I stepped into the heavenly demon sect's territory, this thing hasn't calmed down at all. I remember about a month ago, a few days after testing myself against the Floor 1 champion on Floor 2, when I picked it up and looked at it, it had already grown several times bigger than before. A mysterious egg marked by an otherworldly god. After seeing it devour Orochi, a fragment of that god, I felt an odd sense of certainty. This could very well be proof of an otherworldly god. Dozens of eyes and sharp fangs sprouting everywhere. I wonder if it'll look like that when it hatches. No. Even after fighting them for so long, I still can't predict. Otherworldly gods have no fixed form. They're mysterious beings, reflecting each person's emotions, fear, for example. Speaking of which, I remember my friends. If they were here, at least I could discuss this with them. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, are you asleep? He blurted out, unsure whether to let this thing live or die. But it seemed to understand the king's words. The system announced a shaking head. Yugen was annoyed. You only react when I show intent to kill. So you've been hearing me all along but just ignored it. He pressed his face close and it frowned, cursing. Damn tricky egg. Fine, then I have no choice. This isn't personal. Seeing him draw his sword like that, it suddenly panicked and slipped back into the system. Yugen thought he'd aggressively strike the egg. The egg was shocked, it screamed. A thick cloud of dust quickly filled his room, but it seemed nothing happened. The egg was hugging itself. He thought, even though it clearly can manifest physically, like it did with Orochi, does it see me as its master? I don't know if it's attacking on purpose or just can't attack anymore. I guess I'll just keep watching. Back on floor 10, the egg was relaxing in a hot bath with him feeling warm. Yugen asked in surprise, you like this? The egg quickly nodded. He asked with interest, so now you're finally responding. But soon the egg fell asleep. He said unhappily, you sleep for a whole month, wake up to react a little, then sleep again. At least give me some clues. Otherworldly gods and the heavenly demon sect, hopefully I haven't just walked into a tiger's den. Time passed quickly. Meanwhile, at the heavenly demon sect, 4 people were sitting in a meeting room. Today's meeting of our demon sect has an interesting topic, said the War King, a challenger. Since the troll Jarian, he's the first in 30 years, right? The heavenly king, the Fist King, corrected. It's exactly 34 years. A deep voice spoke up. Who is this Kim Y? The Blade King added, I know you always howl in the heavenly mountain, but I've told you countless times not to be clueless about what's outside the tower. The old man with white hair snapped, nagging me won't help. Just tell me who he is. He's the heavenly king Sword King, the Blade King explained. He's been number 1 on every ranking since the tutorial. The Sword King was skeptical. Rumors tend to exaggerate the truth. They all discussed, but the records carved into the tower never lie. This isn't something words can change. Let's meet him, War King, let's get started. As soon as they finished, he raised his hand to command his subordinates. The whole team moved swiftly to their side. In no time, the sword office was packed and they shouted respectfully, War King. The whole group of fighters knelt low, not daring to raise their heads. From outside, a familiar figure quickly opened the door and strode in confidently. The warlord's face darkened as he saw him and asked in a low voice, is that Kim Yu, standing before all these fighters, not even flinching in front of the heavenly king of the heavenly demon sect? That guy's got guts. Just one look and you know these 4 are sword, blade, spear, and fist. The 4 heavenly kings stand at the top of the demon sect. They're the ones in charge of the second test, not the heavenly demon himself, right? The Fist King spoke. So you're the one who passed the master's test. You really are different. I hope the rumors aren't baseless. All right, let's start the second test. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, please wait. John Jarian, the vice captain of the Black Storm Guild, stepped forward. Sorry to interrupt, sirs, but I have a request to make to the heavenly king. Could you give me the chance to challenge him? The Sword King looked intrigued and asked his comrades. A challenge. What do you all think? The Spear King said, go ahead, Jarian. He quickly bowed in respect. Thank you, sirs. Yugen watched silently. Considering that just showing hostility triggered the tower's punishment, he must be very strong. You felt intrigued. This would definitely be a worthy opponent. You thought aloud, this doesn't seem like a real test from the demon sect, does it? The Sword King considered true no reward means it's not really a test. Let's see. Jarian said, I'll reward you with one of the demon sect's rare red blood pills. How does that sound? Yoon smiled with satisfaction. That's more than enough. The The system notification appeared. You have accepted the challenge from John Jerian, Vice Captain of the Black Storm Guild. Restrictions on John Jerian have been partially lifted. Penalties on Jerian have been partially reduced. Mission updated: defeat Jerian to earn his recognition. Speaking of that pill, the Red Blood Pill is a rare red-colored elixir. It's one of the best pills in the Heavenly Demon Sect, more valuable than the Lesser Red Pill. Both quickly faced off powerful auras, flaring storms raging all around. You thought the penalties were adjusted to around floor 30, but the difficulty is still too high for a floor 10 combat test. How tough must the real trial be? But big players like the Heavenly Lords are here, so the Heavenly Demon must have ordered them to deal with whoever passed the first test. What a surprising welcome event. Jerian said, "Hey, your name's Kim Yugon, right?" Curious, he added, "So you passed the Heavenly Demon's first trial?" Yugon replied calmly. "So what?" Jerian sneered. "I don't know what the Heavenly Demon sees in you to recognize you. But I, Yugon, am no pushover. If you talk that much, you probably haven't been recognized yet." He smirked slyly, looking at him with a hint of pride in his voice. "Not like me." Jerian gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing yellow lightning as he shouted curses. "Bastard." Then he aggressively swung his sword at Yugon. But Yugon was no pushover either. As the sword swung, he dodged swiftly. Jerian shouted angrily and cursed again, "Bastard." Moves flew fast. One attacked, one dodged, both seemed evenly matched. He growled fiercely, "I haven't been recognized yet. I swore my life to the Heavenly Demon Sect and spent my whole life passing the trials. I risked everything climbing this tower. To become a warrior who brings glory to the sect, I mastered martial arts, trained hard, and challenged the trials. And yet some outsider like you, who are you to be recognized by him?" His words were full of resentment and jealousy. Yugon replied calmly, "You're acting like a child." At that moment, Yugon drew his sword. The blade's deadly aura was intense. But he didn't fully draw it, just left it half-sheathed and kept blocking. He was calm, like he was rehearsing, while Jerian kept charging wildly. Then Yugon taunted. "Want to know why?" He dropped the sword and decided to fight barehanded. Yu leapt up. Jerian was puzzled. "What's that?" The system announces your arm contains the power of a giant and will partially giantize. Before he could recover, Yu aggressively punched down, sending Jerian crashing to the ground. Blood quickly poured from his nose. He was stunned, unable to react to the attack. Yu slowly stood up and said calmly, "Simple reason you're weak, aren't you?" The entire audience fell silent, shocked by your attack. The Sword King stood still, watching your every move for a long moment, then a satisfied smile spread across his face. "It's been a long time since I felt this pleased," he said with delight. "It's rare to see something this interesting. Didn't expect him to be this strong." While still not skilled with the sword, the Blade King was also amused. "What if there was no punishment?" the Fist King interrupted. "What's the point of that?" "Look at him," the Sword King said excitedly, thinking of giving him a blood-red pill. The system quickly flashed a warning. "You have passed John Jerian's test and received a blood-red pill." The Sword King spoke up. "It's not much, but take it." You felt satisfied. "That's enough." "It wasn't that hard for me," the Fist King chimed in. "Do you even know the real value of that pill? Most new players haven't even seen an item like that by floor 10. The Blade King was surprised. He had treated the fight with Jerry like child's play, and couldn't tell if he was bluffing or genuinely brave. The Blade King asked curiously, "Have you ever studied martial arts? I don't know which school that sword technique is from, but the way you deflected his blade was impressive." You answered, "Honestly, I just copied it." The Sword King laughed loudly. "You've left us speechless." "All right, let me tell you about the next test." The Fist King stepped forward to introduce. "The second test of the Heavenly Demon Sect will be a fight against me, Pung Bim. Of course, it's not a normal one-on-one fight. You only need to endure 3 strikes from me. The test will take place in 3 months. Until then, besides high-level pills and martial arts, we'll provide everything you need: training grounds, stamina pills, clothes, a place to sleep. Just ask." You sized up Pung Bim, knowing his skill might be the weakest among the 4 pillars, but his power behind each strike rivaled the others. There will definitely be a punishment. But this is still a fight with a chance so tough, it makes me think they don't want anyone to pass the test. "But if it's only 3 strikes, then let's get started," Yugon said. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. None dared to breathe heavily now. The Commerce King spoke up to warn. "Yugon, unlike the deputy you just defeated, the sect leader is a powerhouse. Speaking without thinking sounds like you're underestimating the Heavenly Demon Sect." Yugon was sincere. "I apologize if you think that, but I absolutely don't underestimate the Demon Sect." Before the Commerce King could reply, the Blade King interrupted. "It's fine." The killing intent began to radiate from the Blade King. "If he wants to come, I'm ready." The Sword King intervened. "Stop. Sect leader, this test was set by the Sect Master. It's not like the last one." He continued, "The only one allowed to change this test is the Heavenly Demon." The Sword King said, "I'll say it's Yan. We'll give you 3 months. Use that time to train and find a way to withstand the sect leader's 3 strikes." Yugon knew he had no other choice and said nothing more. "Understood." After the fight ended, everyone here looked at you with disdain and whispered, "Is that him? The foolish heretic who dared to underestimate the sect leader. I thought I misheard, but he doesn't look weak at all. He just doesn't know the 4 pillars' skills." You felt hurt for a moment, thinking they talked too much. And the Swordmaster mug didn't expect the second rank to personally guide him. Curious or malicious? You asked curiously. That's also the sect master's order. He was straightforward. Don't treat it like some personal hobby, Mug continued. It's been a long time since I met an outsider. After meeting you, I'm hopeful you can pass the sect master's test. You silently judged. He spoke as if he wanted me to succeed. But somehow it felt different from what most other sects wanted. They wanted new members to join and help the sect prosper. I don't know what made him get so serious all of a sudden. After thinking it over, I've arrived. The Sword King continued. If you need to prepare, you should visit the armory or the martial arts library. Why are you heading to the pharmacy? Yuan spoke up. I'll go to the armory and martial arts library later. Then he suddenly asked back. You said you'd provide anything I need besides pills and advanced martial arts, right? Mug confirmed firmly. Right after he headed to his room's door, leaving one last warning. You'll regret this. That morning in the courtyard, everyone was busy drying herbs together. Precious herbs filled baskets and jars, all neatly labeled. The pharmacist trembled, recalling Yoon's relentless demands for rare ingredients from the pharmacy earlier. It turned out they weren't drying herbs, but moving supplies out for him. The pharmacist was shocked it had to be hundreds of pounds, enough for the demon sect to challenge the martial alliance. How did he plan to use all this alone? The pharmacist sighed. I'll remind you, any leftover herbs after 3 months must be returned. Also, only you can use them. If any herbs spoil, cut me off quickly. I'll pay out of pocket, I remember. The courtyard was now packed with herb racks, all stripped clean by him. After gathering everything, he left immediately. Then see you in 3 months. The pharmacist looked like he was about to cry, reminding him again to return the leftovers. He groaned and thought, come on, I said. I'd listen, nothing will be left. The demon sect's base was on a remote mountain cut off from the outside world. You could see planes flying overhead here. Inside a huge cave, this was where the demon sect trained, a place impossible to break into from outside, perfect for him. You came alone, then pulled out the stash of herbs he'd just raided. This was like an entire big shop's worth of herbs from town. He dumped the herbs on the ground, then slowly started consuming them one by one. It seemed Yuan wanted to swallow every last bit. Yugon was about to vomit. He grimaced, thinking he'd never eaten until full before. This stuff was disgusting, some herbs mixed into poison, but he avoided deadly combos and could endure the stomach cramps. He already had Orochi's heart, which contained a deadly toxin. He was pleased, thinking he'd been searching for enough herbs to neutralize Orochi's poison, but got lucky here. At the same time, the egg of the open mouth stirred. UW glared at it, making the egg jump in surprise. He was annoyed. What now? You already did that, didn't you? If you even think about it again, I'll eat you alive. The system sounded a warning. The egg was terrified out of its mind. The egg went back to sleep. Meanwhile, a bold thought crossed his mind. Immediately, you absorbed Orochi's 8th heart. Orochi's poison spread through your body. Your poison resistance blocked the poison status effect. Your poison resistance increased by 1, and your transformation power rapidly grew again. He felt poisoned. A mouthful of blood involuntarily spilled out. You felt pain coursing through his entire body. He doubled over, needing more herbs. Meanwhile, his secret power kept rising non-stop. Yugen struggled to reach more herbs but collapsed again from the pain. He shivered, realizing something was wrong. The secret power's growth was abnormal. Then a notification popped up. He gained a new skill, Mana Domination. You guessed what it was feeling like. Mana was actively following him. Maybe he could absorb every last drop of mana from Orochi's heart. He forced himself up, grabbed a medicinal herb and chewed it greedily, never expected it to be this bad. His secret power kept rising. He thought this would take quite some time. 1 month later, still outside the training cave, 2 people were waiting. Jarian wondered why after a month he hadn't done anything. He thought at least he'd come out halfway to grab a secret technique, but it seemed he planned to stay inside for all 3 months. Ham Muck thought seriously, anyone reaching level 10 wouldn't miss the chance to learn a martial secret. He should know that much. So, what was he doing? To loosen his muscles, the master secluded himself and trained diligently. Tian-san moved every day, but what about Kim Yugon? He was so quiet that I even thought he was dead. Jarian couldn't help but wonder what he was doing with all those herbs. Ha-Mook suddenly snapped to attention. Wait, the cave door is open. Both held their breath, staring intently at the door, waiting. Yu quickly stepped out, casually asking, "You two came to get me." Seeing his face, they were surprised he'd been inside the cave so long they didn't even recognize him anymore. Cut to them taking him to a restaurant where Yan was devouring a chicken leg like he hadn't eaten in years. Both sat silently watching him while Yugon ignored everyone stuffing food into his mouth non-stop. Jarian couldn't help but ask, "Hey, have you been starving for a month? Were there that many grain pills in the cave?" He grabbed a chicken leg and added, "I wanted to go out at least once, so I didn't want to eat anything that tasted awful." Jarian was surprised. Still eating. Does he have 3 stomachs or what? He wondered aloud. So you really only ate herbs all this time? Why, Ha-Mook chimed in. I didn't see you injured or poisoned at all. Ha-Mook suddenly remembered antidotes and rare pills that are highly effective but hard to absorb because of strong toxins. Most wouldn't try so hard to absorb such pills, but if someone got free herbs, it made sense. But how strong were those effects and toxins that someone needed to go to that herb stash? Right after finishing, he quickly stood up. Thanks for the meal. I'm heading back now. Ha, Muck was curious. Where are you going? Back to the training cave, he replied. No. Now serious, he asked. Where is the martial arts library? Cut to Thien Ma Divine Sect Martial Arts Library. The atmosphere here was fresh and quiet. Yu arrived and scanned around, spotting 2 guards at the door, guessing the security was tight. Are they all fighters? Some seem almost as strong as a boss. The martial arts library must be the most important place for any sect. It preserves the roots and foundation of the school. And of course, the birthplace of the strongest warriors. This Thien Ma sect values it even more. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, respectfully interrupting his thoughts. You must be Master Kim Yugon, right? I was told you'd come. I'll be your guide. Yugon followed the guide to his destination quickly. The guide opened the door respectfully and said, We've arrived. Yu was amazed. Can I read any book here? The guide replied, Exactly. But remember, behind that door are books you're forbidden to see. As long as you keep that in mind, feel free to use this place and take your time. Then the guide left and Yu stood alone in the huge library. Yugon was stunned and quickly searched for books that suited him. There really are many low-level martial arts books for outsiders to read. This place must be 3, maybe even 4 or 5 times bigger. I've been to many martial arts libraries, but never one this huge. I've got 2 months until the exam, so I have to find what I need within 1 month. How to deal with the master among the 4 great heavenly lords of Thien Ma Divine Sect? He must be nearby. The root of Thien Ma Divine Sect. The origin of the martial arts that Chon Mujin mastered. Thien Ma Ling. Cut to the Sword King's study where he was surprised. Months. The reporter continued. Yes, he spent a month training in the cave, then another month reading martial arts books in the library. I checked it out, but it looks like he plans to read every book in the library. Mug was baffled. Seriously, he couldn't do in 3 years what he's trying in 3 months. He added, his actions are strange, just like when he came for the herbs. Jerian added, not only that, what he's doing seems like a total waste of time. No matter how I look at it, I don't think he's worth your attention. The Sword King calmly sipped his tea. You're right. I can't figure out or predict his moves. Pause for a moment, he smiled softly. That only makes me look forward to it even more. Turning back to Yuan's side, a voice rang out. It's only noon, why are you leaving already? You're always the last to leave. You stepped out from inside. Oh, I just finished my work. You look less beaten up than when you were in the cave. I found everything I needed. On this side, the Sword King is still thinking, and he's even challenging my expectations. Another guy passed by in a private room, a voice was heard. One was secluded, another in the library, and he spent another month training in the cave. Bakelim wondered, am I wasting my time? Does he really need to do all that in these last 3 months? But it seems everyone is waiting for the new recruit's appearance, so I'll try not to kill him. Scene shifts to the training ground. The atmosphere is extremely quiet. Everyone around is whispering it's been a while since the mood changed. Wow, chances to see the skills of the Heavenly Lords are rare. I heard Kim Yugon is pretty famous too. The big guilds are going crazy trying to recruit him. The Fist King is now ready. He steps out of the changing room with an imposing aura. Everyone gasps in awe. The Fist Lord himself, this is the first time I've seen him. He's terrifying, no joke. He scans the crowd. The ranks have weakened, but there are still plenty like this. And finally, Bim can't stand the noise anymore. He shouts angrily, everyone quiet down. This upcoming match isn't just any fight, it's the trial of the Heavenly Demon. You all must respect the rules. As he shouted, the crowd fell silent, not daring to breathe loudly. From afar, a strong aura quickly approached. After 3 months, Yugon seems to have changed a bit. His fierce aura makes everyone take a deep breath. Noticing the tension, he wonders what's with this atmosphere. Baeklim speaks up, you're late, Kim Yugon. Draw your sword quickly. I thought I was on time. The main character always shows up right on time. He evaluates, looks like your way of speaking hasn't changed. Very well. Then let's begin. I'm curious how far you've come in these 3 months. And so the second trial of the Heavenly Demon Sect begins. Yugon is full of confidence. You won't regret giving me these 3 months. Your task this time is to dodge or block 3 strikes from Fist Lord Peng Bim. No sooner said than he aggressively channels his inner energy and strikes. His aura is immense. Just from channeling his energy, the surrounding rocks can't withstand it and scatter wildly. The first strike is launched. Yugon is momentarily stunned facing such overwhelming power. This is the Heavenly Thunder. Right at the start of the match, he's unleashing a lethal strike with such massive force. Dark clouds gather overhead, lightning, fiercely streaking toward Yugon. That massive cloud looks like it wants to swallow him whole. Standing before it, he's just a tiny speck. But he shows no fear. Yugon grips his sword tightly. Who would have thought this was just the first move? If this is the start, it's going to be dangerous. Bim is pleased. You're dodging wise choice. Because if you tried to block it, you'd be drenched in blood by now. Yugon calculates his mana, known as internal power in martial arts, and is surprised the penalty is so low that a genius can use so much energy. He's definitely well prepared. This is my second fight against a genius, but he's on a whole different level. Crisis got injured fighting that uncle and took a heavier penalty. Yugon sizes him up. Compared to the Fist Lord, he's much weaker. The Fist Lord doesn't give him a chance to rest. He continues channeling energy, preparing the second strike. His hands move swiftly in the air, too fast for anyone to see. Try dodging this one. This is the 100-step Thunder Fist. Yugon uses his skill to read the battle. The fist aims straight at his face, but Yugon quickly evades. Behind him, rocks are shattered and blown away like a sweeping storm. Baek Lim says, "You dodged again." He thinks silently that guy's movements aren't just fast, it's like he can read my moves. Baek Lim stares closely, his eyes turning red. Is that a skill? A skill that can see through my attacks, so that's why he's so confident. Looks like he thinks Pung Bim only has this one move, so he starts laughing scornfully. Bim shouts and charges in. The martial world is vast, you can't rely on just one skill to fight. The King of Fists raises his deadly hand, ready to strike a direct blow at him. He's smug. This time, as long as we stand under the same sky, you won't dodge it. The Sword King watches from above. It seems this move will even affect outside the training ground. We'll have to set up barriers so the audience stays safe. The Spear King moves quickly. I'll handle it right away. The ground beneath is shattered by the King of Fists' terrifying internal power. Yu Quan watches from above. The Heavenly Lords are moving. This move feels different somehow. He calculates silently. At this scale, it will cover the entire training ground. I can't dodge it. Yugon guesses that with such a large scale, its power might be weaker. He decides to take the hit himself, then uses the giant's power to cover his arm, partially transforming. Baek Lim wonders, "You're not dodging. That might be the right choice, but you picked the wrong opponent." Kim Yugon said, his eyes turning fierce as he launched a decisive strike. This is the third and final move, Skybreaker. True to its name, its destructive power is overwhelming, like a bomb dropping on a city. In the stands, a warrior was thrown back by the impact, struggling to breathe. "I'm done for." Everyone was horrified. Is this really the skill level of a lord? They stared in disbelief at the wreckage. What about Kim Yu World? Is he okay? The system notification appears. You successfully blocked 3 moves from Pung Bim, the Fist Lord. You have passed the second trial of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He's a bit shaken. He's a martial arts master, and a player climbing the tower. His power matches the rumors. Yugon marvels at having blocked him, but the blend of his martial arts and skills is truly impressive. But Lim is equally surprised. So you really blocked it. He seriously evaluates, thinking the opponent couldn't do it, but unexpectedly he took it without a scratch. Thinking this, the old man's face twists into a sly smile. But Lim excitedly shouts, "Want to keep going?" A prompt appears. Will you continue the trial? He calculates the penalty is rising. Now the opponent will unleash full power. This is exactly what he's been waiting for. He says nothing but starts channeling internal energy into his black sword. Bim is stunned, stammering, "How do you have the Heavenly Demon Spirit?" Yugo explains. This isn't the true Heavenly Demon Spirit yet, just an incomplete shield, nothing more. The Sword King asks, he spent a month in the library learning it. Not quite, but even the Fist Lord seems surprised. The Sword King studies carefully. The basic principle of the Heavenly Demon Spirit is the shape mana takes. The shape forms something with its own will. Even if it's just the basic principle forming the shape, it's still considered the Heavenly Demon Spirit. Kim Yugon, who exactly is he? He raises his sword, seemingly not planning to attack, so I'll strike first. At this, Yan's face flashes with deadly intent as he glares at Bitch Lim. He breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like it has some effect. If it really were the Heavenly Demon Spirit, it would only make him more manageable. Poor guy. In just a moment, he blocked move 47 from Fist Lord Pung Bach Lim. The old man curses loudly in frustration. Bach Lim thinks even a shield like this terrifies the Heavenly Demon Sect's martial artists because of its difficulty, but surely it will change from the first time. The incomplete Heavenly Demon Spirit will gradually weaken. Bim shouts, "Now fight me fair and square, Kim Yugon." He's calm. I never thought I'd hear that in a fight between a player and a janker. The old man keeps striking, but he quickly blocks with his sword. By now, he's successfully blocked move 59 from Fist Lord Pung Bim. He's starting to tire. Such overwhelming power. Time passes, but the old man keeps replenishing his strength. Has he gotten used to the Heavenly Demon Spirit, or is mine weakening? Belin continue 59 movies. Ha, truly surprising. He glares fiercely, but it seems he won't last much longer. Isn't that right? Kim Yugon said this, clenching his fists tightly. The punishment is escalating. This time it's for sure. Before he could finish, you took a fierce punch to the gut, blood splattering everywhere. You quickly activated your giant transformation skill, the giant power enveloping Yugon's arm, partially boosting your low endurance. You continued to aggressively use the mana orb skill to attack through. On the other side, Bim gritted his teeth fiercely to keep channeling his inner energy. It seemed he was being punished too, but he refused to give up, his arm swiftly moving into a punch through the air. A massive explosion erupted the ground, seeming to upheave dust, billowing thickly, yet he stood firm like a statue. Bat Lim looked surprised. Although he had learned some of the Heavenly Demon Spirit, he didn't expect a rookie barely climbing the ranks to fight him this long. He's truly on another level, but I think the one enjoying this fight isn't someone to be bullied easily. With that, his fierce strike was about to land again. Lim shouted loudly. Come here, Kim Yu, you muttered a harsh curse in frustration. He sneered. What's wrong with you? Where's that calm look you had earlier? You spun around just as he prepared to strike. Each attack grew stronger. No matter how tough you were still just a normal person. Facing the power of a schemer, you struggled. Yugon had just blocked Becklam's 89th strike, but he didn't stop and kept attacking relentlessly. Becklam seemed to be enjoying a much more thrilling game now. You thought the time for Heavenly Demon Spirit was up. If you got hit once more, it would be over. But right now, he showed no openings to attack. Yun was honest, but I didn't feel happy. Batlim continued, this is just the beginning, so don't start whining like that. Seeing you hadn't attacked, he taunted. You planning to dodge forever? Fine, dodge all you want. With that, Bim kept slashing at you. You struggled. If this keeps up, I'll be at a disadvantage. I need to end this fast. I should close the distance. Just 1 second of stopping him from moving is enough. Your giant transformation skill was summoned quickly, your huge hand swinging fiercely toward him. The system notified you that all giant power had concentrated into your right hand. You told yourself, even if just for a moment at this time, your strength temporarily turned into endurance. The battle was ongoing, and the advantage leaned toward the Fist King. Suddenly your mind wavered. There was a flaw. The fierce fist rushed in. Your hand luckily blocked it just in time, but his inner strength was so strong your wrist started bleeding. Bin was shocked. He blocked it. At such close range. How is that possible? Wait, what happened to the sword he was using? Before he could recover, you fiercely slashed the sword across the Fist King's chest. A long crack appeared, fresh blood flowing non-stop. After this attack, Yugon looked exhausted. Your giant hand quickly returned to normal size. Bim was stunned, unable to believe it. He never thought he'd bleed in a fight with a player. Could it be that my initial mistake was leaving my chest exposed to his attack? At this rate, I'd clearly win in a few more moves, but this isn't just a fight, it's a trial. If only I had more time, if his rank and stats were just a bit higher. Thinking this, he finally spoke. I lose. The entire arena gasped in shock. The Fist Lord admits defeat, no way. In the stands, the remaining 3 grew interested. A miracle had happened. Mug thought silently, this really is a miracle. This young man is truly talented. Someone said, but the trial has already broken the rules. The Sword King said, no, our job is just to observe. And he knew the Heavenly Demon was watching personally. System notification. You have perfectly passed the second trial of the Heavenly Demon cult. You have gained the Heavenly Demon Spirit skill. Back in the room with the 4 kings, is it okay to just let it happen like that? The War King worried. Almost everyone rushed to the martial arts library looking for the Heavenly Demon Spirit. Mug was calm, it's fine. The Heavenly Demon Spirit belongs to the low-level martial arts section in the library for a reason. At first glance, it's no different from a normal cultivation technique or breathing exercise. How many people do you think can tell if it's really the Heavenly Demon Spirit or not? Not to mention, mastering the Heavenly Demon Spirit is a whole different story. Da King continued. I get it, finding and learning it yourself is a real test. Mug comforted him exactly, so Bok Lim shouldn't be too ashamed about this. Who would have guessed he found and mastered the Heavenly Demon Spirit finger in just 3 months? Bok Lim sat deep in thought, then sneered. Ashamed, huh? Suddenly he burst out laughing loudly, leaving Dao King and Thuong King puzzled. Bok Lim was thinking that in this situation, he found a loophole and seized it. Thinking this, he spoke to Kim Yugon. One day he'll become a high-level prodigy, and might even surpass the sect leader. It's been a long time since I felt this happy. Dao King was speechless, daring to say such a blasphemous thing. Thuong King was also helpless. Who would look at him and think he's a loser? Bok Lim laughed heartily. Sect leader Thuong, sect leader Dao, how about you fight Kim Yu World? Facing our future sect leader one-on-one could be an honor. Da King grumbled, you're too noisy. Sword King seriously pondered. The sect leader would soon come to him for the final test. A power bar appeared, his secret strength now at 98. Yu was lying in bed, resting his arm seemingly badly injured. Seeing that score, he was still not satisfied. Too bad his secret power hadn't hit triple digits yet. He recalled the fight. The cut on Bok Lim's chest was shallow. If he hadn't conceded, I would have lost for sure. I used my left hand after blocking his attack with my right, but it wasn't just about strength difference. Yugon kept thinking. Facing ranks was more than just power. But maybe I should feel relieved for finishing the second test. He guessed this wound would heal in 2 days. He remembered his recovery speed. If not for that, he'd be stuck listening to complaints instead of gaining the Heavenly Demon Spirit. This is a unique martial art of the demon cult created by the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, John Mujin. It dominates low-level martial arts. He glanced over and silently judged this skill was self-discovered, not a reward. Not bad, even prodigies crave A-rank skills. This skill is almost perfectly mastered by Minin. I wonder if in the final test, instead of seeing him in the illusion barrier, I'll get to meet him directly. Suddenly, a voice broke into his thoughts. Is Lord Yugun there? The Heavenly Demon called for him. He quickly went over. Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, Sect Leader. Your subordinate respectfully bows. He ordered that only he may enter. Yugon quickly stepped into a dark room. Where is he? I can't sense his presence. Maybe it's normal that I can't sense a prodigy's presence yet. At this moment, it seemed the egg was feeling uneasy. Nin Yugan's egg looked around to locate him. He guessed it was this way. From the darkness above, a burst of aura radiated. A hoarse voice spoke. So you've arrived. I am the heavenly demon Lord Mujin. You bowed respectfully. I heard you called for me. Mujin replied, that's right. How's your hand? Yu raised his hand before him. As you can see. Suddenly, his sword transformed, activating the sunset blade effect. Under the knight's influence, his healing speed increased by 102%. The heavenly demon's eyes quickly locked onto his sword. He said, a fine sword enough to make me want it. Yu scoffed. Every time swords come up, he gets greedy. He bluntly refused. Sorry, but no. I have an uncle who'd chew me out if I can't watch my own weapon. The heavenly demon continued, that sword was made by Hephaestus, right? He has the right to say that. Yu said, you know my uncle. I don't know him, just had the chance to use one of his swords before. Saying that, Mujin's hand quickly gathered inner energy. Mujin told him, enough chit-chat, let's start the final test. Yugan was surprised. You mean right now? He put on a pitiful face. Even with your hand like that, Mujin asked back. Didn't you just say it's fine? Yun argued stubbornly. Moving isn't the problem, but I can't fight yet. Mujin won't give you another chance to babble, doesn't matter, you won't need to use your hands anyway. You're frustrated, he does whatever he wants. I was still hoping to take the final test in my best condition. Then Mujin quickly vanished into the mist. Yugan's eyes instantly turned red. You think an illusion barrier, a voice echoes, what are you doing? Why not step inside? You look around assessing it carefully. This barrier is different from before, much more precise and complex. Meanwhile, the patriarch is struggling against the soul-sealing technique, but fails. Yugan frowns, fiddling with it. Damn it, I can't get through this. If I'm not careful, I might fall into it. Suddenly, a rough hand grabs you and drags you through. So finally, Yan is forced to enter the heavenly demon cave. And right after the final test of the heavenly demon sect begins. The place where Yuan stands is surrounded by thick mist. He can't help but shield his face. Once steady, he slowly opens his eyes to look around. A familiar figure walks ahead, the surroundings pitch dark, yet strangely he can see that person clearly. The man notices his daze and says, follow me. Yugan channels his inner energy, quickly igniting a small flame in his hand to light the way. Mujin looks on curious. So you've mastered heavenly demon spirit already, he asks. You reply quickly, yes, I got that skill too. He continues, then you must be able to control it easily. Skills and all that stuff make this world better. You're an outstanding fighter, take good care of it. Yugan asks, surprised. Take care of it, Yugan wonders. Silently take care of it. What does he mean? Suddenly your egg bares its fangs, then shrinks back. That expression startles you a bit. You look again, right in front of Waiwan is a purple flame. This thing lights up the whole space here. You think it's power coming from outside the tower. Though faint, I can feel the strength of an outer god. Is this why the egg reacted the moment I entered the heavenly demon sect? You stare blankly at what's before you. A notification appears. The great fire skill is being shaken by mysterious power. Mujin explains seriously. Holy fire, that's what we call it. There's an ancient prophecy passed down long ago since the sect settled in Heavenly Mountain and discovered this flame. The demon sect exists to protect this flame and find its owner, the first heavenly demon, the second. Even my master, they all died after a lifetime devoted to this. I'll be the same. Yugan wonders, a prophecy. Do you really believe that? He continues, the heavenly demon sect was a cult before becoming a sect, and the foundation of a cult wavers if its faith falters. Over endless time, stronger factions than the heavenly demon sect appeared. As the heavenly demon, I had no choice but to use tricks to protect the holy fire. At that time, I issued a rule, from now on, anyone who wants to join the heavenly demon sect must pass the sect's test to prove their worth. Yugan guesses, you created the test and used the holy fire as a reward. Mujin admits, exactly. I can hide and protect the holy fire by disguising it as a test, which is why it's so difficult. You ask, has anyone ever reached this stage? Mujin recalls the Swordmaster mug, he's seen it before. Pausing, he adds, but he couldn't defeat it. Then Mujin channels his inner energy. Now it's the final test. Endure this fire until the holy fire recognizes you. You can't react, just stand dumbfounded as the red flames quickly surround you. System guide, if you give up, this test ends. He frowns, thinking even for him this is tough. I'm telling him to charge into blazing flames. Though a great sage named Sun Wukong endured over 40 days in the Bagua furnace, that was a test for sleep when he nearly reached the tower's peak. Mujin wonders if you can survive instead of just enduring. Even if you have heavenly demon spirit, and can block the punches of the sect leader against this mysterious power, all achievements become meaningless. You'll be no better than a lowly human. He silently watches your expression, but Yugan remains unchanged. His eyes have turned red now. This fire blazes by swallowing fear itself. The flame eye is resisting the holy flame. The flame robe is also resisting the holy flame. You think this power takes the shape of fire, then it will corrode and burn anyone who fears it. You tell yourself not to feel the heat. At this moment, your egg is opening its eyes, baring its fangs aggressively. You stops it, hey, if you eat it all, there won't be any left for me. You reach out to feel it. It's been a long time since you had this sensation. Entities that can create fear greater than death itself. Entities beyond normal perception and understanding from the outer world. The days you faced and fought them. If I fear this power, then I don't deserve to hold it. Thinking this, your eyes turn fierce. I don't know what you are, but I'm sick of those outer gods. The only weakness when I return to the past is my body. A long, grueling war against the outer gods. Sheathing my sword, I've struggled to survive in this crumbling world. I vowed to fight when I return to the past. You recall the despair reaching the skies, the rage trapped in the swamp, the one who should never have been born a foolish calamity. Fighting an endless battle against them, I vowed hundreds, thousands of times alongside comrades who bled with me. And after returning to the past, climbing from the first floor, my heart didn't weaken, it grew stronger, much stronger. You shouts loudly, I came here for one reason only, I must return to defeat you all. Right after this declaration, the flames suddenly attack you more fiercely. Yug shows no weakness. Instead, his gaze grows even more determined. At the same time, the black holy crystal in your hand suddenly glows. The system notification appears. You have passed the trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult, and from this moment, you hold the title of Vice Leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Immediately after you gain a higher level skill than the Great Flame Holy Flame, your power stats also increase. Now, you can teleport to the next floor since you've completed this challenge. You thinks I actually passed the trial. So it doesn't want to fight me, I really have this flame now. Mujin watches from outside. He wonders why the flame suddenly vanished. He silently thinks, did he give up, or did he die? Just as he thinks this, a familiar figure slowly emerges from the flames. He survived, and the holy flame is returning to its original state. You stand there like a demon. Mujin can't help but have many questions in his mind. Minin can't hold back and asks, how did the trial go? But Min is stunned when he sees you unsure how to react. Let's talk a bit about the vice leader position of the Heavenly Demon Cult. This person holds absolute control and authority over the cult members who have sworn allegiance to the Heavenly Demon Cult. This title can be revoked only by the one holding the Heavenly Demon title, and the Holy Flame is the flame that can never be extinguished. Depending on the enemy's emotions, it can unleash greater power without consuming extra mana. It won't harm any target you don't want to injure. A few days later, in his private room, Mujin keeps thinking about you. He silently recalls images he saw long ago. Finally, he truly believes Yugon has really obtained the Holy Flame. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Yugon looks at him coldly. Mujin says, you're here. They both head to a small courtyard together. Mujin starts, you woke up fast, and it looks like you didn't get burned anywhere. Yugon replies coldly, yeah. By the way, you have no reason to stay here anymore, right? I've obtained the Holy Flame, and I think you've fulfilled your heavenly demon duties. Mujin answers, habits aren't easy to change. I feel uncomfortable thinking about going somewhere else. You continue, I got a new title. Mujin interrupts, you mean Vice Leader, right? Just accept it. You have both the Holy Flame and the Heavenly Demon Spirit. You have the authority. Even if you become a businessman, I won't join the Heavenly Demon Cult. He says you can do whatever you want. It's not a chain binding you, but a rightful reward for passing the trial. Though it's not like before, the Demon Cult has long opposed the martial world. It's the power to command that strength, so it's another precious reward for the one who earned it, just like the Holy Flame. You breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, he doesn't plan to make you the next Heavenly Demon. You quickly stood up, so I'll gratefully accept it. Mujin spoke, you're leaving already. You say I have to leave now, but I'll be back when the martial arts war begins. Mujin looked at him curiously, you plan to join? Yugen smiled softly, if I can then I'm going. He watched his back. After all this, have I really fulfilled my duty? The strong chains that bound me have disappeared. Thinking this, his mood grew troubled. What do I do now? There's still that matter to deal with. The Heavenly Demon Sect craved this even before the Holy Fire appeared. Looks like we have to return to the martial world. Scene shifts to the 11th floor of T-Tower. The place is crystal clear. The trembling voice of a man keeps echoing. This time, please, please, please. The one praying non-stop is named Halamon. Finally, it has appeared. Turns out he's waiting for the ranking results. He silently thinks my team must be here. The others are just watching and he's sweating in panic. What the hell is this? All names I've never heard of, even some blacklisted for causing trouble. Then he grows curious. What about Team B? Thinking this, Halamon quickly clicks to check. Player Zoel has rare healing skills, and their team is directly related to Nam Gung. You can easily pass the 11th floor challenge. Nam Gungun's team. He's horrified. The other team is full of names everyone's heard at least once. Could it be this unlucky? I've failed 3 times already. This is the worst. Reviewing my team, it couldn't be this bad. Kim Yugon's name is on the list. Halamon is startled. Don't tell me it's Kim Yugon. Rumor says he's extraordinary, but even with over 200 people and such a skill gap, it's impossible. That guy's pretty unlucky too. Scene shifts to another place. A man slams his hand on the table angrily. 30 points, he shouts fiercely. Why is the room fee so expensive? Trung Kwai explains. Looks like you just climbed here, but that's how it is. Don't want to pay, then leave. Yugon is bored. So childish. All the names I know, big guilds and pure bloodlines. All the talented players are in Team B, and they shoved me into Team A. The judge for the 11th floor challenge is Hypnos, an Olympus agent. So they're planning revenge this way. They want me dead, or what? They really prepared well. This is a terrible start. Looking at Trung Kwai yawning, the next customer, Yugon, steps forward. Any rooms available, he asks. Only the top room left. That one costs 100 points. You generously reply, no problem. The man's face shows disgust. Yu continues. Do you have enough paper money here? Hearing money, he quickly straightens up. Yes, of course I do. What kind of paper money? Yug quickly pulls out a stack and places it on the table. Asga 374 bills of 10000 points. You say, after the commission fee, exchange it all for points. At this moment he glows all over. Trung Kwai feels this person is dazzling and quickly replies, understood. Very fast you receive 366320 points. Current points are 931420. The system pops up. Will you summon a minion? You quickly call someone. A spirit appears immediately. How can I assist you, sir? You're surprised the 11th floor admin's taste. Well, better than some clown grinning wide. Thinking this, you say, I want to use the shop. It happily asks what you need. We have everything except what we don't. What do you need, you thinks? This fairy's way too friendly. Has it already smelled the money? You reply. Let me take a look first. It smiles brightly, then snaps its fingers. Yes, understood. Soon after, the shop opens, filled with dozens of useful items. You think materials to complete the sacred black crystal adamantium. I have to find it. It must be here. Finally, you find adamantium. It's the strongest metal, every blacksmith's dream. Excited, you quickly ask the little fairy, how much is this? It doesn't answer the price yet, but cheerfully replies off topic. They're adamantium quality materials here. Little fairy wondered, but why did you buy unfinished materials? There are way better items out there. Let me explain. Finished items are expensive. Buying materials and crafting yourself is cheaper. Little fairy smiled brightly. I get it, but adamantium is an exception, a material that never breaks, a rare mineral that even amplifies mana. Amazing, right? There's nothing else like it in the world. Yugum noted this guy has pretty detailed info. Little fairy continued. If you can melt it down, you still get some left, even after crafting a top-tier item. Really? He thought, surprised. Yes, what I said is spot on. Because of its hardness and strength, fewer than 10 top blacksmiths can even melt it. But with its extraordinary properties, blacksmiths call it a translucent mineral. Little fairy asked. And you're close with Hephaestus, right? He wondered, what does that have to do with anything? She explained. Of course it matters. If you have this, you can craft as many top-tier items as you want. Normal people would struggle to find a blacksmith. Even if they do, the price would be astronomical. But not for you. So the adamantium price for you would be much higher. Based on all info, 1.5 kilograms of adamantium costs 1.5 million points. Hearing that price, his face quickly darkened. I don't have that kind of money. Little fairy quickly offered, don't worry, you can borrow at 11.5% interest. Since you have a high infection rate, we can lend to you at 10%. You spoke up, is that so? Then I have no other choice. She smiled, deciding it was the right call. Then we'll record the debt and interest. He cut her off. I'll buy elsewhere. Little fairy sweat nervously. We can give you a discount. You might not know, but this is a rare item hard to find anywhere else. Yugon was indifferent. No problem. Even without it, I'll climb the tower as usual. I have plenty of time, and other floors have many minions too. Ah, there's an auction too. If so, I can buy other items. So frustrating, but forget this deal. Little fairy stammered. Wait a minute. Yun interrupted. Oh man, I already said. Forget it, I'm not buying. Little fairy looked sad at him. So cold. Still not giving up, Little fairy said. Sir, wait, I can lower it to 1.3 million. Yun looked annoyed. No thanks, she kept lowering the price. How about 1.2 million? He stayed firm, I said. I'm not buying. I can't go below 1 million. That's already at cost. He acted annoyed. Such a hassle. Fine, if you want to sell that badly, I'll pay 850000. Little fairy frowned, cursing silently. Damn it, this jerk. She thought, but I don't know when I'll find a big buyer like him again. You added 850000 is all I can pay. Little fairy felt determined to close the sale. She sighed softly. Sir, can you raise it to 90000? I'll lose money selling at 850000. Seeing his face like he stepped in poop, she gritted her teeth. All right, I'll sell at 850000, so stop making that face. He thought, if it's 850000, Little fairy forced a smile. I'll start the deal. Yu was satisfied to have bought slightly below market price. He asked, anything else you need? He replied coldly, that's all. After securing the big order, she excitedly lowered her voice. If you need anything else, just call me. Yu scoffed, disgusting. He looked at the item he just bought. Now he had to deliver this letter to the uncle. But he wasn't sure what the damn Olympus gang would plot in the test, so he couldn't leave the sacred black crystal behind. It might take 1 to 3 months to complete. Forging it won't be easy. All he could do was wait, no rushing. He had to meet him right after the test. The test starts in a week, plenty of time, maybe take a walk first. Scene shifts to briefly introduce the pure-blooded heir of the Namgung family, a noble born with the right to lead a mid-tier martial arts sect like his father. With exceptional talent, skills, and leadership honed through hard training, Namgung-hoon is considered a genius player. In the 11th floor dungeon, Agria's maze, everyone is fiercely fighting. One of them can't help but wonder. This really is the easiest dungeon on floor 11. They're buzzing, looks like we're the only ones to clear this place so fast. We might just push straight to the end. It's not that hard. Of course, don't forget who's with us. A cold voice rings out. Hurry up, we need to sweep this place quickly and rest before the test. The crowd stirs, but I don't think we need to prepare much for this test. Have you seen the team list? Team A is a bunch of losers. But Team A still has Kim Yugon. He's a big deal. I heard he even passed the Heavenly Demon Cult's trial. So what is Team Luck is pure trash. Namgung speaks up, stop the nonsense and move fast. Whatever happens, just give it your all. That's it. After he said that, no one argued anymore. Yes, Captain. Yeah, he's pretty reliable. Namung thinks I've never met Kim Yugon, but I keep hearing about him. I don't know where he's from, but that means he's really skilled. Hope I get to face him in the test. While thinking, Namgung suddenly spots something. He freezes in shock, then quickly orders everyone. Wait, stop. Something stuck up there like trapped monsters. Namgung's group is curious. What is that fire? That thing stuck on the ceiling. To satisfy his curiosity, Namgung swiftly leaps up to check. Namgung swings his sword and cuts it off to see what it really is. The corpse falls quickly after the cut. Everyone wonders aloud, is this Cole, the Agria dungeon boss? Has someone already conquered this place? But strangely, it's more than burnt, yet there's no gray marks on the walls or ceiling. Namgung inspects closely, then concludes it didn't die from fire. This is a sword wound about 4 feet long. Someone sliced through the weakened Agria in one strike. Someone capable of killing a boss monster in one hit. Could it be a ranker? But would a ranker raid a low-level dungeon? No other explanation fits here. Namgung then tells everyone, let's leave this dungeon and head back. It's already been conquered. Scene shifts to a luxurious room. A man sits deep in thought. He calculates and sees a huge power gap between the two teams. This guy Han must be cursed to get such an unfair test. He's troubled, wondering why a promising guy like Kim Yugon is on the hit list. This man is Hypnos, the administrator of the 11th floor challenge. He recalls the orders he received. This is a command from the Great Olympus. Eliminate player Kim Yugon and you'll be richly rewarded. Thinking this, Hypnos sneers, feeling like a dog on a leash. He then mounts his steed. Preparations must be complete. Suddenly a message arrives, surprising Hypnos, who's messaging him during the test. The message isn't from anyone else but Hera. Scene shifts to the dark Elam forest. The atmosphere here is gloomy. Yugon looks at the report board, only 51 participants. He notices more players have dropped out than expected. Hypnos is shocked that this obvious loser actually joined the challenge. After pausing briefly, he speaks loudly again. Hello everyone. He begins introductions and outlines some points. I'm Hos, administrator of the 11th floor challenge. Team A seems short-handed, but nothing will change. We'll proceed with the 2 current teams and start once I finish explaining the challenge. Then he raises a flag. The challenge this week is capture the flag. Hypnos continues. It's simple. First, when you get these flags, combine them. The number on your flag shows how many you've collected. Pretty cool, right? All thanks to magic tech. The question is, where do you get these flags? This forest has been sealed by admins long ago for this challenge. There are countless monsters of all levels and flags scattered throughout the forest, on the path, at the foot of cliffs, atop trees, even on the monsters themselves. You have no idea how much effort we put into creating this challenge. All you need to do is collect as many flags as possible. The team with the most flags at the end wins easily, right? But this challenge is called Capture the Flag, not just picking up flags. Am I right? In this challenge, you can steal flags collected by the opposing team. The method doesn't matter. Stealing, threatening, killing, all are allowed. Hearing this, some players already started to feel nervous. Hypnos isn't done yet. In the end, there will be a king in this challenge. One player from each team will be randomly chosen, and the flags held by the king will count double. But don't worry, this isn't chess. You won't lose just because your king dies. But having a strong king sure helps, so good luck. Isn't luck super important in this challenge? Yug thought silently. Another luck-based challenge, meaning they'll probably pick the weakest player as king. The rules are finally announced. Let's begin. Hypnos raised his hand, and a beam of light quickly enveloped all the players here like a guiding compass. The system summarized once more. Challenge Floor 11, Capture the Flag starts now. Steal flags from the opposing team at all costs. After 24 hours, the team with the most flags wins. Your contribution points will be based on how many flags you collect. If you give flags to the king, your contribution points double. If the king's flags are stolen, your points vanish, and rewards are distributed based on your contribution points. Team A has no flags, Team B has no flags. Halaman stared blankly at his glowing body. What's going on? Am I the king? He was utterly confused. What should he do now? What am I supposed to do? Yuquan watched from afar. Knew it. Yu sighed helplessly. Yuquan couldn't help but wonder. What kind of nonsense is this floor 11? At the same time, Halaman ran after him. Kim Yugan, where are you going? Yugan replied coldly. Seriously, you're going to have someone else protect you like that? I'll protect you, so calm down. You won't be fighting anyone from Team B right now. Then his eyes turned blazing red. Alright, let's get started. Namung silently observed him from this side, a complex look in his eyes. Everyone around whispered, look at that, it's over for sure. The gap in numbers is huge. Let's just finish this quickly and celebrate. Namgung thought, I get why they're not worried. They have 4 times as many members in this challenge as the other team, but they're too careless. Suddenly a voice broke his train of thought. Are you worried, sir? Namgung looked back in surprise. Roll, the respectful girl said. It's an honor to be remembered by you, sir. Namung fell silent, studying her without saying a word. He frowned. Sister, I understand why she's called an angel. Even among the few support players, her strength is rare. Roll continued. Don't worry too much. The gap between the 2 teams is huge. You can relax. Namji finally spoke. Don't you see? Even if it's random with such a huge power gap, Roll interrupted calmly. Isn't it just a coincidence? Namung cut in my world, nothing is coincidence when it comes to power. Roll thought seriously. Is that so? By the way, who's our team's king? No one seems to know, so probably just a regular player. Namgung said, do you think they care who the king is in this situation? He recalled seeing someone glowing gold when the challenge started. Something's off. I have a good memory and never forget what I see, but I can't remember his face. I wonder what he looks like. Meanwhile, Halaman sat dazed, staring at the scoreboard of both teams. Another player spoke up. Fewer flags are scattered outside than expected, and the ones we picked up are all held by monsters. But we've collected quite a few. With these, we can defeat their king and take the lead. Harim thought. That's right, there's someone on our team who can do that. You've found the most among the 59 flags. Team A owns Kim Yugan. Last time I met him, he didn't seem willing to cooperate, but as long as I'm king, we can't win by just defending ourselves. He coldly left me behind, but told me to stay put and wait, so he'll be back soon, right? Other players spoke up, but this forest is huge, and it's hard to find a way out. They discussed together, unsure where Team B started from. Let's rest first. We'll meet again at midnight. Suddenly a strange noise made all the players here turn pale. A sly voice echoed. A's been caught. I told everyone to be careful. Meanwhile, the opposing team's players were hunting tasked with protecting their flag from enemy attacks. Team A's members said, it's annoying when Team A's is here. Even if it's Kim Yugan, he can't do anything if the king falls. Besides, if we capture the king, we'll earn a huge contribution score. So one from Team A gritted his teeth and charged, damn it, don't be scared, we have 10 of us. Just as he spoke, a fierce sword swiftly sliced across his neck. The man who just charged up was dead instantly. The others sneered. Who the hell are you? It's 9 o'clock now. As he spoke, the man gave a cunning look toward Team A's players. Team A scattered like a disturbed hive, quickly dodging the killer. Team B pressed forward, one of them laughing loudly. Where are you running off to? Screams of panic rang out. I give up. I give up, save me. Seeing him dazed, someone quickly dragged him away. Halaman was here. But then blood splattered all over him. The one who led Halaman away was cut in half. Get away, the king's head is mine. Halaman was so terrified he fell to the ground. The attacker, like a starving beast, raised his sword to strike. Halaman shut his eyes tight, waiting for death. But luckily, Yuquan arrived just in time. He successfully rescued the king. I told you to stay put, don't wander around. Why won't you listen? Halaman was so relieved, he cried. He looked at Yuquan like a savior angel. Here only you could save Haliman. He cheered Yugan. Team B was momentarily terrified. Yugan, Kim Yugan. Damn, it must be the real one. Kayla died in one hit. Seeing you approach, one shouted, retreat first. A powerful sword strike killed 2 of them. They shouted to boost morale. Idiots, we outnumber him. Just kill him. As he finished, the masked man grabbed his blade and lunged. But as he climbed up, a sword gently sliced through his forehead. He was stunned, unable to react. Just like that, you decisively cut him in half. Other players were shocked. Faced with your presence, Team B trembled in fear. One yelled, wait, spare me. Of course you refused. He knelt, I only have 2 flags, but that's more than most here. I'll give them all to you, so please spare me. Seeing him beg, Yugan paused and finally agreed to take the flags and spare him. Yugan's team got 2 flags and he earned 20 contribution points. Then he glared at the rest. What about the rest of you? Hand over your flags and leave. Or do you want to keep fighting? Hearing keep fighting, their bodies trembled. They started to negotiate. How many do we have to give? Quickly, Yugan's team collected many flags effortlessly. Halaman trembled. Luckily, he's an ally. Really, I'm sorry for glaring and gritting my teeth just because he was straightforward with me. Yugan spoke. Half the match has passed. Haliman was confused. Oh really? We've only been at it for 4 hours. Yugan wondered where the others were. Halaman said, everyone scattered. They said we need to collect some flags first. Yugon approved. Smart move. Just don't get robbed. Yugon counts the flags he's taken. Halamon is stunned. 27. How did you get so many on your own? That's a lot. Yugon says casually. Not really that many. You wonder calculating. Team A has 64 flags. If I got this many, there should be 67 total. Yugon thinks. It's already the flag-snatching phase of the challenge. Then he tells Halamon, listen up, they've gathered quite a few by now, so they'll start thinking hunting enemy players is more effective than hunting monsters. Some will even go straight for the king. Halamon is shocked. Mais Yugon réplique. Which other king? Halamon worries. He's right. But I told you to stay at least 20 meters away from me from now on. Even I can't win without the king. Your name's Halamon, right? Stick close to me. Don't forget 20 meters, got it. He obediently nods. Yugon thinks silently the real battle has begun. Cut to Namgung's side, surprised. So you ran off after handing him the flags. The terrified group recounts you just haven't seen his skills yet. His sword moves so fast you can't even see it. And his eyes, like a demon's, they chill your spine. Namung is helpless, it's pathetic. Most of the team are skilled players, yet they fled from Kim Yugon, even though it was 10 against 1. They argue fiercely. So we can still be eliminated, even in a group. Yeah, we have 10 people, but it's useless. Roll speaks up, saying Yuan has teamed up with their king, right? Then chances are, he'll keep protecting their king. Contact everyone immediately. Salam Crioel and other skilled players. Namgung guesses you're planning to use that strategy. Roll says there's still plenty of time. We can't just keep running. We lost a few, but Team B still has many experienced players. Plus, you and me a game-changing factor. Got any better ideas? But it seems no one has a better plan. The group falls silent. She continues, looks like we've decided. Now let's go catch the king and Yugon. A sly grin appears on her face. Time flies 12 hours into the test. Yugon keeps grabbing flags by defeating and stealing from Team B players. Halamon is amazed. This isn't a team fight anymore. It's more like 200 players trying to take down a monster named Yugon. Yugon thinks this much is worth 100 or 1,000 points. I've got plenty, but it's not time to hand them to the king yet. I'm protecting him while moving, so no big deal. But if he loses flags or worse, dies, the tax money's lost for good. I should only give the flags right before the test ends. Halamon stands up. Just seeing him scares people. I don't know if it's the atmosphere or their instincts. Yugon listens silently, then recalls Team B players dropped flags as soon as they saw him. Do they recognize me? Or maybe. Yugon mutters, have they exchanged info already? I think they told each other, the king is you and I'm with you. As teammates, they must have shared their flag counts and agreed to drop flags and run if they meet me. Why would they do that? Dropping flags like that means they can't win, Yugon replies. I'm sure they're plotting something. Suddenly he senses an arrow flying straight at him. Luckily, Yugon blocks the arrow just before it could pierce Halamon's eye. Halamon trembles in shock. Halamon is so scared he falls to the ground screaming. Yugon aggressively snaps the arrow in two. Got it. So that's why they fight, to protect their teammates' lives. This kind of encirclement has long been used in martial arts circles. The heavenly net. He's annoyed. I should have just killed them all. Halamon panics. Immediately, Yugon raises his sword threateningly at Halamon, terrifying him. Wait, Yugon. In a flash, his sword slashes the ground, carving a circle. Halamon is stunned. What is this? A drawing. Yugon continues. No matter what happens, don't leave this circle. Just know you'll die if you do. He flinched. What? You want me to die right here? Yug snapped. You're annoying, pulling your sword and threatening him. I told you not to leave the circle. I told you to stay put. Was he about to say more? You cut him off. I said it from the start. If you wander off like last time, you'll really die. Halamon whimpered. So I just have to stay inside this circle, Yun asked patiently. If you move again, I won't be able to save you this time. He was scared. I'll survive. You're speechless. I already said okay. Halamon kept worrying. You promise you'll save him. Before he could finish, you quickly turned to leave. Halamon ran after you like a lost chick. Brother Yugon. You angrily drew your sword, pointing it at him. I told you don't leave the circle. Scene shifts to a bush where whispers rise. Why target the king first? 55 people had to team up just to take down one man, Kim Yugon. He's that strong, so we have to force him into a disadvantage by making him protect the king. Another voice cut in. That's just your opinion. Even if it's Kim Yugon, he's done for. If the king dies, enough, interrupted the man beside him. Yun is moving deeper into the forest, and he's alone, leaving the king behind. A gasp echoed. What? Alone? Suddenly another man aggressively stepped forward, everyone else stepping aside. His name's Vak. Team B is full of famous players like Namgung Hoon, and Joel Big Guilds will definitely notice this test. Vak thought about killing Yun right here. Then he said the arrow was too weak and aggressively threw his spear, thinking he'd become the star everyone looks up to. He was pleased with his throw, a perfect toss, but Yun stood still and the spear stopped midair. What's happening? Vak hadn't even recovered when the spear flew back, stabbing the man beside him. This made him furious, eyes bloodshot. Quickly, all the men near Vac collapsed, bleeding heavily. A voice rang out sharply. Only useless fools here. Vac saw you and shouted in panic. Even Kim Yugon was alone, the only survivor. Your eyes looked like a demon from hell demanding a soul. Yugon growled, "Where's Nam Gung Hun?" After getting the info he needed, he swiftly disappeared. Those who escaped earlier dared to peek out, now he's gone again. They kept talking about you, your stealth is top-notch, no sign of you anywhere. So good that unless he's right in front of you, you can't see him. No one knows when you arrived, but now you're right behind that guy. I don't think so. Assassins don't use long swords and they always wear black on purpose. On the other hand, that Yugon with his clairvoyance skill is pretty good. The man looked up, startled, and they all shouted in surprise. When did he get here? You couldn't help but admire. You have a great scout and good tactics like a trap. Maybe because there aren't many people, this formation has holes. The white-haired guy from before looked grim. Not many people, for sure. You followed his gaze, thinking silently. Finally, he's here. Nam Gung Hun entered. Nam Gung spoke, leaving the king behind and wandering around. You decided to quit the test to fight. Either way, it's a shame this happened. You stayed silent, he continued. Though unintentional, I have a talented but small team. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm embarrassed by this situation. This is a test. You just got unlucky this time. You didn't get what he meant. Nam Gung replied, cut to the chase. I like that. Quit. I don't want to fight like this. You suddenly smiled softly. So that's what he meant. Then you raised your sword. Not like what I heard you talk a lot. Nam Gung was surprised he predicted this but really didn't follow through, maybe because he had no choice left. Thinking quickly, he shouted, everyone, step back, I'll take him on. Yugon was a bit surprised. You want a one-on-one, I don't care how many of you rush me. Nam Gung replied, thanks for the offer but I'll pass. As soon as he finished, he quickly gathered his inner power and charged straight at him. A sword strike was launched, but he swiftly blocked the first attack. Yugon found it quite interesting. Look at that, a level 11 player with that much power. I'm curious about his stats. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Sword attacks came like a storm, relentlessly striking at him. But Yugon still made no move to counterattack. The royal sword style of the Nam Gung family. Their swords can create pressure around them just by swinging. It's heavier than any sword from other sects. He wondered. Then what's causing this gap? Using this sword and I'm still losing strength. The battle between them was intense. Very quickly, Eo added more power to him. Nam Gung's whole body radiated a powerful inner force. The blessing of the Archangel granted him strength. Your own power, your body's stamina becomes more agile. Mana regeneration speeds up. Nam Gung glared at Joel, annoyed. What's with this cowardly move? She replied, even with my mana boost, you're still being pushed back. Doesn't that mean this fight is over? Look, it seems he thinks the match is done. She kept channeling mana. Nam Gung was puzzled. Suddenly, a purple flame surrounded him. Nam Gung startled, staring at the pure flame. It was the same flame he'd seen in Agria's dungeon. No way it's a coincidence. He was sure this was the same person. His face remained calm as he looked at his opponent. Nam Gung was curious, but something felt off. His swordsmanship just now was different from the strike that cut Agria's body, almost like a different person's skill. With his attack power, he couldn't have killed Agria in one strike. Am I just imagining things, or is he holding back against me? Roll watched them standing there puzzled. Why did they stop fighting? Then she heard Nam Gung's voice, let's retreat. Continuing is pointless, we'll only end up dead. Roll realized it was a telepathic message. Nam Gung was admitting defeat. Why? On the other side, Nam Gung asked curiously, let me ask you, are you the one who conquered Agria's dungeon? He answered, so what if I am? Nam Gung said nothing. I see. He thought for a moment. It seemed he'd lost the will to fight. He stopped attacking and sheathed his sword. Whispering spread. Agria, the toughest dungeon on floor 11 has been cleared. The conqueror is Yu Gun. People were unwilling to step forward. Can we do without the captain? This isn't like him at all. I know our opponent is strong, but quitting before the fight, if we all rush in, we have a chance. Nam Gung said, what's the point of winning like this? You alone is making up for the ridiculous difference in numbers between the two teams. Doesn't he deserve to pass this test? You can keep fighting, but we're leaving. Let's go. Roll taunted. That's not what I heard, you're just a coward. Nam Gung didn't care. Say what you want. I value my teammates' lives more than my pride. Everyone was moved. Captain, the crowd murmured. He's stubborn, but it's kind of admirable. But I like that about our captain. We can always retake the test later. Roll was too frustrated to say more and folded her arms in anger. You recalled, I said it just in case, but the fewer casualties we have, the better. It's not good for adults to lose their temper over kids' matches. Exactly. We're the ones needed to fight alongside the outer city later. Some of them will definitely be future heroes. No need to weaken our side for no reason. He thought if Herculet were here, he'd definitely avoid killing anyone. He's not just capable of that, he's a hero who never breaks his promises. I admire that, but I'm not a hero like him. Yu's face darkened. I hoped everyone would back down on their own, but now I can't be sure what'll happen. He told himself to try, but if it's unavoidable, so be it. Roll ignored Nam Gung's advice. She refused to accept defeat. So Joel empowered all her followers with the blessing skill. She shouted loudly, and they all attacked him at once. Yu smirked, it's time to join this childish fight. He channeled his energy, a powerful aura, quickly forming, enveloping them all. The group panicked. Their fire couldn't pierce through it. Yugon stood alone, but they had no strength to fight. Every one of them trembled at the sight of the flames. They screamed in terror. A demon! It's a demon! Yugon thought holy fire looks like a demon to them. This flame grows by feeding on their fear, and even I struggle to control it once it grows too much, so I have to hold it back. Their sword arms shook. Some shouted, we must kill Yugon. He calculated they could endure the holy fire a bit thanks to the blessing. Yugon looked at Zoel. She must have quite a few blessings to use. She poured all her power into blessing the players. She clearly wants to take my life. Roll was frustrated. What the hell is going on? I'm casting the right blessings for each player, but they all freeze up, unable to do anything near that fire. It's like facing an unbreakable AO shield. They can't even get close to him, let alone hurt him. Thinking this, she decided to unleash a finishing move straight at him, a huge sword aimed fiercely at Yugon's head. Roll gritted her teeth, gathering all her strength, shouting die, but strangely her power did nothing to him. Faced with that force, it didn't even activate. Yu channeled his inner power, fiercely slashing once shattering the sword. Roll screamed in disbelief, how is this possible? The scene around them became utterly devastated with many casualties. Everyone trembled before Yugon's power. Namgung's words played like a slow-motion film in Joel's mind. Retreat fighting on is pointless. Our fate is death, say what you want, but I value my teammates' lives more than my pride. Regret flooded Ro Namgunghun's heart. He was right. Namung transmitted, everyone fall back, we have no chance. Even if we catch his king, we still lose. Yoon spoke up. If you're running, leave the flags behind, and I'll spare you. Rohel was surprised, you can hear our transmissions. Yugon was calm, I don't need to hear it. Just looking at you tells me what you're thinking. Roll asked, what if we leave without leaving the flags? Yugon replied, clearly I won't let you go. Pausing, he added, don't waste your strength, hand them over. Soon after, he collected quite a few more flags for his team. Roll wondered, you really won't kill anyone. We may have lost all our flags, but we'll gather more. You're alone and without a king. Yu interrupted, so what? You want me to kill you, what do you want? Roll said, I heard you refused sponsorship offers from major guilds, but Gon is on another level. I can't guarantee you'd get better treatment than from me. He flatly refused. Thanks. Roll was stunned. That was quick. Then at least give me your player ID. Yugon still refused. Thanks anyway. I know your goal. Roll questioned. Why I ask for your own future's sake. You didn't give up even when the test was unfair, proving you have a clear goal. You can't climb this tower alone. Good teammates, a strong guild to fully support you still, it's hard to climb. Someone like you should know you need more than just your skills to enter this tower. Why try to walk this tough path alone? She didn't know what giving up meant. Maybe that's why she climbed so fast, but guilds and sponsorships will only hold her back now. Guilds fighting for power in the tower can destroy everything out of pride, greed, and distrust. So I can't accept help from them. I have to get stronger on my own so that when the worst happens, I can be the pillar the tower relies on. Yen spoke up, why is everyone so curious? It's nothing big. You just need to know I can climb the tower without teammates or a guild. Can I do it? I have to. Saying that his face showed determination. Cut to the forest where Halaman is sitting restless. When will he come back here? Since it's in the forest, the surroundings are dark and eerie. It's terrifying. Is it always this dark? Halaman looked around scared. How long do I have to wait? Shaking with fear, he didn't notice something aiming to shoot from the distant bushes. Suddenly it fired a flaming projectile at Halaman. He dodged it. A mocking voice rang out. He dodged it. Maybe just barely, but he still has some reflexes. The group stepped out from the bushes. You want us to kill you? Why just stand there frozen? Let's finish this quick. As far as I know, even with Nam, Gang, Hun, and Joel, that group struggles against Yugon. He must be terrifyingly strong. Halaman was startled. He's fighting Team B alone against those masters. Halaman remembered Yan's warning. If you move, I can't help this time. I told you not to leave the circle. He thought running would only get him caught sooner. I don't stand a chance to win either. But if I don't leave this circle and stall, Yugon will definitely come back. My only choice is to trust and follow his orders. Thinking this, Halaman swung his sword and shouted, "Come on, you bastards." They laughed mockingly. What's this guy doing? Forget it, he's lost it. Don't forget we split contribution points evenly. Got it, make sure to share the loot properly. At that moment darts flew aggressively at him, but an invisible circle blocked them. Another charged fiercely. Halaman panicked. Damn it, I can't leave the circle. He lunged at his face, kicked hard blood pouring out. Too easy. Halaman shut his eyes tight, as long as he stayed in the circle. The attacker wondered what the hell is wrong with him. No grudge or anything, just bad luck. Now say goodbye. Suddenly, a silver smoke spread behind him. For some reason, he was suddenly thrown back, shocking everyone watching. They panicked. What the hell is this? A ghost. This is the demon spirit skill. Halaman gasped. No clue what that means, but at least I'm alive. Cut to Ro's words. From many angles, you really are an amazing guy. I hope next time we meet we'll be on the same team. You was annoyed I wasted time and money on this long talk, but at least it ended well. As long as Halamon keeps his promise, no problem. Suddenly his eyes sharpened. Thinking only of this moment, he said, "Everyone's gone, you can show yourself now." A voice came from the bushes. "Since when did you know?" You answered after a moment. The figure stepped out fully covered. "You're as smart as they say." He sized him up using such a huge flame but no burn marks anywhere. That power is impressive. I've never seen a skill that can selectively burn targets. A flame with its own will. If he saw it, he'd want it. Yu Jun asked. "What's the overseer doing here dressed like that?" The man was surprised. "You can see my face," Yu casually replied. "I see it clearly." The overseer looked at him in amazement. "Is that a skill? A skill that can see through illusions of a renowned illusionist. He really is exceptional." Thinking this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, I'm impressed. I thought you'd chase the king as soon as the test started. But instead, you fought Team B alone." Yugon warned Hypnos. "He's a famous illusionist of Olympus, interfering in the official test. If the admins find out along with the events on floor 1, they'll pay a heavy price." Yugon sneered. "They're bold to act right at my doorstep, huh? I never expected them to set such a fancy trap for me." His whole body radiated a thick, intense aura surrounded by purple flames. Hypnos was surprised. A normal player would have passed out the moment I unleashed all my mana. His stats shouldn't be high enough to resist my mana. Is he holding on just by willpower? I thought the enforcers of a major guild were overreacting by focusing all their attention on one player and sending a renowned assassin after him. But now I think I understand why the higher-ups are so anxious. Come to think of it, he received a message from Hera, ordering him to kill me at all costs, no matter the method. Right after Hypnos quickly used his darkness skill, plunging the entire area into night. The darkness skill causes hallucinations on all living things in the area, and forces us into sleep. He warned this time would be different from before. Resisting it would be tough. Stop resisting, give up now. Just as he said, my body was starting to lose consciousness. Hypnos whispered a charm. "I'll give you a beautiful dream." His eyes closed. I stood frozen, falling into the sleep induced by Hypnos. If a low-level player claimed to have faced an Olympus assassin, no one would believe him. Whether the guy was strong or not, no one would trust a small-time player had a chance to meet someone from the great Olympus. You're having a meeting with a revered assassin. If you survive, you'll have a story to brag about. Unfortunately, as he spoke, he pressed a knife to my neck, ready to finish me. Suddenly Yugon snapped awake, fiercely slashing across Hypnos' chest, startling him. Fresh blood gushed out, pain flooding him as he gritted his teeth. Yugon mocked him for being too shallow. Hypnos gritted his teeth. "You bastard, you're faking. Answer me with such cowardice. I don't think you have the right to say that. Besides, I'm not here to brag about fighting an assassin, but maybe I'll tell the story of battling Olympus's cowardly overseer." Hypnos said taunts won't change a thing. Yugon stared at him. "No, they won't." At the same time, affected by the darkness skill, my stamina surged with recovery speed boosted by 200%. Pausing briefly, Yu added, "Because darkness isn't yours alone." Yuan thought Hao Thean is a melee mage using dark mana, perfect for illusions. I managed to wound him, but he's still one of Olympus's assassins. I gripped my sword tightly, staring him down. Still, I felt confident fighting this kind of enemy. Both of us fell silent, each lost in our own thoughts. Hypnos quickly charged, and Yugon no longer wanted to stay defensive. They seemed evenly matched. Even facing an assassin, I didn't look weaker. You strike me, I dodge, move after move, the ground and rocks shattering and flying everywhere from the impact. Yuan's sword now glowed with a dark light, making him look like the embodiment of darkness. Hypnos was, after all, a top assassin. He finally closed in, and landed a hit to my face, leaving me dazed. But I refused to lose quickly, gripping my sword to counterattack. I slashed Hypnos again in the chest, blood spraying non-stop. Suddenly something felt off, so I turned to look back. The one I just slashed wasn't Hypnos, but his shadow. Meanwhile, the real Hypnos was right behind me, attacking. Luckily, I dodged. His blade fiercely swung toward the back of my neck. At the same time, a massive purple flame burst from my body, engulfing Hypnos. He clenched his teeth in panic as a terrible heat surged, the flames spreading like a volcano. But the fire seemed alive, targeting him directly. No matter how Hypnos tried to dodge, the flames tracked him relentlessly. He was startled as the fire suddenly grew fiercer and hotter. But true to a high-level assassin, he quickly grasped the fire's nature. Wait, it's not really hot, just an illusion. I thought it was just a willful flame reading my emotions and responding. Turns out its power changes based on fear levels. That's a tricky skill. Once he figured out the key point, he quickly gathered his energy and fiercely blew the flames off his body. Yugo thought to himself, he really is a master. Who would have thought he could blow away the holy fire like that? But not giving him a chance to gloat, he quickly grabbed his sword and charged. The two blades clashed fiercely. This battle was going to be brutal. Hypnos leapt and moved swiftly around him, searching for a weakness. But no matter where he was, Hypnos could predict and block in time. Hypnos was secretly terrified. I knew it, this guy really is exceptional. If time passes and he becomes a master, what kind of monster will he turn into? We have to stop that at all costs. With that thought, jealousy and envy filled his mind. Hypnos used Moondream with one goal: Kim Yugon must die here. Yugon stood amid a massive power. Anyone else would have broken long ago. Yet he remained calm, looking straight at him. Aren't you afraid of the administrator? My loyalty is only to Olympus. Ridiculous. Say whatever you want, you foolish brat. You can't possibly understand the bigger picture. You sneered. The bigger picture? I bet you can't even imagine the responsibility I carry. He recalled what Kronos told him. Remember, anyone who uses this to go back in time must carry the entire tower on their shoulders. So when you return, you must be able to bear that burden and fulfill your duty, so that the place with hundreds of worlds where billions of lives coexist doesn't fall into despair again. He thought even someone like me who engraved promises to those left behind deep in my heart can't mention the bigger picture without flinching. Thinking this, Yvonne spoke up. You know what, at least I'm sure of one thing: the bigger picture means sacrificing yourself, not others. Hearing this, Hypnos clenched his teeth in anger, thinking like me, returning just to relive hellish battles all over again. Yugon laughed at himself and said, that's what makes it cooler, right? No sooner had he finished than he fiercely struck at him, rocks and debris crashing down, as if the entire body of Duquesne was buried beneath the massive stones. Hypnos panted heavily from exhaustion. He shouted, cooler, how dare you say that when you don't even understand Olympus's grand ideals? Hypno thought these actions might be unforgivable crimes in the tower, but it's all for Olympus. With that, he closed his eyes in satisfaction. It seemed Hypnos accepted any punishment the tower would impose, but suddenly from behind he violently stabbed his sword into him. The attack was decisive. He used all his strength. Hypnos looked back at Kim Yugon in shock, stammering. His fierce expression didn't change as he stared at his opponent. Then Hypnos shouted with all his might, gathering energy, causing him to be thrown back against the beam. He gritted his teeth through the pain. Damn it, how is Moondream, a skill that turns fear into reality? Even if his eyes can see through my illusions, he can't help but feel fear, like when those boulders fell on him. What are those eyes? Yugon said calmly. They're good eyes. Hypnos won't give up. Damn it, it's not over yet. If illusions don't work, there must be another way for me, Yugon declared. No, he thought. Though only half perfected, it's the best skill against illusions and the reason I'm confident in this fight. With that, he spoke to end it. He didn't understand what was happening, and angrily raised his sword to strike. Suddenly, a massive force intervened, shattering Hypnos' sword into pieces. Hypnos turned around, none other than the administrator. Mr. Hung Hang stared intently at him. Hypnos panicked and knelt down, babbling nonsense. The administrator shouted angrily, enough, explain yourself now. Since he started the fight, Hypnos didn't know what to say. Stammering with no other choice, he finally humbled himself. Please forgive me, sir, administrator, he pleaded. Looks like you know you're wrong. Did Olympus order you? Seeing no answer, the administrator hinted it was Iris's and Heraus's orders. Hypnos trembled, taking all the blame. The administrator immediately saw through the lie and sneered. You planning to take all the blame yourself? Hypnos stammered, no. He cut me off. Even so, I still demand Olympus be held accountable. Hypnos, from now on your title as Challenge Overseer is revoked. Also, all Olympus's privileges on the 11th floor are stripped away. He's unwilling to accept it. The administrator acts. The administrator's eyes flash with anger as he shouts, how dare you talk back? His words carry immense power, forcing Hypnos to be thrown back. He crashes hard to the ground, pain radiating through his body, leaving him dazed. The administrator declares, a Challenge Overseer who fights challengers is unforgivable. You'll be sentenced to a living death for thousands of years. Hearing this, Hypnos trembles with fear. He struggles to crawl forward, begging, wait, administrator, please. Before he can say more, his body sinks into the earth. His eyes burn red with rage as he glares fiercely, but whether from anger or injury, he can only utter Kim Yugon and no more. His body quickly disappears beneath the ground. Yugon casually waves at him, teasing. After settling things, the administrator stands before him. So it's you, Kim Yugon. I heard you're no ordinary challenger, but why are you so confident? He calmly retorts, thanks to management's slip-up, I had to deal with some serious trouble. He thinks the administrator's power rivals top-tier challengers, the so-called rulers of the tower. Unless they break tower rules, they fear nothing. Yugon speaks up. This challenge is full of strange points, starting with how teams were arranged, right? And I believe the overseer acted under your orders. The administrator is surprised. You mean this is my responsibility? Yugon doesn't beat around the bush. Someone has to be responsible. The administrator smiles. You're blunt but right. I promise compensation once the challenge ends. Yugon asks, you won't break that promise, right? The administrator replies firmly, I'm the administrator. Don't equate my words with anyone else's. Spotting someone lurking behind, he says, there are quite a few spectators now, so let's end this conversation. As he leaves, he mutters, looks like a new wave is rising in the tower, a big one. Namung thinks I only followed him because he's the king of my team, but I just witnessed something unbelievable. Now he realizes it was all planned. The two walking with him wonder how could Olympus do this? Even if it's just an overseer's act, this problem is huge. Namgung is terrified. How can one person cause such chaos? Surely the higher-ups are involved. So what should we do? If too many people find out, the tower will descend into chaos. Namgung hints a threat at the others. And I doubt you want to start a war between the martial world and Olympus, right? One replies. True, but how could that guy fight someone strong enough to be an overseer? Yugon is calm but thinks silently. I heard that. Nam Gung-hoon reflects, this isn't the first time a challenger beat a top-tier overseer, like when the great sage Sun Wukong did, but facing Olympus, Kim Yugon will have an even bigger impact. Thinking this, he asks Kim Yugon, what will you do? Olympus is in a crisis. Because of this, that huge guild will see you as an enemy. You plan to face them alone. Before he finishes, Yugon interrupts, I'll fight until I defeat Olympus's king. Nam Gung-hoon is shocked. What? Why do you have a grudge against Olympus? Yeah. Yugon explains, I just helped a blacksmith make a weapon Olympus didn't want created. Since then, they've wanted me dead. He's horrified and can't help but slam his fist down. A blacksmith connected to Olympus Hephaestus. I heard about recent tower events from Namgung, but I never expected the main player in those scandals to be right in front of me. Nam Gung-hoon says, I get it now. He turns and leaves. Be careful. No matter how strong you are, your opponent is still Olympus. Someone steps forward. Hun, where are you going? He looks up at the message. The martial arts tournament is about to start, so I'm heading back to Namjia. On the other side, Halaman sees him and is so happy tears well up. Why are you so late? I thought I was a goner. You sihate. But you didn't. Halaman was relieved. True, but he was really determined. You glanced at him thinking for a moment, then stammered still. Hearing your hesitation, Halaman looked puzzled. Still, what? Did I do something wrong? You smiled softly. Still, you didn't give up and that's what matters. Then he quickly handed Haliman the flag numbered 618. He was so surprised, he stammered. With that many, we'll definitely get tons of points and rewards. But instead of celebrating the guy who got the best result in a hopeless situation, who never even thought about winning, is praising me. I'm just happy I played the king's role well till the end. System notification player Kim Yugon delivered 618 flags to the king. You received 618 flags. Total flags will be doubled. You received 1, 2, 3, 6 flags. Team A earned 1, 2, 3, 6, 0 points. The challenge has ended. Team A's total flags 1, 2, 3, 6. Team B got 2 flags. The winning team is Team A, but that's not all due to unknown reasons. Extra points were awarded. EU received 1,000,000 points. You can now use the points shop. Floor 11 rankings have been updated. You have permission to ascend to floor 12. You can move to the next floor. In the floor 11 rankings, you still hold first place with 2,2,3,6,0 points. Scene shifts to a small room on floor 12 where you're watching the rankings. Yugon can't help but feel pleased. 2,000,000 points. I'd be happy with just 1,000,000, but I got double. The bonus points must be from the admins. Adding it all up, I got a huge reward. You glance at the second place player, rank 36, who surpassed many high-level players. He risked his life to fulfill his role, so he deserves it. Sun Wukong is ranked 11th, which is low for his skills. Team challenges aren't his forte. You wonder if the great sage would say team challenge. What? Why would I do it myself? Yu was speechless, no need to look to know his reaction. And sure enough, Haegon is the 6th ranked player with 7,860 points. That's no surprise. He's always been talented, but he got stronger climbing the tower. He was triggered by what happened in the floor, one tutorial. He must have changed since the first time we met. I wonder how he looks now. Thinking about this reluctant friend, you feel intrigued. Curiosity rises as the scene shifts to the Namgung family, the largest sect surpassing the heavenly demon cult and the leading force in the martial guild. This high-ranking clan has produced many legendary and elite fighters, and the man who revived Namgung and led it to glory. He's the man with the pure face. He is the head of the Namgung family, Jinun. After hearing Hun's report, he couldn't help but ponder. Never expected the Floor 11 challenge to be this chaotic. Hun respectfully replied, yes, even the admins appeared. I felt it wouldn't be wise to report this with player traces left behind, so I returned earlier than planned. Jinun said Olympus is preparing for the Gigantomachia battle. They found Hephaestus but failed to recruit him because of Kim Yugon. He poured a cup of tea and spoke fiercely. That guy's definitely a thorn in our side. I heard someone on my team got Asuka's support right, Hun answered. Yes, a guy named Jipens. Jinun continued. I guess Asuka will hear about this sooner or later. Kim Yugon seems like a small star about to be caught in a massive storm. Looks like this martial arts tournament is going to get wild. Back to you, Yugon is holding a treasured blade, focusing his energy. Seems like this is a throwing blade challenge. After observing carefully, you fiercely hurled it far away. Your power unleashed, turning into multiple purple streaks flying straight. The targets shattered under the force. Everyone was shocked he hit every single one without missing. Even from that distance, his speed kept increasing. Incredible. How many targets is he planning to smash? Looks like he's about to set a new record. No telling how many stone targets he tore apart in moments. System notification. You have destroyed 1,000 targets. Yu was satisfied. This place is perfect for training. I'm pretty confident with my throwing spear now. But this was my first time creating a forge with holy fire. And just like that, you passed the challenge on floor 19. Now, you can move on to the next floor. The system quickly leveled you up and even gave you bonus points. You thought for a moment there were still about 5 minutes left, but no more floating tablets. Looks like they're all gone. The requirement to pass was to defeat 100 targets, and I did 10 times that. Yet the reward was so small. Outside, people were buzzing. You know what? It's rare to see someone with that many points lately. No matter what you pick, you won't regret it. I know. You thought I got more points than expected on floor 11, so I managed to get the item I wanted. But because my rank and achievements exceeded expectations, I hit the limit faster. Maybe I should aim for floor 20 and above for better rewards. The previous floors were tough, but had fair rewards. But the challenge on floor 20 isn't just about what I have to do, it's complicated, so I'll pause climbing for now. Now's the perfect time to boost my mana to the triple digits. The best way to fill my mana bar now is to consume a potion costing 1 million points. This potion is crafted once every 3 years in the martial world known as the Red Pill. According to what you know, it can be obtained at the Martial Arts Grand Tournament. After finishing the mission, you quickly left, still thinking just a few days left, I should go soon. Scene shifts to 1 day before the Martial Arts Grand Tournament begins. On the 10th floor of the martial world, a young disciple is excited. Many people gather and someone nearby says, "No wonder it's the biggest event in the martial world, it feels like a festival." The winner this time will definitely be Nam Gung Hoon, right? I heard he's called a genius in the Nam Gung family. Come on even, so he's just from a martial sect, can't compare to the huge guilds. So the final winner will be Hagan. I heard he climbed to floor 25 and is waiting for this competition. That's fast, at this rate he'll become a legend in 10 years. 2 people sitting by the roadside shouted loudly. Hey, hot news, Kim Yugon will also participate in the upcoming martial arts grand tournament. The other person was startled upon hearing that. What? I thought he was only focused on climbing the tower, but he's interested in these events too, right? He refused invitations and sponsorships from the big guilds. But why would someone who doesn't want to join a guild enter a contest people usually join to get noticed? Is it for the prize? Looks like he's confident he'll win. His name's been popping up a lot lately. I bet many guilds will come just because Kim Yugon is participating. Want to bet how many guilds will try to recruit Kim Yugon, not with points though. Forget it. Back to you, every guild invitation you got, you turned down one by one and everyone was shocked. The last to be rejected was the guild leader of the 12 branches on land, a famous figure from the Dragon Clan brand new. That was a bit rude of you to say. Don't you think we should at least talk inside? This isn't something to discuss at the front door. You was annoyed. Too much trouble. A voice rang out. I heard the 12 branches guild isn't doing well lately, but I didn't expect the leader to come here personally, that's dedication. Hearing the familiar voice, brand new turned around. You're surreal. He didn't bother looking directly at you. So you're Kim Yugon. I'm from the John Guild. Are you going to chase me away too? You wondered. Even the archangels come. Is he really that good? Thinking that you spoke up. This is the 13th time today. Zuriel cut in. I understand. But if you change your mind, contact me. John always has a spot for you. He silently cursed the arrogant brat in his head. You said, even if you offered me that I wouldn't contact you. Zuriel was surprised. What? A familiar voice quickly interrupted. Of course, Kim Yugon would say that. Hgon smiled confidently at you. What about me? Should I go too? Hgon quickly burned the business card. Long time no see, my friend. You too, showing up so flashy I can't believe my ears. Huh, really? Yugon showed no mercy. You better believe it. Bran was stunned. Even Han from Olympus had to remind him they were teammates during the briefing. Yugon felt helpless hearing him yell like that. Just kidding, come on in. Han put on a sulky face. What a dull guy. Then the two quickly went inside. The door slammed shut aggressively behind them. Someone behind spoke up in protest. The guild leader really went too far this time, unbelievable. He didn't even bother to invite us in before slamming the door. The guild's reputation will be brand new, cut him off. Enough, we're not the only guild treated like this. Let's just leave quietly. As soon as they stepped inside, Hakgan couldn't help but admire. This room's amazing. How many points did this place cost? You must be rich, huh? Yugon said casually. Points just kept piling up. I stopped climbing the tower and came down here to rest properly. While they were talking, a loud voice called out. Kim Yugon, are you there? Let's have a chat. Yugon replied casually like it was nothing new. Don't mind it. If it was urgent, they'd have broken down the door by now. Han felt tired for his friend. At this rate, you'll only have a nice room, no rest at all. Seems like this kind of thing happens all the time. Just now too, maybe because of the martial arts tournament things are a bit tense today. Han sat down. You're pretty famous, easy to find where you live, Yugon added. If you asked, I'd have told you already. If you come so fast, where's the fun I had to come secretly to surprise you? Though your face looks like you're not surprised at all. Yugon asked, where's your teammate? Han said in the dorm, I told them I'd meet you. Yugon was curious. No one got eliminated, Han said, not a single person. We'll all become famous, we all have top skills. Enough about that. I heard you caused a huge mess, right? You're the one who stopped Estes from being captured. Even if I'm ignored, you know who my father is, right? I got almost all the info here. When I heard, I thought you'd lost it. Why did you do that and turn Olympus into an enemy, you asked. Yet you still came here, Han said sincerely. You know I'm not cautious, and those looking for an opportunity are Hera's people. And Ares too. The relationship between Ares and Hera isn't great. No need to say more here. You interrupted. What if you fail? How does he know about this? Han was a bit surprised. First time I've heard someone call my father careless like that. He's focusing on attacking the tower's final floor. He's long let go of Olympus, so I don't know. Yugon thought no one has ever passed floor 100, so maybe that's why it's called that. That's why players who reach floor 100 are called famous. I wonder what their faces look like when they learn there's a level even higher than floor 100. Han continued, Olympus is furious because you saved a criminal, so be careful for now. I'll try to talk to my father when I get the chance. You cut in. Looks like you also call your uncle a criminal. Han was shocked. What? He continued. I'm getting ready to go somewhere. Want to come? He looked confused. What? Why do you suddenly want to go somewhere? Yugon answered, going to see the man he called a criminal, Uncle Estes. The image of the gruff but warm-hearted blacksmith flashed in his mind. The forge was still blazing red. Uncle was tirelessly crafting. He gripped his hammer tightly. It's been with Von Caro his whole life. Sweat poured down his body, but he seemed unfazed. The hot forge fire lit up the whole area. Von Caro's face looked a bit tired now. He thought, it's already the 4th day, am I pushing myself too hard? But if I stop, my hands feel itchy. Honestly, over half the items I want to make are weapons, but I can't stop now. The weapon I'm making for that brat, no, my benefactor will be my final one. Judging by how the rumor spread all the way to floor 1, looks like he's climbing the tower again. He said he'd drop by soon, but when exactly? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice called out again. Is anyone here? The moment he heard that voice, Von Caro's face softened with warmth, but as soon as he saw him, he snapped. What are you doing here? If you're just going to barge in without knocking. Then his gaze quickly shifted to a stranger, Hagen. Von Caro eyed the newcomer warily, then asked Yugon, who did you bring with you? He stepped forward and introduced himself. I'm Hagen. Vero recognized Hagen immediately, as one of the sons of their father. He felt a bit unsettled. Is it really that hard to call me your little brother? Vero said honestly. With the tension between us brothers, how could I call you that so casually? Suddenly the man was radiating deadly intent. Varo tensed, channeling his energy. You came to arrest me too. Han quickly explained, no, of course not. I don't have that kind of power. I just came to see you. Von Caro was surprised. See me? Why? Hagen admitted. Because I can't trust Olympus. Von Caro was taken aback. What? One of the sons of Rot doesn't trust Olympus, Han continued. Since I was born, I've heard that you, my older brother, are a notorious criminal. Then I heard that my friend here saved you. He taught me a lot, so I wanted to meet you in person and judge you for myself. Varo studied this younger brother carefully. Now that he looked closely, both his appearance and gaze were exactly like their father's. Is it because he inherited more of father's blood? Varo crossed his arms aggressively. So what do you think? Hagen was honest. I'm not sure, I've only just met you. I know you don't make weapons anymore, but that hasn't always been the case, right? Olympus has plenty of weapons made by you. The man didn't deny it. You've got sharp eyes. Hagen wondered. When did you stop making weapons? Hearing this, Hagen grew thoughtful, his face darkening. Yun also looked displeased. He repeated the question, when did I stop? After the battle with the giants. Speaking of giants, they're a race ruled by innate strength and powerful bodies. Some have accused them out of jealousy and fear of their power. But Olympus reached its current status thanks to those giants. So Olympus once stood with them. For that reason, the giants saw Olympus as allies. No, they saw us as friends. And I saw them as friends too, friends who were pierced through the heart by weapons I made. The Battle of the Giants was the war sparked by Rot and Olympus when the giants were expelled. The brutal reason behind it was simple and political. Because the public's reaction to Olympus was poor, and now Olympus could monopolize the power once shared with the giants. The Asga giants, the Olympus giants, and guilds from everywhere all fought for territory. So that battle was horrific. The clash of swords echoed through the heavens like thunder, and the land inside the tower was soaked with countless blood. My friends, the giants, all sacrificed themselves to boost Olympus's influence and erase its lost honor from allying with the giants. That's when I quit working for Olympus. That's also when I stopped making weapons. Yugon couldn't hide the pain on his face. He mourned, recalling the story the man had tearfully told him before going back in time. Though long ago he was sure the man still felt deep pain sharing it, but now he was holding back all his emotions to keep up his image. Funaro continued. But decades later, they suddenly asked me to make weapons again. I bet it's because some giants are still out there. Han guessed. Could they be planning to start another war? Von Caro said. I'm sure they're just preparing, but it's about 90% likely. That's my take on the story. You're free to trust whoever you want. You might think I'm wrong, who knows, maybe I am, but I'll still fight against Olympus. After saying this, Vancaro turned and walked inside, then shouted, "Hey, you there. You didn't come just to introduce him, did you? Follow me, there's work to be done in the warehouse." Before leaving, Yu glanced at Han, secretly watching his reaction. The usually loud guy was suddenly silent, lost in thought. Yu decided not to bother Han because he knew Han needed time alone to think. He didn't know what Han was thinking, but his relaxed hand suddenly clenched tightly as if holding back a storm of emotions. Inside the forge's storage room, as soon as Yu stepped down, Vico spoke first. "He seems like a good kid. I know why you brought him here." He wondered, "Are you planning to keep going with him?" Yu said, "I'm not sure yet, but maybe I should give it a shot. Someone who rarely praises others is actually speaking well of him." The man glared at him, hoping Yu wouldn't actually do it. Yun shot back, "Isn't that just like you, uncle? I know you don't fully trust him." Varro shared his thoughts. The kid was still easily swayed, and since no one could predict the path he'd choose, the only option was to keep watching. "By the way, you always try to win every argument, huh?" They arrived together in front of a door. Vancaro quickly unlocked the padlock. The sealing chain was removed. He said, "I did as you asked, but ran into some trouble during the crafting. After hearing the name you gave it, I couldn't let you keep going, so I named it myself." Keeney stepped closer to the item. "This is Keeney. In his past life, Uncle also named Hades' helmet Keeney. Didn't expect to reuse the exact same name for a completely different item." He explained, "I used all the Adamu you brought, and the dark holy crystal is embedded on the outside, but you can't see it with the naked eye." Yu was very excited. "Can I try it on?" Vulcano said happily. "Of course. That's why I made it. The glove is really thin. So thin you wouldn't believe it's made of adamantium." Vulcano watched quietly. "I don't doubt his skills since he had to fight Danko on the first floor. But the question isn't about his strength, it's whether he's worthy." Watching him put on the glove, Vulcano worried if he could handle it. Yu replied, "Got it. How can you reduce the content?" Suddenly Yu looked ahead, no one was there, just darkness all around. From the air, a pair of eyes slowly opened as if waking from a long sleep. Its eyes were cat-like, glowing bright yellow, almost blinding. It stared intently at Yu, a deep voice echoed. "Who are you?" Yu thought silently. "Who are you?" "That's my question." Yu stayed silent, observing, then quickly understood. "I get it. So this is Kin's trial." He introduced himself, Kim Yugon. The eye studied him a moment, then said, "You're from a strange time." Yu was startled. "Strange time? Don't tell me it means I'm from a previous timeline." Yu was curious. "Who are you? What are you?" It shifted its pupil, and quickly answered. It had eyes, but no mouth to speak. Yu casually replied, "You have eyes, but no mouth, so you can't talk, huh?" Yun felt a bit frustrated. "Including Keeney made from the sacred black crystal. There's little info on the 3 divine weapons of Olympus. It vanished during the Outer City invasion, and all the info Yu had came from Kronos. In the past, it was Hades' helmet. So Keeney is a glove sealed inside the sacred black crystal, or is it the crystal itself? This time I want to know Keeney's true power, but just talking is already tough." Suddenly a voice rang out. Egg, who's there?" Right after the egg woke up, screaming. Around Yugon, the ground shook violently. He panicked. An enormous dark mana density threatened to corrode his body if it touched him. Holy fire quickly surrounded Yu. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "I have to dodge before it's too late." Yugon calculated and decided to use the holy fire to block it. A blue light streaked past him. Yu was surprised. Wasn't that an attack? The system kept updating the egg's status. It seemed ready to hatch. The egg's hatch rate was now 41.29%. It keeps singing joyfully non-stop. The egg hatch rate has risen close to 30%, much higher than when it fed on Orochi's corpse. You're extremely tense. No one knows whose egg that is, what will hatch from it, or how to make it hatch. Yugun asks it curiously. "Did you wake up because you were hungry?" You stay silent for a moment. "This egg definitely came from the outer gods. If it's that guy, maybe it knows where those beings came from. That eye greatly increases the egg's hatch rate." Thinking this, you speak up. "Hey, do you know what this egg is?" It stares at you like you're some strange object and says nothing. Seeing it won't speak, you shout, "Say something, anything." That eye slowly closes, and it simply says 2 words, "Observe." Then finally, the eye shuts completely. Yan yells loudly, "Wait." At the same time, a shockwave shakes everything around you. The familiar hammer slams down fiercely, releasing terrifying lightning bolts. Yugon quickly realizes the one causing this is his uncle. You're jolted awake from the hallucination. Your uncle's hammer hit your head earlier, snapping you back to reality. His face shows worry and urgency. Now you're fully awake. Varro asks anxiously, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, a strange mana aura surrounds you. He breathes a relieved laugh. "Good to hear you're fine." Yugon is a bit startled. "I just came back from the brink of death," Vancaro continues. "Right. How does it feel to use it?" Yugon replies, "Ah yes, it's great. The material is very smooth. It feels like I'm wearing nothing at all." You think to yourself, interesting. Instead of focusing on the feeling of using it, I got distracted when I saw that thing. I'll keep observing. Ah, I'm sure I heard it say that. The divine black crystal is also called a shard of Keeney. Apparently there's a surprising secret behind it. There are 3 shards, including the divine black crystal. I remember I have to collect the other 2 to uncover the truth. And among those 2 shards, I should be able to get one. Yu looks at his glove with satisfaction. The next target is Jaden's shard. Just as 2 people come out of the warehouse, Hakon rushes over in panic. What happened here? That was terrifying. Vulcano looks grim. I don't know. He aggressively raises his hammer, asking the other guy, I was just hammering. Han panics, hammering. Then he can't help but look at you with curiosity. Kim Yugon, a glove. A new item. Are you okay? His brother asks. What does he mean? Yugon says nothing. I don't know. Han frowns. You say that too. You two didn't fight, right? Yugon asks. No way. If that hammer hit me, I'd be dead for sure. Hagen thinks that makes sense. Yugon reassures him. Nothing to worry about. I say that because I don't know what really happened. Hagen tentatively believes him. All right then. Yu asks him, have you made up your mind? Hagan says not yet, everything's still complicated. I think I should meet with my siblings first. You're curious. Who are you talking about? You have a lot of siblings. Hagan says they're Apollo and Artis. Apollo and Artis are illegitimate children, very similar to Hagan and among the few high-ranking nobles in Olympus. Although also main characters in the Gigant Machi battle, he wants to meet the 2 who know the Gigant Tom Machi battle well, meaning he'll investigate this matter more carefully. Hagan stammers, for now I plan to focus on the martial arts tournament. The prize is one thing, but I need to spread my name to gain more power in Olympus, Jan says. You've been planning this all along, Hagan asks. Of course, because I'm not like Ares. If I want to recruit people to my side, I have to keep proving my worth. Besides this, martial arts tournament has more skilled contestants than before. I heard many famous nobles will come watch, and I can't miss such a big stage. Do you know more than half the nobles are watching you, Yu thinks. He looks really excited. Is he pumped up? Hagen continues. And there's a rumor that someone amazing will show up. Yugon wonders who it is. Hagen answers seriously. That person is the deputy leader of the heavenly demon cult. Seeing you silent and surprised like that, I was quietly pleased with my answer. What's wrong? Getting worked up, huh? Yujun was momentarily stunned, unsure if that was really him. About the vice leader title, it's the deputy king of the heavenly demon sect, a rank that lets one command its disciples. The catch is the sect is still hidden in the martial world. The reason the heavenly demon sect has been hiding in Tian Mountain all this time is because some stubborn demon insisted on protecting the sacred flame. Now that his duty is lifted, it's no surprise they're returning to the world. But choosing a martial arts tournament as their stage, that old man's more cunning than I thought. If the heavenly demon sect is active again, it'll be a huge advantage against the outer gods later. Han continued, the deputy king of the heavenly demon sect must be incredibly strong. Could he be a famous figure? Wait. If so, he wouldn't meet the participation requirements, so he must be a player. Yugo cut in. It's me. Hagan asked surprised. What Yugon repeated in disbelief. I'm saying I'm the deputy king of the heavenly demon sect. He shouted excitedly. Isn't the deputy king title equivalent to the vice head of a prestigious clan? Isn't it a reward after passing the heavenly demon sect's test? Vulcano grumbled. Oh, that guy's too noisy. The main prize of the test is the sacred flame, but technically the deputy king title is included, so he's not wrong. Hagen sighed, damn it. Maybe I should give it a shot too. Hagen said if word gets out your value will skyrocket. Yugon was calm. But I'm not joining any guilds. He said, I know, but those guilds think otherwise. At this, Hgon was eager. Tomorrow's going to be exciting. Time flew by. The next day was the opening ceremony of the martial arts tournament. This was where the strongest among 1,000,000 players would be revealed. The competition was the tower's main event featuring the most impressive rising stars in tournament history. Even the audience was filled with prestigious faces. Who will win? Who will claim the prize worth millions of points? A voice echoed. Now let's begin. Preliminary round, the info said. The preliminary split every 10 players into a group. The last one standing in each group advances to the main tournament. No restrictions on fighting style. Groups were randomly assigned this round. Below the stands, the crowd buzzed. The players are here. Isn't that guy from the Seo clan? He's still competing even though he just reached level 10. That's Jiang Gunan, the jerk from Sapia Sword School. What, where's Gunan? That jerk. He thought to himself, jerk, not a flattering nickname at all. But whatever, at least someone recognized me. Finally, I've reached level 18. Since only players below level 25 can compete, 18 is pretty high among the contestants. I'll rank high in the tournament to boost the school's reputation and gain favor from the leader. Gunan spotted a familiar figure from afar, the outfit, the face it was that bastard from before. You're the jerk Kim Yugon, someone shouted from afar. Oh damn, it really is Kim Yugon. Gunan was furious. Kim Yugon's here, damn it's just preliminaries and I'm stuck in the worst group. The preliminaries have started. An announcement rang out 10 seconds until start the commentator began the countdown. Gunan steeled himself. At least I'll take down that brat first. He shouted, hey Red Cloak, remember my face. I've never forgotten the humiliation you put me through. At that moment, the preliminaries began. Gunnan gritted his teeth. If fate brought us together again, this time I'll finish you. He lunged aggressively with his sword but was quickly dodged. He was so shocked he froze he'd just been hit in the chin. Not only that, Yu's face darkened. Who the hell are you? Win was stunned. He didn't even remember him. Then they both charged at each other, the fight turning fierce. One of them looked at him, black hair, black eyes, red cloak, unmistakable. He was Kim Yugon, a member of the Sion clan. Seimun Trang. Yugon spoke up. You can come up one by one or all at once, just end this quickly. Then he turned cold. If you won't make a move, then I will. The fighters hadn't even reacted before he moved swiftly. Yan's speed was so fast, no one could respond before getting hit hard. Everyone panicked and shouted, "He's coming, wait, he's already here." Right, left. Seimun Trang flinched in horror. Too fast, he's too fast, my eyes can't keep up. After everyone was knocked down, he quickly shifted his target. Seimun Trang was startled. He's coming here. Before he could firmly grip his sword, Yugon was already in front of him. Seimun Trang panicked and used the sword's hilt. He wasn't serious about attacking. Is he treating me like a kid toying around? No sooner had he thought that than he was blasted away. The arena was suddenly empty of opponents. Seimun Trang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, pain flooding through him. He struggled to stand. Damn it, I can't move. My ribs are broken, but none of us died. This can't be a coincidence. Yugon must have held back. A loud voice announced the next contestant to the main stage, Kim Yugon. He thought now just wait for his match. If I remember right, his fight is next. Meanwhile, Hagan is quickly overpowering all the other contestants here. That loud voice rang out again. The next contestant is Hagan. You watch from afar, he's really gotten stronger. I can see his rank rising with every tower climb. His growth speed is unbelievable. I heard he just finished floor 25 recently, yet his skills match players on higher floors. If he unlocks his full potential, he'll be even stronger. His magic, electric control, talent, skills, even appearance all match exactly. If he makes it big later, he'll surely be worthy to stand beside me. A familiar voice reached here, shouting loudly. Found you, stay right there. Yu was confused. Who are you? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Gunnan was annoyed. I'm Jang Gunnan from Thwangkiam Monday. You met me at the preliminaries. Not to mention we ran into each other as soon as you stepped onto floor 10. How dare you do that back then? At the same time, a deep voice echoed. Excuse me. Seems like my disciple behaved rudely toward you. Yugun thought silently. This person's aura is unusual. Is he a master? He spoke up. What do you want? The man introduced himself. My name is Mon Sobiek. I'm the head of Thwangkiam Mon and I'm also a master. He continued. I'm here hoping you'll cooperate with our sect. Yugon asked your sect. Wait, he paused to think. If he's the head, it makes sense. He's a master. Still, he refused. I'm not interested. Gunnan wasn't surprised. I heard you've turned down all offers, even from major guilds. Yugon wondered. Then why are you here? The man said. Thwangkiam Mon isn't just a guild. We may belong to the martial association, but we're still a sect. Also, our sect has a long, glorious history. Though we're a bit weakened now, Thwangkiam Mon is the first to carry on martial traditions. Yugon thought, I don't know them, so they're not a major sect. You're probably their only master, right? Gunnan said, so I hope you'll. You cut him off. Keep talking. I'm leaving. The man's face darkened. Is that so? Looks like you misunderstood me. This isn't a request. His hand on Yu's shoulder tightened. Yugon sighed silently. I figured sooner or later someone would try to recruit me by force. But he asked back, are you fully aware of what happens when a master picks a fight with a tournament contestant? So you're not afraid of the Namgung clan. Picking a fight with a contestant means declaring war on the Sob tournament organizers themselves. He shouted, Namgung clan. Is that why you're so arrogant? The head of Clan J is my blood brother. Why would I fear the Namgung clan? Yugun realized why he was so cocky. He had powerful backing, so he wasn't afraid. Does the head of Clan R know his blood brother is slandering him everywhere? So smirked slyly. Don't be so upset. I just want to connect with you. I'm sure you'll see Thungkim Mon as a great place if you listen. Yugun coldly repeated, didn't I make myself clear? I refuse. So was a bit surprised. He'd heard about Yu's skills, but didn't expect him to be this strong. This is bad. I need to prepare before taking the punishment. Yugun continued. He asked if I trusted the Namgung clan. No, I only trust myself. As he spoke, Yu's grip on him tightened slightly, so quickly used internal energy to throw him back. Calmly, he said, not bad. I plan to use force if you refused, but this won't be easy. Luckily, the tournament was at its peak, so it'd be a while before the crowd left. Considering the punishment, I shouldn't drag this out. I need to end it in one strike. Yugun added, actually, I trust one more thing. Just then a deep voice echoed. I was wondering why you've been gone so long. What are you doing here? The deputy leader arrived, none other than the Pung Bichlim, the Demon Heaven Sect's power king. So Bitch was shocked, deputy leader. But I thought he wasn't affiliated with any sect. Wait. Only one place in the martial world uses the title, leader. Could Yugun be the deputy leader of the Demon Heaven sect competing here? I knew Kim Yu-gun was the only one to pass the Demon Heaven Sex test, but I didn't expect them to give him the deputy leader title. Bitch Lim said, looks like this guy's causing trouble for you. What should I do? Like kill him, you said. We haven't even started yet. Whatever. So was a bit shaken. This guy's no ordinary fighter. If I fight him, I'll lose. Even if I win, I'll become the Demon Heaven Sex enemy. Damn it. Thinking that he backed down. My fault. I didn't know you was the Demon Heaven Sex deputy leader. If I'd known he had a sect, I wouldn't have approached him. We're not a sect, don't lump us together with you. Realizing he'd picked the wrong fight, he left. Anyway, I apologize. Goodbye. Yuan frowned silently watching him leave, then spoke up exposing them. You're the ones who spread the rumor that the Demon Heaven Sex deputy leader would join the tournament, right? Ba Kim burst out laughing. Those disciples are just too eager to return to the martial world they can't help but stir up trouble. You was annoyed, I knew it. Bitch Lim laughed heartily and admitted. Of course, including me. Don't take it personally. You was speechless. Is he always like this? You ordered us to watch closely if the head of the Du clan is backing the Thung Kim Mon leader. We better keep a close eye on them. Bitch Lim said loudly, understood. He continued. There'll be a dinner banquet with the Nam Gung clan after the tournament. I'll bring this up with them. Any covert actions must be punished accordingly. Do you want to join? Yan naturally declined. No thanks, it's just for show anyway. As he knocked on the door, a voice quickly replied. Come in. Demon Heaven Mujin seemed to have been expecting him. He poured a cup of tea, then couldn't help but praise. Well done. You asked, you watched my prelims. Mujin said, I knew you'd win, so I didn't watch. Seeing you silent, he asked, did I guess wrong? Then he poured tea for you. You replied, you were right. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped the space around him. Yugun thought Demon Heaven's mana is pouring into the cup with the tea like a waterfall. Heavy. Testing me, he gritted his teeth, telling himself to endure. At this moment, the teacup in his hand couldn't withstand the force and started leaking. He couldn't let the cup break. His face didn't look too good. Keenie's mana was leaking out. Yugen wondered to himself, reacting to his own emotions. After a while, Tianma suddenly spoke up, making things clear, and he stopped his actions. Mujin asked why he joined the martial arts tournament. His skills far surpass these kids. Yugon honestly said, lately I've been a bit short on resources, so I need the Great Red Pill. Because I'm not a true martial artist like you, the system's stats are crucial to me, Mujin pondered. I understand. The Great Red Pill is indeed a powerful elixir. Thanks to it, the martial arts tournament has grown so much. Yugo was curious. What wind blew you here? Mujin asked. It's time for the Tianma sect to leave Tian Sun. We plan to recruit new disciples, hold tests, and strengthen our power to stand firm in the martial world. Thanks to technological advances, traveling from Tian Sun is easier. So I've decided to officially show ourselves to the martial world. Yug was pleased. Finally, a proper test at last. He continued, are you okay with this? As I said, I'm not fit to be vice sect leader, nor do I want to be tied down by any organization. I won't take on responsibilities while using my power. Surely some disciples will strongly oppose this. Mujin remained stubborn. I am Tianma of the Tianma sect. Once I acknowledge you, no one can oppose your will. Yugon asked back, even if I destroy the entire Tianma sect. Mujin paused deep in thought. Then he said, what about the giant war? I've been in Tiansan too long to experience it firsthand, but everyone in the tower has heard of it. So do you plan to stop the second battle? Yugon was straightforward. Mujin asked, so you call yourself Olympus's enemy? Yugon fired back. Then I'll ask you again, will you accept becoming Olympus's enemy? Mujin said you shouldn't stop sailing just because you fear storms. The only way is to face them. Yugon wondered why. Honestly, he and I are strangers. Even for his beloved family in Tiansan, this path is extremely dangerous. Then why did he agree so easily? Mujin seemed to guess Yugon's thoughts. He continued, if you don't understand, remember this. Nothing matters except one thing, something you must ingrain in your mind. Vice sect leader Kim Yugon, from now on you are the Tianma sect. The scene shifts to a luxurious room filled with priceless ceramics. A voice spoke up. Head of the Thung Kim sect, you've looked annoyed all this time. What's wrong? This tournament not only attracted many spectators but also many promising young talents. We have the Prince of Olympus Asga's heir, John's angel, and even Kim Yugon. He's really strong. I wish we could recruit him into our holy martial school. Rumor has it he climbed the tower after passing the Tianma sect's test. Amazing. Among all sects, he chose the demon sect's test. Sob interrupted. Kim Yugon is the vice sect leader of the Tianma sect. Everyone was surprised. Vice sect leader. What do you mean? Soy quickly recounted. When I tried to greet him, a bit excited to meet such a promising talent, they suddenly threw poison darts at me and chased me away. Oh my god, how could that happen? Just greeting each other is so hard. You know those weird cults. When do they ever play nice? I guess those foolish disciples are no different. The Martial Alliance and the Demon Sect will never get along. Soy calculated that compared to those holding political power in the Martial Alliance, the Tianma sect's existence was a huge threat. He smiled slyly. Now no one here welcomes you anymore. Kim Yugon, he said, continuing his thought. Now everyone probably knows Kim Yugon is the strongest contender. and the favorite to win this tournament. But how can we let the vice leader of a sinister cult take the crown in such a historic competition? That's true. But do you have a plan yet? So he plunged the knife deep into the meat on the table. Indeed, I have an idea. Why don't we do this during the main event? 2 days later, this place was buzzing as everyone quickly gathered. Hagegun wondered. The main event got postponed, and they even changed the format to a survival battle. I guess the martial world is finally ready for change. What do you think, Jan? He replied casually. Who knows, but you seem okay with it. At least it'll end sooner. Hagen said, exactly. If it was one-on-one, who knows how long it'd drag on. Yugon asked, why are you here? Where's your team? Hagen was just out enjoying himself. Everyone else went out since today's the last day. You asked, aren't they joining the main event? Hagen explained. Once they heard he was participating, everyone else dropped out, saying there's no way they could beat him. Smart move. The orb announced the countdown before the tournament started. Hagen said, it's almost time. Let's get ready. 2 waves of fierce energy radiated in his room. Yujun said, all right, let's go. Look at him, so excited. He's been waiting for this day. On the day of the martial arts tournament's main event, everyone quickly gathered to watch this thrilling battle. The two walked forward like a perfect duo, surrounded by whispers. Is that Kim Yu-gun? There's Hagen, Yu thought. Many stared at us, and with the flashy guy beside me, it was impossible to go unnoticed. The fact that a talkative guy like him hasn't said a word shows he's slowly cornered. Suddenly, a voice caught their attention. Yugon, it's been a while, hasn't it? Remember me? It was none other than an old rival. Hun, a member of the prestigious Namgung clan, stepped forward. You have a face that's hard to forget, Hagon interrupted. You know him, EU Hun, said we took the level 11 trial together. Although we were rivals then. Hagon was surprised, a rival still alive, huh? They quickly shook hands. I'm Hagen, the great heir of Olympus. Hun honestly said I've heard a few people claim that. Han covered his mouth, laughing. My family's a bit noisy like that. Yugon's reaction was unreadable, and Hun quickly added, I get it. Hun glanced at Yugon, who'd been silent, letting the two greet each other. He guessed for sure Kim Yugon was the vice-king of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He had overheard their chatter. Perfect timing. After the first person passed their test, the cult started making moves. Now that strange cult is aiming for the championship. Even if they're not part of the Martial Alliance, they probably think Yugon passing the test means their era has come. Damn treacherous bastards. Recalling that moment, the group kept talking. Maybe the sudden change in the tournament's date and format was because he spoke up. Let me ask, has the Heavenly Demon Sect ever broken the rules? Have they ever used dirty tricks outside the arena? What's wrong with the most talented winning? You can't just exclude someone because they're not part of the Martial Center. That's neither fair nor right. Then one of them quickly spoke up. You sure know how to play the good guy. If you're that scared, get lost. Hun was a member of the prestigious Jinan clan. He was annoyed. Jinan, known for their cunning and ruthlessness, looked arrogant. It seemed like a family order. With a second-tier clan in the Martial Alliance acting like this, most schools must be on their side. Unbelievable. Even as fighters, both seniors and juniors agreed to dirty tricks behind backs. Whatever they do, they're just digging their own graves. Seeing Hun stare at him for so long, Yugon spoke up. What's wrong? Got something to say. Huang thinks I should still warn him first. I'm not too worried since I've seen his skills firsthand. But we should still be careful during the main event. Meanwhile, an announcement pops up. The main match of the tournament will begin in a few minutes. All contestants, please enter the arena. Repeating, all contestants, please enter the arena. Hagegon wonders. What does he mean by be careful? Yu still shows no sign of worry. You tell Han to get ready. Inside, the atmosphere is buzzing, and people start lining up for their turn. As Hagon steps in, he excitedly shouts, now I get why he said that. Seeing countless fierce eyes glaring at his friend, Hagon can't help but tease. You're really famous, Yugon. He quickly catches on. Got it, so that's how it is. Kids these days. Echgen says clearly, in the past your only rival was me, so don't lose to anyone else. Take care of yourself. Yugon quickly grabs his sword ready to fight. No way that's happening. Murmurs rise up. It's about to start. This tournament will definitely go down in history. Why don't we take this chance to change the tournament format so is pleased? Great idea, sir. Well done, head of the Rui clan. We almost handed the martial arts tournament glory to the demon sect. The man beside him is the head of the Duan clan. He humbly replies, I didn't do much. It's all thanks to your arrangements. So says, once the match ends, I want to visit your sect. Another guy cuts in, me too. So laughs freely, ready to welcome everyone. While they laugh and chat, one man sits silently. Jingun thinks, a hopeless bunch. The martial world has become a place where words matter more than sword skills. Though a second-rate clan, a corrupt man like him has expanded his influence beyond his clan. It's all my fault. So I took responsibility and brought a turning point to the martial world. No matter what happens, I'll use this tournament as a stepping stone. Suddenly, someone enters, startling them all. Who is it? Jingun stammers in surprise. Kim Yu-gun is still here, but the others quickly leave their seats. One of them is aggressive. How can one guy be so hard to handle? When did Minin get here? Looks like my deputy leader is performing excellently. Sorry for the late introduction. I was invited by the Namgung clan. I am John Mugen, the heavenly demon leader of the heavenly demon sect. One of them panics. John Mugen, wait, why is the heavenly demon sect here? Jingun speaks, welcome, I've been waiting for you. He continues, thanks for coming all this way, Lord Heavenly Demon. Everyone in the room instinctively steps back, some hand on their swords. Mugen darkens, I guarantee if you draw your sword you'll die by my hand. So hesitates quickly, sheathing his sword. Mugen coldly says, good, that's the right call. As I know, if the tournament goes as planned, the deputy leader of the heavenly demon sect will surely win. That guy is unacceptable, right? Why would the heavenly demon sect dare to win the martial arts tournament? Seeing everyone silent, he asks, why the looks? Mugen smirks. Do I look angry? You misunderstand. Why would I be angry? All your hard work preparing for this match will be destroyed. Outside, Yu is still fighting fiercely, seemingly yet to find a worthy opponent. Soon another opponent falls to Yugon. Yugon grits his teeth thinking about the secret sword technique, or as the martial world calls it, sword energy. In this world, anyone who masters that skill must be extremely skilled. Now they're starting to attack weakly. Then Seimun Trang aggressively strikes at him, but Yugon's strength makes him tremble uncontrollably. Feeling the situation is bad, he jumps back to keep distance. Yugon wastes no time. You only want to target me, huh? Or am I imagining things? He retorts. Don't act like it's some personal grudge. It's just that the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Martial Alliance have been enemies for a long time. Yugon thought he knew that. So that's why the tournament format changed. Not sure who came up with this plan, but it's simple and effective. In a battle with thousands fighting each other, it's normal for many to team up against a stronger opponent. No one calls that cheating. Smart strategy. But he said, their grudges don't concern me. Besides, they're just small fries. Using secret sword skills. A mysterious energy blocked the mana. The secret sword's power was partially weakened. Jinan saw his fighting spirit and quickly understood. No wonder he's a formidable opponent. To create such a large sword energy, his mysterious power level must be at least 60, but not nearly as strong as rumored. So the rumors were exaggerated. We can take him down. All right, calculations done. After that, he quickly ordered, everyone capture him now, full force attack. After the order, the group rushed forward like starving wolves. Meanwhile, Han also quickly attacked. His powerful lightning strikes scattered the crowd. The two were soon surrounded, dozens closing in. Hagon shouted fiercely, hey weaklings, aren't you ashamed? Jinan spoke up. Can I assume your actions are about Fiwan? Hagen snapped, so what if they are? The crowd murmured. My clan wants to build a good relationship with you. Who came up with that stupid idea? Hagan continued. Are your hearts blackened? Cowards, I bet only the venomous R clan supports you. Another was shocked. How can you say such rude things? He didn't care about his image and kept insulting. I'm just talking to your brainless level. Then in a flash he sped straight toward Jinan. A fierce punch aimed directly at his face. Jinan's hand trembled, terrified by the overwhelming power. Then Jinshan shouted fiercely, I'll handle this guy. Take down Yan, fast, then come help me. He charged at Hagen like a madman, eyes full of rage. But of course he couldn't match someone from Olympus, like Hagen. Jinan wondered, weren't Olympus and Yugon enemies? He quickly asked, how do you know about that? Surely the J-clan colluded with Olympus. I bet Yugon realized it too. He looked at those standing here deep in thought. How rotten are they? Then he poured all his anger into Jinshan. His power was so great, it terrified Jinshan. But he refused to give up. What the hell is this Han being strong as expected, but I'm supposed to be a genius leading the martial world's future, thinking that a punch to his face distorted his features. Jin Qian couldn't believe he couldn't even resist. Jinan kept pushed back by Hagen's power. Jin Qian was furious. If you hadn't interfered, we could have easily taken down Yugon. Hagan sneered. You really think it's that easy? Han's fighting spirit rises like a storm. Do you really think you have a chance against him? From the dust, a figure with a fierce aura quickly appeared. Yu Quan fiercely thrust his sword at Xian Trang. The speed was unstoppable. Yugon's face remained unchanged. He calmly watched his reaction. After a moment, Yugon violently pulled out his sword, making Sun Trang stagger. Hagen was fierce here. Too bad you prepared so well, yet were defeated by someone using only half their strength. Jin Chan trembled with anger. What do you mean? He thought he couldn't beat someone like him, but was it true? Yan was even stronger. By now, Jinan was nearly exhausted, slumping to the ground, cursing fiercely. Damn monster. Han quickly landed another blow, knocking Jinan out completely. He painfully gasped, I lost, please, stop. The crowd around shook with fear seeing this. Everyone dropped their weapons and shouted, I surrender, me too, me as well. Right after that, everyone fled in panic. No one dared to challenge these two monsters anymore. Yugon stepped forward. Looks like it's just the two of us left. Ready to start? Hgan excitedly shouted, of course I've been waiting forever. At the same time, a powerful aura quickly radiated out. Han repeated what he said earlier, fruit is sweetest when it's just ripe. You spoke up, I know you want to fight now, but first let me ask you two questions. Hagen couldn't hide his impatience. Why kill the mood like that? Just ask already. I'm about to lose it here. Do you regret opposing Olympus? Hagen asked firmly. I'm no fool. I know exactly what I'm doing. Of course I don't regret it. Next, Yun continued. Here's my second question. Did you forget the time I knocked you flying with one punch? Hearing this, Hagen's face darkened with embarrassment. He thought angrily, how could I forget? That was the first time I lost to someone not a named warrior. This time, he wasn't using the sword at his side nor his secret blade. He must be saving his mana. Hagen charged aggressively. Remember that. How could I forget? Now it's my turn to ask. Do I still look like the old me? Yugon said calmly. No, you look even weaker. Han was satisfied. I've heard your answer loud and clear. The power you're hiding, I'll make you reveal it all. Then both of them wildly charged at each other. But this wasn't just a fight, it was a duel. Hagon fought barehanded against Yugon's sword, yet he was no weaker. Both were evenly matched their power, radiating an immense aura. It was like a storm sweeping through the arena. The crowd outside shielded their faces, struggling to stay on their feet. Damn, this is insane. If those two are players, they're just disguised, named warriors. Meanwhile, the two fighters still battled fiercely, no clear winner yet. Hagon shouted excitedly. Hey you, give it your all. You stayed silent, then charged at Hagon with overwhelming force. Hagan dodged quickly, but where he just hid, a huge gap appeared. The arena was now bathed in the light of the fallen god's sun's power. Some stray lightning bolts shot toward the spectators. Some couldn't handle the shocks and screamed for mercy. I surrender, please let me go. Nam Gung Hung gripped his blade tightly, barely holding himself steady. He was a bit terrified. Finally, this match deserves the title of finals, Hagon thought. I've heard a lot about him, but didn't expect him to be this strong. As Z's son, he and I are often called the new generation's geniuses. I even saw him as a rival, but with that terrifying power, no matter how many copies of me there are, we can't win. He glanced at you. Even Yugon seemed to be struggling. Did Yugon really beat a named warrior with all those skills? His movement speed and reflexes are insanely fast. Yugon saw Hagan rushing from behind with his sword and dodged just in time. He couldn't help but admire. He's fast. What's his agility stat? But before he could finish thinking, Hagan struck again, not giving him a moment to breathe. The fight had no end yet, but Han showed no signs of tiring. One more hit. Yugon raised his shoulder, slamming Han's head hard. He hugged him in frustration. You bastard. You smirked slyly. Hagan looked annoyed as a shockwave erupted. Yugon's sword started cracking. He muttered, he's pretty strong. Hagan taunted. Looks like that pathetic stick you call a sword is about to break. You okay? I don't get it. Is that all you've got? What have you been doing all this time? Suddenly, he noticed the blood continuously flowing from his arm, startling Hagan. Yu grinned proudly. I'm not just standing here taking hits. Hagan was now irritated. Hagan was shocked. He wasn't hurt at all after taking his thunderous punch. Though I hate to admit it, Yugon's stamina is definitely higher than mine. But when it comes to mystical power, I'm stronger than him. So let's keep going then. Yugon said casually, up to you. Han stomped aggressively on the ground, thinking first I'll smash that stick to pieces. With that in mind, he swung fiercely at Yugon's sword. Hagan clenched his teeth, releasing a massive electric charge. He wouldn't back down either, his sword quickly slashing toward Hagan. Hagan's punch finally shattered Yugon's sword. He couldn't help but cheer inside. I did it. Yugon leapt up swiftly. Pretty impressive. That casual remark caught Hagan off guard. What? I should be the one dominating here. Why does he sound so relaxed? Then Hagan suddenly realized his mana was being pushed back. Before he could fully grasp it, the punch came flying at him. What the hell, too late now. Han took the full hit. A thunderous crash echoed as he was thrown back. The punch, so powerful, it sent him crashing to the ground, shattering the earth around him. And just like that, Han was completely defeated. Yugon let out a relieved breath. He glanced at a guy lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Is there still one more? I don't have time, so I have to hurry. And no one needs to guess the outcome of this fight. The referee announced loudly the martial arts tournament champion Yugon. His image flashed everywhere. The nameless sword was broken. A blade forged from many materials. Its mana conductivity was terrible, but the blade was razor-sharp, perfect for dissecting flesh. He regretted it. This sword was great for training mana control, but it broke sooner than expected. The mana conductivity was the worst of the worst, just as I requested from the old man. I remember him saying he made it that way because I asked, guaranteeing the conductivity would be as bad as possible. The mystical power was suppressed, so at my level, it should be comparable to Hagan. Just acting won't fool those famous fighters. This should roughly fool them, though I'm a bit worried about that last punch. The referee quickly announced, ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the 834th martial arts tournament is player Yugon. How do you feel about winning the tournament? Yugon replied casually. His indifferent attitude surprised the referee. That's it. Yugon answered briefly. Yeah, just that. The referee looked puzzled. Ah yes, thank you for your answer. Now I will present the award. As everyone knows, the prize is a great red pill. Shaolin Temple, where this pill is made, claims this batch is especially effective. He frowned, thinking this will take quite some time to absorb. The next level is floor 20, and I have a lot to prepare, but for now I need to hit my target stats first. Speaking of the prize, the Great Red Pill is a rare elixir made once every 3 years at Shaolin Temple. It's crafted from hundreds of ingredients and a unique secret recipe only found there. Using it grants a massive boost in mystical power. The award ceremony was witnessed clearly by Tianma and everyone present. He smiled with satisfaction. Jin trembled with anger. Why did Hagen side with that bastard? Isn't he Jot's son Yugon's enemy? Everyone around laughed happily. So the top contender took the championship, huh? This tournament was truly a huge success. Indeed. How lucky is the martial world, Tianma couldn't help but feel disdain inside. Just minutes ago, they were cursing the Tianma sect, and now they dare call the sect's deputy leader the martial world's luck. Ridiculous. Jin couldn't hold back and shouted, Namgung Jingu, what are you thinking teaming up with the demon sect? He replied, demon sect, calling them that is unfair. Their name is Tianma Divine Sect, not demon sect. Besides, I didn't team up, I proposed an official alliance. He yelled, that's the problem. How can you ally the martial arts world with a demonic cult? Jingu retorted. Isn't that better than relying on Olympus? His whole body radiated fury. The martial world's problems should be solved by martial artists. Are you planning to hand this world over to Olympus? People murmured. Olympus, what's that? Finally, he lost his temper. You should be ashamed of yourself for that doing. Standing before this overwhelming aura, he couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. Jin thought to himself, Jingu, you knew everything from the start, yet you stayed silent. Because my faction holds the majority here, you couldn't confront me head-on. But now with the power of Tianma backing you, and your damn logic tipping the scales, is their era really here? Tane, you lead the factions in the martial alliance, the strategist of the martial world, and this is how you end up. Mujin spoke up, apologizing for interrupting their conflict resolution, but before leaving, he wanted to ask one thing. Then he glared fiercely. Who here is named Munsab? Hearing his name mentioned, the man who had been silent until now flinched slightly. Facing the crushing aura of Tianma, he trembled cowardly. I'm done for. Time passed quickly. A few days later, at the Namgung clan's training area, surrounded by towering mountains, there was a discreet cave entrance. Yugun thought to himself, not just anyone can borrow this place, I'm pretty lucky. Usually renting this place for 10 days costs an arm and a leg. Hun had said such treatment is standard for the martial arts tournament champion. Don't underestimate the Namgung clan. He thought back to the first time he arrived at the tower, dreaming of becoming a Namgung clan master because the place was so vast. But now it seemed much smaller. He took out the Great Red Pill. It's a divine medicine made once every 3 years at Shaolin Temple. Crafted from hundreds of ingredients and a secret formula unique to Shaolin. When used, it grants the user a massive boost of mystical power. Yugun calculated he only needed one more point to hit 100, but it wouldn't be easy. If I remember right, I heard about this in my past life. The Great Red Pill's effect depends heavily on the user. That's right. Martial artists say it relies on controlling chi and breath, but the key factor is concentration. I guess the barrier here is how much mana I can control. He quickly swallowed the pill and began training. Right now he felt a thick, pure mana filling his body. Its energy surged violently. It seemed a bit more obedient thanks to his master-level mana skill, but that alone wasn't enough. Suddenly it got tough and he broke into a sweat. Honestly, I bet 50/50 that my stats would increase, but at this rate I'm failing. Scene shifts to the 20th floor of Portugia Sea Nation, where sounds of fighting echo. This is one of Portugia Neptune's 12 islands. A terrified voice cried out, please let us go, we didn't do anything wrong. Another mocking voice sneered, why are you doing this to us? Big guys crying like babies, are all giants this cowardly? These guys aren't even 10 years old by human standards yet, they're at least 13 feet tall. Ridiculous. Big as you are, you can't run far. You shouldn't have betrayed Ozga and teamed up with the demon tribe. Stupid, huh? Stop stalling. Tell me. The kid was scared. Tell what? The sly one replied. The legend of Portugia's Ocean Stone. He's a member of the Red Wolf Horang clan. Portugia Sea Nation has a legend. Whoever possesses the Ocean Stone becomes the god of the sea. The kid said that's nonsense. Horang spoke up. Of course, I don't fully believe it. But I heard a credible rumor. That the giant tribe hid the Ocean Stone somewhere. Olympus spreads this rumor, so it's pretty trustworthy. The kid was terrified. You know our ties with Olympus, and yet, he cut him off. I know. If I'm lucky, I'll force you to reveal it. If not, the 20th floor is under Olympus's control. They won't care if I kill 1 or 2 giants. If you don't want to die, Konhan, spill the location. A voice rang out. Daring to act tough in broad daylight, they startled, turning to see a familiar figure standing tall. Harang shouted, who the hell is this? Stop playing hero here and get lost. Suddenly he blinked, looking closer. Wait, this guy. Yugun shut his eyes tight, activating his eye skill to predict combat moves. His senses were sharpening non-stop. You recall being in the cave, a massive surge of mana flooding your body at an incredible speed. You couldn't stop absorbing it as if the mana itself wanted to belong to you. In the end, your secret ability increased by 1, and your mystical power reached 100. An innate skill awakened after hitting a certain milestone. Back to the present, your senses are sharpening. You've just acquired the sensory pursuit skill and activated it. This is the sensory pursuit skill. You can detect all living beings within a 50-meter radius. He remained silent. I'm sure he's this year's martial arts tournament champion. Yugon. The two giants silently watched you. The kids' faces were tense with anxiety. You continued, playing the hero, huh? You think that's a game? I'll show you. I'm not messing around. You appeared like a demon in the sky, startling them. How is he this strong? Damn it, which faction are you from? I don't know your faction, but you're crossing the line. There are rules everywhere. Harang panicked and stepped forward to block his teammate. Wait, that guy looks familiar. He shouted at you. You're Yugon, right? Harang smirked slyly. Didn't expect to meet the deputy leader of the Heavenly Demon sect here. The kid named Bua was surprised. Is he the famous Yan? His little sister cowered in fear. They murmured, just a snot-nosed kid who recently reached level 20. You think we're like the weaklings you faced before? Let's go. Harang said quietly, his face darkening. There might be Heavenly Demon guards lying in ambush nearby. The others grumbled as they left. You damn big shots, you're lucky this time. Harang grinned slyly. Yugon is a thorn in their side. If we seize the chance while the waters are muddy, we'll gain Olympus's favor. Lucky break. After calculating, he quickly left. I have to get to the level 20 headquarters immediately. Right after they left, Bua stammered, thank you for saving us. You wondered, even if you two are young, handling a few of these guys shouldn't be hard. Why didn't you fight back? Bua was straightforward. You seem to know something about the giant bugs. Which side are you on? Olympus or Asga, the girl whispered. Big brother, he's still our savior. Bua bluntly said. So what, he's still just human? You think he's helping us out of pure kindness. You didn't hide his skepticism. Smart. Bua said loudly, I knew it. You're after the ocean stone too, aren't you? Damn it, you humans are all the same. Why won't anyone believe us? We don't know anything. Why are you all targeting us over baseless rumors? You cut in. I know you don't have the stone. I have other business with the giants. Pausing, Yujun added, Afa, I want to meet your elder. Bua trembled. The elder isn't someone you just meet on a whim, especially not a human. Get lost. You said it yourself. If I wanted, I could crush a few like you easily. Yugon thought giants aren't weak. They're born with overwhelming strength. Even if they can fight, they hold back knowing that needless conflict with humans could lead to extinction again. He's young but already so perceptive. Bua snapped, let's go, Noah. The girl ran after her brother. Wait. Bua glanced at the communication orb in Noah's hand. You contacted the elder, the girl replied. Yes, he saved us, so I thought I should at least pass on his message. She honestly showed the message to you. Meeting the elder now depends on you. You silently stared at the orb, waiting for the elder's reply. Suddenly, a message popped up. The elder agreed to meet you. Soon after, 3 large wolves sped through the forest, and Bua gritted his teeth in frustration. Why would the elder agree to meet someone like him, Enya wondered. Maybe he has a taming skill, or some illusion ability. How else could he command the wolves so easily? He's definitely no ordinary man. I heard he's also outstanding in the martial arts tournament. The kid was annoyed. So what, he's not even a renowned fighter. Whatever. Bottom line, I don't like him. It's suspicious that he knows the elder too. The boy fell into deep thought, silent for a moment. His face showed calculation. Enya spoke up, exposing the truth. You want to fight him, don't you? You can't do that. Hearing this, the boy looked displeased. I know, it's coming. 3 figures riding wolves swiftly charged through the forest. The wolves' speed was unmatched. They reached a forest, dashing effortlessly past steep cliffs. Finally, they arrived at the village of giants deep within the woods. Seeing the wolf lovingly licking Yugon's face, Bua shouted, Bad wolf, don't lick him, he's dirty. Yugon ignored the boy. After all, they had arrived. The boy looked at the vibrant scenery, feeling an indescribable emotion. Ahead stood a giant tree, the giant atom tree. Bua was proud of beautiful, wasn't it? Impressive, right? This tree will never burn or fall. The boy, Luyan recounted, saying the legend calls it a branch of the world, but I don't know if that's true. Hearing this, Yuan felt heartache. A tree that never burns or falls had burned during the genocide of the giants before his regression. Lost in thought, he didn't notice they were quickly descending. The boy shouted, What are you doing? Hurry up and get down, Yug said loudly. I'm coming down, Bua warned. From now on, you better watch your attitude. If you wait until you get crushed, don't blame me. Follow us. The inside looked like a beautiful painting. It was peaceful here. The houses were close together, but since it was night, not many giants were visible. The giant residents looked at the boy with suspicion. What is this? A human coming with Bua and Anwiga. Is he a guest? No way a human could be a guest here. The girl spoke to calm them. Don't mind them. You're a guest of the elder, so no need to worry. The elder's home wasn't far, with stone steps in front, looking very poetic. The 3 quickly moved forward. Compared to the boy's place, that house was huge. Bua was a bit scared. The boy asked Elder, Are you inside? Then a deep voice came from inside, Come in. The door opened. You thought, finally, I get to meet him, a high-ranking figure, a supreme being before the Gigant Machi disaster. He was called the living history of the giants. The man sitting calmly in the dark corner stroking a small fox was the giant clan elder, Ofa. Seeing the boy, he said, "Glad to meet you, human child. What's your name again? I'm old, my memory isn't what it used to be." The boy quickly answered, "I'm Yugon." The elder said, "Ah yes, Yugon. That kid Hephaestus keeps talking about you." The boy was confused. That kid Ofa got straight to the point. "I heard you're fighting Olympus with a kid who just reached floor 20 and isn't even a high-ranking figure. You're impressive, but that's reckless, nothing more. If you value your life, give up. They could wipe you out with a sneeze." Yujun spoke up. "I heard you're a pacifist, or are you just scared?" The elder looked a bit angry. "You're speaking thoughtlessly." He continued, "You must have heard. Olympus is preparing for the Gigantomy disaster. So are you just going to sit back and watch your race head to extinction?" Ofa was surprised. "My magic refuses to touch this child." He looked closely at the boy's aura. Yugon radiated a powerful presence. The elder judged that gaze no fear at all. He saw in the boy's eyes a fierce determination. Thinking this, he sighed. "You really are as brave as I've heard," the boy thought to himself. "His magic and control were impressive," Ofa said. "You're right. If we keep running like this, extinction is only a matter of time. Maybe in a decade, a century, or even tomorrow, who knows. I heard from Hephaestus that you're looking for the ocean stone, right? But unlike the rumors, we never kept it from the start. However, I know where it is." You wondered, "Why are you telling me this?" The elder said, "There are 2 reasons. First, Hephaestus nominating you proves you're not siding with Olympus." Pausing briefly, he continued, "The second reason is because of you." At this, the elder suddenly fell silent, staring straight at him. Outside, the cicadas chirped softly and eerily. Yu quickly left after finishing his talk with the elder. Light illuminated every step Yugon took. He raised his hand thinking. Did he just look at it? He recalled the second reason the elder mentioned. "The second reason is because you're the strongest player of this era." Yu thought maybe Hephaestus had spoken highly of him to Fa, but it seemed the elder overestimated him. Could this be a test to see if he's worthy of the ocean stone? Whatever. I'll find out where the stone is soon enough. It's huge. Yugon walked while observing the garden scenery. He couldn't help but feel trapped before that atom tree. This size might rival the Rui Jingu Bang of the Great Sage, equal to heaven. At my current level, I can't even leave a scratch on this tree. But on the other hand, that means I can go all out. I still can't fully control the holy fire. It slips from my grasp and randomly burns anything it touches. Closing his eyes to think, he quickly summoned the Fire-Eye Jingu star. His battle senses activated, scanning all objects and living beings within a 50-meter radius. His awareness increased by 50%, surrounded by a massive purple flame. It fiercely radiated around the giant tree. Wherever Yu soared, the flames chased after him. Suddenly, he felt strange. Was it because he used too many high-level skills at once? His head spun wildly. Then his body suddenly dropped, but luckily he quickly regained his composure. Yugon flipped to avoid falling. Suddenly, the purple flames flared up like gasoline had been poured on them, bursting into a fierce blaze. Yu lay on the ground, regretting it. He almost got wiped out. He exhaled deeply. All he did was combine the power of his domain senses with the Fire-Eye Jingu star's vision. Didn't expect to see the world this clearly. Just as I thought, the resonance between these two skills is absolutely incredible. The problem is, the more awareness increases, the more my brain overloads. I'll have to train more to get used to it. Suddenly a voice rang out. What the hell? Why is that guy here? He frowned, calling him a human, no, a damn insect. He was also one of the giants. Quan, I've heard a lot about you, that you're an outstanding warrior. But I wonder if those rumors are true, or just exaggerated. Another voice warned. Quan, even if he's human, he's still the elder's guest. You saw Bua personally escort him. Isn't this a bit much? Yu was surprised. Insect One shouted. To us, all those humans are enemies. Scene shifts back to the elder's room where a blue flame flickered brightly. He sat silently, his voice echoing, humanity is the enemy, humanity is the enemy, humanity is the enemy. Images from the past appeared, battles that took countless giant lives. Blood flowed like rivers. He had been furious, shouting, damn you Olympus bastards. A loud voice yelled, everyone run, it's coming. A helpless tidal wave trembled. The one who came was the god of the sea. He survived, but never looked toward the giants. The elder jolted awake from his nightmare. The little fox kept licking his face as if to comfort him. He stroked its head, soothing, I'm fine, really fine. Afa thought, how many times have I had that dream, but today it felt strangely vivid. Was it because of that human kid? The elder, tired of his dream, kept thinking about Olympus and Yugon. Suddenly a noise erupted. Everyone was buzzing. Hey, there's a fight over there. Really? Who is it? It's Kim Yuan. The elder kept brooding. This time, things won't go the way you want. On this side, the sea god Biden, a brawl quickly broke out under Adam's tree. Yugon and Kan were fighting, both radiating deadly intent at each other. Kan glared at him, shouting in fury. All humans are enemies. Then the punch swiftly flew toward Yugon, but he quickly blocked it with his hand. One struggled with all his might, but couldn't push his hand any closer to Yugon's face. Neither spoke for a moment, just exchanging cold, tense stares. Suddenly, Y cracked a strange smile, leaving his thoughts a mystery. One found that smile blinding today, fueling his anger even more. You bastard, you think this is funny. As he spoke, his fist struck harder, but Yugon squeezed fiercely, sending a sharp pain through him that made him yell out. My hand's about to explode. What the hell? How could some grass-covered punk dare do this to me? He'd hidden his strength all along. Then Yugon released his grip, sending him crashing face-first into the ground hard. The giants trembled. Yu's cold voice boomed. You still have more than 5 right. Call them all out. His face turned savage. I'll take you all on. Moments later, the giants rushed over like a storm. How many now? One hurriedly reported even Tunka and Vunka were about to lose. What the hell is going on? I knew he was a bastard. But why can't a dozen giants beat one human? Meanwhile, Yugon kept fighting them relentlessly. One by one, they all fell defeated. The giant looked at him with bitter resentment. He refused to accept defeat. Yugon didn't stop. He placed his hand on the giant and kept absorbing his power. The giant couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. You damn bastard. System notification. Your arm has absorbed part of the giant's power. Partial giant transformation activated. Yugon's face darkened, eyes glowing red. Stop picking them off one by one. Just come at me all at once. You still won't give up. Alone among a village of giants, none dared approach him. Bua said to his sister, I know you don't want me to fight him, but if he insists, isn't fighting just a way to entertain guests? The girl kept trembling. The crowd buzzed with tension. Even those two are stepping in. Who'd expect to see the giant clan's heirs fight head-on? You thought he'd never heard of them before. Turns out they hold more importance than he imagined. Bua shouted, From the moment I saw you, I've been itching to fight. Time to see just how strong Yugon really is. Yugon grinned slyly. Go ahead and swing your sword. As long as you've got the guts, Bua, I'm ready. Then he charged fiercely at Yugon. His speed and power were not to be underestimated. System notification, Fire Eye Golden Star, activated domain perception. Yugon quickly read Bua's attack and movement. The fierce punch came flying, but Yugon dodged skillfully. Bua spun and struck again, but Yugon easily evaded. Suddenly, Bua kicked backward aggressively. Yugon raised his bare hand to block, surprised by his speed. He's faster than I thought. Bua shouted to signal his sister. It's time. Those words caught Yugon off guard. Enya simultaneously threw a punch at him, but Yugon blocked it with his sword. Still, the force sent him flying back. Yu was stunned. She's as strong as a bull. If they rely only on physical strength without mana, it's tough to fight them. But I've decided to use this chance to train. I'll fight them using only the skills I've practiced. Bua said. You know why I can't argue with my sister? Because she's stronger than me. As he finished, the girl attacked from behind. Together, they quickly put Yugon on the defensive. 2 punches came crashing straight at his face. Yu suddenly froze for a moment, then a deafening explosion rocked the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere, but it seemed Yu had vanished. Those 2 fists slammed into the earth, leaving a massive crater. Enya stared down at her hands in shock. She was dazed. Where did he go? Yugon had somehow slipped away to a spot far from them. He used ham steps to launch himself into the air. The 2-meter shoes had long been lost. They were soaked with divine power. They boosted jump height by 50%, allowed double jumps mid-air, and granted 1 void step skill use per day. You thought this was the last thing you needed to train today. According to the ranking on the 11th floor, ranks are decided by the items bought with battle points on that floor. But since I already tried the double jump skill, only the void step remains. Enya snorted. Immediately, Yu dropped down and slashed at the girl's arm. Pain shot through her blood, pouring out, making Enya tremble. Seeing his sister like that, he was furious. Are you okay? Bua shouted loudly. Damn it, that sneaky bastard. Enya cornered him. She replied, Yes, sir. Then a figure shot forward at an incredible speed. This speed and power left the giant tribe in awe. Bua shouted loudly. Everyone get out of the way. The crowd gasped in alarm. The 2 brothers charged, aiming to catch him. Yugon flew forward like an arrow. The brothers worked well together. One grabbed the other, punched. But theory and practice were worlds apart. Yugon quickly jumped out of their reach. Bua was frustrated. Damn it, what can he do, just jumping in the air like that? And he can change direction freely. How can we catch him? The girl was surprised. He dodges even before we attack, like he knows our moves in advance. Bua growled in frustration. I don't know what he's planning, but he's not fighting back now. I won't let things go his way. Seeing his brother gather inner power, he panicked and shouted, No, he's using his ultimate. Stop, bro. You thought he wasn't a top-tier fighter, but pouring so much mana into one strike using Fire Eye Golden Star to predict moves meant he was going all out. You decided not to dodge, but face him head-on. Bua was determined to find a weakness to break through. Fire Eye Golden Star was still tracking the target. Every attack Bua made was anticipated. Yugon calculated the strength of this magical vortex and fury. As the strike launched, Yugon charged in like a moth to flame, surprising Bua. He stared blankly, then bit his lip hard. Damn it. Suddenly your sword was at Bua's throat. He wondered, You charged straight in. You're crazier than I thought. I lost. Yu smiled, softly satisfied. You just wanted to end the fight, not hurt them. The surrounding citizens watched in disbelief. What was that just now? Enya asked, surprised. That last strike from Big Bro was strong enough to trigger a penalty. Yet he pierced right through it. Then you reached out your hand. At least you two are better than the rest. Hope to learn from you in the future. Bua silently stared at the outstretched hand, thinking to himself. Just better, fine. Whether tomorrow or the day after, I'll definitely rematch him. And no matter what, I'll win. Thinking this, Bua smiled with satisfaction. All right, it's an honor. Cut to night in the giant tribe village, where sunlight seemed scarce all year round. 10 days had passed, and Yan had been with them all this time. Bua was now biting into a huge chunk of meat like a starving beast, while Yugon looked on, dumbfounded. You sat staring at your plate, speechless. What kind of meat is this, seriously? Bua was excited. After eating, let's fight again. I'm winning today for sure, he shouted, urging everyone on. You all eat up fast and get ready. Everyone silently groaned. At this rate, I'm gonna get a stomachache. Yug spoke up. Rest up. I'm not fighting today. Bua was annoyed. What? Why not? You sighed. Tomorrow is the level 20 test. I have to stay in top shape. He pouted. If you say so, then fine. Enya was stunned when I fought alongside my brother for the first time against him. I thought we'd win sooner or later. But even now, with 5 of us attacking together, we still can't beat him. We're young, but for one man to defeat 5 giants in minutes, how strong must he be when using magic? Seeing her deep in thought, he asked, What's wrong? Enya replied, Nothing, just thinking about the earlier fight. You seem stronger than 10 days ago, Yun said casually. Really, I don't see much change. I still haven't mastered the skill I'm training. The girl was amazed. Still no progress. Bua spoke up. Hey, you said you're searching for the ocean stone, right? Do you plan to come back here after passing the test and moving to the next level? Yugon replied. No, I intend to find it before advancing. He was shocked. What? But the test is tomorrow. When will you have time to search? Could it be related to the level 20 test? Elder, do you know anything about this? Maybe, but I don't think only Ofa knows. The giant god is an example. You say you're descendants of the giant god, so your father probably knows about it too. He just doesn't talk about it, Bua wondered. Is that item really that important, you asked? Yes. Bua still doubted. If we really were as rumored, why would the elder want you to know? Yu's face darkened. Then he answered his own question. Am I the strongest? One was furious. Damn it, how could the elder do that? Why stay silent knowing all this, even though he knows we suffer because of that stupid legend? Enya spoke up. Calm down. One shouted. Am I wrong? Do you know how many times those bastards have attacked me because of that legend? I almost died because of it. Be honest, I'm not the only one feeling this way. We're all suffering because of it. Is that stupid stone worth more than our lives? I always have to be on guard outside, hiding and running. When caught, I can only lie still and take it. What the hell is that stone, Elder? Yun interrupted. No, what he's doing is right. Hearing this, the official was very surprised. He couldn't believe his ears. What? Yuan continued. If they had that stone, you'd be dead long ago. Isn't silence better than extinction? One angrily said. You little worm, what the hell do you know to say that? Then he lunged at Yugon, throwing a punch, but Yugon quickly dodged. He slammed his fist hard on the table, scattering food everywhere, creating a mess. Shaking with anger, he shouted, Let me go. Yun said, What about you? What do you know? Not knowing isn't a crime, but that doesn't give you the right to blabber whatever you want. Got it. After saying that, he quickly let go. One kept shouting while Yugon ignored him and walked away. Engia said, He's gone. Someone stopped them. Hey One, you've been fighting him for days and still don't get why you can't win. Whatever, I'm going to see the elder now. I have to get some answers. Bua stepped forward and left. We don't know if the elder is right or wrong, but we'll find out tomorrow. So stop causing more trouble. Bua was also confused. Damn it, did the elder and my father really hide this? Yugon, what exactly do you know? The scene shifts to Yugon, who quickly returned to his bedroom. Yu lay on the giant's large bed, feeling small and tired. Using the fire eye and field perception for 10 days straight gave him a headache. He needed rest before the test began. Suddenly you notice the gloves on your hands emitting a continuous black aura. The only reason Kini reacts by releasing magic like this must be because the weapon represents the sea god Poseidon, the ocean stone, or it's a shard of the trident. It started reacting the moment I stepped onto the 20th floor, but lately the reactions have become more frequent and intense. The shard of the trident is an item similar in origin to Kini. Dark Star Stone. Could these shards be connected? If the 3 shards were once one, it's no surprise they react to each other. If my theory is right, I can use this as a radar. I wish Kini was the key to the test. But to do that, I first have to learn how to awaken that power. You can't shake the thought. Kini, find the other shards. Find their existence. You can't stop urging yourself. Open your eyes. Open them like last time. You keep channeling holy fire into Kini. I'll use you so well, even Uncle will jump for joy. So don't sleep anymore, wake up. You talk to Kini alone, but no one answers. Morning on a large island, the sea here is crystal clear and cool. This is also the test area for the 20th floor of Chutan Island. Not only that, many giant beasts live here. Yugun is surprised. This island is small but packed with monsters. Bua nods. It's just like the Guide Island, right? I think the Guide Island was modeled after this one. Enwia cheerfully reminds him, remember you almost died because of a chimera back then. The kid blushes shyly. Bua explains, anyway, we're with you because the elder told us to lead you to the test area, but I don't think anything here can threaten you. Even we passed this test as easy as pie. Yu sighs, who knows, maybe this isn't just a regular test. Enya says, I heard even the great clans are interested in this test, but few come because they fear it'll turn into a battlefield. And this test seems bigger than usual. Yugon thinks silently Fa made a huge decision. They're being overly cautious. After hiding since the Gigant Marihai disaster, there's no way Olympus with its grudge against the giant race didn't notice this sudden change. If things go wrong, I won't just lose the giant's trust, I must find the ocean stone. The system announces the test will start in 10 minutes. Yu says I have to go now. The rest is up to you. He reminds them sending you here means your tribe's situation has changed, so go wild. Bua laughs confidently. Of course, I've been waiting for this day a long time. Then a group of aggressive people rushes in. The kid shouts, don't worry, just go see you later. One of them yells, don't let him escape, capture Yugon, we can't let him reach the test area. Take care of these big shrimp first, then get to Yugon. Before he finishes you, quickly kick him in the stomach. This attacking group is terrifyingly strong, causing a massive explosion. Rocks and dust fill the air. He trembles but still dares to challenge. Cowards. You're begging to die, huh? Bua shouts. Cowards I don't even know anymore. You probably don't know, but things aren't the same anymore, right? The man is surprised. What do you mean by that? Before he can finish, the girl fiercely slams another's head, blood spurting non-stop. Enwia usually looks gentle, but now she's a bloodthirsty monster facing enemies. Her face stares at them with a dark, grim look. It seems this time they've poured all their hatred for humans and these guys out. The man trembles. What's with that terrifying look? They're nothing like before. Bua speaks with fake sorrow, delivering bad news. But from now on, we fight with all we've got, so no more jokes, okay? Saying this, Bua's eyes quickly turn fierce. Meanwhile, two figures stand high above on the 20th floor, watching everything below. A voice rings out, so Yuan saved the two giant tribe kids. And the one who got this info is Harang, head of the Red Wolf Guild. He's the judge of the 20th floor. The person beside him replies, that's right, sir. Also, we just received a report that the giant tribe sent someone to escort him to the test area. Honestly, no matter how skilled those mad dogs are, they won't stop him. He's already played Olympus twice. I've sent a few agents from headquarters to block him from taking the test. We'll tail Yugon while the admin and his lackeys focus on the test. The other quickly obeyed. Den standing nearby couldn't help but wonder. Why would a giant help a human? This is strange. Most giants despise humans ever since the Gigant Mahai catastrophe. Do you think such deep hatred just vanishes because he saved some kids, Gio? So spoke up. Who knows what he's really thinking? The giant tribe holds the ocean stone. The man continued, become the judge of floor 20 and seize the chance to find that stone. If your lowly self finds it, I'll acknowledge you as my son. He swore his father's words had to be true. The man was obsessed with the stone, he'd risk disobeying orders for it. Yugon, a human, teamed up with the giants, and they left the forest together. Could he be connected to the ocean stone? Besides that, there's no reason for the usually silent giant tribe to act now. At the same time, a voice reported, sorry sir, we lost the trail. Meanwhile, Yugon stood on a precarious rock, observing as the floor 20 test began. He thought the journey was a bit troublesome, but I finally made it to the test area. I'm sure those two will handle it fine. They've endured a lot so far. It's only natural they'd be excited now. This mission is on a small island teeming with sea monsters. For the next 12 hours, fight the monsters and claim the hearts of the sea. Your score depends on how many hearts you collect. He figured the core of this challenge was similar to the capture the flag test on floor 11. The difference is, there's no limit on how many people can pass. So many teamed up dreaming of advancing together, but sadly, except for me, they'll all be eliminated. Thinking this, he quickly dove into the sea. Jan slowly sank beneath the waves. Then a voice echoed in his mind. I heard Hesfa Estes said you're searching for the ocean stone, right? But we don't guard it like the rumors say. Still, I know where it is. You'll face countless monsters down there. If they awaken, aim for their bellies, not their backs. Even if you survive and get past them, you'll only have overcome one obstacle on the path to the ocean stone. Can you do it, I ask you, Yugon? Do you have the confidence to claim the ocean stone? Cut to another group fighting a sea monster underwater. The timer kept ticking down. One asked, is everyone okay? The others gasped, we're fine. This challenge seems easier than I thought. We've collected 15 so far, one each on the team. The test is only halfway done. At this rate, we'll gather even more sea hearts. Going for the bonus prize isn't impossible. Find Yugon and stop him. Since it's a direct order from Olympus, I can't ignore it. But with this few people, there's no chance against him. He sighed in relief, glad he hid somewhere. Better to be scolded later than lose his jaw facing him. Wherever you are, stay put, Yugon said. Then he shouted, if you're rested, let's move on. We'll split into two groups, spread out and collect more. Suddenly, a huge tremor shook the water, startling everyone. One looked at the rising water spray in panic. "What's that?" the group shouted in alarm. "A monster. Something's coming. Get ready to fight." Suddenly, Yu Quan leapt out of the water behind them. The group gasped in, relief startled. "A human. He's a player." "Wait, did he just spring up from underwater?" one quickly realized. "Hold on, that guy." He let out a tired breath. Yu stared at them like a demon. "You're the one sent by Olympus, right, Den?" The leader was surprised. "What? How does he know that? Could the info have been leaked?" "I heard Yugon is at odds with Olympus. What does that mean for us?" Yugon said casually. "Just a guess, but judging by your faces, it seems right." They looked stunned. "What, he's just guessing?" Yu asked. "Yeah, why are you all backing off?" "Forget it. I'm not in the mood to fight you now, so no need to act scared. Your real opponent isn't me." As you finished speaking, a tremor rose from the sea, shaking the ground violently. Whirlpools appeared, looking extremely dangerous. Soon after, huge, fierce creatures surfaced, terrifying everyone. They were black with glowing eyes, jaws wide open, roaring fiercely. But it wasn't just one, it was a whole pack, like starving tigers, crashing into the cliffs and shaking the ground. He frowned. "Sea serpents. How many are there?" The others shouted. "Lord Akai, something big is happening. A pack of giant monsters is rushing this way." Akai panicked. "We need to run now. The judges are clueless. If we don't hurry, we'll lose our escape route. Let's get off this island fast." They fled the island in panic. "But if we do that, we'll lose our chance to take the test." Akai spoke up. "That doesn't matter now." Yan asked, "Is something wrong with this test?" "Nothing's wrong. On the contrary." After a pause, you drew your sword and continued. "Now this is what you call a real test. System notification. The test is being adjusted. You thought about breaking the seal on that guy's belly with the lunar script. When it rises from the deep ocean after breaking free, that's when the test's difficulty changes." Akai was surprised. "Adjusting it now?" Then a voice panicked. "So all our efforts were for nothing." Akai ran off. Yugon recalled it, even told him to defeat it, then the reward would change to the Ocean Stone. Once that happens, the test will be adjusted by the administrator. Even Olympus won't be able to interfere. How do I know this? Because I raised the sea turtle, made it swallow the spirit stone, and put it to sleep. That's me. The giant tribe will make sure Olympus can't interfere until the test ends. So Yugon, your job is to stop the Ocean Stone from falling into Poidon's hands. You must seize it and protect it at all costs. The monsters have caught the scent of the stone, and are frantically hunting for it. You thought if the monsters have found it, Olympus must be on edge by now. Why do these things keep charging at me? But I'm sure they've realized the test is no longer under their control. System notification again. The test is being adjusted. The sea turtle is about to appear. You thought finally it's awake. Is that the path? The sea turtle's body has been chosen as the test arena. Defeat the sea turtle and claim the Ocean Stone. Still no sign of Yugon. New message, Team 2, we're searching the island's surface. We're still in contact with other teams, so we'll find him soon. How is it possible they haven't found him on this tiny island yet? Gyo-so was anxious. There's no way he escaped the island. What's really going on? Something's wrong. The ground is shaking and the monsters are going berserk. He gritted his teeth. That bastard Yugon, what's he plotting? His system announced the test is being adjusted. You have been forcibly removed from the test area for failing to meet requirements. This shocked Gyo-so. Maybe he never expected this. Quickly, they were being pushed out with no way to resist. In an instant, both were standing somewhere else, not on that mountain anymore. Gyo-so looked back at where he was moments ago, still stunned. Meanwhile, the system announced again. The test has been adjusted. The sea turtle is about to appear. Its body has been chosen as the test area. Defeat the sea turtle and claim the Ocean Stone. From beneath the water, a massive creature slowly rises, its eyes blazing with fury. It opens its huge mouth wide, then slams its body against the mountain. This is the sea turtle, the only one who failed to become a land turtle, ruler of the 20th floor, and one of the strongest creatures in the ocean. Damn it. The seal on the sea turtle was broken. Did the admins change the test difficulty? I didn't expect the reward for defeating the sea turtle to be the Ocean Stone. Its gigantic size must be because of the Ocean Stone's influence. This has to be that Yugon's doing. No fool would dare do this otherwise. I need to report this to my father and ask for backup. Once the test ends, you won't get away alive. As he finished speaking, a figure quickly fell from the mountain members of the Red Wolf Guild. They were all defeated miserably. Now Gyo-so frowned, deep in thought. It's been a while since the Gigantum Makan disaster. Long time no see. Suda is a giant clan, the 21st son of Surt. He spoke up. I don't think we're close enough to be chatting casually like this. Gyo-so said, I heard you're the judge for this floor's test. Then why are you here instead of the test area? What are you doing here? Something came up. What about you guys? What are you doing near the test area? Suda replied. I just happened to catch these guys bullying my kids. A bunch of big shots ganging up on 2 kids, so I decided to step in. Got a problem with that. Gyo-so was frustrated, losing his mind. One thing after another, this situation is out of control. He tried to stay calm. If you want to fight, I'm ready. But remember this, well, Geo, so continued, no matter who you are, I won't let you interfere with this test. His men quickly took defensive positions. Sua spoke up. Look who's talking, a newbie, getting annoyed over a little trouble like you, and you say that you think our giant clan would ruin this test. Not in 100 million years, listen carefully. By order of the giant elder Ofa, from this moment on we officially side with player Yugon. Cut to Yugon still relentlessly fighting monsters. Each one rushing at him fell swiftly to his fierce sword strikes. He fought while watching the surroundings. Loud noises had reached this place. Yugon guessed it was Sua. Some big players had joined the fight. Looks like Ofa's going all out this time. I can't let him down. The ocean stone will be mine. Yugon silently vowed, then charged straight at the monsters with open mouths underwater. Without hesitation, he leapt toward the giant sea turtle, boldly diving into its huge mouth. The sea monsters around stared in confusion. Inside, its belly was pitch black, activating the special effect of the dark abyss. Under darkness, your health regeneration speed increases. Health regeneration plus 172% under darkness. Your mana regeneration speed also increases plus 56%. Under darkness, your maximum mana increases. Maximum mana plus 56%. Down here, Yugon kept fighting the monsters. Using his purple flames, Yugon fiercely burned the monsters, causing them pain as the system displayed his mission, defeat the sea turtle to obtain the ocean crystal. Yugon thought to himself, good, I'll surpass it and claim that prize. He recalled the legend that whoever holds the ocean stone becomes the god of the sea. That legend has been passed down on the 20th floor. The more he fought, the more fired up he became. It seemed Yugon was gaining control. The sea turtle and the ocean stone weren't just legends. At least at this moment, its existence was the sea god. I don't know where you are, but this place is so dark, not even a ray of sunlight reaches inside. Yu thought deeply. Many monsters had followed him inside, mostly drawn by the ocean stone. It was acting up again. That includes the monsters already living here. This place was no longer just a turtle's stomach, it had become a dungeon with its own ecosystem. As he pondered, a flood of water poured in from its mouth. Inside, the monsters screamed wildly. Yugon gritted his teeth at this size. Every time it opened its mouth, it swallowed a huge gulp of water. He quickly soared upward, escaping the deep whirlpool. Yugon devised a plan, igniting the holy flame at the tip of the night darkness sword, activating its special effect under the shadow's influence. Immediately, a dark purple silhouette danced in the air, intimidating the monsters. He lunged forward, gripping his sword tightly, fiercely stabbing into them. One by one, he took them down swiftly. His body darted nimbly toward them, but there were truly countless monsters here. Yu was satisfied. Though it couldn't match Hades' absolute invisibility, at least this let him hide from their sight for a while. One of them charged at him, hungry to tear him apart. The rest kept sniffing relentlessly, hunting by scent. It seemed their eyesight was poor, so they relied on their noses. But Yu was now invisible to their sense of smell. You're so used to this stench you can't stand mine. Am I a virus or what? Meanwhile, the completion rate of the heavenly killing star kept rising steadily. He figured he'd max out the heavenly star's completion after this challenge, but at this rate it'd be tough. Since things turned out like this, he'd have to change his hunting strategy. He'd ignore the pesky flies. He wondered where the ocean stone was. Please don't tell me, it's just lying somewhere in the stomach like a toy. The most dangerous place is often the safest. The core of a giant creature like a sea turtle is its mana heart. I bet it's there. Kini was reacting more intensely. Maybe it's in that direction, but whether it's the ocean stone or the mana heart, there's bound to be heavy protection around it. No telling how many more monsters will flood in, but he needed to break through with minimal injury. Wait, thinking back, he'd been using the Fire Eye crystal since entering because it was so dark here. But if he used it to boost vision, his combat prediction rate would drop. If he sacrificed sight and enhanced other senses, but if just seeing reduced prediction, then maybe he should give up some sight to focus on other senses. Deciding quickly, he activated his combat senses. Yugon stood amid a horde of monsters too many to count. They caught his scent instantly and charged. He breathed heavily, satisfied, like a frying pan sizzling. Now shut up and clear the way. His sword fiercely pierced through a monster's chest. He swung decisively, slashing through their bodies. One strike split a monster in two. Yugon was getting tired, no more showing up. These monsters outnumbered all he'd faced, climbing the tower combined. Luckily, his stamina and mana recovery rates increased, thanks to the Night Darkness Sword's effect. The monsters were endless, kill some more appeared. He calculated his stats rising, but if he kept burning mana like this, he'd be drained before finding the ocean stone's hiding spot. His mana was down to half. He felt he was close. Am I in the right place? Hey, get up. How much longer can I fight? Over an hour had passed since he entered. Frustrated, he charged forward, slashing wildly. Come on, show yourself. Before my mana runs out, appear quickly. His hand kept swinging, searching, then he froze, spotting something familiar. He dashed madly toward it with all his might. Yugo was thrilled there. It was glowing a blazing red like a massive molten lava block. It seemed to attract the monsters here, surprising him. Quite the party, huh? You guys throwing a festival here. Saying that, he fiercely drew his sword, pointing it at them. He gathered his energy, glaring fiercely at the monsters. Step aside, you no longer have any reason to protect them. I am the true master of the mysterious ocean crystal. The winged sandals of Hermes, Athena's shield, Apollo's sun chariot. These are masterpieces crafted by the top artisan of the SSS tower. But if I had to pick the greatest masterpiece among countless creations, it would be the thunderbolt of Rot, an item that with a single swing can blow away an entire island and control the weather at will. And the kini I'm wearing on my hand, this item stands shoulder to shoulder with it. Right now he's fiercely staring at the monsters, and they're locked onto him too. Alone, he's about to face a horde of beasts as numerous as straw. Yugon calculated that adamantium could absorb the full power of the dark crystal, celestial crystal, and ocean crystal. Of course, the item's power also depends heavily on its creator's skill. In the past, Hades' kini was made by one of Hephaestus's disciples, but mine was crafted by the master himself. In other words, mine is even more perfect than Hades'. Thinking this, a fierce purple flame shot straight at the monsters, leaving them momentarily stunned. Quickly, they charged at Yuquan, as if they wanted to devour him. Yuquan shouted, "You know it's a death trap, yet you still rush in. You pathetic pests are just craving something beyond your reach." He swiftly summoned Hellfire, a massive, furious beam sweeping toward them. You thought the monsters vanished with the flow of magic, as if swallowed by something unseen. He wondered, where does this dark energy stream lead? Damn it, it feels like my right arm is being torn apart. Even though my magic power is over 100, does it still hurt this much? My body alone isn't enough to handle Kini's power. Just 2 more times, I can endure 2 more times. He quickly activated his winged sandals and Herm's stepping skill. System notification. Due to item effect, your stealth has increased by 50%. Yugon leapt forward, charging straight at them. Fighting so many sea monsters alone is exhausting, but Yugon won't betray his giant tribe. Activated Sky Stomp movement speed increased by 100% for 5 seconds. You can use Sky Stomp for 5 seconds. He told himself just one more time. It seemed U-World was already very tired. He quickly scanned with his eyes. The system promptly notified him. Fire Eye, Venus is reading the situation. Yu glared around. Where are you? Where exactly are you? It seemed his kini glove was reacting to a fragment. Finally, he found it. Yugon gritted his teeth in anger, vowing to split it in one strike. Then he swiftly charged and beheaded a serpent. Its fresh blood gushed out like a broken dam. The blood quickly spread, turning the area into a sea of red in moments. The sea monsters, shocked by their comrade's fate, hesitated. But then they resumed swimming toward Yugon. One of them took the lead, only to be struck hard by Yugon, and quickly killed. By now he felt a bit tired, his hair disheveled. His face smeared with monster blood looked even darker. He wiped the blood off his face. The monsters stood still, watching him. Yugon looked at his hand wearing kini. He couldn't see it, but surely his right arm looked like a battlefield. I need to raise my magic power and endurance to master its strength perfectly. For now, I must focus on leveling up to improve key stats. Then he switched the sword to his left hand and told the monsters, "Step aside, I'm tired." Immediately, he channeled energy into the black stone. On the other side, Gyo-So watched the Sua tribe foolishly. "Do you really think Yugon can get the ocean crystal?" Sua spoke up. "He will succeed." The elder believed so. He thought, fools, he'll fail. How could he defeat a monster who rules the ocean and wields the ocean crystal's power? For now, just wait and see. But as soon as this test ends, I'll wipe out those bastards. Suddenly, the turtle reacted strangely, thrashing and screaming in apparent pain. The sea surged violently. A white storm broke out, making the people on shore hold their breath. The system quickly notified that player Yan had passed the test. Joso's eyes turned red with anger. This can't be happening. Then he aggressively ordered to find Yugon and bring him to me immediately. Sua wasn't any less fierce, don't even think about it. "Stop them!" He shouted orders loudly. "Don't let them touch a single hair on Yugon's head." Joso sneered. "So you're planning to drag the entire giant tribe into this. What's your plan?" "Just because of you, another Gigantomb Machi disaster will happen," Suda exposed him. "Weren't you all already plotting this? Stop pretending to be clueless. You dogs of Olympus. Let's settle this once and for all." Now Joso's eyes flashed with malice. How foolish. History will repeat itself. Then he gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. From beneath the water, a massive chariot rapidly approached. Joso challenged Sua, "Remember the 3rd time we faced off? Back then, all you did was cower and run. So are you planning to run again this time?" Sua grew furious hearing this. "Joe, you bastard," Sua shouted. "You're Paul Sidon's son, aren't you ashamed of yourself?" He replied, "Since when did you start respecting my father?" Then he continued to threaten. "I told you history will repeat itself." Suddenly, a powerful shockwave roared, sending rocks flying everywhere. The battle between the giants and Olympus erupted quickly. Sua thought, could it be? We still can't stop them this time. Could this bloody chapter be repeated again? Remembering that tragic bloody war, Sue felt a chill inside. Suddenly a tremor shook the ground violently. Everyone startled. What's going on? What's that noise? From beneath the sea, a huge wave rose, rushing toward the shore. Everyone panicked. Waves. Could it be a tsunami? No, those aren't waves, they're monsters. Just then, countless sea monsters surged from the water, but that wasn't all behind them. A pair of fierce eyes and a massive silhouette slowly rose. It looked like a dragon with a serpent's body. It seemed to be the lord of those creatures. And that sea monster was the high-level beast, Leviathan. The group panicked. Leviathan, that monster only appears on the 20th floor. Wait, we're on the 20th floor. Damn it, that thing is the boss of this floor. Why would a horde of monsters show up here now? They're not even pack animals. Joe So thought to himself, the one who finds the ocean stone becomes king of the ocean. So that's why father always craved the ocean stone. Could the legend once thought to be just a myth actually be true? The water's surface trembled again, waves crashing gently this time. A familiar figure stepped forward. Sorry to bother you all when you're busy with your own affairs, but I'm really exhausted right now. So can you all just leave? He held something glowing with a clear blue light. The moment Joso saw Yugon, his anger flared up again. Yugon, you bastard, he shouted. Hand him over. Give me the ocean stone. Hurry up. You haven't said a word all this time. Yugon stared at him intently. He seemed too tired to move much after the effort, but Joso was different. He lunged at him wildly. He aggressively raised his trident. A whirlpool of water quickly formed and he struck toward him. But Yugon only blocked, showing no intention to attack. He quickly realized without water So was powerless. Like a fish out of water. So shouted, shut up. How dare you spout such nonsense? Damn it, I'm not wrong. Something is interfering, disrupting my power. A great force that can nullify water magic, that's it. You, holding the ocean stone, noticed the strange phenomenon and guessed silently, punishment. He quickly activated his fiery eye, reading the situation and triggering his sensory domain. Then Yan charged at Joe so fast he couldn't react in time. Both charged at each other, neither willing to back down. The intense aura was thick, but the pressure seemed to lean slightly towards Joe, who kept striking relentlessly at him. Yugun gritted his teeth, calculating that he had to overwhelm Joe so quickly. His sword attacked fiercely, while Joe blocked with his trident. His father's words echoed in his mind. Joe, find the ocean stone. If you succeed, I will recognize you as my son. No matter the cost, I must earn my father's approval. I will be acknowledged as the son of the great sea god Poseidon and become the true heir of the sea god. With that thought, he struck forward swiftly. Yugun kept blocking with all his might. The overwhelming aura around them made everyone else too afraid to interfere. In a moment, Joe spat blood, clearly badly wounded from Yugun's attack. He quickly got back up, refusing to stay on the defensive for long. True to being the sea god's son, he immediately launched another strike at Yugun. A long cut appeared on Yugun's face, blood flowing freely. Yugun thought I assumed his mind would be his weakness, but he's no pushover. It seemed he had bet everything on this fight. Joe glared fiercely. Once I'm done with you, it'll be the giant's turn. You picked the wrong opponent, Yan. I am the son of the great Poseidon. Yugun thought this won't get easier unless I fully unleash Kini's power, right? Then he quickly pointed his sword at him. Knew it. I have to finish this and level up. Meanwhile, the giants were still locked in fierce battle with the others. The fight was intense, no clear winner yet, and Yugun still couldn't defeat Joe, partly because he was exhausted from fighting those sea monsters earlier. Both had already spat blood, but neither was willing to stop against Joe, it seemed he had poured all his focus into this fight. Joe swung quickly, but luckily Yugun dodged the attack. Joe spun his trident, then stared at Yugun like an ancient enemy. A fierce thrust came straight at him. Yugun leapt 2 meters up to avoid it. So far, he hadn't struck back, only dodged. What was he planning? Joe cursed angrily, you sly bastard. He wondered why this brat was so tough to beat. He dodged every attack. Not only was he fast, but it felt like he anticipated every move even before I swung my trident. Could it be because of those newly red eyes? At this moment, the fire-eyed golden star was reading his moves, activating its sensory domain. Yugun thought because of the ocean crystal he can't use water attributes, but his power is still terrifying. Is it because he's Poseidon's son, or is it a rank difference? Joe asked, why did you stop? Have you finally realized the gap between us? Yugun cursed nonsense, then sneered, what about you? You're rushing because you know the sea monsters are coming, right? Joe said. Seeing you talk so arrogantly, it seems you still have a reason to live. I'll tear that mouth of yours so you'll never babble again. Suddenly a hand quickly grabbed him. Lord Joe He seemed furious. How dare you? Don't block my way, impatient subordinate. We have to help the troops. The situation's getting worse. Joe stubbornly refused to listen. He thought he was right. Before he finished, one of them had his head chopped off. Suda stood fiercely among the bodies he'd slain, shouting loudly, pushing them back. Don't let a single one survive. You can take the hands and feet of the enemies as trophies for this battle. On one side were sea monsters, on the other were his frantic subordinates. Lord Joe, please stay calm and think this through. I don't know about the giants, but we can't face the huge number of monsters coming. We must retreat immediately. Joe said this, but was still unwilling inside, hesitating without deciding. He clenched his teeth in frustration. You want me to run away, when what I've longed for is right in front of me? Yugun watched his reaction and smiled quietly. He was completely losing it. His subordinate urged Lord Joe, so please hurry. Joe so angrily shouted, let me go. Now he was nothing but a defeated general. Joe so stared intently at Yugen. In the end, cornered with no other choice, he had to retreat. They scrambled to escape everyone, quickly climbing onto the sun chariot. Sua shouted happily. So the day finally came when the arrogant fool had to run with his tail between his legs. Weren't you so bold just a moment ago? Suda quickly gave chase. Don't run away like that. Let's finish this here and now. The chariot shot up into the sky, fleeing without looking back. Suda and Yoon didn't pursue, just watched until the group disappeared. Even now, Sua couldn't believe it and asked, did we really win? Yu replied, yes. He gripped the sea fish stone tightly and continued, it seems so. Sua beamed. I get it now. We didn't surrender or run away in this encounter. He shouted across the blue sea that the giant tribe had truly defeated Olympus. Scene shifts to nightfall at the giant tribe where everyone is joyfully celebrating the victory. Everyone's buzzing, bring out another barrel. We have to enjoy today to the fullest. Go get it yourself, kid. Don't you see everyone's busy having fun, happiness and pride shown on everyone's faces? Yu sat alone, sipping tea in his private room. He looked exhausted after the battle, gazing out the window at the lively scene. They threw a party right after returning. Well, considering how long they'd waited for this win, it was only natural. Maybe I should join them for a bit. Nah, not the time to get excited now. I lost that fight. Without the sea stone, we wouldn't have held out that long. If the battle had dragged on, I'd have been completely defeated. Sua didn't stand a chance either. In the worst case, the giants would have been wiped out. He looked at his hand. It wasn't enough to penetrate Olympus's core yet, but still, things were going better than expected. In just 5 years, I've come this far. Now with the sea stone in hand, I'll move faster and further. He took out the communication orb, thinking, what should I do next? Suddenly a thought sparked. He didn't know what it was, but Yu seemed more cheerful. He hummed happily to himself. Meanwhile, Hephaestus suddenly sneezed repeatedly. He wondered why his whole body felt cold standing by the forge. What's going on? Using up all my energy. Am I catching a cold? At that moment, the communication orb lit up. Hephaestus wondered who still messages at this hour. He checked the message. Uncle, how have you been lately? I just found a pretty good item. Hope to see you soon, Uncle. Hephaestus sighed, thinking a cold might be better. He quickly sent the item over. Hephaestus was amazed, unable to believe it. Is this really the sea stone? You bastard, you're really good at finding rare stuff like this. Where did you get it? My uncle hasn't found it in 1,000 years. I just got lucky. He smiled cheerfully. Cut the crap. You say that like you just picked up a coin on the street. Losing the sea stone plus the recent rash actions means Olympus won't have time to worry about you for now. Hephaestus looked at him. You must be pretty happy. Jan smiled brightly. Less worry means more joy, right? He thought his father would be busy controlling the furious uncle. No matter how smart this kid is, there's no way he knows Olympus's secrets. Yet once again he flipped the game and made things go his way. How could he do that? Not from the start, right? He stared intently at the yawning young man. Hephaestus began to examine. Let's see now. Just as I thought, though the attributes differ, it's very similar to my father's lightning. Yu asked, can you forge it? The problem isn't forging, but we need other materials to make a suitable item. He sounded bored. So it's like before. How many days will the forging take? Hephaestus said about 10 days. But there's nowhere to get adamantium now. Yugun said I'll get it for you as soon as possible. His uncle asked in surprise. What did you say, adamantium? Yugun confirmed yes. Hephaestus widened his eyes. You have that much money. Or are you some rich kid? Yu spoke up. No way. Besides, I've already spent almost all my money on producing kini. His uncle wondered. So how do you plan to do it? Yugen calmly said he'd have to find a way even if it takes some time. Hephaestus said, if it's you, then it's not just empty talk. If you say so, I'm relieved. So what's your plan now? Yu replied, like you said, Olympus won't be watching me for a while, so I want to use this chance to level up. I can't waste this hard-earned time. The uncle looked at Yugun. You seem determined to take on Olympus, huh? He hinted. If that's all, then good. Hephaestus asked. Why do you say that? Are you planning to cause some earth-shattering trouble? Yugun didn't answer. Not answering, so you're counting on me for the forging. Don't worry about the fee. I'll put down a deposit later. He quickly said goodbye. I have to go now. See you later, uncle. Yugun hurried out of his uncle's workshop and into town. On the way, he thought his uncle seemed pretty shocked. If he knew what I'm planning, he'd probably faint. Suddenly, the system announced that the egg was moving. Yugen wondered if the egg moving meant the incubation rate was higher. It should have been awake for at least half a day. Yu said, let's wait a bit longer. We'll soon meet your sibling. The egg tilted its head in curiosity. You're teasing me, that'll be fun. The tower's brave sections will come one by one, and May will grow by eating those things right. The egg nodded. Yu comforted it. All right, hang in there a little longer and you'll have a feast soon. Your food is waiting for us where Odin told us. He thought about how Paul Sidon would react to having something he's craved stolen. Now all I have to do is wait and see if their relationship is like what Heck Queen remembers. Odin once said, that ocean stone should never fall into Olympus's hands. But if you get it, the consequences will be disastrous. You'll become Olympus's target. Hercules said back then not to worry about that. Now it's dropped. I mean, my father is the supreme ruler of Olympus. Poseidon won't dare touch a player, especially not a legend, just to get the ocean stone. If the king of a major guild acts, the others won't sit still either. If that happens, things get complicated. Odin asked, what if Poseidon acts alone? Hercules said, since my father controls things, he won't act easily. Though the three supreme gods of Olympus share the same bloodline, they're trapped in an endless power struggle. Especially my father and Poseidon always fighting for the top spot. After my father got the divine thunderstone, one of the three spirit stones, and used it to create thunder, he gained half of Olympus's power. He realized the other two stones, Ocean Stone and Dark Divine Stone, must never fall into my two elder brothers' hands. You asked, so what's the answer? You must have figured it out by now. Hercules replied, yeah, we can't give up the Ocean Stone. We have to make Rut and Poseidon destroy each other. Back to the present, in a room where everything was thrown on the floor, an angry voice rang out. Why? Why does he say I'm not allowed to act? The man kneeling on the ground was resentful, forced to endure his father's wrath just because he lost a bet. He's Poseidon Orion's third son. He was frustrated. Damn that useless bastard, Orion said. Heaven forbade us from clashing with the giants anymore. Poseidon raged. It's not those giants, this whole mess is caused by a player. Damn it, that's just an excuse for that bastard to stop me from touching the ocean stone. He even dared to get mad at me for interfering with Hephaestus's capture. Damn bastards. Speaking of which, Poseidon's fury reached a new peak. He turned to his son and asked, what do you think, Orion? Do you think it really looks like a venomous snake, or what? He bowed his head. How could someone as lowly as me dare to think such things about the Heavenly Lord? He snapped, Heavenly Lord, my foot. Exactly what good does asking that do? He was always like this, a ruthless, cold, and terrifyingly pragmatic man. No matter how skilled Yontai was, he was just a player, nothing more. He decided to leave that troublesome prey alone and focus on his bigger opponent, me. He wanted me to behave properly. I lost the Ocean Stone once, and now I don't even have an excuse to mobilize the famous players. Why am I the only one who loses everything? Biden raged on. At the Giant's castle, rumors spread. Have you heard the Ocean Stone has fallen into the hands of a player? Odin was intrigued. Some unknown kid got the Ocean Stone. Serves those Olympus fools right. They must be turning their stomachs inside out. In a forest, a voice echoed, you, Gon, the one you're talking about isn't even a famous player yet. He's that talented. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to duel him someday. This was the war god Osura. Even at Fruit Mountain, the great sage had heard of Yugon's reputation. So he's the one who got the Ocean Stone. Interesting. I thought he was just some rookie. Can't wait to see what happens next. On the first floor of the tower, we've arrived at floor 1. Thank you for using the Sun Chariot. Pride of Olympus. You've spent 1000 points. It's been a pleasure serving you. Hope to see you again. Yu was surprised. Both this and the one Joe used are copies. How many copies are there in total? You stopped questioning it. Thanks to it, I got here faster. Ahead of you is the low wall of floor 1, the edge of the world. You reached out. I heard no one has ever broken this wall. Who would have thought it would one day collapse on its own? Now's not the time for random thoughts. I was told it's somewhere nearby. The fire-eyed Venus is scanning the routes. He drew his sword from the system. This is the sword Susanoo used to seal any great calamity. It holds a special power sealed inside. It's currently broken. You need to collect the remaining shards to unlock its full power. You thought it over. Odin wasn't wrong. This challenge's difficulty is beyond what floor 1 should hold. It's the dungeon of the 57th famous player and one of the 3 noble sons, Susanoo. Before I reset, the dungeon he created was only discovered 100 years later. I heard the other 2 of the 3 noble sons have recovered the 3 divine weapons. I'm not surprised Susanoo thought they'd find where he hid his relics. After all, they're brothers. Yeah, I feel a bit guilty, but I have to get it in this timeline. Saying that, he slammed his sword into the ground fiercely. The system announced, you've discovered Susanoo's relic dungeon. You marveled. The Chronos clock's movement is pretty neat too. The system chimed again, checking player criteria. Criteria met, you may proceed. He praised himself. I just skipped 100 years doing this. This mission: conquer the tower and seize Susanoo's relic. You can leave the dungeon once you find the key. Pretty high stakes, huh? The relic and key must both be inside. So even entering the tower won't be a walk in the park. You thought calmly. It's fine, the more the merrier. And as usual, he fights alone against the spirit balls. But there's a big problem. The spirit affinity increase from killing the celestial spirit is minimal. You aggressively stabbed another spirit ball. He grabbed its neck fiercely, then threw it far away. The spirit ball corpses piled up. The whole area quickly soaked in spirit ball blood. He calculated it only raised by 0.003%. I guess 0.5% after killing the sea turtle is the max. Too bad, if only it had hit 100% back then. But thanks to my domain sense, my sensory stats are much higher now. Right after he reached out and opened the door to floor 1. Light from outside seeped in, but inside was pitch dark and completely empty. He slowly descended the system stairs. Then a message appeared: you are entering Susanoo's dungeon. This time your mission is to reach the 100th floor. In no time he passed Susanu's test. You thought for its height, it's not that wide, is it? Could this be a maze dungeon 100 floors? It's like a miniature version of the tower. Though I've never met Susanoo before, I've heard plenty of bad things about him. Susanoo, huh? His trash-level rivals, the gossip mongers, can't get any worse. That says enough. I want to fight him. I heard he's a master swordsman. I bet he's killed the most people in this tower. But despite those rumors, everyone agrees one thing: he's incredibly strong. Suddenly, he felt something off. Looking down at his body, he wondered why his inventory suddenly. What's going on? Yu quickly pulled a long sword from the system, but it seemed like he didn't take it somehow. It appeared on its own. Something unclear appeared, staring at Yan, shaped like a tiny warrior. It asked, "Where am I? Am I inside a small tower?" "Right, I'm dead." It looked at him. "Hey, who are you? Are you the one who brought Tosuka no Tsurugi here?" Yu answered, "Yes." It continued, "Is that so? Judging by how you talk, you probably don't know who I am." He thought despite its small size, he could feel a terrifying, murderous aura. "You might be one of Susanu's 3 demons. Not just a sword saint, but also a spirit, alchemist, and death mage. Known as a bloodthirsty killer, ranked 57th in the tower when alive." Susanoo was surprised. "You know quite a lot about me, huh?" He continued, "And you died facing the 8 great assassins." Hearing this, he angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yu went on, "Anyway, I know you were great, but I have one question after living such a life. Don't you want to be respected?" Susanoo replied. "Now that I'm dead, it doesn't matter much. Respect is enough since I didn't die just for it. But let me be frank with you. How dare you say my life was anything less? To me it was perfect." Yu was blunt, unable to believe he was proud of the countless lives he took. "I'm glad you're dead." Susanoo was shocked. "I'm really surprised you still talk back knowing who I am. You don't seem like a noble here." "Which faction are you from?" He calmly replied, "I'm just a newbie who recently reached floor 21. He sneered. "Floor 21, you dare act tough just reaching that. This isn't a place for pests like you. There are things here far beyond any monster on floor 21. He calmly said, "I've met a few on my way here." Susanoo asked, "You killed them all. Impressive. As long as you hold that shard, I'll have to follow you. That's how I'm programmed." "You didn't care," acting like he didn't care. He asked again, "Do you have companions? Are you purebred? But you don't look like it." "You said, I have no companions, and I'm not purebred either." Susanoo continued, "Where do you live? How did you find this place? And where did you get the Tosuke Tsurugi shard?" You frowned. "You talk too much." Susanoo got annoyed when you stayed silent. "Why won't you answer my questions?" Yugon was unhappy. "You're distracting me, so stop asking." He was still patient. "Then just answer this one question: where did you get the blue sword shard?" "You made a deal. If you really want to know, at least lead me there. Nothing in this world is free. I hate maze dungeons because they waste too much time." Susanoo thought for a moment, then finally agreed. "All right," he said. "You'll have to travel quite far to reach the door to the next floor. For now, just head straight down that path." He figured this maze was pretty large and complex. "Wait, maybe I can use that method." He asked again, "Now answer my question. Where did you get that sword fragment you said?" "I got it on the first floor." During the Roman arena test, Susanoo was surprised. "The arena? You mean it was the prize for the first floor test?" Yugon explained. "That's because it appeared in the final round." Susanoo listened seriously. He asked again that thing. The thought made him shudder. Could it really be the 8-pattern Great Serpent? As soon as he finished, Yu smashed the wall in front, causing rubble to fall. Susanoo looked at him stunned. Did this kid really defeat the 8-pattern Great Serpent? Meanwhile, Yu clenched the sword, channeling his inner power. His aura was shocking. He stood tall, like a true warrior on the battlefield. Suddenly, Susanoo smiled without knowing why. Yugon wondered why he was smiling. Susanoo said, "No, just keep going." He thought to himself, a kid with a strange item defeated the 8-pattern Great Serpent. Who is this guy really? Interesting. I'm curious to see how he'll get through this place. This is going to be exciting, Susanoo wondered. "So why did you break the wall when I already showed you the way? Got your own reasons." Yu frowned. "I just felt like it. Enough talking. System notification, you've leveled up. Your stamina increased by 1, your senses increased by 1, agility increased by 1. Yugon thought these monsters all seemed to be undead or demonic. Could it be? "Are they souls of those you killed?" he asked. Susanoo said, "Maybe." Yu was amazed. Despite his small size, this man wasn't just a swordmaster recognized by the war god Asura, but also one of the tower's strongest spirit and death mages. For him, imprisoning the souls of those he killed here was nothing. Yu imagined climbing this tower felt like walking over corpses. Terrifying. Susanoo was disgusted. "So you're an ally of Justice Yu," replied Justice my ass. "I've met all kinds of people. But someone like you, this is a first." Susanoo said, "You've only reached floor 21, but you talk like you've seen it all." In no time, the system notified, "You've reached floor 10. Upon entry, a figure was waiting. You've entered room 1. Defeat the enemy. The door to room 2 will open after you clear room 1. After clearing room 5, you can move to the next room. Yugon looked grimly at the zombie before him. No need to get up. He quickly used holy fire to burn the zombie's body. The flames seemed to hurt him, but strangely the zombie shed tears. Then you cleared room 1. Susanoo said, let me tell you this. Like you said, these are all souls trapped here, from death spirits to zombies all imprisoned. The oldest here is at least 5000 years old. Unless you master death and spirit magic better than me, there's no way to save them. But at least they're freed when killed. However, room 6's difficulty spikes insanely. What will you do? Alley of Justice, are you going to abandon those in the following rooms, and just move on, after room 5? You frowned. They weren't wrong, he really was a bastard. Susanoo was shocked. You dare, you said. Even if you didn't say it, I'd still try. Hold on tight. Don't blame me when you get left behind. In no time, he cleared floor 15, then floors 20 and 33. Countless zombies were slain, and their souls freed. The zombies begged you. Save me, don't just spare me, kill me. I want out of here. He quickly absorbed their rage. A pained voice echoed, I don't want to suffer like this anymore. Finally, you cleared floor 40. You wondered, what does absorbing resentment even mean? He quickly passed floor 50 with ease, and here EU found Susanoo's first relic. He quickly put on the shirt. The system notified you have obtained the shirt of the 4 elements. Susanoo, annoyed by the shirt covering him, cursed loudly. Damn it. This is the shirt of the 4 elements. Blessed by the ancestral kings of fire, water, wind, and lightning, it offers strong resistance to those elements, and can use magic to boost its defense further. Meanwhile, Susanoo kept yelling, take this off me now. Yug commented. Not bad, physical defense dropped a bit, but I can compensate by using field senses to dodge attacks. Susanoo looked at him in awe. You already found such a great item. Impressive. Alright, let's move on. Time flew by, and it's now day 42 since entering Susanoo's tower. Yugon was exhausted. He didn't know when it started, but every time he killed something here, he heard their voices whispering in his ear. Then a strange message appeared, saying he absorbed resentment. What the hell is that? Hearing the voices of the dead is something only high-level spirit masters can do. Could this be related to Kinini? Either way, that feeling is terrifying, like it's gnawing at my mind. Susanoo quickly noticed. You seem tired, huh? Your conquest speed is slowing down. This dungeon isn't easy, but considering you're a new player who only reached floor 21, it's not bad. And those gloves seem to have some special power. Why don't you use them? Is that your secret weapon you've been saving? You didn't understand what he was talking about, Susanoo said. You and I are alike, that's why you don't use it. Oh, so you don't use it because you don't know how Yoon asked. What do you mean, how am I supposed to use this? Susanoo said, I don't know either. You act all high and mighty, but you don't know anything. Susanoo grumbled. Damn, kids these days have no manners. I already gave you a hint. Despite that, you seriously thought about it. Use it properly. I've never used Hellfire since coming here. But what else is there? I really don't have much info on Kini. Right now, it's in another form. Plus, I'm not close to its original owner, Hades. Among the 3 supreme gods of Hades, his whereabouts are the most mysterious. There must be more than just missing great magic power. At least he gave me some valuable info. Susanoo continued. You're stronger than when we first entered, but compared to a high-ranking spirit master, you're still weak. A new player reaching floor 21 and coming this far is a miracle. But you're still lacking, you're tired. Stop buzzing around me like a fly. You moved on to another door. Yan stopped before it. Susanoo warned, this one's tough. Finally paying attention to me. Fine, I'll just say this, see for yourself. Yugon teased, getting mad. What a petty guy. As he stepped in, the system announced you have reached floor 60. Yug looked around, observing. What's this? Why is there nothing here? Suddenly his feelings shifted, making Yugon jump. Nothing at all. From the shadows, a huge figure slowly approached him. This guy's eyes were icy blue, staring at Yugon fiercely like an enemy. But unlike before, he radiated such intense energy that Yugon instinctively stepped back several paces. Yugon was terrified inside. The killing intent was overwhelming. There's no way this was a normal player when alive. A loud boom echoed, shaking the place. Your mission now is to defeat the Death Knight. Unlike the other undead, below this one wears armor and wields a mighty sword. Yujun was stunned. Death Knight. Yu Quan recalls The first time I met him was when he just became an official player. His swordsmanship was extraordinary. Just from his aura alone, I knew he was no ordinary guy. He was also deeply trusted by his teammates. Suddenly, a young man's voice echoed as memories flooded back. The young man hurried quickly toward his friend without raising his voice. Heading to the library again. Take a break from reading and get some fresh air. But his friend didn't seem to like that idea. No, I'm fine. The young man insisted on dragging his friend out anyway. Come on, let's go. Atho's loyalty was stronger than anyone I've ever known. I remember him, my friend. That was mine's memory of Atho long before meeting M. Back to the present, standing before you, is Atho, king of all knights, ruler of England, and leader of the Round Table. Then Atho slowly stood up. He was ready to fight. Yugun felt a pang of sorrow he never expected. Atho to die at Susanoo's hands and be imprisoned here. But that weapon remains intact even though he's become undead. The weapon you mentioned was Atho's legendary greatsword, Excalibur. Atho wasn't a high-ranking noble while alive, but I heard he leveled up insanely fast. Suddenly, Atho lunged forward with his sword at lightning speed. A swift attack was launched by Atho. Yu flinched. His magic attribute was ice. Of course you could dodge, but a loud explosion rang out where the attack landed. Yu-gun quickly used Hermake's boots to jump away and simultaneously activated a mid-air stomp. They charged at each other fiercely, with no words exchanged. Holy fire ignited at the tip of the sword, activating the secret dark sword technique. Yu-gun thought normally I'd never stand a chance against Atho. But Susanoo, the undead master here, managed to kill him. That's why Atho's power has weakened significantly compared to the past. Seeing Atho momentarily distracted, Yu asked, "Where are you looking?" Immediately after, he launched a powerful strike. Suddenly Yu-gun was shocked by something unusual in the fight. Yu-gun was stunned to see a wall of ice in front of him instead of Atho. The figure had dashed away swiftly. Yu-gun gritted his teeth, staying alert to the incredible speed. Atho's sword swiftly stabbed straight at him. Luckily, Yu-gun dodged. The blade grazed his shoulder, drawing fresh blood. He was amazed. No wonder he's called the King of all Knights. He's the perfect model of knightly swordsmanship. Moving forward, I finally understood how he reached floor 60 alive. Suddenly, icy swords rained down from above, dripping cold water below. A massive clash caused the surroundings to explode again, dust filling the air. Meanwhile, the system warned that your body temperature was dropping rapidly. You've been hit with the frostbite status effect. Snow began covering your body, but luckily the four elements cloak resisted the cold air. You thought he dodged the ice bullets using fire, eye crystal, and sensory field, but the cold was brutal, as if swallowing a block of ice. More attacks rained down from above. You judged. Atho's attacks seemed simple at first glance, but were perfectly executed and unnecessary to overcomplicate. Meanwhile, Atho kept attacking relentlessly. The area quickly filled with thick smoke like someone was burning a fire. Suddenly, a strange purple light flickered in the void. The system notified your body temperature was rising rapidly, fighting off frostbite successfully. You was pleased this was a smart tactic. But then your arm was empowered with the strength of a giant. Stamina temporarily converts into strength. Your stamina is low, so giant power partially activates. This time it'll be different. Yu clenched his teeth and shouted at his opponent. You don't have to fight anymore. As soon as he finished, he fiercely swung his sword straight at Atho. The flames from Yu's sword quickly melted Atho's armor. His arm was severed by that single strike. Not stopping there, Yu slashed again, throwing Atho off balance. Still uncertain, Yu kept attacking relentlessly. And finally, the victory has tilted in Yu-gun's favor. He steps forward, looking at Atho, lying motionless on the ground. You can stop fighting now. Immediately after, Yu-gun quickly absorbs Atho's rage within him. Yu-gun looks up, staring into the distance. If only Mlin could see him again, that would be great. Suddenly that name triggers a voice to echo. Mlin. Yu is surprised. Atho's voice grows more urgent. Did you just say Mlin? If you grant my request, I will agree to any contract with you, even if it means being your servant for life. In return, please help me meet Mlin again. There's something I must say to him. Those voice trembles continuously. Lenslot. Lenslot has betrayed the kingdom. Yu-gun is startled. Lenslot, I've heard that name many times. The new leader of the Round Table and a senior noble who turned it into a great guild. Someone like that would betray the kingdom, eh? Tho speaks again. Will you help me? Yu says, I'm not a necromancer. Although I can hear your voice through this item, I don't have the power to resurrect you as an undead. Atho is confused. How could that be? Yu continues, but I'll still do what I can because I don't think we have any other choice. Either way, I'm going to meet Mlin. You're calculating that you might have to eliminate Lalot for the kingdom's sake, so having Atho as an ally isn't a bad idea. Then Yu-gun speaks, I accept your request. A satisfied voice echoes, Thank you, I owe you. The system appears. You have accepted King Atho's request to begin purging the kingdom. Upon completion, you will earn King Atho's absolute loyalty. You have obtained the soul of the King of all Knights. Yu is surprised. Absolute loyalty. I thought it was just a simple request, but there's a hidden layer behind it. Susanoo comments, ending it so abruptly. But anyway, he's still one of the useful undead. Yu-gun wonders, you're back again. Where did you disappear to earlier? Yu frowns and asks, was killing Atho an accident? Susanoo is evasive. Who knows what you think? I'll answer your question if you make it to the top floor. Suddenly, Yu aggressively throws his sword forward. Susanoo shouts in surprise, What are you doing? Who puts an item in their inventory like that? Yu-jun replies, My bad. I was lost in thought, wondering how someone could design such a lousy test, but the sword's hilt isn't bad to hold. Let's move on, quickly finish the test fast. I want to rest too. At the 50th floor of the ranking management tower, 2 guards tremble. That guy, where did he come from, and where is he now? That matter. The person's fist slams hard on the table, shouting loudly, Stop stammering and answer me. Suddenly another voice breaks the tense atmosphere. Are you planning to keep causing trouble here, Sun Wukong, or rather, Should I call you a clone of Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong snaps, none of your business. He continues, I'm the director here. At least show me some respect, or are you going to wreck the ranking management office with just a clone? And I can't answer your question because it's personal information. He is the administrative director of the 50th floor ranking office. Wukong clicks his tongue, cheapskates. What's so big about sharing a little info? Then angrily leaves the door, slamming shut with a loud bang. One of them sighs. The aura he gave off was terrifying, and that was just a clone. The director replies, if it were the original, the administrator would have had to show up personally. Anyway, unless it's someone involved, no matter who, we're not allowed to reveal any info except their rank. Everyone clear, they quickly comply. Clear. Putting aside the no info rule, even we who know everything about the tower have little info on him. Why is there no info on his background? I don't think it's a system error. No wonder the admins are so interested in him. He's been on the 21st floor for nearly 3 months, but there's no way someone like him would be content and stop climbing. He's thinking, Yugon, what exactly are you plotting? Meanwhile, Yugon keeps slaying zombies non-stop and soon finishes the test on floor 99. He checks the stats board, struggling to boost his stats this much. Exhausted, only floor 100 remains. Considering the difficulty spike since floor 90, the final floor will surely be insanely tough. Susanoo speaks up. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Aren't you curious what's behind that door over there? I'm actually looking forward to it. Yugon's annoyed. He's rambling again. I need to hurry. Susanoo continues, honestly I didn't expect some rookie from floor 21 to make it this far. Even after seeing your skills firsthand I still can't believe it. Fire Eye giant form, even holy fire. I wonder if you might be a legendary chef, Yu speaks. I'm no longer a legendary chef, Yugon replies. Susanoo questions. What do you mean by that? Quickly, Yugon opens the door to this room. You've entered the final floor. If you succeed, you'll claim Susanoo's relic. Yuhon notices Susanoo's spirit vanishing. A voice accuse. There it is, the one who killed me. Yugon's darkless. Huh. Isn't that the one who killed a Tho? A familiar voice rings out. Rookie from floor 21. Yu is shocked. Could it be the guy lounging in the shadows? Why don't we continue our chat? Jiang Yu is surprised at Susanoo himself. He continues, I have a bad habit of being curious. When you said you're no longer a legendary chef, does that mean you once were? Yugon replies, who knows, you're hilarious. Didn't expect him to turn himself into the dungeon boss he created. Susanoo adds, cut the act. Better answer my question. Meanwhile, Fire Eye is analyzing the target. Yu says, why don't we make a bet? Because I have a question for you. The loser answers one question from the winner. No matter what the question is. What do you say? If you're not confident, just forget it. Susanoo laughed loudly. What was that? Not confident, no way. Fine, I agree. Saying that he quickly drew his sword. The betting system with Susanoo has been activated. Win and you'll get an answer to one question from Susanoo. The question must be true. I can feel the presence of a terrifying number of angry spirits. I'm sure it's the rage of those who died by his blade. Yu thought further, finally understanding why Susanoo left this dungeon behind. Not to honor souls, relics, or wealth gained from killing countless others. He's not the type to be haunted by such things. He bound himself to the system even after death so he could keep fighting. Your mission now is to defeat Susanoo, the Death Knight. Susanoo said, are you done with him yet? Yu gripped his sword, staying alert. You spoke up, don't say that it sounds bad. Then Susanoo smirked slyly and channeled his energy to threaten you. Yugon thought to himself his killing intent was worlds apart from before. It was the aura of someone who'd slain thousands of nobles, tens of thousands of players, and millions of people. Susanoo stood up and looked at you. I'm glad to meet someone like you in this tower. Don't disappoint me. Fight with everything you've got. Then he raised his sword and struck hard at you. Yu held his sword tight, gritting his teeth trying to block the blow. Susanoo looked at you in surprise, clearly impressed. You blocked that. Both quickly charged at each other, their killing auras thick and intense. Yugon's sword lit up the entire space. This was Yugon's first fight against such a fierce enemy. Susanoo kept shouting, and you refused to back down, charging straight at him. You activated your Fire Eye and Golden Star to read his moves. Your field senses kicked in. Yugon was surprised he's still this strong even as a mere shell. You stayed alert, one moment of carelessness and you'd be dead. Facing such a strong opponent, you were still struggling a bit with your attacks. Yugon quickly uses his arm enhanced with the strength of a giant. Both continue to clash fiercely, still unable to determine a winner. But clearly Susanoo's power is somewhat superior. The aura of rage radiating from him makes Yugon instinctively cover his face. In the darkness, a skeletal arm suddenly grabs him. Susanoo smirks, got you now. Yugon quickly counters with Holy Fire against Death Knight Susanoo. His flames sweep aggressively towards Susanoo. Susanoo is quickly surrounded. Yugon thinks to himself, the gap in power and skill between them is huge. He pants heavily. Strength, speed, magic, even Holy Fire barely phases Susanoo now. Susanoo looks at the flames calmly, that fire again. Ridiculous. He mocks but also finds it amusing, very interesting. How long has it been since I felt this excited? I remember he was standing in the forest talking to someone. Back then, Susanoo was shocked. So you're saying you want me to kill a Tho? Not some high-ranking noble, just a brat still wiping his nose. Why bother? And who are you to ask me for this? The requester wore a mask to hide his identity. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is what you want, right? Susanoo was stunned. What I want? That guy seemed to have done his homework on Susanoo. He said war. If war breaks out, you won't worry about punishment or admin interference. All you have to do is enjoy a bloody, thrilling game. What do you say? Isn't that an enticing offer? Back to the present. Yes, someone once ignited the fierce warrior spirit inside me just like this brat. He grips the black sword tightly, a golden light surrounding him. Seeing Yugon distracted, he taunts, "Where are you looking? You still have time to look away, you're still dodging. Crazy, if that sword hits me my wounds won't just bleed." Susanoo challenges, "Dodging like that isn't fun. What can I expect from a kid who just reached floor 22? If you're this boring, I'll finish this myself." The sword in Yugon's hand chips slightly. Susanoo doesn't hesitate to strike again. Yugon quickly drops down and slashes sharply across his neck. Susanoo charges fiercely, swinging hard at him. But this time, the clash is fiercer than before, surprising him. Susanoo grins. "Good, finally you're using it. Don't die too soon. We still have a lot to talk about." Yugon grits his teeth, thinking about why he hears the voices of lost souls here even though he's not a death priest. Why Kini absorbs those souls. And what Susanoo said when he saw Kini after all that glove he remembers. Susanoo said it has a very special power. Why don't you use it? Is that your trump card? You and I were alike. He thinks about the ocean stone controlling all sea creatures, the sky stone controlling everything in the sky, and the black star stone. At this thought, his eyes change color. A powerful energy surges from his body. Susanoo snarls, "Good, now the real fight begins." Yugon. And at this moment, Kini finally opens his eyes. He glares at Susanoo, coldly commanding, "Submit." A fierce aura bursts out like a storm, engulfing the space around. His power now feels godlike. Susanoo lifts his sword, satisfied. "Good, let the real battle begin." Suddenly, fierce eyes open wide in the air, staring at Susanoo. He can't believe his eyes, panicking, shouting, "What is this? The spirits are breaking free from my control. Just a kid who climbed to floor 22. Susanoo shouts at Yugon. "What did you do?" Yugon replies calmly. "You said Kini's true power is something else, absolute dominion over death. Thanks to that, I've awakened that power." Susanoo is stunned. "I shouldn't have said that, but do you really think you can subdue me with just that? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly attacked the souls, then swung his sword toward me. But I was no longer weak. I swiftly stepped forward to block Susanoo's blade. And so they fought for what felt like forever. Susanoo's overwhelming momentum began to fade. Yugon smirked, "Dream on. You're overestimating yourself." System notification. Your arm has been enhanced with the power of a giant summoning hell. Thanks to Kini's help, I was a bit more confident. He's just a roadside weed, Susanoo silently judged me. Too different. No, not just different, even top-tier warriors can't keep calm facing me. But this brat Yugon saw the fierce aura radiating from the young man, and felt a flicker of fear. With that thought, they clashed again in close combat. He kept striking, but I blocked every blow. Yun's power now, according to Susanoo, surpassed even high-level warriors. He glared at me in frustration. Damn it, why can't I control these spirits? Suddenly Susanoo sensed something was wrong. He stared blankly into Kini's eye. Susanoo shouted in panic, "What's with that eye?" The purple flame then surged into Susanoo's body, relentlessly burning him. He screamed in despair. "How can a skeleton still feel pain?" I said. "Looks like you're scared of something." I explained briefly that the flame grows by devouring fear. Panic and rage made him furious. Susanoo charged at me fiercely, shouting, "How dare a nobody like you?" I said nothing, but a mysterious smile spread across my face. Susanoo raised his sword again, aiming to kill me in one strike. But what shocked him most was that just as he nearly reached me, his body froze, unable to move. Susanoo panicked. Why can't my body move? No matter how great a warrior he once was, now he was just a spirit of the dead. I slowly stepped forward, placed my hand on Susanoo's face, an empty ending. Goodbye. The moment I spoke, his entire body vanished into nothingness, as if he never existed. Not a trace left behind. System notification. You have cleared Susanoo's dungeon. You have obtained Susanoo's soul. Yugon stared into the void. It's over. The system continued. You have obtained Susanoo's relic. I felt this fight took way too long. You have earned the title Death King. You can leave this dungeon by using the return command. And just as I left, a notification popped up. The dungeon will collapse in 30 minutes. Scene shifts back to the first floor wall of the Edge of the World Tower. I received many items after defeating Susanoo. Atho's voice echoed. You actually killed Susanoo, Yuvan replied. He was already dead. I basically severed his soul from that body. Atho understood. Ah, so that's how it was. Yu quickly checked. Alright, let's see what I got. First is Kusanagan Tsurugi. Kusanagaruji, the spirit sword Susanoo got after defeating the 8 banners. One of the 3 divine weapons of the 3 noble sons. This spirit sword instantly boosts the wielder's power but slowly drains their life force. Well, that's a downside. Next, the Death King title. I'm way too familiar with this one. Death King is an S-rank title. You've become the ruler of death, the master and governor of wandering souls. Accept this burden and become their leader. Can control souls using magic. Can infuse magic to animate a body. Can summon a soul's body using magic. Can use resentment to empower the Death King. Yugon was starting to find answers. So Hades' skills come from this title. I think this is more like a reward for unlocking Keeney's power than just clearing the dungeon. Death Soul Master. I didn't expect to get this, Tho wondered. What is it, you said? I got a title related to death magic, but I don't know how to use it. Explains, Sak lives in Susanu's tower with both body and soul, able to control those beings. What if we start by breathing life into an empty body first? He seriously thinks an empty body. A body, huh? Maybe summon the soul's body using magic, empower the dead spirit with rage. Yu feels intrigued like he's become my dead spirit arts tutor. Thanks for that. Tho is annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? Dead spirit master, don't lump me in with those lowlifes. I'm a Tho king of the knights. Yug smirks slyly. A Tho, of course I know you're the king of knights. A Tho, right. Right after Yugon tests his new power, by summoning his first spirit. The system pops up. Do you want to name it? Yugon asks. And so Tho got his name. He's annoyed. What the hell is this? Give me back my body now. Yugon says Susanu's little tower collapsed, so your original body disappeared too. For now, just use this body. Tho is half crying, half sulking. Damn this crude body. Yu thinks. It's a shame I didn't get his corpse, but this isn't so bad. Alright, now look at the glove, he continues. You should come out too, didn't you promise? Susanu listens but remains silent, seeming defeated. Never thought I'd pay the price for my own actions. Disgusting. Fine, what do you want to know? Does it have to do with the idiot behind you? Tho is annoyed. An idiot, huh? Yugi, who asked you to kill the King of Knights, Susanu says. Sorry, I can't answer that. I don't even know who that person is. Yugon is a bit upset. He doesn't know, Susanu continues. Instead, I'll show you my memories. Exit. You're inside his memories now. Yugon is surprised. This is inside Susanu's memory. Two voices echo. So you want me to kill some brat named Tho? Not some high-ranking official, just a snot-nosed kid. Why should I do that? No, from the start, who are you to ask me that? Who I am doesn't matter. Isn't what you want the important thing? What I want. War. If war breaks out, you won't have to worry about punishment or admin interference. All you have to do is enjoy a bloody thrilling game. Yu thinks he knows him, a being who can be anything, do anything, the oldest god infiltrating the tower. The other god smirks. So isn't this an irresistible offer? The other replies, it is tempting. Zoatru continues to tempt. The King of Knights' death will be just a tiny seed, but those seeds will soon spread throughout the tower. On the other side is Susanu in the past, grinning slyly. A seed. Fine, I like that. I look forward to dancing on the stage you prepare. Yugon is silent, deep in thought. Yu quickly returns to reality after witnessing that ominous conversation. He stands silently for a long moment, Tho still confused, not understanding what's happening. Susanu asks him, well, you've seen it right. Yun sneers. He enjoys it. He's trash worse than a bunch of net thieves. He continues, I don't know who that is, but shortly after we met, the Gigantum disaster broke out. Too bad I couldn't bathe in the flames of war because that bastard Hades interfered. Blood and slaughter. Seeing Yun's strange expression, Susanu asks, what's with that look? Seems like you know who he is. He says, I know him all too well. He killed my friends and now he's the one I must destroy at all costs. Scene shifts back to Yugon's home. The afternoon feels somber. He lies on the bed thinking after rewinding time. He thought things were going smoothly, but the otherworldly gods were already one step ahead. It's been 1,000 years since Susanu killed Tho. It's time to reap the fruits of those seeds. Lancelot, the current King of England, is also involved in Tho's death. What else could be hiding behind the scenes in England? Anyway, Tho has become England's trump card, so I have no choice but to keep climbing. For everyone's sake, I'll change the situation no matter what. Yugon slowly closed his eyes, painful memories flashing vividly before him. Back then he was frozen in shock, staring blankly at the scene around him. Yugon thought Merlin and Asura are all gone except me. Today everyone dies here. When that brutal battle broke out, countless soldiers surrounded and captured him. Yu stepped over countless corpses, the stench of blood thick in the air. He and his comrades fought bravely against those foreign gods. Hercules sneered, so it's you leading the charge. Yugon remained calm. I knew I should have done this from the start. He clenched his teeth. If only I'd known this back then, I could have saved so many more. He vowed, no matter what world you live in, no matter what timeline you appear in, I will find and kill you for everyone. In his dream, he charged forward fiercely like a fearless warrior. The dream jolted, Yugon awake, frustration bubbling up. Damn dream. He quickly changed and stood up. That's right, it's too soon to say those damn foreign gods are ahead of me. This is just the beginning. Before heading to the 21st floor, I should visit Uncle first, right? The soul battle was intense. He's probably done what I asked. Might even scold me for not visiting in a while. At the forge, Hep had Hus threw his hammer hard the moment he saw him. Yugon didn't expect such aggression and didn't even dodge. A sharp pain hit him and he collapsed. So it wasn't just scolding. Hus shouted, "What the hell took you so long to show your face here, brat? Get lost, you little punk." You stayed calm, feeling less angry now, uncle. Hep grumbled, "Why didn't you dodge?" You, trembling from the pain, explained gently, "Because I felt you'd be less mad after hitting me. And it's also my way of apologizing." Hus was speechless at this logic. But Hus was still angry. "You haven't shown up for any floor tests lately." Yugon thought, "What have you been doing these past months?" Looks like he really was worried about me. He even knew I skipped all recent tests. You explained I was scouting a hidden dungeon. The difficulty was pretty high, so it took some time. Hus thought this brat was off, causing trouble somewhere weird again. You then asked, "Uncle, about what I asked you." Hep cut him off. "It's done. Check it out. Every time I see your face, I just want to smash it. You're lucky I held back. The item in the box is pure ocean stone. It's a crystal made from water containing water element magic, classified as a material to control the ocean. It can convert magic into water element to summon the ocean." You wondered, aside from the element, it's no different from dark crystals. But what does control the ocean mean? Hoyce continued, "Give me your glove." You asked, "Why my kini?" "I'll embed the ocean stone into it for easy carrying." "What else?" You flattered him. "Only you care about me like that." Hus denied quickly. "I'm just finishing it up. Wait another half hour." Hus worked while talking. "It'd be great if Kini could use both powers, but an item can only hold one type." You replied, "Got it." He wondered if he should give Hus a hint. Then asked Uncle, "Can you upgrade Kini itself?" Hoyce asked back, "Upgrade it?" You said yes, like adding other materials or magic to it. Hearing this bold idea, Hus was startled. Yugon noticed his reaction, curious if Hus realized what he was planning. "Isn't that a bit too much?" Hus whispered. "Is this kid a genius?" You asked, confused. "What?" Hus glared at him. "Nothing." He continued, "Good point. Sometimes your brat can actually be useful." Yugo teased, "Did you just call me a genius?" Hep aggressively pointed his knife at him, shouting, "When did I say that?" "You rotten brat," Lane Hus muttered, seriously piecing together what Jan had said. He was a bit surprised. An upgrade. He recalled Jan asking if he could upgrade Kini himself, like adding new materials or magic power. He frowned, thinking it was possible for a mage, but only temporary. You can't permanently change an item's function. Still, his blacksmith instincts whispered that it wasn't entirely impossible. He frowned deeply. That kid is unbelievable. Before he could finish his thought, a loud banging on the door irritated Hep. He went to the door and shouted, "Who the hell's banging on my door this early?" Suddenly Hus sensed something. He froze. It wasn't the Olympus bastards, it was a figure stepping through the smoke. "What the hell? Is this his place?" Hep angrily cursed. "You rotten monkey, just by looking at your pathetic self, I know you're a clone. What are you doing here?" He decided to hide the truth. "I don't know who he is." The great sage was surprised. "Why not?" "It's been a long time since we last met. How about loosening that scowl a bit?" The great sage exhaled. "It's hot in here. You're still alive, huh?" Hep asked. "Where's the weapon I made for you?" "What's with that staff on your back?" He replied casually. "I found something better and tossed it. This used to belong to the Dragon King. I heard it wasn't really a weapon at first or something like that." Hep was annoyed. "You threw it away," the great sage continued. "Yeah, but I didn't come here to talk about that. I'm looking for someone. Do you know a guy named Kim Yugon?" Seeing Hep reaction, the great sage quickly realized he was interested and perked up. "Ah, so you know him." He thought, the fiery eyes, the divine sight that sees through lies. Though it might be weaker, since this isn't the original body, it's still a clone of the great sage equal to Heaven's Son Wukong. If I lie, he'll see right through me. But when it comes to that kid, that's a different story. The great sage wonders. What's so funny? He decides to hide it. "I don't know who he is." The great sage is surprised. "Why? He's lying." Hep Hus continues, "I told you, I don't know, why do you keep making me say it again and again?" Sun Wukong's face darkens as his tone changes. "Old man, I don't want to do this, but if you don't confess, you'll really die by my hand." He starts radiating rage. "No matter how many times you threaten me, how can I reveal something I don't even know myself? Let me say it one more time." Then he clenched his teeth and growled each word. "I don't know him." "Got it, you brat." Scene shifts to a cave where players are buzzing with excitement. "Is that really him? Look, see that red cloak? That item's worth 60k. Who else could it be? But I heard from the top he's already dead." "Is he planning to keep climbing the tower?" the guy said bluntly with a dark face. "Daring to whisper about someone standing right in front of you. Are you all crazy?" One of them nervously swallowed hard. "Is he really Kim Yugon?" His face looks bright, but his words are venomous. "This is the player named Rena." Then the system announced the start of the 21st floor test. A crystal core was created, protected from the monsters swarming in. There's an unknown number of doppelganger inside the team. They're trying to destroy the crystal core. If the player count drops to 0 or the crystal core is destroyed, the challenge fails. Find and eliminate the doppelganger. The challenge ends when all doppelganger are eliminated. Players were surprised. Doppelganger. It's saying there are doppelganger among us. They whispered anxiously. No way, it can't be him. Right, you snared. A bunch of fools. Are you really scared of a challenge this simple? You step forward with your sword and you're afraid of a bunch of doppelganger. Then you stand face to face with someone in the crowd. Both of you fall silent, staring at each other. What's he wondering? At the same time, Jan flashes a strange smile. He says nothing, just silently swings his sword fiercely at the target. But something weird happens. The head falls off and instantly turns pale like a wax statue. All the players are stunned. What the hell, is that a doppelganger? Yug speaks up. I'll guard the spirit stone here so the donger can't get close. You handle the monsters and keep them away. Don't get in my way. The crowd trembles without a word. Damn. Look at that deadly aura. That's the real Kim Yugan, no doubt. No way that's a doppelganger. He flashes a sly dark grin at the players. Alright then, let's get started. Suddenly a wave of furious monsters charges at Yugan and the players. Everyone screams in fear. They're coming, damn it, this wave is twice as big as before. Get ready, get into position. One of them struggles forward. Anyone got any muscle skills? Tank up front, I'll support you all. Another panicked voice. Look, more are coming from over there. The guy on this side tells the others, calm down. All we have to do is focus on the monsters. Yoon's got the doppo covered. He walks with Renha, clearly excited. Renha, I've got a good feeling about this challenge. Everyone's morale is sky high. He's startled. Hey, don't let your guard down. He silently marvels, just his presence makes a huge difference. Yugan truly lives up to his name. Lost in thought, he bumps into another player. Sorry, I was too focused on the fight. The other player is serious. It's fine, I don't mind. The voice sounds familiar and he looks closely. It's Kim Yugan himself. But Renha quickly looks away. They look too alike. Who'd expect two people to be that identical? He says, I must have mistaken him. The other player says, don't you find something strange? Renha asks in surprise. What do you mean? The player continues. Kim Yugan hasn't found another doppelganger since killing the first one. That probably takes time. Finding one right away would be amazing, wouldn't it? Renha replies. You think so? Don't you think it's just a coincidence? The player still doubts it. Where's the coincidence in that? But he thinks to himself, maybe it's one of his skills. He really is a strange guy. He suspects Kim Yu might be a doppelganger, but that suspicion is pointless. Thinking that Renha adds, no matter what, as long as Kim Yugan stands here, no one can get near the spirit stone. So stop doubting and focus on the monsters ahead. The guy who looks like him thinks silently this feeling's weird but kind of exciting. He looks at Yugan with envy. Let's see how far the trusted Kim Yugan can go. The system announces 25 minutes and 2 seconds left. But the players are already worn out after non-stop monster kills. They say, damn it, I'm gonna die. How long do we have to keep this up? We need to catch all the doppelgangers if we want this to end. One disgruntled player glances toward the center, but Jan's been standing still the whole time. Is he really doing his job? Someone nearby explains, at least thanks to him, no one dares approach the spirit stone. The guy scowls. So what, at this rate we'll die to the monsters first. The fake Yugan sighs, walking toward the gathering group. He says, those sneaky bastards are hiding well. After seeing me kill the first one cold, they're probably waiting for us to tire out while hiding in the crowd. The players look confused hearing the fake Yugan. What do you mean? Are you saying we can't find the doppelgangers now? Fake Yugan brushed past him. No, I will overcome this challenge no matter what. He raised his sword and made a suggestion. Everyone just point out one person you find suspicious. Then fake Yugan smiled and said, if every time we kill the most suspicious person, this challenge will end quickly. They listened trembling. Are you crazy? What kind of suggestion is that? Others said, how can we kill someone just because we feel suspicious? There's no clear evidence. Suddenly, someone in the crowd raised their hand. Excuse me, I saw someone suspicious during the fight earlier, and the person next to me agreed. Me too. The person in front heard this, turned around angrily and shouted, are you all crazy? Why would you do that? Then they started arguing fiercely. If you want to die, die alone. I want to survive, but others disagree. The monsters keep coming in greater numbers. At this rate, we'll die before finding the doppelgangers. Let's gather everyone suspicious in one place. The players were quickly separated. Someone shouted, you're crossing the line. Do you really think everyone here is a doppelganger now? Is it necessary to go this far? Fake Yugan interrupted. Well, since most agreed with my plan, it's time to find out who the imposter is. He immediately stepped toward a player. Wait, don't come here. Fake Yugan didn't hesitate and swung his sword, making the guy scream. At that moment, the real Yugan stepped in and grabbed his sword. Fake Yugan immediately turned and stared wide-eyed. He caught his sword bare-handed. The real Yugan looked straight at the double and said quietly, so you finally crossed the line. He continued, I was going to let it slide because you seemed harmless, but if you try to ruin the challenge, that's a different story. The players were stunned. Wait, why do they look so alike? One of them even exclaimed, no, it's not just looks. They look like 2 drops of water. Fake Yugan suddenly had a bad feeling. He thought, is this guy the real Yugan? Fake Yugan smirked, I'll deal with you later. In a flash, his eyes turned red, activating his truth-revealing skill. Fake Yugan's body glowed and then reverted to his original form. He raised his hand to his face and groaned, "Ugh, damn it." Seeing them face off confused the players. Wait, is he a doppelganger? But isn't it strange, one doppelganger initially turned to mud. So what is he, just an imitator? Fake Yugon stubbornly said, "He's the fake, I'm the real Yugon." Yugon played along. Whatever. But then he kicked hard, knocking the imposter to the ground, fully revealing his true face. Yugon said, "If you want it, fine." He was kicked away under hundreds of watching eyes. The fake Yugon was dealt with. He turned and said, "Now let's clean up the rest." Those eyed by Yugon quickly paled and stammered, "Not me, I don't even know what he is." Others said, "Same here, I'm just a low-level player. I can prove it, my name is Miles, and I live at home." Yugon ignored them and went straight to where Renha stood. Renha was cautious. "So you're the real Yugon." "Who am I?" He pressed his sword to his neck. "Doesn't matter," he said. "Are you suspecting I'm a doppelganger?" Renha calmly explained, "My teammates can vouch that I'm real. Since the challenge began, we've never separated." The named teammate also spoke up. "That's right, I can confirm he's our captain." Yoon sneered, "You say you're not a dopo because you stick with your team." Then suddenly he grabbed Renha by the neck. Renha struggled to speak. "What do you mean by that?" His teammates started to panic. "Captain, they're getting loud with Yugon. Let him go." "What do you think you're doing?" Renha's face twisted as he struggled to breathe. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to throw off Yugon's choking hand. But it was too late. Renha had already reverted to his doppelganger form. The teammate who had defended Renha earlier stammered in horror. "Captain," before he could finish his sentence, Yu Wandam's sword pierced his head. He only managed to say, "What the hell?" before being struck down and turning back into a doppelganger. The players watching were terrified to see someone who just minutes ago was talking about rescuing teammates now transformed into a doppelganger. "Is that one a doppelganger too?" Yu said, surprised. "Doppelers pretending to be players, that's some deep acting. Manipulating their own minds. Honestly, it's eye-opening," he challenged loudly. "Enough beating around the bush. Let's finish this once and for all, you fakes." A growl echoed from somewhere. Several doppelganger appeared quickly among the players. Yugon sneered and charged forward, then activated his demonic energy. "You have completed the 21st floor challenge. You may now teleport to the next floor. Your level." The noisy system voice woke Mamos. "Yeah." He dreamily saw a figure before him. "How did the challenge go?" Yu sitting beside him said, "If you're awake, sit up." Mamos startled and recoiled. "Hey, you're friendly," he greeted. "What's your name?" Mamos asked, still dazed. What Yugon raised his fist. "You're not fully awake yet." He flinched and answered, "I'm Mamos." Yugon eyed him suspiciously. "You didn't vanish after the challenge ended, so you might not be a doppelganger, but I can't be sure yet." "What exactly are you?" Mamos bowed his head honestly and said, "I'm a doppelganger but also a player." Yugon asked curiously, "So you're a pure demon. What's your bloodline?" "You don't look ordinary." Mamos hesitated, then revealed, "My father is Bello." Yugon quickly asked, "Who?" Mamos replied, "Bio, the demon king ruler of the doppelganger. Yugi, the Lord of Chaos, and one of the 7 demon kings of the Great Demon Guild. He's the son of the high-level schemer Bio." The notification confirmed the truth with fiery eyes. His mind drifted to Hagon's palace, and status looks like no lie. In terms of power and scale, the Demon Guild rivals Olympus. His position is quite similar to Hagon's. So Yugon asked Mamos, "What's a guy like you doing here?" He shrugged, "Well, it's a long story." Then he mumbled that this wasn't the right place to talk, leaving Yugon puzzled. After a moment of silence, Mamos stammered, "Though I'm a bit shaken." Yugon stayed silent, waiting for him to finish. Then Mamos's attitude shifted, his eyes sparkling. "I'm your biggest, most loyal fan, Yun." Yugon froze for a few seconds. "What?" Unable to hide his admiration, he excitedly continued, "Ever since I saw you wreck the leaderboard from floor 1, I've been obsessed. I officially became your fan after watching your performance at the martial arts tournament. And don't hold back on me, I'm your fan. What happened earlier was my fault. I regret it and promise never to mess up again." You didn't believe it. He quickly used his fiery eyes to verify the truth once more. "It was real. I never expected he was copying me because I'm his idol," you thought. "Anyway, befriending the son of Bello can only be beneficial." He slowly stood and said to Mamos, "I'm letting you off this time." Mamos happily replied, "Really, thank you so much." Before he could finish, Yu made a proposal. Then Mamos looked confused at the orb suddenly appearing before him, then smiled. "Since I spared your life, you owe me a favor. Give me your number." A month later, Yug received a message from Mamos. "I'm joining the next challenge too. Semper Fidelis Latin, for always faithful." Yu World is lying on his bed, pressing his hand on the letter he just finished reading. Semper Fidelis, huh? He wonders to himself. Didn't expect to hear about it inside the tower. Then he thinks about the kid who just messaged him. Looks like this kid's got a good sense of humor. Yugon scrolls through the info while thinking. Whatever, I'll probably clear floors 22 to 24 inches the next 10 days. After all, it's just some challenges around floor 20. Jan looks up deep in thought. Unless Olympus interferes, it should be a piece of cake. No problem climbing the tower for now. Suddenly his train of thought is cut off by a new message from that HG guy. He's full of questions. Why is this guy texting him out of the blue? Yugon reads the message displayed on the orb. Hogan, I'm already on floor 22. Let's meet up. On floor 22 at an outdoor cafe, Hogan is already waiting for Yugon. Yugon walks over, casually picks up a cup of tea and says, "You got here early, huh?" Hagan seems lost in thought and only looks up when Yugon speaks. Yugon takes a sip of tea and glances at the empty cup on the table. "Looks like you finished your tea already." Hagan shrugs it off and replies, "You're here." Then he explains, "I had nothing to do, so I came early to enjoy the breeze." Yugon sits opposite him, thinks for a moment, then asks about Hagan's progress. "How far up are you now?" Hagan answers honestly, "Floor 34. Yugon looks at him with a hint of admiration. "That's fast," Han says upon hearing it, "but now it's getting tricky. Climbing the tower is getting harder." Yu acts like he's heard something unbelievable. "You're acting all modest now. I don't want to hear that from you." Han frowns. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then he starts questioning Yuan. Yugon replies, "It seems Hagan has caught wind of some rumors about Yugon. I heard you're the one holding the ocean stone." Seeing Yugon's indifferent attitude, Hagan seems to understand. He continues, "Thanks to you, Olympus is in chaos. The relationship between my uncle and father is as bad as recent events." He adds his speculation, "I guess you already know. But because of internal conflicts, Olympus can't focus on you right now. That's only temporary. You could really die." Then Hagan gives him two choices: bow to Olympus and hand over the ocean stone, or find a place like Asga or the heavens to protect and back you up. Yugon seems unfazed by his words. He stands up and asks, "Are you done talking?" "If you're done, I'm leaving." Hagan freezes confused. "Wait, you haven't even gotten to the point yet." "Hold on, that's not what I meant. Didn't expect Yuquan to actually want to leave." Hagan hurriedly says, "Hey, you're really leaving," Yun replies. "Who told you to keep asking the same question over and over?" Then he asks HG, "What about you? Have you decided your path yet?" He's so angry, he's practically burning, shouting at Yan. "Of course I have. Otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. If I keep meeting you like this one day, I'll lose all face as the son of a god." H sighs and reminds him, "Whatever, just be careful on floor 25. He stresses the point, especially the heart of the British Kingdom. That place is a trap set just for you. After Yugon leaves, Hagan's orb shows a new message from Apollo. "How's everything going?" He angrily recounts his conversation with Yugon. That guy's stubborn as hell." Apollo asks, "So he really intends to die?" Hagan grumbles, who knows what the hell he's thinking. Then he asks about Apollo's situation. "How's your side?" Apollo answers, still thoughtful. "You know this is serious, so it's not an easy decision." Han seriously asks Apollo, "Big brother, are you sure you won't regret this?" But maybe Apollo already made his choice long ago. "I'm sure, but that doesn't mean I'm just standing by, doing nothing." Apollo reminds Hagan, "For now, focus all your energy on becoming a janker. This is the time to boost your power." Hagan had the same idea and replied, "I know I will." Then he shared his worries. "I warned Yugon to be careful with England, but it seems he ignored me." Apollo just chuckled and said, "This isn't some game where a weak player can do whatever they want. How foolish." But Hagan thought differently about Yugon. "Who knows? Look at Cries and Hypnos. No one saw this ending coming." Hagan laughed at himself, admitting it sounded a bit naive. "But I have a feeling this time he won't let us down." Meanwhile, Ayug began the challenge on floor 24. The mission requires players to stop the charging bulls. The system then provided more info. With each round, the number of summoned bulls increases. You earn 10 points at the end of each round. You get 5 points for each bull you kill. You can summon a bull to attack the opposing team by spending 10 points. Teams must stay within the designated area. You'll be eliminated if you leave or surrender. The last team standing wins. Round 1 starts in 5 minutes. Mamos ran up to Yugon excited. "It's a defense challenge. We're on the same team." "Hey Yuan." Yugon casually replied, "Yeah." Then he reminded, "We split up from the next floor. Remember that." Mamos was shocked. Why? That's a waste. Why can't we stick together till the end?" Yugon quickly shut that down. "No." He added, "You'll change your mind after the mission I'm about to give." Mamos was clueless and asked, "What are you planning on floor 25? The system announced as boundary circles appeared around each team. "The boundary is being set. You'll be eliminated if you cross it. Starting points 10 total." "You thought so. Everyone starts with 10 points, just enough to summon one bull." His team relaxed instantly. "Haha, this challenge is a sure win." Because Yugon's on the team, they excitedly chatted. "Lucky us, Yugon's carrying the squad. Damn, I don't even remember the last time I didn't have to worry in a challenge." Mamos said coldly to the guy everyone kept mentioning. "Looks like everyone's counting on you." Yu replied cryptically, making Mamos confused. "Hope they don't regret it." Countless alerts popped up, bulls being summoned, one after another. Hundreds of bulls appeared, turning Yan's team pale. They panicked. "What, so many? This is just round 1. How many are there?" "I can't even count them." Mamos smirked. He seemed to get Yugon's point. "Other teams must have spent all their points summoning bulls to attack them." "I get it, boss. They're trying to wipe out the team with the highest chance to win," Yugon explained. "So it's 1 against 9. Mamos fell silent. Mana orbs swirled around Yugon. He'd activated his mana shock skill. Mamos was terrified. Are you crazy? How much mana do you need to fire that many mana bullets at once? You cut in, let's talk later. Yugon started firing mana orbs at the charging bulls. They charged fiercely toward him. Bulls hit by the mana orbs vanished instantly. In seconds, Yugon cleared them all out. His teammates felt uneasy, seeing Yugon's overwhelming power. How is this possible? Feels like we're just dead weight here. Someone suggested better to just stand still. Before finishing, Yugon interrupted. Just hold out as long as you can. If we're staying, we might as well pass with a decent score, right? The others caught Yugon's meaning. If we don't fight, we'll fail. But in Mamos's eyes, you looked insanely cool. Yugon. Someone from Team 3 voiced their amazement. This game is way too easy. They were thrilled watching Yan's team face hundreds of bulls. They said, looks like our team barely faced a single bull, huh? You're right. I bet the other teams are thinking the same. Meanwhile, Team 5 made a bolder suggestion. Let's force Team U out first. Everyone understood right. In Team 9, the apparent leader kept tapping the system interface. You've used 300 points. 30 bulls will spawn in the next round. He ordered his team with determination to eliminate Team Yuan. Once Yugon's team loses, the trial begins. The system quickly announced the next phase would start in 5 minutes as the area reset. Team U members started sensing the other team's intentions. Uneasy, they said. What the hell is going on? We might be facing thousands of bulls just in one herd. No team's been eliminated yet. This is bad. I haven't seen any messages about that. Looks like we're the only team under attack right now. Wonder how many bulls will come next. Mamos spoke up. At this rate, this will never end. Just as he tried to charge, Yan stopped the bulls. Hold out until round 10. Mamos panicked. Round 10, I don't think I'll last that long. He asked Yugon, are you sure we can finish this challenge? Yugon glanced at Mamos and said, weren't you the one who said 100 bulls are just baby bulls? I thought you'd finally look like a demon. Mamos sweated nervously. That was then, this is now. The system's alert startled Team U again. A bull is being summoned. A bull is being summoned. A bull is being summoned. Team U members groaned. I'm sick of this. Why do they keep multiplying like this? Just send them to us already. Please, you bulls. At this rate, I won't see tomorrow. When will this end? You stood up and asked the team members. Everyone rest up. From now on, leave it to me to handle. Mamos was startled hearing this. Just you alone, will you be okay? He couldn't help but worry. Seeing this, Yuan said, for now it's fine. Mamos looked at him in surprise, then counted the new mana orbs appearing horrified. 1, 2, 3. Too many, even more than before. Yugon's skill info popped up. Mana Wielder, one of the powers of a mana controller. S+, rank 21.4, 9% proficiency, 10% mana recovery rate, 10% mana resistance, increased mana sensitivity, enhanced authority over mana. I thought thanks to this skill controlling mana is much easier, but this is far from enough. Countless mana orbs hovered around Yugon. He thought about his past life. Before the reset, I could create 50 without breaking a sweat. I wonder how many I can make now. As the system announced, Stage 9 had started. Yugon was ready. You whispered. Now, let's begin. Mana orbs dropped instantly, attacking the charging bulls. Dozens, even hundreds of notifications kept popping up. You've slain a bull. The completion rate of the Heavenly Slaughter Star has increased by 0.001%. You've killed a bull demon. You've killed a bull demon. The Heavenly Slaughter Star completion rate increased by 0.001%. You've killed a bull demon. You've killed a bull demon. The Heavenly Slaughter Star completion rate increased by 0.001%. Station 11 has started. Station 12 has begun resetting the area. The system announced the start of Stage 13. As Yugon controlled the mana orbs, the completion level of his Celestial Slash increased significantly. A+ rank 99.994% completion rate. Multiple bull demon kill notifications sent the Heavenly Slaughter Star completion rate increased by 0.001%. Yu thought to himself, 10 should be enough. Now that I know how many I can create at once, I should focus on controlling them. Then Yu called Mamos, who quickly replied, yes sir. Yan asked to use points to summon bull demons to other teams. Your request, confused Mamos. What do you mean? Aren't you going to wait to accumulate more points before launching a full attack? Yun said. We should send some back to make them react more fiercely. But Mamos thought there must be thousands charging at us now. Will he be okay? Aren't you tired? Yu asked casually, not really caring. Not tired yet. Even if it's a bit too much, I have to hold on till the end. Everyone was more amazed by Yugon's display. They whispered, what's his demon power stat? How does he control so many orbs? He's a monster. He's on a completely different level, so far beyond that I don't even feel inferior anymore. How has he not become a genius until now? But only Moss truly understood this. Yes, he's overwhelmingly strong, absurdly superior, a pure-blood demon. I've grown up seeing countless players break all the rules. Yet witnessing Yugon's power firsthand still leaves me amazed and overwhelmed. He thought his destructive power might be lower than a high-level soldier, but has anyone ever shown such unlimited potential as a newbie player? The more Mamos thought, the more he admired Yugon. He's even cooler than what I saw from afar. Awesome. IU kept slaughtering the endless bulls charging in. The Heavenly Slaughter Star completion rate increased by 0.001%. You've met the conditions for the Heavenly Slaughter Star. Heavenly Slaughter Star A+ rank 100% completion will be removed. Next notifications appeared. You've met the conditions for the Heavenly Killing Star. Heavenly Killing Star, A+ rank 100% completion. Heavenly Killing Star has been removed. IU couldn't help but be stunned. The system shows you've achieved demon form. A new stat has appeared. Demon power has been added. Your demon power has increased by 20 points. The demon body of a demon can control S-rank demon power with 0% proficiency and gain unique demon clan skills. Demon power plus 20, special demon power 20, can't be increased by leveling up and applies to all skills. Yugon clenched his fist, feeling the new skill added. Didn't expect the final point of the Heavenly Slaughter Star to be such a high-level skill. He raised his hand, controlling the mana orbs. Demon power is the unique strength of demons. It's somewhat like mana, but fundamentally different. It's a destructive force, multiplied many times over. Yugon used the skill we just acquired. In an instant, he wiped out all the remaining bulls in one strike. Everything happened so fast the team was stunned. Oh my god, man. The green-faced demon muttered to Yugon. Do you possess some demon relic? How can you even use demon power? Yugon laughed in response. I'm not sure either. Then I told him I got a new skill and just naturally started using it. Everyone grew even more terrified after hearing that. How is that even possible? So he's a demon, no wonder he doesn't look human at all. But he just casually reveals that. Yugon continues, now that I have what I want, let's end this game. Mamos looks puzzled and asks, Game? What game? What else is there? Jan tells Mamos to look at the mission board in front of him. Of course, this challenge. Total score, 24.3, 1,355. The number on the screen quickly drops, then a notification appears. You have used all 24350 summons. 2435 bulls will be summoned in the next stage. Please select the team you want to summon to their stage. Return to other teams. They still don't know Jan has finished the counterattack. They yawn and sigh, complaining. Damn, what kind of slowpoke is Jan? The person next to them leans on their hand, bored. What stage are we on now? Enough already. He lies down, whispering. Why drag this out so long? Just give up already and be done with it. Suddenly a system notification pops up. Team 2 has used their summon right. Then he sits up abruptly annoyed, telling those around him. They still have time to counterattack. Suddenly thousands of nearly spam-like notifications flood in announcing bulls are being summoned, leaving them stunned. What? Wait, what the hell is this? In an instant, they're surrounded by a massive herd of bulls, terrifying the whole group. Did Yuan send these? The group started doubting life itself, never expecting Yugon to strike so suddenly. That devil, how many points has he been saving up? Then someone shouted, grab your weapons, I'll handle the front, you cover the rear. The people at the back almost cried. Rear, which rear? They're charging at us from every direction. Then hold your ground from all sides. The system announcement echoed. Team 1 was wiped out, Team 4 eliminated, Team 7 vanished. One by one, teams fell to Yugon's hands. Nice, the other teams are starting to get knocked out. You silently calculated each summon wave brings about 200 more. All these players climbed to floor 24, so at least 1 or 2 teams should survive. The real issue is time. Yugon's cold, sharp gaze pierced the distance ahead. He smirked coldly. Can they survive this monstrous wave, or will they die before the timer runs out? I'll just wait until they get bored playing. Yu's attitude now scared even his own teammates. Are you sure he's not a demon? Lucky we're on his team. Otherwise I'd be covered in goosebumps by now. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. You've cleared floor 24 and earned 5,00000 points. Everyone jumped up cheering. It's over. Thanks, Jan. Someone from the team spoke up. We couldn't have passed this challenge without you. Thanks for carrying us. I mean, you're insanely cool. We're heading out now. The system board flashed another message. You've gained an additional 54360 points and acquired the skill, Cloud Walk. Cloud Walk lets you temporarily lighten your steps and create an invisible path in the air. You thought in surprise, isn't this the precursor skill to Hem's footwork? Even with a new skill, he felt a bit unimpressed. Better to stick with existing skills that at least net 1,000,000 points. Before moving to the next floor, Mamos stood nearby, regretful. Sobs, are we saying goodbye now? What a shame. But Yugon's attitude shifted. No, for now, let's stick together until floor 25. He said in surprise, really? Then happily grabbed Yugon's hand. All right, let's go. Mamos used teleportation to reach the next floor. Both were transported to floor 25 of the British Tower. They landed where a crowd of players had gathered. Snippets of conversation revealed this was Britain. Someone nearby spoke slowly. This place is famous as the capital of Britain. Seeing it firsthand, the name truly fits. I heard it's also a popular tourist spot. Then someone asked, "Are those statues the Knights of the Round Table?" Yuan's eyes immediately fixed on the spot everyone was talking about. He silently evaluated the Round Table Knights and their king. A giant knight statue on horseback holding a sword appeared before Atho. Atho lying inside Yugon's glove felt a bit nostalgic. "Yep, that's my face all right." Yugon asked him, "Do you still have regrets?" Atho angrily snapped. "Regrets my foot. Do you think I wanted such a human body?" Yugon countered, "If you're okay with it, how about the bull monster's body from earlier?" Atho yelled, "Are you kidding me?" Mamos, who had just been eavesdropping, returned to report to Yugon. "I heard the current king of Britain is Lancelot, but the statue hasn't changed." Yugon coldly said he was just a temporary king. Mamos chuckled at Yugon's words. "Temporary, huh? But it's been a century since Atho disappeared." Mamos kept asking Yugon, "I'm curious about this Laylot guy too." Atho brought Britain to its most prosperous era, and Laylot has ruled here for thousands of years, Yugon replied softly. "You're about to see. The Round Table I know won't sit still." While they were talking, a figure approached. He rode a stone horse clad in the armor of a knight of the Round Table. He spoke up, "We've arrived. Paravan is the 31st Knight of the Round Table." Seeing the crowd gathered before the statue of Otter Vivon asked his attendant, "Are those the ones who passed the trial?" The attendant replied, "Yes." Each player noticed his presence and quickly introduced themselves. "I'm Tua, and I'm Orin. Pleasure to meet you." "I'm I, Rosamond," completely different from Paravan's gaze. Yugon sighed. "Every knight in the Round Table seems to have an endless greed, huh? If you think about it, it makes sense. No guild grows as fast as the Round Table. They could stay on this floor forever if they wanted." Mamos looked at the group and innocently asked Yugon, "Are those the Knights of the Round Table?" Yugon replied, "Not just one. Among them, the ones who caught Paravan's attention are Yuguan and Mamos." He smiled warmly and asked, "May I know your names?" They glanced at each other, then said Yugon Mamos. After learning their names, Paravan continued speaking. They said little, and the atmosphere between them was different. "I am Paravan, the 31st Knight of the Round Table." He smiled openly. "I'm glad to meet new faces here." But when Paravan opened his eyes, there was no emotion in them. "I come by order of His Highness. You newcomers, we're looking for a candidate to fill a vacancy in the Round Table. Details will come later. You must be tired after the trial, so rest first." Then Paravan told everyone, "This is the border with other nations. The capital of England isn't far from here. Follow me." Mamos frowned and whispered to Yugon, "There's something shady about them." Yugon put his arm around him and whispered, "Mamos, I'm just saying this to be cautious." Mamos blushed and hesitated. "Are you sure about that? I didn't expect them to be such despicable people." Then he looked at Yugon, "But if you say so, I'll be careful." Yugon replied, "All right, for now, let's just follow them." Soon they reached the gates of the capital city. Biva looked up at the towering wall and proudly said, "Behind this wall is Camelot, the capital of England." The players gasped in awe. "So tall, this city is even bigger than I imagined." Biva added, "But before entering, I have one request." Everyone's excitement turned to confusion. "A request? Do you need to check something?" He lowered his eyes and spoke without emotion. "It's nothing serious." Paravan paused, then continued. "England is strict about demons. It's very hard for unidentified demons to enter or leave this place." Mamos looked puzzled and asked, "What did you just say?" Then he suddenly got agitated and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? What era is this still discriminating like that?" Jan asked him. "England has such a law," Paravan began to explain. "It's a law we debated and passed after the first king disappeared. It's a sensitive issue, so I hope you understand." His gaze then shifted to Yugon with a proposal. "But if someone can vouch for that boy, that's a different story." Yugon frowned and asked, "You mean Mamos is so angry he's about to explode? What exactly are you trying to say? Who's going to vouch for me? My very existence is proof. Do you know who my father is?" Paravan didn't care. "How should I know? No matter who your father is, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." Mamos was furious, as if he wanted to burn Paravan alive. He shouted, "My father is Bio. That old bastard. One of the 7 demon lords leading the Demon Lord Guild, one of the 100 strongest conspirators in the tower. And I'm his son. And you dare doubt my identity." The guards overheard and broke into a cold sweat. "Bio." He pointed at Paravan. "Sir, I'm going to report this to my father." Who's your father to act so high and mighty?" a guard warned Paravan. "Letting this conversation continue isn't a good idea. Sir, since we already know his identity, just let them pass through." "All right then." The city gates opened, revealing the capital before them. Suddenly, a new message came from Mamos. He complained to Yugon, "I can't believe those bastards won't let me in just because I'm from the demon clan. They dared to ask who the hell my father is, but when I brought him up, they shut up like clams, didn't they?" "But how do you know that? Did you study British law or something?" New message from Yugon. "Just a feeling I have." Some people looked around, then sighed. "So this is Camelot. It's huge. Is that the royal palace?" Yugon had only taken a few steps when a notification popped up. "Your egg is teething. Your egg is hungry. Your egg is crying loudly. Your egg is twisting itself. You get the idea. Knew it. This place holds remnants of the outer world gods." He quickly calculated that he'd perfected the heavenly slash, now just had to worry about the egg. Then he decided to speed up incubation and find out what's inside. You couldn't help but worry, would it stand by him against the outer world gods or stab him in the back at his weakest moment? Another notification, your egg urges you to hurry up. Yugon reassured it as he walked. All right, I get it, quiet now. Your egg urges you to hurry up. Your egg urges you to hurry up. Yugon was annoyed by the constant nagging. Is it because the hatch rate is higher? Why is it so chatty now? Inside the Camelot Kingdom, Yon, dressed in royal attire, chatted with Atho from the balcony. Since we entered Camelot's territory, you haven't said a word. Why so quiet? Part of Atho's spirit appeared from his glove and replied, though Camelot has changed a lot, this place still feels the same. Then his spirit detached from the glove and flew around the room. Yugon watched and said, you mean this palace? It just looks like an old fortress. Atho seemed to agree. Exactly. It's even older than I am. Yugon was curious. But why did you come all the way here? They might have reported your whereabouts to Olympus. Yugon didn't seem worried. You heard what Percivan said on the way here, right? He told me to follow him because Lalat wanted to see me. Because after entering the capital, Percivan requested Yugon, His Highness wants to meet you. Why didn't you and your companion come to the palace with me? Mamos refused. Is it okay for a filthy demon like me to step into the honorable royal palace? So I had to come alone. Atho lost interest and said, I wasn't asking that. Yun told him, you're the one who said there's someone you need to meet. You mean Mlin. You came all this way to help me meet my friend again. He replied, he wanted to ask for a favor, so I wanted to see him too. Atho was moved to tears. You're so emotional. When you gave me that brainless body, I thought you were just a cold bastard with zero feelings. You laughed heartily. You think of me that way. Tho continued. Not just that. Then he commented on Yugon's demeanor. You always overthink the purpose and reason behind everything. You look like someone who plans everything in advance. And you have the skills to back it up. Atho said, then suddenly asked, are you doing all this because of me? You lowered his head close to his spirit and honestly said, well, I didn't just do this for no reason. Tho replied, maybe it's because you lack experience, but no matter how strong your will is, you're still a low-level player. Then he advised, to become a schemer, you must discard weak emotions and keep a mind as unyielding as diamond, a heart steady and pure. You interrupted, no, that's not it. Then he frowned and said, I came here with a plan. Watch closely how I turn Britain upside down in this garden. A servant bowed, thanking someone. Thank you for earlier. I didn't expect him to get so angry just because a small branch fell on his head. So it turns out she was threatened by a crazy knight earlier. How dare you stain the armor of a round table knight? You'll pay for your sins with those hands. She bowed, clenching her fists tightly. If you hadn't stepped in, I'd be in way deeper trouble. The other replied, even the round table has its rotten apples. It turned out the one who saved her was an old man with long silver hair and beard. After speaking, he kindly warned, if you keep getting scolded over nonsense like this, you won't last long. The servant nervously thanked him. Yes, thank you, sir. While he admired the flowers, she stood behind him, hesitating. I haven't worked at the palace long, but the knight earlier panicked when he saw you, so you must be someone important. May I know your name, sir? I hope I'm not causing you trouble. He reached out to touch nearby flowers calmly and said, so you want to know this old man's name? If you truly appreciate me, then tend this garden with all your heart. As he finished, the beautiful flowers suddenly bloomed. Then he added, I often stroll here when my mind is troubled. It was Marcello. Leaving the garden, he descended the stairs, muttering, knights these days don't know where their chivalry went. He shook his head, sighing. The pride of a round table knight is lost. My era was different. Then he glanced somewhere and asked, you're Yugon, right? The boy stood there and answered, who knows? He stepped closer, walking and saying, the great mage who founded England with the king's knights is called Mlin, right? That's right, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. Mlin glanced at Yugon. You've been following me for a while, haven't you? The boy faced him and introduced himself. I'm Yugon. Mlin responded, surprised. Why suddenly tell me your name? Yugon? That name sounds familiar. Yugon honestly said, I'm a new player here. Mlin then asked more. Is that so? Lot must have invited you. Then why are you looking for me? Without answering, he pulled a sword from his gear pouch. The sword of King Arthur shown to Merlin startled him. That's Excalibur. His eyes darkened. Where did you get that sword? You asked. It's a long story. He rested his hand on the sword and added, also, I don't think we can discuss something this serious out here in broad daylight. May I offer you a cup of tea? At Merlin's place. After pouring tea, he spoke. All right, then explain why you have King Arthur's sword, my friend. Yujun calmly replied. You could say fate led me to this relic. Mlin repeated, a relic. Hearing that he recounted his past with Arthur, Mlin drifted into memories. I don't know if he disappeared or simply abandoned England. After 1,000 years of silence, what I feel isn't just anger, but endless sorrow. Arthur was a friend I could never forget. I miss him deeply. To me, Arthur was that important. After a moment of tea and cake, Mlin continued. At least I'm relieved his will lives on. But tell me, how are you connected to Arthur? How do you know about our friendship, and why come to me? Yuan calmly recounted. The first time I met Arthur was a few months ago. Mlin straightened up. A few months ago he was still alive. But Yu raised his hand. No, not exactly. Then he summoned Arthur from his glove. Mlin was slightly surprised, glancing at Arthur. Necromancy, huh? Your power is valuable. Then why did this happen? Facing a giant demon, he calmly asked. Did you hold it off to save me? Yu replied coldly. Of course not. Instead of making me explain everything, I think it's better if you two talk directly. You want me to talk to him? Then King Arthur in demon form suddenly spoke. Long time no see, old friend. Just like that, they both fell silent for a moment. Mo finally spoke up, tears welling in his eyes, as he called out the soul trapped in that goblin's body. Atho, you recognize me right away. Marlin then jumped up from his seat annoyed and stepped forward. Atho snapped, you idiot, only you call me that. You don't show me any respect at all, even though I'm a few years older than you. Though quickly reassured him. Calm down, old friend. You're acting like you just saw a ghost come back to life. Then Mo Lin looked at the large ugly corpse and asked curiously, then why do you look like this? Why do you have that form? Hearing this, Atho glared angrily at Yugon. It's that brat's fault. Then Atho continued, but what did you need to tell me? Is it about the bastard who killed you? Seeing Merlin's terrifying expression, Atho swallowed his words for now. Your eyes are a bit scary, like you'd tear apart whoever killed me right now. I'm fine. No need to avenge me. There's something more important. Then Atho revealed, the one who killed my son is inside this palace. Hearing the shocking news, Mo's face darkened instantly. He asked again, what? Mo Lin repeated, what? Atho looked at him and quickly said a name, Lot. He killed my son. After hearing that, Mo fell into an unusual silence, but the mana around him seemed ready to explode. A hand rested on his shoulder saying, please stay calm. You advised him, if you overreact now, we'll only attract more spies. Mo Lin's face darkened further as he replied, how can I stay calm hearing this? Still, you must endure. Mo took a deep breath to hold back his rising anger, glancing at the towering Atho beside him. So Atho. He hesitated and asked, Lancelot also killed you. Atho sneered, are you dreaming? You think I'd die by the hands of someone like him? Mo said, I see. I guess you were much stronger than him back then, but now he's a high-level traitor. Then he explained, even if temporary, he's still the king of England. If we kill him, without a plan, both England and the Round Table could collapse. That's why I think you should handle this personally. Atho looked at Yugon, who sighed and clenched his fists in anger. If I wanted, I could do it. But if I show up in this ragged corpse, he'll just claim I'm being controlled to assassinate him, because the undead must obey their master's orders. And so the story seems to hit a dead end. Mo asked, so what do we do? It's not impossible, Yu said. Yu then asked Mo Lin, when is the Round Table meeting? About 10 days from now. Then asked, are outsiders allowed to attend? Mine looked a bit suspicious but said, usually no. But if we intervene, it's not impossible. Good. Then he revealed his plan. On the day of the meeting, we'll turn the Round Table upside down. Inside the castle, a knight wearing a red cloak approached the throne. 2 others hurriedly followed behind. They asked, have you finished your business? I'm glad you're safe. Your Highness. The knight removed his cloak and said, thanks to you both. I've been away for a long time. Did anything happen while I was gone? No, Your Highness. The knight touched the throne and said, I understand. We must always put the people's interests first. Then he sat on the throne, the king's will that all knights must remember. The 2 behind knelt to receive orders. Yes, Your Highness. The man's face was Lancelot, the temporary king of England. Then the 2 knights, Lolit and Thao, looked up and reported about a player named Yugon. Versivan brought him into the palace under your orders, Your Highness. Then they asked Lancelot, do you want to summon him to the Great Hall? Lancelot said yes, meeting him directly is better. Then he clenched his fists. While I was away handling business, I heard about him from Asa. Most mid-sized guilds are trying to recruit Yugon, but Osga, a major guild, remains cautious. Then Lancelot sat on the throne and recounted what he had heard. A player with no backing, unclear history climbing the tower at an alarming speed. They found it suspicious and are quietly investigating him, and the investigation is ongoing. As Round Table Knights, no info must leak. No matter what happens, they obey orders strictly. Layet and Thao, overhearing this, suddenly flinch with anger. What's going on? They clench their fists, tightly furious, and demand. Is that true? But Lilo deliberately dodges, saying, there's still no solid proof. However, since this info comes from Osga, it's definitely credible. Their eyes burn with hatred as they grit their teeth and ask, so, that's why you summoned him to the palace as a Round Table Knight? I can't just stand by. Please give the order. Your Highness. Lens pretends to sigh sadly. When I first heard the news, I was just as furious. But as the king of a nation, I fear exposing the truth would plunge England into chaos. Then he acts like he doesn't want to get involved, adding that we'd lose the administrator's favor if a player and a business entity clash. And it could damage England's relations with Asga, since they're the intelligence source secretly investigating. The act continues, but of course we can't let him run wild. The fury on Lolet and Thao's faces is clear as Lancelot speaks. I'm sure you all understand what I mean. As Knights of the Round Table, no information must leak. No matter what happens, they obey orders strictly. Lancelot sits on the throne and declares clearly, "Your deeds will be remembered forever. With me here and the late King Atho as witness, never forgive anyone who dares point a sword at King Atho in England." Still inside the palace, Lot's vile laughter echoes throughout as he slams his hand on the golden armrest. He sneers. Unbelievable, they're still blinded by grudges from 1,000 years ago. Haha, his disgusting cruelty continues unchecked, while these fools can't even tell friend from foe. Then he breaks into an excited grin. The thrill of holding a great nation's fate and commanding pawns like hunting dogs is intoxicating. The taste of power is so sweet. Atho, you once savored this alone, but now it's mine, all thanks to Olympus's ocean. Inside a room, Yugon watches Leylot's every move through his enhanced vision. I've been in the palace less than a day, and they're already making their move. Then Yan uses a fire spirit to illuminate and peer through the door. He clicks his tongue late at night, and they're already knocking on someone's door. They must be eager to deal with me. Through his skill, he senses 2 mana streams nearly bursting through the door. Their magic screams like it's about to explode. Yugon quickly guesses their mana is fueled by boiling rage. Leylot must have provoked them. Suddenly, 2 voices outside speak up. Is Yan in there? Can we talk? In the knight's training ground at night, they look at Yugon with no emotion. Thanks for coming with us, Yugon says calmly. No need for thanks. We can't exactly duel inside the palace. Their faces darken as they draw swords. You must be restless, haunted by your conscience. One points his sword at Yan and says, I'll ask you a few questions. If you lie or refuse, I'll cut off a limb. Who killed King Atho? Yan frowns. Why are you asking me that? As soon as he finishes, he dodges a sword strike. Is this how rankers repay players? He grumbles. Thao, radiating murderous intent, says, I'll ask again who killed King Atho. He steps back. Yan asks, did Lancelot order you? Thao is furious. How dare you? He roars in shock. Who do you think you are calling him by name? In Thao's frenzy, Yan quickly pulls out his sword to block the attack. They clash and exchange blows fiercely. Thao's reckless assault triggers the tower's skill to punish him. Yugon sees his discomfort and realizes they're not just bluffing. Lancelot stirred the knight's thirst for revenge, manipulating others to do his dirty work. Looks like his plan is working. Then you step toward him first. I have to take him down. Your hand came so fast Thao didn't even react, and in a flash you kicked him away. He frowned, wondering what that was. His vision was blocked for a moment. A cold chill ran down his spine, then a voice rang out. Atho, don't kill him, he's just being used. You think I don't know. It's all driven by the knight's loyalty. You smiled softly. What should we do now? Maybe let them meet Atho. But then you thought better of it. Merlin and Atho have known each other a long time, so they'd trust me. But those 2 knights misunderstood and thought I killed Atho. Then Yugon stared at the 2 knights for a long moment. No, before the roundtable meeting starts, I have to hide those existence. But then one knight stepped forward without hesitation. The 42nd knight of the round table sees you as a threat. The 42nd knight demands a duel. Yugon had no choice but to accept the challenge. The duel had to be one-on-one. The skill effects end if a third party joins. The match begins. Yugon looked at the other. Not fighting. Late spoke with righteous conviction. My honor won't let me gang up on a single player. You smiled at that. Now that's the knight's spirit. You sure you alone can beat me? Don't underestimate your opponent. Late frowned at Yugon. We've always used this method to win at the round table. You frowned, thinking. Like this round table is some grand thing. Before Britain and the Round Table, this land was soaked in endless war for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet they shamelessly take credit for what others built. Unbelievable. Yugon told him firmly, this won't win. Leave it to me. You pointed your sword and charged, making them wide-eyed. Then you activated the giant's strength skill, focused in your arm, temporarily turning endurance into power. Atho looked worried. I told you don't kill them. You reassured him, don't worry, it won't go that far. Then you rushed toward Lo Li. An explosion erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere. But that knight wasn't weak either. He quickly raised his round table shield to protect his target. But behind the shield, Lolet's face was anything but calm. Just as I thought, this guy's no joke. He blocked all of Yugon's attacks with that shield. Don't underestimate this player. But seconds later, you noticed something odd. Thao used the shield to push you back. Yugon wasn't a newbie in combat and flew backward. After dodging Lolet's strike, you gained more respect for your opponent. That's what makes a ranker different. His fighting style focuses on defense, but packs the power of a war chariot. The knight stood firm after the hit. If you want to fight, I'm ready. You heard that and charged again. Bring it on. Let's see how you block this. Endurance temporarily turns into strength. You have enough endurance. The giant's power enveloped your whole body. Perfect, full giant transformation successful. Then Yan punched the shield so hard, Leia trembled, grimacing. What is this power, Yugon thought. It's not just strength. Kini was forged from adamantium, the toughest metal crafted by one of the tower's top smiths. You raised your fist again. You must pay. Then Yan punched the shield once more. This punch cracked the shield. Another punch followed then, a flurry of blows. The shield was barely holding cracks spreading everywhere. Lao clenched his teeth until he bled. His eyes turned blood red. Damn it, he has no special skills but can still trap me like this. Immediately, Lole activated a skill aimed at Yugon. The skill hit, making you hesitate. But quickly, Yugon regained his balance. Then he charged forward and punched the shield. This time, the punch was even stronger than the last. Despite the protection, the shield cracked. Seeing the shield nearly shattered, Laolet started to panic. How could he do that? He's not a ranker, just a regular player. Then came a huge explosion, sending debris flying everywhere. Through the thick smoke, Yuan's voice rang out. If you really think I'm involved with those who assassinated King Atho, and want revenge, then drop that fake night act. Meanwhile, the one-on-one arena effect was cancelled because the one-on-one rule was broken by a third party's interference. Thao quickly stepped up to protect Laolet. I don't care how many people you fight. Yu raised his hand to touch his torn sleeve and said, fight alone. Then he tore it off, showing pure stubbornness. Thao quickly justified, I know I'm stubborn. He pointed at him, but if you say you want to fight, both of us don't regret it. Saying that he activated his skill to enlarge his sword. Yugon quickly pulled his sword from his gear bag and charged at him. Thao's giant sword slammed hard into the ground. Yugon leapt up from the thick smoke. He focused on his target, then activated Sky Kick. Yugon dodged several airborne sword strikes and activated his flight ability. Your speed will double for 5 seconds. You can move freely in the air for 5 seconds. Activated Fire Eye Metal Star to trace the path. The 5 senses are enhanced. Approaching Thao, Yugon swung his sword down. The two swords clashed, throwing both fighters back. Though he dodged one strike, Thao couldn't avoid punishment. They charged again, causing a massive explosion. Yugon fought harder, sparks flying as their swords clashed. Unlike Yugon, Thao was barely holding on. His eyes were cloudy, lips bleeding. Damn it, the penalty keeps getting worse. This can't go on, need to end this with one strike. But looking at him, he couldn't. Yugon then knocked Thao far away. That gave Thao a chance. He quickly called his teammates, let's go. Alright. Before leaving, Laolet planted his shield into the ground. Right after a giant sword blocked Yugon from them, Lacour said silently, damn it, just defending, and the penalty's this severe. Thao gritted his teeth. Even if this body is destroyed to death, I'll do everything for the kingdom. Yugon paused to assess the situation. This is dangerous. If I mess this up, it's over. He gathered strength in his other hand. I can only use this for a minute max, then quickly activated demonic energy. But if it's enough to stop him, Yujun charging with every bit of demonic energy is worth a shot. After watching, Yu spotted Laolet behind the barrier. I see at a convergence point where Min can break the mana flow. The Round Table's judgment has fallen, the shield's protection vanished. He swung his sword with everything. A huge explosion erupted, visible from afar like a nuclear blast. Laolet and Thao collapsed after taking the hit. Laolet looked at Thao and asked, you okay? Lao wondered, is he unconscious? Lucky he's still alive. No doubt the last attack had demonic energy. He couldn't help but wonder how demonic energy and magic could coexist. There's no way he survived that last strike, so no more info can be gathered. Luckily, there's still a clue. In Laolet's eyes, Yugon is still suspected of killing King Atho. We have to track down the demon linked to his demonic energy. Suddenly a figure appeared through the thick smoke. Seeing the person step out of the smoke, it was Yan. La stammered in shock. How are you still alive? Then another voice suddenly spoke. This place is already destroyed. Yujun glanced behind while La shouted, Your Majesty, thinking, did he come himself, the traitorous knight Lenslot? The man hurriedly knelt before Lenslot, repeatedly saying, Please, forgive me, Your Majesty, I am deeply sorry. He slowly added, Yes, remorse is good, but for tarnishing the reputation of Britain and the Round Table, I sentence you to death. Then, Lilot swung his sword, beheading both men in front of Yugon. Their fresh blood splattered across Lenslot's cold face. He calmly said to Yugon as if nothing had happened, These bastards are a disgrace to the nation. Witnessing everything, A was ready to tear Lilot apart. Yug kept calming him down. Hold on, we have to control ourselves for now. He said to Atho, If Lenslot dies here, people will still remember him as a respected king. You've protected Britain's peace on his behalf. He wouldn't want this to happen, right? Lilot wiped the blood off his face and glanced at Yugon. At that moment, Yugon's core reacted slightly. It was showing a snarling status to him. That look, could there be a foreign god inside him? This must be Olympus's command. Otherwise, why attack me, while Atho's existence remains hidden? The more he thought, the stranger it felt. Olympus, have they discovered something already? Or is something forcing them to act? If this isn't about a foreign god, then what else could it be? Lilot stepped in front of Yan, acting like a wise and generous king. On behalf of Thao and Lolit, he apologized to him. He said, These knights are unstable due to the recent tragic event involving their king. Please forgive my abruptness. Then Lilot suggested talking now might be uncomfortable. I propose a proper meeting to discuss things. As king, it's my duty. Yan cut him off. Anytime today or tomorrow, just let me know when you're done. He brushed past Lenslot, whose stunned and dismissive attitude only made Lilot more irritated. He began to regret it, thinking he should have sent more men. Suddenly a strange feeling overwhelmed Lilot. Yugon walked while using ground-healing magic. When did this start happening? What happened to those inside the castle? They were watching Yugon. Suddenly a voice whispered in Lilo's ear. What wind brought you here at this hour? The next morning at the training ground, the guards stood together curiously, poking the ground with their spears. Someone wondered if the ground felt strange. Did they do any repairs yesterday? I don't think so. Weird. Enough chatter, focus. After some discussion, they were ordered to assemble. The whole team gathered. Yu munched on meat, thinking no matter how far from the castle, the magic flowing all night was too quiet. Laylat must have cleaned up something. You dropped the knife and said, "This stuff tastes awful, all I smell is blood." Lancelot sneered. Looks like you're not used to gourmet food yet. From now on we'll be eating things like this. This is what you deserve. Yu repeated. No, I said I don't like it. So he quickly changed the subject. How do you know mine? I never paid much attention because he was only passionate about gardening and some odd hobbies. But since you arrived, he's become much more active. Even yesterday after you left, he showed up at the training ground. What wind blew him here at this hour? It's just a bit noisy. A few knights got a little too fired up, so a scuffle broke out. Too noisy. Just a few knights getting a bit rowdy, causing a scuffle. Don't worry. Yu replied nonchalantly. Just a coincidence. Lilat shrugged. Really, you keep dodging, get to the point. The atmosphere between them instantly tensed. Lilat said, get to the point. Yu frowned, looking at Lilot. He had used magic to completely seal off this place. Clever. Now I can't send messages or contact the outside. Lilat then revealed his intention. Yugon, I heard you're holding the Holy Sea Stone. Someone I know wants it, so I'm asking you to cooperate. Yugon replied. Bossedon needs the Holy Sea Stone, right? Lilot frowned. Don't casually say that name. He then revealed his previous plan. I plan to take it by force the moment you stepped into Britain, like killing and burning the body. I have many ways. What Lilot said you've already considered. Just as I thought his plan was to put Mamos in danger, but he let the knights do it, probably unaware Mamos is Bello's son. Lancelot started giving Jan a choice. It seems the power of the sea has helped you a lot. If you give me the stone and ally with me, I'll overlook everything and support you in the future. You just smirked and said, yesterday you drew your sword to kill me, now you change your tune. Then Yuan stood up and praised his generosity. You really are generous, truly heartwarming. What you continued, maybe I should bow to you. With that kind of generosity, who knows what I might gain. Lens got so angry, his face twisted, then couldn't hold back and cursed Yugon. You bastard, who do you think you are? Before leaving you, left one last line. I know myself well, only you don't know what you've become. Yugon left the dining hall still thinking about how Paiden contacted him earlier with his status. He could deal with me any time, but his attitude suddenly changed. There's definitely a reason behind it. Don't tell me he's preparing to fight Rot, a player owning the Holy Sea Stone with the potential to become a high-ranking traitor. In other words, he wants my power overestimating me, but I can't fight Rot alone. The more you thought, the more problems arose. Maybe he has another plan to secure things. Fine, let them fight, I like it. I just need to quietly fill my belly. Then Aetho spoke up. Don't be too upset, I'm not comfortable either, he added. But we don't have much time now, let's wait a little longer. I've already prepared the stage. Just then, a new message came through. But it's tomorrow, get ready. The next day at the Camelot Round Table meeting, Yugon, with Merlin's help, got a seat at the round table. Even though you're not a knight, eyes quickly turned to Yugon. So that's Yugon. Glad to see Merlin attending the meeting after so long, but why did he bring him? Then the person looked at two empty seats. This meeting feels very different from usual. And two knights are missing, Thao and Lolet. Where are they? In this meeting there are two of Lelot's right hands. Atho, the Round Table's #1 knight, Onion. Next is the Round Table knight, Jidrag. Jidrag whispered to Onion. Look at that guy staring too much. Then he looked at Lilo. I have a bad feeling, I understand. Lilot controlled his anger. He spoke to everyone around, usually those without a title can't sit at the round table. But this time I'll make an exception for Mr. Mean. Because I happen to have business to discuss with him. Then he glanced at Yugon. No objections. No one spoke up. Lilot continued. But even if you all agree, it doesn't change the fact that he's an outsider. Do you understand the value of sitting here or whose seat you're taking? Yu deliberately put his hand on the seat next to him and said coldly, I don't know the meaning, but that seat probably belongs to Thao or Lolet. Everyone at the round table started to stir. How dare you? Lancelot continued. Then you must know what happened to them. Yu said bluntly. Of course I saw you kill them with my own eyes. The knights got agitated. Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. This is no place for such blasphemy. We must throw him out immediately. Lancelot admitted. Enough noise. Yes, I'm the one who took their lives. He continued to Yugon, but I think everyone understands why I had to. Tell the truth, Yugon. Yugon spoke frankly to him. Don't get me wrong, Lancelot. This meeting isn't for me, but for you to pay for your crimes. The knights whispered among themselves. How can he stay so calm, walking alone into the tiger's den? Lancelot clenched his fists. What are you plotting? Yugon stood up, surprising everyone. I have a guest. Then he pushed the door open. I think you'll be glad to see this guest. The door slowly opened. A man stepped inside. The stunned expressions of the knights slowly gave way to tears of emotion. King Halthien, you've been gone for a decade. The knights immediately knelt and saluted Hao Thien. Your Highness, Your Highness. Hao Thien then turned to Wan and said, Wan, how's your son doing these days? I wonder if he still uses the sword I gave him. But Wan only asked back, Your Highness, where have you been all this time? Then he looked at Jidrak. That snot-nosed brat already has a seat here. Your Highness, do you know how long we've waited for you? Everyone here couldn't hide their emotion toward Hao Thien, except Lot, who couldn't keep calm. He trembled uncontrollably. What's going on? Hao Thien was definitely dead. Why, if this really is the man and he wants to return to the Golden Empire, then my life is over. We can't let this absurdity happen. Think, how do we handle this mess? Think. Lelot suddenly became extremely agitated, then loudly pointed at Yugon's face. Yugon came to Camelot with a demon, a descendant of Bello's bloodline. He declared in front of everyone that this man is an imposter. The Round Table Knights started whispering among themselves. Bio the fake king. That's right, last time I sent someone to check, it was clear Yugon was familiar with demons. What are you saying? Don't you recognize the Night King's symbol? That's definitely Excalibur, no doubt about it. But Lot stubbornly said, no, this guy is definitely fake. Then he drew his sword and someone nearby shouted, at this point, what more do you want to do? Then they looked at Yugon standing nearby. Terrible plan. Yan, no matter how much you disguise him, I can expose this fake. Lilo lunged to strike Hao Thien to prove he's an imposter. But Merlin quickly appeared and easily stopped him. Hao Thien behind him began to dissolve. Phew, quick hands, old man. Hao Thien suddenly transformed into Mos. A smirk curved on his lips. He really is an imposter. The knights' attitude shifted, and they hurriedly ordered to arrest them. Mos deliberately said to them, wait, didn't you draw your swords too slowly? Like you already knew this wasn't him. The man you all know. You stood behind Mos and Merlin quietly smiling at them. From behind him, the image of a giant demon quickly appeared with 2 sharp fangs and a fierce glare. It was none other than Hao Thien in demon form. He roared, Lelot. That's right, Lelot, tell me how you knew I was dead. He was terrified, every cell in his body reacting to the energy radiating from him. He's the real deal, he's Hao Thien. Seeing him silently staring, he spoke again, answer me quickly. Merlin stopped them, let them talk, don't interfere. Ga was surprised. Elder Lot trembled. What do you mean by that? Ridiculous. I only know that demon was fake, nothing else. Hao Thien gritted his teeth. You still dare say that? He continued, Lelot, you said, I gave you the royal seal right. He reached out his hand to quickly take the ring. That means I chose you as the next king. I still hold one of the 2 royal seals in the world. Lelot, where did you get that? Hao Thien's eyes welled with bloody tears. My son's seal belonged to Motor Bragan. At this Thang couldn't admit he killed Hao Thien's son and kept shifting his eyes nervously. The royal seal, the royal seal. Suddenly he looked at the knights, all eager to know the truth. The knights' fierce eyes kept scrutinizing their fake king. Lelot cursed silently, damn it. At the same time, Hao Thien struck hard at him, but Lelot quickly fled, muttering, damn it, damn it, damn it. He jumped out the window, leaving the royal knights stunned. Everyone murmured, damn it, what the hell's going on? Who do we trust now? No need to ask. Didn't you see Lelot running away? Chase him. Hao Thien quickly stopped them. Wait, everyone stop. If all the Round Table Knights act rashly, the people will panic. Isn't the people's welfare our top priority? No need to chase Lelot, he won't be able to step out of Camelot. His top priority now is to escape Camelot, but he won't just abandon Britain, so he'll definitely hide somewhere to plot. Meanwhile, at Landlot, he ran desperately toward the city gate and opened it. The soldiers were surprised to see him there. Damn it, but he had no time to explain. As soon as the gate opened, Landlot rushed out immediately. Suddenly something in front of Lelot made him flinch. But strangely, he was just a step away from escaping. Yet a yellow barrier appeared blocking him. Seeing him thrown back, the soldiers shouted in panic, "What's going on? Your Majesty, are you all right?" The system immediately issued a warning. "This area has turned into a prison. You cannot leave." Lelot gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Mlin, this has to be his trick. Everyone stay away from the castle. No need to say more, he already knew who was behind this. Lelot was furious, thinking Mlin, it has to be that old man. Suddenly chains extended from the air, intertwining and tightly binding Lelot's limbs. The soldiers advanced. "How dare you insult His Highness?" Mlin shouted. "Step back if you don't want to get hurt. This man is no longer the king of Brit. He's a traitor." He recalled exactly what Kim Yu World had said. Even if you transform your double to look exactly like Aetho, the Round Table will see through that fake magic. So use Aetho's energy to cover Mamos. That way you can fool the Round Table. Thinking this, he said to him, "Confess all your vile crimes to everyone, or be torn apart immediately." Then Mlin glared at the despicable Landlot. "But first I have one question. Why did you do this?" Lelot's whole body was now bound by countless chains. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly his face twisted with dark veins as he smiled slyly. "You think I have some grand motive?" He paused, then his voice and body began to change. "No, I just want to be king." Lelot's eyes were now filled with a dark energy. For some reason, as he transformed, the surroundings suddenly exploded like a bomb had been set. Mlin looked at him. Kim Yug said the demon inside Lelot wasn't like demonic or magical power. He guessed it was a new energy born when Lelo betrayed Atho. The system announced the Round Table King's claim over his territory. You will be punished if you attack the Round Table King within his domain. Mlin shouted, raising his staff. I won't let you leave Camelot. Petty tricks. Then he struck hard at Lanlot, causing the ground beneath him to explode. His energy didn't hit Milne, but shot in the opposite direction, quickly destroying everything there in an instant. He clenched his teeth in frustration. He's redirecting my attack toward the city. Despicable, he yelled at Lalat. You're insane. He quickly channeled his inner power to shield the city and protect Britain. He couldn't believe it and asked him, You want to be king but hold your people hostage. Where's your honor? The two sides were separated by a long barrier as the system quickly announced, the prison is cracking. Leelot sneered, no matter how powerful a wizard you are, you can't defeat a high-level scheme. He cursed inwardly, it's over, the prison cracks have healed. Leelot gritted his teeth. From the start, his goal was to wear down the prison. The system kept announcing cracks appearing and being repaired continuously. Lelot's eyes turned wild like a demon in disguise. He clenched his teeth in rage and struck fiercely at Merlin, but the Round Table's shield protected him. Meanwhile, Jan's egg kept showing strange signs. The egg was swallowing saliva, clearly starving. Jan's egg was starving. Yugon's thoughts were chaotic. Letting him escape now would be disastrous. Although facing a high-level scheme was still a bit beyond his strength, he was finally surrounded. Bastards, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Atho roared. Leelot, I'll take your life myself. Then the two struck hard at Leelot together. But it seems after evolving he's stronger, he single-handedly blocked the swords of both Atho and Yugon. How could a fool provoking a zombie body stand a chance against me? Atho, I'm no longer the landlord I used to be. Yugo quickly channels his inner power. The system announces you've fully giant-sized your body and summoned hell. Suddenly, countless eyes appear around Lot, all staring at him, causing him to panic. Yug quickly activates the holy fire, bewildered. What the hell is this? Danger. He's nearly losing his mind. What? Why is there suddenly a voice? He's like us, a fragment of me, a fragment of us. Run, he's just a player. Use your fear later. Run, you coward. This is the body of a high-level schemer. What's there to fear? No, it's too late. Your body, your soul, everything will be devoured. Then sharp iron teeth slowly emerge from the void. It's the egg. It starts eating again. The razor-sharp jaws fiercely snap toward Lelot's body. Parts of the body are gradually gnawed away. The egg reveals its true form. The egg ravenously devours the greedy and treacherous Lancelot. He feels unbearable pain all over, screams, fiercely glaring at him. You gone, you brat. Everything here quickly falls into ruin and decay, like an abandoned place for ages. Mlin watches as he's slowly swallowed by the egg. He can't help but despise him, pathetic. Lancelot finally panics and screams, Save me. Of course, no one agrees to help such a worthless wretch. Lancelot keeps begging, Please, I'll do whatever you want. Atho can't hold back and speaks up. Thalolit and even Modre. They're the reason you have to die. Lancelot. By now his entire body has been gnawed down to a blackened, dry skeleton. The skeleton quickly collapses and the system flashes a message. You have defeated the greedy and treacherous Lelot. The throne of Britain is now vacant. The new king's selection process has 10 days left. Whoever gains the majority vote will become Britain's king. You leveled up agility +2, focus +1. You received 2,000,000 points. Yugu thinks killing Lelot also gave him points. Same with Orochi's head, it counts as a boss monster. Also, his name isn't just Lancelot, but includes greedy and treacherous, foolish calamity, despair, sky-piercing gloom, the unbirthable. Seems like the outer gods have titles matching their traits and powers. The seed that foolish calamity sows, and the lens slot must be linked to greed. After eating its fill, the egg starts messing around, rubbing its belly satisfied, and humming. The hatch rate is down to 70%. Yugen watches. Unlike when eating Orochi, this time it eats slower, like it's digesting a huge meal. A voice echoes, What is that thing? Mlin steps forward. It radiates an evil energy similar to Lelo's. No, even worse. Is it the source of your power? Yugon asks him. Looks like it, huh? He looks up at the sky. An outsider beast. Let's call it that for now, since I don't know much about it. Mlin is surprised. Outsider beast, such a strange name. Do creatures like that really exist? He's silent for a moment as if realizing something. I don't think we can breathe easy yet. The day is coming. Yu guesses, a massive force will strike down on us. Scene shifts to a palace. A man's voice trembles non-stop. Lord Poseidon. He storms in angrily. You don't even bother to greet me anymore. Calmly, I already paved the way for you to enter. Poseidon is unfazed. Even if you didn't, I'd have barged in myself. So boring. I don't want to waste words with you. Cut to the chase. What's going on in your country right now? Interrupting Lancelot's been killed. You want to talk about that, right? Poseidon is shocked. Indeed, he held all of Olympus in his palm. He continues, So what do you plan to do? Rut speaks up. Better to avoid making a mountain out of a molehill. We have to accept this small loss. We can't leave any evidence linking us to Britain. So the best way is to erase everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively prepared to unleash an attack on the city. Just as Yuan had predicted. Sidon thought to himself, if he drops that thing, all of Brit will be destroyed. But then he said, the administrator won't let this slide. Rot had planned everything. I've already discussed it with them, one strike is still allowed. Down below, Yugon and Merlin were still standing watching the situation above. He still didn't understand what did one strike mean. Yugon explained, it's Thunder God Rot. Looks like he's preparing to attack this place. Right after the system announced a new challenge appearing in Camelot. A lightning strike will hit Camelot within the next 10 minutes. Resist this lightning strike. Jan sneered, so you want to play that game? The challenge announcement means he got approval from the administrator. That bastard comes up with every trick to dodge punishment. Mlin didn't believe it. Even if Olympus was truly the force behind Lilo, why would someone like Rot use that much power against us? He looked up. Rot isn't stupid. If he destroys Camelot, Olympus will face severe penalties too. That would weaken them against their rival Asga. On his side, the system quickly warned that a lightning strike would hit Camelos in 5 minutes. Yugon didn't deny it. That's right. Even the mighty Olympus fears Asga, especially Odin. But that's exactly why they must erase every trace like this, even at a heavy cost. Mine quickly responded, it's confusing, but now's not the time for pointless arguments. Whatever you say. Then he slammed his staff into the ground. Merlin cast a protective shield over Brit. Yugon couldn't help but admire it, amazing, worthy of a great wizard mastering tens of thousands of spells. But even this wasn't enough to stop the lightning. Seeing him stand still, Merlin said, if you can lend a hand, don't just stand there staring at the sky. Yun replied, I'm not just standing around. Then he activated his fiery eyes. Yug recalled, a few days before arriving at Camelot he got a message. Surprised that someone found him so fast, he wasn't confident he could pretend not to know them. So he ignored the message. But now ignoring it isn't an option anymore. And quickly a lightning strike will hit Camelos in 3 minutes. Yugon whispered, you're watching right. Help out. At that moment the fiery golden eyes of the great sage equal to heaven were watching Yugon. Why bother helping? Just messing around. Yugon was serious. So you want us all dead? The great sage still acted indifferent. So what? Yugon replied. Then all the effort you put into finding me was for nothing. He pretended not to know. Ah, finding you. You exposed yourself. You've been tailing me for days. Of course you want to ask something. Time's running out. The system sounded again. A lightning strike will hit Camelos in 2 minutes. The great sage asked curiously. You're pretty good at running away. So why stand and fight here? Yugon was honest. I can't just watch this place get destroyed. Help me this once, and I owe you. He was silent for a long moment, then finally the great sage agreed. Fine, but just this once. As soon as he finished, he swiftly descended from above. Merlin couldn't help but marvel, amazing Wukong's proud. That's right. He introduced himself, even though everyone already knew he was the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Time ticked down again. A lightning strike will hit Camelos in 1 minute. He cheerfully said, finally found you. Kim Yugon cut him off. Save the chit-chat. Let's deal with the situation first. He smirked, remember just this once, no next time. Yugon calmly said he didn't plan to ask for more. The great sage laughed in satisfaction. All set. And finally time ran out, the beginning of Camelot's end. At the same time, he raised his Ruyi Jingu Bang staff and shouted, make way. It quickly stretched up to the sky. At that moment, Rot was also striking directly down at the city, but Merlin's shield and the Ruyi stick blocked it just in time. He forced himself to endure the attack, even coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the lightning grew stronger, shattering Merlin's shield. Now only the Ruyi stick stood against the lightning, struggling to hold on. The great sage equal to heaven lovingly caressed his weapon. Not bad at all. Yug thought quietly. This Ruyi stick is just a copy created by skill. Maybe this clone of Wukong isn't strong enough to fully withstand Rot's lightning. Suddenly his glove reacted strangely, the eye on it slowly opened. Yugen immediately sensed something unusual. He raised it for a closer look. He looked up, pondering for a moment. His premonition was unclear, but then he shouted, hold on a little longer. The great sage equal to heaven was confused. Huh, what did you say? Who the hell are you calling hold on? Yugen didn't answer. He stomped hard on his shoulder, using the momentum to launch himself upward. His eyes had turned red. Yugen silently faced the sky. The great sage equal to heaven worriedly shouted, hey, where are you going? The heavens know he's not weak, but charging headfirst like that, running straight into death. As he spoke, he used his fiery eyes to watch him closely. But far from what he expected, the great sage was shocked. He didn't know what Yugen had done, but the lightning storm above was dissipating. Yugen's system reported that the elemental shell was resisting the electric charge. Kini was reacting to the lightning. The dark elemental stone was responding to the lightning. The dark elemental stone reacted to the lightning. Yugen was pleased, it matched perfectly with the dark elemental stone near the sea elemental stone. This lightning was one of Hedis's masterpieces formed from celestial elemental stones. This reaction had to be caused by the celestial elemental stone. Everything became clear. Kinni was made from dark elemental stone, the lightning from holy celestial elemental stone, and finally the sea elemental stone. These 3 stones were originally one. Otherwise, their reaction wouldn't be this intense. The glove suddenly spoke, "Mine, all mine." Kinni absorbed the lightning's power. In just a moment, Kinni was filled with the lightning's energy. Yugon couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, even after dispersing into the Ruyi stick, it's still insanely strong. He was suffering from electric shock effects. The elemental shell resisted electric charge, but couldn't resist the shock state. Floating midair, he had struggled so hard to gain his current power, yet it still wasn't enough to face rot. Frustrating. The system warned electric shock state increased to level 2. The elemental shell resisted electric charge. He forced himself to endure, which only strengthened his resolve. The system warned again, unable to resist electric shock. Electric shock state increased to level 3, still no resistance. In no time, the electric shock state rose to level 5. Yugon told himself, "I'll catch up to you soon." Meanwhile, Kinni greedily absorbed every lightning bolt Rot threw. In moments, the sky cleared back to its original blue, and Rot's attack lost its power. Yugon struggled to let Kinni absorb all the lightning. He was left battered by the electric shock. Seeing everything settled, he finally relaxed and fainted. Yug immediately fell from the sky. The great sage equal to heaven was startled, that madman's falling freely. Moin panicked, seeing no movement, he seemed unconscious. He quickly flew up, grumbling angrily to himself, "I knew it." Fortunately, Yugon's fall was slower than Wukong's speed, and he caught him successfully. The danger was finally over. The Camelot purge had stopped. It seemed everyone would have some peace for a short while. The well Rot used to observe exploded. He couldn't help but feel regret. Who expected that great sage equal to heaven would appear? Then Rot told his brother, "We failed." Boss Sidon was surprised and rushed closer. "What, damn it, why would that great sage have any reason to oppose Olympus?" Rut said Dathan is unpredictable. He never cared who his enemies were. Even the great heavenly guild couldn't kill him. It's best not to see him as an enemy just because he's meddling in our affairs. Boss Said wondered. But after that last strike, his clone must be badly injured too. "How could a clone block your lightning?" Rut said. "This Kim Yugon is an unexpected variable." Bossidon was surprised. Rut spoke highly of Kim Yugon. Just how strong is this Kim Yugon? Anyway, he's a tough one to handle. Even for the dispatched Van Cors, could he really be as strong as the high-level Van Cors now? Biden was worried. "So what do we do now? The incident in Brit must have reached Ozga. You must have thought about this too." Before Poseidon could finish, Rut cut in. "Right, there's a way." A surge of power struck toward Poseidon. Luckily he was prepared. Poseidon shouted, "You bastard, I knew you'd do this. Planning to use me as a sacrifice." Rut gave a sly smile and apologized to his brother, all for Olympus. Then he activated the lightning. A powerful light illuminated the entire palace. Poseidon was furious at that brat Rut. After the Camelos purge ended, he received a pile of rewards and significantly boosted his resistance to lightning. The great sage held him worried and scolding. "Are you stupid or just pretending? Want to die that badly and still ask for my help?" Yugun said calmly, surprised to hear that from him. The great sage wondered, "Wait, you didn't even get to say anything before passing out again." When he woke, Yoon was lying on a large bed in the British palace, and quickly sat up. "What happened? I heard something. Did I pass out?" He held the sword. Da Makchina boosts healing by 200% at night. Mrolin quickly came in. "It's been 5 days. We thought you were dead. What happened back then?" Just when it seemed the lightning had destroyed him, it suddenly vanished. He looked at Kini thoughtfully. "Lightning? Wait, I think I got a new skill." He activated the lightning shard. Suddenly, bolts of lightning shot uncontrollably from his gloves with immense power. Mlin teased, "You worked so hard to block that lightning and now you want to use it to destroy this castle." Yu blushed. "Sorry, it's a new skill. I haven't fully controlled it yet." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, shaking the room. "If you're awake, behave and stay still, instead of causing trouble." Melon remembered a guest who had been waiting for days, eager for him to wake. The visitor was none other than Hep Hus. Seeing him silent, the man shouted again. "Huh? Did I say anything wrong?" Ohei tried to respond. Yu Yun frowned. "Why was this uncle here?" Needless to say, Hus unleashed a barrage of insults. Both Yugon and Merlin couldn't resist and accepted their fate. After a while, Hus's tirade finally ended. The three quickly sat down together. Yugon recounted everything to him. "That's why I control part of the lightning. Surely the 3 divine stones can merge." Yugon then wondered. "Where is he?" Hepetus was still angry. "That monkey probably sleeping rough somewhere. Get to the point. What's your real reason for coming?" "If it's about Wukong, I probably can't help much," he lied boldly. "Can't I just come to sightsee?" Yan didn't believe it. "Really? You're so blunt, exposing me like that? Or are you worried about me?" Hus blushed with anger. "I came to sightsee." Suddenly the room fell silent. Mro Lin couldn't hold back and covered his mouth to laugh. Seeing the awkward mood, he cleared his throat to change the subject. "Do you still have the Sea Star Stone?" UW replied. "Of course." Lin was surprised to hear that. He asked the Sea Star Stone. You still have it. Heps referred to the upgrade method you mentioned before. I've figured out a way. If Kini can use 2 types of power, great, but each gear can only combine with 1 type of shard, or we can enhance Kini itself. I've gathered all the materials needed. Is there a good forge here in Camelot? Hope you don't mind if I borrow it for a bit. Dreaming big, huh? Who would refuse the greatest blacksmith in this tower? Please go ahead. Yugon reflects. Thinking about it, these 2 old men actually get along pretty well. This time they even met earlier. Check the ingredient list, 2 kilograms of adamantium. This setup is perfect to extract power from the 2 spirit stones, and the stability will be very high. Yugon says 1.25 million, including crafting costs. What do you think? Hephaestus looks a bit displeased. That brat personally brought the materials, and still tries to cheat an old man. 1.5 million. You grin and flatter. Then let's settle at 1.4 million. He glares at you annoyed, thinking, if he weren't injured, I'd twist his neck right now. But whether in this life or the last, you're always the one I care about most. Finally, Hus agrees. He exhales. Fine deal. It'll take about 4 days once I start working on it. After that, come find me. Don't be late this time. Yugon smiles happily. Okay, uncle, you just got better, and you're already out for a walk. Dream says after the king disappeared, the whole country fell into chaos. Yugon guesses the round table must be struggling too. He replies, exactly. They can't stay calm with news of this betrayal spreading. You saw them arguing fiercely at the council, whether Arthur is real or fake, and if Lancelot really is the traitor. Lancelot's influence is no small matter. The Round Table is divided, so reclaiming its former glory is incredibly tough. Jan asks if he regrets it. Malin answers firmly, no, this should have happened sooner. Removing the rotten parts so new life can grow, that's nature's law. And for this, I'm grateful to you. Thanks to you, we can fix our mistakes. Yu looks at him warmly because he trusted me. Malin shoots a sideways glance, calling me Malin like we're close, huh? Then he adds, I see your wounds have healed quite a bit. Come with me to a place. Can you call Arthur here? Soon after, they both head to the place he mentioned. Dream recalls, after Lot's death, I found this place while handling his belongings. Maybe he couldn't bear to destroy it, and hid it in the most secret spot only the king could reach. Arthur's whole body trembles with excitement, his breathing quickens. His voice cracks from emotion. Motor P, Dragon, my son, my beloved son. Mlin steps forward. I want your son to rest in peace soon, but a prince deserves a proper funeral. Making a big deal might throw Britain into more chaos, so for now, I'm keeping him safe here. Yugon looks at Pendragon's body, a bold idea forming in his mind. Yugon then suggests, why don't you use his body? Arthur is shocked. What? No way. He died because of me. How could I keep any conscience if I did that? Dream replies. That's right, it's too much for Arthur. Even I feel this isn't right. Yu exposes the truth. Do you think if your son's body became a zombie under my command, it would dishonor him? Arthur admits, of course not. Only I deserve the shame of becoming a zombie. Yu explains, you misunderstood. Let me explain what I plan to do. Do you think this will harm Britain? Arthur quickly objects. No way. Thanks to you, my fallen country is getting back on track. You continue. Then think of it as you and your son building a brighter future for Britain. This is the son you hoped would inherit the throne, right? Then surely he would trust and follow his father's path. Mlin hears this and doesn't argue, only feeling a deep sorrow. Arthur looks at his little son. My son truly loves Britain. Even if he tried to stop him for Britain's future, he'd gladly follow your lead. Yu smiles softly. I won't let you regret today's decision. He stared at his hand, lost in thought. It was as if he'd known him for ages. No matter how brave he was facing the great sage equal to heaven, he showed no fear and spoke like old friends. A pact was made. I will never betray you, and pledge my loyalty to you with all my heart. Tho looked at Yugo Tansung. You are my king. System notification. You have received the oath of the Death Knight, Tho. The power of the King of Hell has increased. The strength of Death Knight, Tho, has been restored. You have gained the absolute loyalty of the King of the Atho Knights. Scene shifts to the great sage equal to heaven. He's recalling memories about you. Are you really that dumb or just pretending? If you wanted to die, why ask me for help? I never thought I'd hear that stupidity come from your mouth. Wait, you know me. Did we know each other before? Hey, get up. He looks at his hand deep in thought. It's like he's known me forever. No matter how brave I am when the great sage equal to heaven talks like an old friend with no fear at all, it feels like we've been friends for years. The phrase old friends lingers in his mind, making the great sage deeply uneasy. Kim Yugon turns back to the present and asks, Tho, how does your new body feel? Tho continued. Maybe it's more comfortable since it's a body that's reached an advanced van level. I still need some time to get used to it, and you don't have to be so formal with me anymore. You're my king now, Yugo interrupted. Alright. Then Tho vanished, leaving only a swirl of black smoke around Yugon. Suddenly a familiar voice echoed. I can't believe my eyes. The great king of knights now bows to another king. Yugo looked up at the sky as the voice spoke again. Don't forget, if I hadn't helped you, you'd be a dried corpse by now. But it's strange. What made you think I'd help you back then? I can't understand it. but thinking it over it all makes sense. You know people well. Hearing this, Jan fell silent, staring hard at the great sage before him. He thought I just assumed he came to help because of the fiery eyes, but was there another reason? Everyone knows fiery eyes as Sun Wukong's signature skill, but it's actually an innate power of his clan. The monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain. At first I thought he'd save me just to question me about the fiery eyes, why a nobody player not from the monkey clan would have this skill. Of course, who hasn't heard of you, Sun Wukong, the great sage, equal to heaven, a high-level boss who once wreaked havoc in heaven. I heard you've been in hiding for a long time, the great sage shouted. Stop the nonsense. He was annoyed. Don't pretend to be dumb. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Should I say it again? Yugo shot back. I get it when others act dumb, but I never thought you'd say that. See, you did it again, called me dumb twice now. The more he talked with him, the more the great sage was sure you know me. I can see things your half-blind eyes can't. Don't try to fool me. System notification. Fiery eyes effect is being removed. Fiery eyes removal failed, Yugo asked. So what do those fancy eyes of yours see? He snapped back. You know me, I see my true body standing next to you, and you're familiar and close to my true body. Yugo sighed. How to explain? No matter what excuse he made, the fiery eyes would see through it. Maybe there's no fooling this idiot. Thinking this, Yugo reluctantly admitted, yes, we know each other from a world I once lived in. The great sage wondered, a world you once lived in, then how do we know each other? Yugo continued, we're friends. Hearing this, the great sage was stunned. The fiery eyes were resonating. He added, we're friends, or better yet, arch rivals. Memories flooded back. An image of a cheeky monkey defiantly staring at him appeared clearly in Yugon's mind. He used to lie on a big rock, and the great sage would always angrily ask, what's this? Hey, is that guy sleeping? Yugo casually replied back then, wait. He shouted aggressively, get lost, this is my spot. Yun calmly closed his eyes. No, this spot has the best sunlight. The great sage Heaven's equal didn't hesitate, and unleashed a powerful strike straight at him, shaking the ground with booming rocks. He glared coldly at him in frustration. I said, get lost. But Yan quickly flew off the rock, dodging the attack. Now he was a bit annoyed too, so a fierce punch came crashing down on the great sage at the same time. The force pushed him back several steps, and then they both charged at each other fiercely, like enemies rather than old friends. But Yugon couldn't match the great sage's incredible speed. He unleashed a flurry of powerful blows that left Yugon dazed. Finally, the great sage landed a decisive strike. A loud crash echoed, sending birds scattering in fear. Yugon lay on the ground, frustrated as the great sage scolded him. Just as I thought, weakling. With your skills, you'll never become a true warrior. Lucky I didn't kill you. Suddenly, he laughed out loud for reasons unknown. The great sage frowned. What's so funny? Yu Quan said, interesting. His face looked like he was staring at a madman. Then they charged at each other again. Time passed, but neither was willing to back down. Explosions rocked the forest and mountains, even disturbing the water's surface. Anyone watching wouldn't believe these two were longtime friends. Their eyes looked like sworn enemies. They battled from the ground to the water, their figures streaking through the air like lightning. Jan's body was bruised and battered all over. Gritting his teeth, he thought 9 losses, no wins. This time I have to win. The great sage was surprised. This kid's fast. As he spoke, Jan's fist swung fiercely. He was punched, flying back, but Jan's speed grew with every strike. Rain began to fall. Yugo stepped forward proudly, 9 losses, 1 win. The great sage was speechless at that. Jan's swollen, battered eyes showed how much effort he'd put into beating such a fierce warrior. The great sage was dirty and bruised too, but he smiled happily. Well done. Then Yun reached out to help the great sage up. The gesture was warm and sincere. He shared this beautiful memory with the great sage, who couldn't help but be surprised. Looks like we both enjoyed it, Yuo recalled. At first I wasn't so happy, maybe because I was used to being alone. The great sage wondered aloud. Then why did you come with me? You're used to being alone but afraid of loneliness. He shrugged. If I can't beat you, what choice do I have? I had to follow. But that time was truly memorable. I opened up to you. They laughed and played after each fight. Yuo continued. Then I learned about the outer world gods, the ones outside the tower, so I decided to enter. At that moment he recalled the dark scene. The great sage looked at the memory and asked, were they all gods? Yun said, their power matches the title. The great sage quickly guessed, so that's why you fought alongside me. Yun replied, not just me, our whole group stood up and lost miserably. Anger surged from him as he spoke. Even reborn, he could never forget that terrible day. Rivers of blood from fallen comrades stained the ground. By the time the great sage and Yugon found out, it was too late. The survivors gathered and planned how to turn the tide. This revealed why he returned to the past. Odin spoke up. Now decide who among us will go back. Who can grow stronger fastest to lead us against the outer world gods? He looked around, then said to him, Kim, Yugon, it's you. Go. At that moment, they quickly returned to the present. Yugon couldn't hold back his grief, and covered his face to stop himself from breaking down. The great sage Heaven's equal spoke up. I see you've come back from the future, and your fire eye mastery has surged. Yoon continued. One of my missions upon returning is to protect Britain, because in the future that bastard lot will become a huge threat to the tower. He asked any progress. Yu replied barely. Against those otherworldly gods, what I've done so far is just a drop in the ocean. The great sage asked again. So what are our chances if I fight them? Yu answered calmly. Who knows? Right now maybe about 0.1%. Hearing this, the great sage was shocked and shouted in disbelief. What? That's it. You're way too optimistic. But at least there's still a chance. He scratched his head in frustration. Those monsters are that strong. Damn it, I hate all this complicated stuff. I just want my body back. Yoon asked. The body trapped on the 40th floor. Hearing that, he was stunned. The great sage gaped. How do you know that? Yo narrowed his eyes. Have you been deaf this whole time? That idiot is right here. He stammered, yeah, you're from the future. The great sage was flustered, unable to believe it. If you already know the situation, will you help me now? Yu quickly said, of course, but there's always give and take. The great sage was surprised. What? I just saved your life, didn't I? You smiled lightly. This is to help you reclaim your true body, but that's not enough. The great sage tried to argue. Don't get greedy. 1 for 1, no more. Suddenly, while they were negotiating, a cavalry of horsemen appeared from above, filling the sky. They rode the clouds with an imposing presence. The great sage gaped. What venery? He wondered if Ozga had changed. So many have come. Yugon guessed they came to assess the situation. The Round Table is a guild they sponsor. Only Lilot is connected to Olympus. This surprised the great sage. They sent a whole legion of Veneri just for that, Yugon explained. It's not that simple. If the head of the Round Table turns out to be an Olympus beastman, things get messy. The Great War led by Jack Narok that destroyed Ozga started with the Round Table. Thinking further, he realized it was all Olympus's scheme. They used Lilot to sabotage Ozga. But now, Lilot is dead, so I can breathe easier, yet I can't let my guard down. The great sage fidgeted. Narok the Veneri came because a fight is coming. Where are you going? Not planning to meet them. He didn't bother to turn back. Right now, contacting Ozga won't help. He called out, they have a rule, no war without guaranteed victory. Yu asked, when will the battle break out? Before the internal Olympus war, there'll be unrest. Signs are already showing. The great sage darkened. Always scheming, that guy gives me chills. Terrifying. Yugon recalled the day he returned to the past. The tower's strongest Veneri gathered, passing their lifetime knowledge to him to build a plan to save the tower. But even if I follow every step, and tell everyone I'm from the future, will it succeed? So many variables remain. My power is still far from the goal, but this is the tower's last hope. They poured their hearts and hopes into this chance. A voice sounded as he activated the system. Don't worry, we'll reach the 40th floor soon. Yugon used his skill. You have invited the administrator for a private meeting. 1,000 points accepted. The great sage smiled. Administrator. Right this way we can instantly ascend to the upper floors. But then the system's voice echoed again. Administrator is thinking. Administrator is thinking. Administrator is deep in thought. Pausing briefly, the administrator finally agreed to the private meeting. Scene shifts to Yugon standing pensively on a high wall alone. Yugon thought this is Britain's border, the edge of the world. Around him, overgrown plants, and a deathly silence covered everything. Understanding dawned along with his teacher's lecture, Yugon Ragnarok. Back in the future where Yugon once lived, Lelot, leader of the Round Table, ordered an attack on the demon tribe, sparking the giants and demons' furious revenge. So Olympus, the power-backing Lelot, couldn't just stand by and watch the Round Table get destroyed. Meanwhile, the Ozga peacekeepers decided to jump in when they saw their rivals starting a war. This endless conflict left the tower heavily damaged and its forces severely weakened. Enough fighting each other, fight the gods instead. That's why Kim Yugon decided to stop Jack Narok. It's that simple, yet the great sage King Flowerfruit Mountain's head is still spinning and twitching. Yug gave a knowing glance. Got it. The guy nodded, overwhelmed. Oh, my head. A voice echoed. Here, high difficulty means worthy rewards, but you'll spend plenty of points if you want to test yourself directly through me, Yuan added. No problem. Thanks to you hyping up the challenge and Jot's demands, I've already racked up a lot of points, he continued. If I didn't, Old Man Ma would be throwing lightning everywhere. Admins always prioritize the tower's order first, then roll out the challenges. That's both our duty and reason for existing, EU said. If that's true, then prove it. Immediately, the tower climbing challenge system was activated. Do you accept entry fee 3,000,000 points? This mission is to cross the forest and pioneer a path within 1 year. You may receive help from the Vanguard Corps during this test. Additional rewards will be granted if you finish early. Yugwa stood silently reading the instructions carefully. The challenge begins the moment you jump off the castle wall. He thought a year-long challenge. Looks like they're serious this time. A voice rang out in the air. I know everything, Vanguard Warrior. Yuan looked up as the voice glowed with a radiant aura above. Need my help? It asked again. The great sage teased with a smirk. Just kidding, there's no way I want to help you. You didn't care. Whatever, now get lost. He explained, if I get caught cheating because of your help, I'll lose the entry fee and the challenge. The great sage looked disappointed. Is that so? Too bad. Honestly, I wanted to help a little. Suddenly the great sage asked, so I have to wait a whole year? Yugon replied calmly, of course not. He stood on tiptoe and kicked the castle wall hard. One kick was enough. All right, I'll call you when I'm done. See you. Yug finished and leapt off the castle wall. They said their goodbyes. And now the challenge had officially begun. Scene shifts to floor 25, the unexplored edge of the world. The crowd whispered as soon as they saw him. Isn't that Kim Yugon? I thought he'd be in the city by now. It takes 4 days to get here. How did he manage? Looks like he joined the challenge directly through the admin. He just showed his player ID to prove who he was. Is that allowed? The first player is the vice captain of Vanguard Team 3, the elite Walk. He told Yugon, if someone as outstanding as you is helping, I'm all for it. But don't you think you're underestimating this challenge? To cross this forest, we expect it'll take at least a year, maybe up to 3. How can you say you'll finish such a challenge in just 1 month? Yugon walked on calmly, leaving him stunned behind. He replied, no worries. Wok was a bit scared. He's leading. I thought a promising player like him would be more cautious. Hope nothing bad happens. Meanwhile, Yun began gathering his power. A fierce golden light burst forth. The players saw this terrifying aura and flinched. What's going on? They shouted loudly. What are you doing? All of a sudden. He was deep in thought. Still a bit tired but felt energy surging through his body. Could this be because his stats increased? Yu asked Wok. Is this your first time leading a Vanguard team? He stammered. Ah yeah, you continue. Just a moment of hesitation or shock from him could cost the lives of his teammates. As a captain, you must always keep a cool head no matter the situation. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the mountain's silence. Yugon quickly used his power to suppress the dark energy, relentlessly rushing toward them. The system simultaneously notified that the lightning shard was reacting to Kini. The dark godstone was reacting to the lightning shard. Activating the lightning shard skill. Due to low proficiency, the activation time will be 30 seconds. He remained silent. Yugon's face turned fierce and aggressive. He swung his sword with a powerful strike. Sparks flew from where Yugon struck, lighting up the entire sky. Standing tall like a true warrior, fearless and brave. His energy radiated so strongly that the other players didn't dare come close. The fierce sparks flew straight at the monsters, leaving them no chance to dodge. The others gasped in horror. Wok exclaimed, crazy, I didn't think he was joking about finishing this challenge in a month. Suddenly Yuan spoke to him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Wok's face showed a hint of fear. On the 4th day of the expedition, the knights were exhausted, covered in sweat and wounds. One companion of Renha said, Captain, you're too fast. At this rate, we won't keep up with Kim Yugon. Renha replied, the expedition ends at sunset. I know everyone's tired, but hang in there a little longer. The soldier thought about Yugon's power. What a monster. I've heard of an elite player with a similar skill. A god fallen with the power of heaven claiming to be the tower's ruler. He silently acknowledged Yugon's strength. Of course, Kim Yugon still couldn't match an elite player, but his level was already among the rankers. Like many other 25th floor players, he was reckless. At this rate, we won't speed up progress in the next 2 weeks. No matter how skilled he is, this place is just too vast. How could he finish this challenge in half a month? Suddenly, the knights were stopped by a giant monster. His thoughts were cut off immediately. A purple liquid splattered on Wok's face, making him pale. In an instant, a giant serpent appeaed before them. It opened its huge mouth with sharp fangs glaring at the knights as if ready to devour them all. Wok stood frozen, thinking, damn it, it's too late. In a flash, Bok Lim rushed forward and chopped off the monster's head, blood splattering everywhere. Some expedition members anxiously approached Wok. Captain, are you okay? Wok replied, shouldn't I be thanking Bim? No, I'm fine. He curiously thanked the man for saving his life. But may I ask, who are you? Bok Lim spoke up. Are you the expedition team? I am Pung Bok Lim, the Heavenly Demon Sect's Sky King of the Heavenly Fist. He looked at Wallach with overwhelming authority. I'm here on the order of the young sect leader. Where is he? Wok froze. The Heavenly Demon Sect. One of the 4 Heavenly Lords representing the Heavenly Demon Sect. Not to mention the young sect leader, second only to the sect leader with authority over thousands here. He asked why Bok Lim was looking for the young sect leader here. Bok Lim said loudly, because I heard he was here. Wok was shocked. What, but it's just us here. You can only enter this place with the expedition team's permission. So who could it be? He was stunned but immediately remembered the young man from earlier. Wait, could it be? At that moment a figure appeared from the distant forest. Bok Lim was delighted. There he is. So you were nearby. You said I came back because it seems you were looking for the wrong person. He looked at Bok Lim with a serious expression. Don't tell me you came alone. Bok Lim continued. Of course not, it's by his order. Wok was surprised and thought what Kim Yugon is the young sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He blamed himself, thinking maybe he'd been too naive. Maybe this challenge really could be completed in 2 weeks. Suddenly a group appeared chanting in unison, "We the followers pledge ourselves to the young sect leader. We humbly greet the young sect leader of the heavenly demon sect." Hearing this, Yu quickly stopped them. He thought to himself, the challenge requires me to handle this alone. I can't ask for help from anyone except the Vanguard squad. A system notification popped up on the screen. Sender Kim Yugon requests reinforcements for the Vanguard squad on the 25th floor. B. Lim shouted, "Please deploy as many troops as possible." Yu kept thinking, but if I use the power of the heavenly demon sect's sect leader, it still counts as using what I have. With that thought, he declared as the young sect leader, "I order you all from this moment on, help the Vanguard squad get through this forest as fast as possible." The group obeyed, promptly responding respectfully, "Yes, sir." The sky is brightening, and the white clouds are clearing. Finally, they found a spot to camp and rest after the hardships of the advance. A small glow flickered from Yugon's hand. New message mail. "I'm wondering where exactly are you right now? Why the Vanguard squad wait? Is the entire heavenly demon sect there too?" He replied immediately. "New message from Kim Yugon, that's all there is to it. I just thought I needed to use my status as young sect leader to call in extra troops. I heard you're the king's representative. Can I request reinforcements?" The other side responded with a new message. "Mlin's kingdom is a mess right now. I doubt I can send many." Blue lights flashed from the sky inside the forest. Someone said, "Lord Thuong, this area is secured." Lord Thuong replied, "Good, clear the path." He turned to Yugon Young, "Sect leader, you may finish this." Yellow lightning crackled from Yugon's hands, instantly wiping out the monsters. The system screen popped up again. Day 14. You have passed the Brave Vanguard Challenge of the World. You will receive bonus rewards based on completion time. Your next bonus reward is temporarily delayed. You may proceed to floor 26. Upon moving to the 26th floor, the system notified you've earned an additional 5,000,000 points. Total points now 5,450. You will receive rewards based on your score and completion time. The system announced again. You have earned 1,500,000 points. You transferred 5,000,000 points to the sovereign god. And what must happen happens, a handshake seals the deal. The system chimed again. You transferred 5,000,000 points to the Lord God. Lord Thuong raised his hand, laughing joyfully. "So much money, thank you." Yun watched the scene unfolding silently, thinking to himself, no one's more annoying than a boss like Tran Tru who refuses to reward his subordinates. Without the Heavenly Demon Sect's help, I couldn't have done any of this. Looks like I have to head back to Camelot now. They're pushing me like crazy. The image of an angry uncle flashed in his mind, shouting familiar words. "You've been gone too long. What took you so long?" Suddenly, Bin stepped forward coldly. "Vice Sect Leader, if this counts as a reward, then I want a different one." While Yugon was confused about what was happening with this guy, Bin grinned, excitedly clenching his fist. "Forget ranks, fight me one-on-one." Lord Thuong couldn't stand it and shouted angrily, "What's your attitude?" Of course, Yugon's used to Bin's childish antics. He pushed to calm Lord Thuong and said, "All right, actions speak louder than words. Shall we begin?" B. Lim was cheerful, seizing the moment to respond quickly. "Thanks, Yugon." Yugon replied generously, "No problem." Then he looked at the soldier and continued, "Post guards around here so no one interferes with our fight." Bak Lim was fired up, smiling broadly, ready to fight. The system announced again. The battle began as agreed. The penalty was temporarily lifted. Yugon considered the power of the last sovereign god, who could reach the title of king among the 4 ranked highest in the heavenly demon sect, and wielded martial arts symbolized by a fist. Yu raised his fist lightly in front of him and said, "I won't use the demon heaven skill. This battle won't let me unleash my full power anyway." He thought quietly as he saw blue lightning sparks flashing from Bim. He felt everything surging inside him and wondered just how much he had grown. Around Bim, tens of thousands of blue lightning bolts crackled like they wanted to burn Ugon alive. The old man shouted, "Aren't you putting too much power into this fight?" "Vice leader." They charged at each other like two mighty waves, hands clashing to create a raging storm, the ground cracking open like a tornado's eye. Bat Lim laughed. "Aren't you going to use the fire god skill?" Yun smirked. "I've already trained a new move, haven't I?" That hit Bim's pride hard. He gritted his teeth. "You'll regret saying that soon enough." Then countless lightning bolts with immense power shot toward Yugon. The climax was the Thunder God's destruction technique, truly terrifying to behold. Bat Lim looked stunned after seeing Yugon dodge that attack. He thought, how did he block that strike? It's been a long time, so of course he's improved. But this much, Yugon took the full brunt of Beklim's thunderous punches, still smiling softly. The system announced the giant's power flowing through him. His stamina stats shifted into strength at a higher level. Yu then grinned widely and said, "Now I'm going all out." He unleashed his full power, leaping 3 times at 62 miles per hour, then struck Bim with all his might. Bat Lim clenched his teeth in horror, thinking his arm bones felt like they were shattering. Too strong. He was shocked that after that unexpected loss long ago, a player had climbed 10 tower levels in a row. Bim had trained relentlessly, right up to today's fight. To have a fair rematch with no barriers or limits, it showed how strong he had become. Jan's eyes burned with unwavering determination as he stared at the old man. Though weaker, Bim was quietly satisfied. His wish had finally come true. Yugon didn't hold back and punched him hard in the face, making Bim spit blood. His spirit flared even more. But don't think this ends so simply. Bim clenched his teeth and gathered his inner energy. He soared up, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Bim's hands danced wildly in the air. Powerful lightning bolts surged straight at him. This was the heavenly thunder fist. Suddenly a deep voice echoed in the air. Batlim, but he still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly a purple aura swirled around him. The voice spoke again. Beklim, Bungbaklim. Tell me, can you see me? It turned out the face and voice belonged to the heavenly demon Mujin. He looked furious at Beklim, but the latter ignored it and struck down. The ground cracked under the impact. Beklim gasped, what did I just see? Such overwhelming oppressive power. He had been recognized by heavenly fire. At that moment Yugon struck, and he finally saw what it was. Beklim was a bit scared. Heavenly demon, I've seen the leader. Yugon chuckled softly. So the heavenly demon cult members still fear the heavenly demon the most, huh? Then Beklim knelt, his strength cracking the ground again. Batlim shouted at him, I lost, thank you for accepting my honest offer. Yugon replied calmly, no problem. Scene shifts to the palace, Mlin said to Yugon. You've been at the front lines a long time. Why just return now? Get ready to run errands in the coming days. Did the great saint take you? Yug frowned, resting. You looked exhausted. I thought you wouldn't make it back. They recalled their chaotic chase on the way. Slow down, you madman. Mo continued. You owe the heavenly demon cult, no, the entire martial world. Who would have thought the heavenly demon cult joined the martial world? Now it can stand alongside the major guilds. Yu replied. That's right. What about the round table? Mine asked irritably. Speaking of which, after clashing with Ozga, some bold fools even thought about leaving the guild. Exactly who they are remains unclear, but it's all because of that bastard lot. Yugon continued. More precisely, it's because of Olympus. We're in the middle of a huge storm right now, but everything will be fine. I guarantee it, Mlin added. Then I'm relieved. What will happen will happen. Immediately after, he channeled a surge of blue energy that quickly surrounded Yugon. To do this, you'll need this. Take it, and keep moving forward. I call it Tam Din. Use it well. I don't know exactly what you need to save here, but I believe you can achieve what you want. Yugon thought silently. Seastone, if I get it and forge it into gear, it has to be defensive, not a weapon. At that moment, Yugon thought of Huss. Uncle, this time you won't have to regret anything. Merlin explained, I figured you'd prefer something comfortable over armor, so I made this. Yugon tried it on and replied, yeah, it fits perfectly. He felt it bit by bit, so light covering almost his entire body. If Kini compressed adamantium, this spreads it out evenly. To explain, Tam Din is an outfit made from pure sea stone and adamantium. It holds the power of the ocean, legendary armor, sea manipulation, water magic, conversion, and ocean summoning. Then Yugon picked up his sword. Mlin stared at him in confusion. Yugon's movements didn't stop. Mlin couldn't help but exclaim, what? What are you doing? At that moment, Yugon decisively slashed off a flap of his outfit, sending the fabric fluttering. Mlin panicked, staring at him. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Yu smiled calmly. I was just testing the defense and effects of this gear, that's all. Mlin was speechless. How dare you cut yourself with your own blade? Yugon reassured, I'm fine, don't worry. He sized it up like a regular shirt. Even though it's made from adamantium, it's very durable. When I tried to cut it, it didn't even scratch. Though it's as thin as paper, it won't tear easily. Looks like I've caught the attention of another entity from this gear. As soon as he finished thinking, he warned Merlin, this could get dangerous, so step back a bit. Mlin looked at Yugon, utterly surprised. Is this blue demon magic? He wondered aloud, staring at him. Who's that shadow? At the same time, the system announced the egg was celebrating with the egg of Dongduang Nan. Thinking of the egg, Yugon wondered if it was a creature like the eyes he saw inside the tower before. It has a self and consciousness radiating a dangerous aura. What are you? You have no name, you're not a monster nor a human, what exactly are you? Suddenly a voice echoed from nowhere, startling him. Now, for the second time, a strong blue light surrounded the two of them like a miniature ocean. Mlin was surprised. What is that? It's covered by unstable magic. I was wondering if I should attack it. Yugi said, I don't even know what it is. He felt uneasy. I'm sure I've seen its face somewhere, but I can't remember as if it's been erased from my memory. Does it have designs on the thunder god jade that Rot owns, which I knew about before? I want to know how it possessed the power of an outer god to have such strength, and why it appears as gear. The incubation rate has also increased a lot. Merlin asked him, are you leaving now? Yu replied, yeah, I should go. He was a bit surprised. In such a hurry you can't even rest, he smiled. Next time, drop by if you have time. Maybe there'll be a statue of you here by then. Yugon quickly agreed. Alright, I'll come back when I get the chance. I'm heading out now. The system quickly flashed a notification. World exploration rewards granted. Strength increased by 1, stamina increased by 1. Challenge floor 28 is starting. You have passed challenge floor 28. You received 2,000 points for passing challenge floor 27. And so the challenges continued to appear. You must conquer them all. Time flew by quickly as he completed his missions. It's already been half a year. On the 41st floor of the challenge zone, Yu calmly grills a delicious fish. Suddenly, he hears a stranger approaching from afar. The one-eyed says, "I've activated silence skill, so he won't hear a thing. Just don't leave this magic zone." The leader asks, "Summoned 50 stones at once. That's a lot for one collector, but still too few compared to what we have." They're restless. "Didn't you notice he's not even on the 25th floor leaderboard? Meaning he's not that impressive, right? Rumor has it some cheat their way up the tower like masked kids protected by powerful forces." He orders, "Everyone get into position. We stick together in case things go south." Meanwhile, Yu casually pulls out his stones and starts counting. The others silently signal each other, weapons raised and ready, but Yugon either hasn't noticed or is pretending not to. He clumps all his stones into one big mass. At that moment, the leader shouts and charges at him with his crew. Yu quickly stands up on the other side. 3 attackers strike at Yugon simultaneously. He barely turns around, but the one-eyed sees the numbers above Yu's head and grimaces, clenching his teeth. Yu turns to face him, flashing a sly smile. His score reads 817, and the one-eyed can't believe his eyes, stammering in shock. But he just summoned 50 stones. As Yu's fierce flames sweep the ground, no one remains, and silence returns to the tower. Yu sneers, disappointed. Pathetic. They're the last team alive, yet I expected some resistance. Even with all those summoned stones. Holding the stones, he calculates. If summoned separately like this, the total collected changes. Perfect for baiting them. That's how I quickly gathered over 1,000 stones. This is an efficient way to collect. Even if I don't hunt monsters for stones, they'll come to me. Now time for the real challenge. Yu clenches his fists. I'm looking forward to this. At the same time, the system alerts. You've used a summon stone. How many do you want to use? Yu smiles softly. All of them. The system confirms you used 1020 summon stones and have summoned the Demon King Diablo. Sparks of red light gather around the great bridge, flowing like streams. Yu is surprised. Diablo. The Demon King Diablo appears on the 41st floor challenge. This trial was created by the tower's managers and Demon Clan Alliance as a fake tower climb, so it's easy to complete. But I didn't expect a top 20 Demon Lord to show up here. He's a terrifying force no regular player can handle in this challenge's balance. This floor has completely collapsed. Who messed it up? A terrifying voice echoes. I was sleeping deeply, but who dares disturb me? I never thought some lowly crazy human would waste 1,000 summon stones. Do you know who I am? Yu faces him calmly. You're Diablo, the demon replies. You know who I am, so apologize now. Yu quickly draws his sword. Isn't my intention clear enough? I will destroy you and take all your points. Yu's face remains unshaken. Diablo swings his fist forward. Good spirit. You know who I am and still dare challenge me. The system chimes in quickly. You have entered Diablo's dark heat zone. Diablo continues, threatening. I'll turn every bone in your body to dust. The system warns, your senses are numbed. You're resisting a dominating status effect. Defeat Diablo, Yu calculates. A negative status effect. Doesn't sound good. I'll start by resisting the dark shock. At that moment, the one-eyed resists the dark realm effect successfully. Holy fire burns the dark zone. Yu's flames clash with Diablo's. Both launch fierce, fiery attacks at each other. Yu thinks silently after his strike, wondering if it worked. Suddenly, a gruesome red hand lashes out at him. Rocks crack and fly everywhere, but Yu dodges. Diablo grins slyly. Interesting. His sharp teeth bared in a terrifyingly long snarl. He was thrilled to see Yugon charge forward. That's more like it. You shouldn't fall so easily. Then Diablo aggressively unleashed flames at Yugon again. Yugon swung his sword fiercely at Diablo, moving so fast he couldn't dodge in time. Stunned for a moment, Diablo staggered, and then crashed hard to the ground, shaking the earth. Yugon was also shaken and struggled to stay on his feet. Yugon was thrown back a good distance, and at the same time, Diablo's long, stubborn tail whipped straight toward where he stood. Yugon quickly leapt up to dodge and swung his sword back at him. The attack came with fire blazing. Yugon's ferocity matched that of the Demon King himself. For the first time, a fiery battle raged on without a clear winner. Diablo fought on, growing increasingly frustrated. I don't like the kind of fire you're using. Then he focused his flames at his mouth and blew fiercely toward Yugon. Yugon had been dodging non-stop and was starting to tire. He calculated holy fire had no effect on him, so naturally Diablo's powerful flames wouldn't hurt him either. After all, his spiritual strength was no different from his true form. Still, it seemed Keeney's thunderstrike had some effect. Diablo's body blazed like molten lava. You miserable rat, where are you running off to? Now I know which attacks actually affect him. Compared to the Demon King's powerful strikes, I'm clearly weaker. Yugon chose to dodge for now, waiting for the right moment to strike the Demon King. Not seeing him, Diablo shouted, "Coward, where are you hiding?" After watching for a while, Yugon finally figured out which moves could hit Diablo. Then he leapt up with his sword, ready to end this battle in a flash, activating Heavenly Kick. The system displayed, your movement speed will increase by 100% for 5 seconds. You can move through the air for the next 5 seconds. Seeing Yugon's silhouette, Diablo grinned slyly. Here he comes. Then a massive explosion shook the entire area, the ground trembling like a natural disaster. Yugon couldn't believe he'd fought this hard, and Diablo was still alive. He was still resisting. Yugon's face hardened with determination. The system announced your entire body has been enhanced with giant strength. The Demon King was secretly terrified. No, he wasn't just holding on, he was charging straight at him. Diablo roared, gritting his teeth in defiance. No, at the same time Yugon charged and slashed fiercely at his arm, severing it. Diablo screamed in pain. You bastard. The system simultaneously announced, your entire body is now infused with giant power. Then a massive explosion erupted, flames blazing wildly all around. Seizing the moment, Yugon thrust his sword at the Demon King, catching him off guard. Diablo said, surprising. You must be a player. Only a player could do this. I don't like this. Join the Demon Guild, and I'll grant you the right to become the next Demon King once you reach Van rank. Yugon wondered, I'm human, how could I be accepted into a guild that only accepts demons? Diablo explained. You're a mortal, but also a demon. The dark energy flowing in your veins proves it. You have great potential to become a demon ruler, just as I predicted. Hearing this, Yugon grew a bit anxious. He realized he possessed dark energy. Yugon assessed seriously. Diablo, I've never seen such a unique guild invitation. Seems like he's really interested in me. At that moment, Yugon swung his sword. No, I'm human and I won't join any guild. Diablo roared. You won't join any guild. I see. You're Kimyu. As soon as he finished, another huge explosion rang out. Finally, Yugon defeated Demon King Diablo and earned 1,000,000 summoning points, reaching the maximum score. The test will now end automatically. You have passed the challenge of floor 41. You received 1,000,000 points. You obtained Diablo's horn item. You received Diablo's blessing, the Demon King of Hellfire and Destruction. This item grants you favor among demons. The proficiency of the Warlock has increased dark energy rose by 20 points. You have reached level 42. You start moving forward, scanning the area. You can't help but think this place is as awful as ever. The air is damp and suffocating. Suddenly a familiar voice echoes. I knew it, right? I don't get why my uncle still lives here. And isn't this place way too damp? Yugon stays silent, just watching to see if it's who he suspects. Hagon steps forward, holding a torch, looks at Yugon and says, Welcome to hell. The two walk together down the dark path. Hagon can't hold back and speaks up. Thinking back, you really are something else. You say hell, but this isn't even level 42 yet, you just got excited seeing me. Yu grins dumbly. So that's how you react when you're happy to see someone. Han grunts. Welcome to hell. That's the nickname for level 42. You fall silent thinking. I don't like level 42, at all. Even before I rewound time. The food and support aren't even the worst part, breathing is tough in this suffocating world. Hagon adds. Hey, I heard something happened on level 33. You really are something else. I bet no one's ever caused Olympus as much trouble as you did. Yu's a bit surprised. You already know about that, Hagon says. Maybe because I've climbed higher and outranked, many Olympus has been reaching out to me more. Now I have more info than before, Yu replies. Got it. You tell yourself, well, Hagon's rank is definitely way higher than when he was just a player. I bet everyone wanting to get close to him lines up for it. Looking around, Jan wonders, are you sure this is the place? There are plenty of paths like this on the way. Hagon confirms. I'm sure this is an iconic spot in Olympus, and I've been here a few times already. Then let's go. This is where hell truly begins. The two look down into the darkness below. They keep walking, still far from their destination. You can't help but feel it's taking longer than expected. It feels like more than 10 minutes since we started descending. Suddenly something makes them slow down. You turn to look at your companion. Han suddenly emits a bright light, illuminating the area. Across the pit, something seems to be watching them. Yu watches silently thinking, there are many of them. I don't know what he's referring to, but it can't be good. I feel like a gaze is piercing me from somewhere. This must be the owner's way of welcoming us. Behind the rocks, many three-headed dogs lurk ready to pounce on Yu and Hagon from the shadows. Yu doesn't underestimate them and starts gathering his inner power. I don't know if this will work, but it's worth a try. They seem to sense they've been spotted and stop hiding. One of them snarls aggressively. Yu strikes fiercely with his powerful fist, sending the three-headed dog flying. He glares at them. I don't have time to play around here. Let's get this over with. As he finishes, the pack barks loudly and charges at him fiercely. These dogs are from hell, so their strength isn't ordinary. But how could you be afraid of a bunch of dogs? Yu launches another attack. They've never been hurt by a human like this before, so they yelp in pain and fear. He aggressively covers one's mouth with both hands to silence it. This surprises the three-headed dog greatly. It seems to tremble a bit but also looks curious. At the same time, a notification pops up. Cerberus is curious about your identity. Cerberus feels fear before the giant's power. Yu is annoyed. What's wrong? Do I remind you of the past? The image of Herculate appears before the big dog. You recall how Herculate once taught hundreds of Conus, a lesson with his power for days. Those memories must be deeply engraved in their bodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't react like this to a giant's strength. Meanwhile, the overseer is scrutinizing their nature but fails. You figured this much should be enough. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed from the depths of hell, startling the dogs. What are you thinking? Hearing this voice, he aggressively threw the dog aside and finally appeared. Yugon immediately recognized him as the second highest on Olympus, the most reliable and the only high-ranking god among the three. The key factor to saving Kronos, who was imprisoned atop Olympus. Hagen bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Greetings to the god who rules over darkness and knowledge of Olympus. Hades. He stood tall, looking at the two young men before him with a complex expression. Soon after, they were invited to Hades' residence. He said nothing, and everyone silently waited as tea was poured. The cup was quickly filled. Yug politely lifted it to drink but was puzzled by the black color of the liquid. Seeing his hesitation, Hades explained, "It's very good for your health. Drinking it helps restore magical power and stabilizes both body and soul." After saying this, he drank directly from the cup. Yugon followed suit immediately. At that moment, the system notified, "You have absorbed Hell's green tea. Recovery, speed and amount will increase over the next hour, and your mind has become clearer." He was very surprised. Hell's green tea, that's a rare item. And yet the Lord actually let me use such a precious thing. After Yugon finished drinking, Hades spoke again. "I still can't believe a kid like you could block that mighty lightning from Rose Hagen. From now on, you should work with this kid." He calmly replied, "All right, I'll do my best. This guy seems trustworthy enough for me to accompany him to the end of the journey." "I agree." Hades was a bit surprised, responding without hesitation. Then he said to Yugon, "I have a feeling you're hiding something during our fight, but I don't know why. I don't trust those who keep secrets from me because those who hide their hearts aren't reliable." Yugon observed Hades' attitude and thought to himself, he's definitely not easy to talk to. However, you've kept a trustworthy ally by your side for 7 years. Hearing this, he was startled. Hades continued, "Hephaestus, when I asked about you, he told me to trust you. He even said I wouldn't regret it confidently." Yugon blushed, realizing it all came down to personal connections after all. "So why did he release Zeus then?" Hades asked. "Is he the leader of the heavenly demon cult? What do you think will John Mugen act?" Yugon calmly answered, "I don't know." Hearing this, Hades' expression darkened. He explained, "That person's authority is limited to what's granted to the leader. Besides, we're in a situation where we shouldn't be shaken by mere words from the heavenly demon. So it's hard to give a perfect answer to your question. But if we consider another scenario besides John Mugen, someone else might act." Hades was surprised. "Possible. It seems like that person has no intention of doing so." Yugon countered, "No, it's not like that. That action means the heavenly demon cult doesn't need to intervene, because the war only ends when they can face the king. Yes, this war should stop at the battle level, not escalate into full-scale war. If the heavenly demon cult intervenes and allies with Hades, it would mean a war against us. The best outcome with the least damage is if everything stays at the battle level. The upcoming Narok and Gigantomachy wars will be the same." Hades spoke, "It can only end by facing the king. You say that knowing the current strength of that one." Yugon suddenly asked, "Do you think I'm being too greedy?" "I'll do whatever it takes to make things right." Hades doubted. "You only blocked the lightning once. You really think you can do it again?" Yugon looked Hades straight in the eye. "No, it's not me." He was surprised by the answer. "What do you mean?" Yugon explained. "Among the three gods, I know Poseidon's absence has affected the balance of power." Hades didn't deny it. "So you knew everything?" "Yes. RZ has been watching Poseidon, and I've been involved in pushing him into the underground prison. It's been half a year now," Jan continued. "It's the same in Olympus. The balance of power comes from that right." Pausing, Yugon continued, "It's because of Herculet. What do you think about bringing him here?" Hearing that, Hagon couldn't help but be startled. He stood up, frustrated. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Hades asked directly. "What's the trade-off ratio?" Yugon was full of confidence. "About 70%, Han was stunned and stammered. That high Yugon didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking Hades, "Now give me the answer. If we bring Herculet to our side, do we stand a chance to win?" Hades looked at the passionate young man before him, Kim Yugon, the man who single-handedly changed so much in Olympus. He saved Hephaestus and defeated the overseer of Olympus's trials. Not only that, he also obtained the celestial sea stone. He was the one who shattered the omnipotent drop. Surely the nonsense he just said was just drunken rambling. He had a certainty that those who achieved great things rarely possess. Thinking this, he spoke up, "It's not impossible then." Hearing this, Yugon quickly stood up, and Hagon was curious. "Hey, where are you going?" Yugon said calmly. "To floor 40. To lure Herculet, I need to handle a few things first." Hedgegon's face darkened. Floor 40 Hades quickly cut in. "Let me make this clear. What you showed me in battle might be enough to face Olympus, but it's still not enough to destroy it. I've let this continue, not because of your skill, but because I'm investing in what you've achieved and the history you'll make. Thanks to you, the plan to use giants and demons to destroy Ozga by Zot failed, and even Zot will be trapped in a direct confrontation with Ozga. So he'll hold back for a while. Seems like this isn't the right time to talk with Odin. I'll head to Asga. Hagen, go meet Apollo's sisters." He was stunned. What right now? Hades warned, it's late. Go at sunrise, or you can go tomorrow. Kim Yugon Hugun asked Sunrise. He looked at Yugon puzzled. Where does the sun rise in hell? You don't get it either. Must be joking. Both were quickly arranged a decent place to stay. He looked around silently, judging this as hell, but they still made it feel like home. Yugon stepped outside alone to observe the surroundings. The words hell echoed in his mind. You looked at the glove. Since seeing Keeney's skill, it kept circling in his head, a skill with the same name as the world on floor 42. Should I try it? Keeney's eyes began to glow as if sensing something. Yugon looked at Keeney, curious. Is it checking around the house? Suddenly the system flashed a notification. You are being summoned from hell. This surprised him and he exclaimed. What suddenly he was pulled deep into a strong current, darkness all around, only the glove glowing. The current made him dizzy. Yugon lay still, letting himself be swept away. But one thing surprised him, he was underwater but still able to breathe. The system simultaneously announced, you are facing hell for the first time. The Death King confronts his own world. Yu was a bit surprised. Is this a river or a sea? No, this is mana, he said, and answered his own question at the moment. Immersed in the water, he felt everything here gave him a sense of infinity. Keeney was the vessel to unleash this unlimited power. Finally, Yugon understood. This is the source of the mysterious black crystal. The system continued with a warning. The dead are kneeling before you. Beneath the dark water, he seemed like a glowing god. Yugon was stunned. They're worshipping me. And so he gradually sank to a strange place. Scene shifted to a very open space. Sunlight shone through white clouds, drifting like a fairyland. This place was floor 40. A man looked around, confused, asking himself, where did you die? He said to Yugon, so you've never really seen floor 40, just lost in your own thoughts, Yugon wondered. Do you remember anything? Turns out it's none other than Atho. He told you right after I died. Susanoo bound me somewhere between life and death, so I'm not even sure what happened after I died. Yugon said calmly, you can't help me at all. Atho was disappointed, his voice tinged with sadness. I'm sorry. Thinking back, I think I saw something like an ocean. Yugon was surprised. An ocean, he said. Maybe, but it was too fast, so I can't be sure. You looked around, I get it now. You looked at the glove just as I thought maybe the dead thing was in the Keeney water. This item is more important than I thought. Atho pointed far away and continued, I can see it's there. You wondered, have you ever been here? Atho recalled a long time ago before Britta was founded. I was here briefly to meet a trader in Olympus. The preparations are done, please give me your orders, your majesty. Something strange suddenly shot down from the sky above this tower, causing a slight tremor. A scornful voice echoed, startling the soldiers here. What are you looking at? Immediately, Yugon threw his weapon straight at him, sending the soldier flying. His body was hit so hard that even his armor couldn't protect him. Yu stepped in, and seeing the soldiers trembling, he assessed quickly the Olympus people must be very wealthy. They built this grand structure for someone just promoted to senior trader. Or maybe because he's a direct descendant of Zot and Hera. Then it's like being born with a silver spoon. The soldiers, hearing him insult their master so casually, shouted, Shut up, how dare you insult him? State your name and rank. Yugon remained unfazed and said, If your master feels insulted, go tell him yourself. I, Kim Yugon, challenge the war god Ares. Nearby, a man with platinum hair and dark skin faintly heard the commotion outside. He couldn't hold back, wiping his sword and shouting, What's all this noise? But the soldiers still couldn't hear clearly. He asked again, Can't you hear? The sound of clashing swords and blood dripping. Suddenly, Ares darkened his face and looked toward the main hall, his voice low and eyes flashing with malice. Who's there? A subordinate rushed in, shouting a report. Lord Ares, Kim Yugon is here. He feels strange, repeating that name. Kim Yugon. Another soldier shouted boldly, How dare that guy challenge our war god Ares? But before he could finish, Atho and Yuan attacked. He swung fiercely at the one who spoke. The others panicked, seeing his weapon. That icy sword is Excalibur. He must be Atho. Is this a challenge from the Round Table? But the Round Table is under us. Why him? Ares quickly calmed his subordinates. No, look closely, that's Atho turned into a zombie. Deal with him separately. He quickly guessed it was a bold move by someone else pulling the strings. Yu stepped closer with his sword and mockingly praised, You catch on fast. Ares looked at him. You're Kim Yugon, sure you can beat me. Everyone here is a high-level trader, not like those useless guys outside. Yu didn't hesitate. Forget those weaklings, let's fight one-on-one. One soldier couldn't believe it and blurted out, How can you be so arrogant? Yu replied, Of course I didn't come just to fight. The winner takes everything the loser has. Ares sneered. What? He raised his voice. But I want nothing from you, Yu scoffed. Seems you're not very wise. You don't know what I'm holding. Of course, as soon as he said that, he showed the item to him. Ares glanced and immediately sensed the aura of the important item he was looking for, the sea jade stone. A soldier stepped forward. Master, you don't have to act yourself, let us handle this brat. Ares raised his hand to stop him. Everyone else don't interfere in my fight unless I say so. You know what I hate most. He quickly looked at Yu and said, If you brought the sea jade stone here, you must be very confident you'll win. Yu said calmly, That's right. Ares quickly summoned his weapon, shouting loudly, Accepting my challenge means claiming the spoils of war is a must. He looked at me like I was insignificant. I'll kill you and take the sea stone. Meanwhile, Yon instructed Atho to handle the others. He charged forward swiftly. Yes, master. Immediately, I channeled my inner power and lunged at the god of war with terrifying speed. Yuon's aura rivaled anyone atop Olympus. The two quickly engaged in close combat. Fierce power radiated non-stop. Ares was visibly pleased. He grinned slyly, relentlessly attacking me. Their battle shook the ground, rocks exploding from the impact. Ares struck, but Yugon swiftly dodged, keeping a safe distance. He asked, "Do you have undead allies? Are you a necromancer?" At the same time, punishment descended, but Ares remained relaxed. Whatever this is interesting. If you have Atho, that's basically cheating. Yugon couldn't stand his rambling and said, "Stop hesitating. Attack now." Ares smirked with contempt. "You're way too confident in yourself." Then they charged at each other again. It was my first time fighting a high-level god. Meanwhile, Fire Eye observed the opponent's sword path. His senses were maxed out godly power flooding his body. Ares lunged hard, but Yugon held his ground. Their clash was fierce. Yugon dodged and struck back hard at Ares, then swung his sword fiercely. But Ares didn't stop after his attack failed. He leapt up, pointing his sword straight at me. Around us, the palace lay in ruins from the battle. The god of war was struggling, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. The system notified that stamina was temporarily replaced by strength. Yugon charged with inner power, gritting his teeth, and punched Ares hard. Ares quickly raised his sword to block. My strength surprised him. Ares looked at me, a hint of fear in his eyes. Giant form, his attacks were painful and fast. I smiled smugly, daring him. This is the power you envy. At least that's what I think. He couldn't stand the disrespect, but it was undeniable. You're a worthy opponent. Ares clenched his teeth, glaring at me in anger. How dare you say that? Shut your mouth, bastard. Without hesitation, I attacked fiercely, not giving him a moment's rest. Ares's sword suddenly lengthened, stabbing at me, but I quickly twisted away to dodge. I glared at him. Maybe you're mad because I hit your weak spot, but you should watch above you. Ares didn't understand, but then a fierce lightning bolt struck down from above his head. That was Yugon's skill, but Ares quickly leapt up and dodged the attack. I looked at the smoke and fire before me, deeply satisfied. Good, it worked. Suddenly a voice rang out from the dust, startling me. Sorry, but that light is the power my father used, not a joke. He grinned arrogantly. You really think the god's heir would be defeated by that? Near Atho, a terrifying power burst forth. This place was no longer as beautiful as before. Debris crashed through the windows, shattering them. The soldiers panicked, shouting, "We're being pushed back. Fall back, it's too late." The magic unleashed is overwhelming. A knight among them was shocked by the battle's destruction. Is this really a fight between players? It feels like battling a high-level god. No one dared approach where Yugon and the god of war clashed. Yugon bit his lip in anger. Ares, that bastard, didn't even care about his subordinate's safety, yet he was the god of war with such courage. Seeing Ares' crazed face now, I despised him. He looked like a madman. Ares was going berserk. Kim Yugon, the one who possesses the sea stone giant transformation, fire eyes, and even the thunder power symbolizing his father. If I kill them all and take at least one of their powers one day, I'll surpass my father. Thinking this, he greedily charged straight at me, planning to kill Yun immediately. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. How long do you plan to stand there? If you can't do it, then let me be the one to cut his head off. Yug wondered, is that you, Atho? He's furious. Truly, he pursues the spirit of a knight more than anyone else. He must despise Ares so much to be this determined. I think I'm starting to gain the upper hand. This battle has to end here. At that moment, I summoned the fire eyes and struck hard at the god of war. The fight seemed to truly begin now. Ares was startled. What the hell was going on? For a moment, I saw my father quickly appear from the blazing flames. I sneered and asked him, "You said thunder is the power Rote uses. Then what about the opposite?" Yugon finished speaking as a powerful inner force rapidly spread out. It was dark, like it came from hell. The rocks around us were violently thrown into the air by my rage. Yun now looked like a god of death. At the same time, the system announced, "Hell worships the king of the dead." Ares looked at Yon in horror, silently assessing him. His mana was nearly endless. He knew the origin of the item and fully utilized its true power. Who knew the gap would be this huge? He must have realized that if the fight dragged on, things would only get worse. He wanted to finish me off with one strike. Thinking this, Ares gave a sly smile. You still want to struggle till the end. Your skills are impressive, but if you can't get close to your opponent, how do you expect to beat me? He thought winning by stalling went against the pride of a war god. I won't waste any more time. I'll end you right now. Saying this, Ares smiled slyly. But in the face of his arrogance, Yugon only gave a faint, mysterious smile. They quickly charged at each other, clashing fiercely, the air thick with deadly energy. Suddenly, Yugon's power rapidly enveloped the god of war's body, leaving him stunned. Why can't my body move? Yun laughed mockingly. So you're not that good at fighting after all. I half expected you to rush me like this. Ares was confused. What do you mean? At this moment, Ares realized Yugon had deliberately let himself lose from the start. His goal was to absorb dark magic. The system announced Kini was reacting to the Thunder Shard, and immediately I charged in to attack. Then a massive explosion rocked the palace of the God of War, causing a terrifying shockwave. The tower's roof was blown open with a huge hole. All the soldiers were stunned, unable to react. One of Ares' guards turned pale with fear, stammering, "Master Ares." The soldiers shouted loudly, rushing forward anxiously, but were stopped by a sword blocking their way, making them hesitate. "Stay back, I must protect my master." Atho said, "Too bad you can't do that, and neither can I. Let them fight it out." The soldiers were furious, but they knew Atho's spirit well, so they gritted their teeth and held back. Meanwhile, it seemed Ares was about to lose. Yugon quickly grabbed the necklace from Ares' chest. He was completely breathless now, a dark aura surrounding them both. At the same time, the system announced the Death King was summoning Ares' soul. Holding the necklace, I thought about how his power could turn high-level enemies to dust. Once he mastered it, this power could be used anywhere. Seeing the situation, the soldiers couldn't help but shout "Master Ares," but Atho still wouldn't let them pass. Around him was a pile of wreckage and chaotic soldiers like a disturbed beehive, unable to do anything. I silently watched the sky, telling myself he already knew. From the clouds above, golden chariots quickly gathered toward Ares' palace. A cold voice rang out. "Really? You killed Ares?" The woman speaking to me was Olympus's high ranker, the goddess Athena. Seeing everyone silent, she continued, "Answer me, did I hear wrong?" The soldiers quickly knelt and shouted, "Long live the god of war." Seeing the goddess's aura, all the soldiers were so terrified they barely dared to breathe. She pressed on, "Is it true that Ares is really dead?" Jan remained silent before Athena's fury. When he still didn't speak, she confirmed to herself that he must be my enemy. At that moment, his eyes quickly changed color. Yugon was ready to fight. Meanwhile, the system on both sides announced. Gogon had heard the call from Olympus. The purge began. Holy Fire resisted the petrification effect. Fire Eye resisted the petrification effect. Resistance successful. Yugon assessed through the Aegis shield, and Gogon. This was the strongest shield of Olympus. It only needed a cry to activate its power. Facing the goddess of war's authority, Atho was a bit flustered. "Dangerous. What do I do now?" Yugo quickly stopped him. "Wait, it's not our turn yet." He sighed, realizing it was too late, as the system's voice echoed. "Fire Eye, the 12th eye of the great sage, is watching you." Just as he finished, a familiar staff swiftly struck down from the sky. Yugo looked up. "That was fast. Now it's your turn." The great sage was cheerful, always showing up in tense moments. Yu sighed in defeat. "It's okay. Over there the Olympus troops are shouting, 'The great sage, the great sage.'" Athena immediately knew she was speaking to the soldiers. "That's his ally." The great sage flipped down. "That guy is definitely not my ally. So what's your plan now?" Yug glanced over. "Nothing's changed. Don't get in my way." He continued, but now everyone was talking about Kim Yugon. "You should focus on saving your own skin." The soldiers on the other side wondered, "Great sage, are you really starting a war with Olympus?" Athena then ordered punish all enemies of Olympus. The great sage sneered, "Get lost." Then his massive staff slammed hard against the goddess's shield, making a loud noise. He was annoyed. Hephaestus's gear was too strong. "How much adamantium did you put into that?" "But it's no match for my staff." Suddenly he grew very interested and said to him, "It's more fascinating than I thought. Kim Yugon, take care of the weak ones. Leave the strong ones to me. You can handle that, right?" Yujun smiled coldly. "Why ask me such an easy question?" Then he ordered Atho to protect the weak and leave the rest to him. Atho quickly obeyed. "Yes, sir." The great sage was very pleased with his behavior. "That's more like it. I'm starting to like you." Then both quickly charged toward goddess Athena. The great sage couldn't help but feel excited. What now? At the same time, the system announced that Gogon's blessing had activated the blessing of war surrounding the shield. The great sage didn't hesitate and struck the shield at close range. Athena was terrified. If he pierced the shield, she would lose. As she pulled back her thoughts, she tried to push the great sage away, keeping a safe distance. Then Athena leapt up, standing on the tip of the great sage's staff, and launched an attack. "But what was that?" He laughed scornfully and shouted, "Take this." Just one hit sent Athena flying back, leaving her stunned by his strength. Not stopping there, the great sage pointed his staff at her again, then sneered and vanished. At that moment, his staff stabbed straight into the sky, sending Athena flying back. The great sage admired his feat, then used cloud walking to launch himself upward. Below, only Atho and Yugon remained fighting. Actually, besides Athena, no one here was a worthy opponent. Yugon thought about hearing that Ares was an Olympus member, but his power wasn't that terrifying. So that rumor was false. I don't think he was beaten this badly. At the same time, the system flashed a warning. The Father Eye was vibrating. The enhanced combat senses had been activated. Yu considers it. It seems he's reached his limit fighting Ares. He can't hold out here any longer. With that thought, he quickly moves forward to swiftly take down the Olympus soldiers. The blessing of peace surrounds you. Atho says to him, if my top priority is to escape, should I just retreat instead of killing them all? Yoon replies, you can do that in emergencies, but the main thing now is to get out first, then figure it out. He sighs calmly, thinking someday he'll be strong enough to face the outer gods, so for now, retreat is best. Atho is surprised, unable to believe the word escape came from his mouth. Then he says, I understand. On this side, the soldiers shout, stop them, don't let them escape. Yoojun speaks up, have you ever heard of dual magic? The other guy shouts angrily, what the hell? Shut up, you're enemies of Lord Ares. Immediately, Yu summons holy fire with his magical power. At the same time, a strike flashes by Yu Wan continues, you don't know, but it's fine. I'm tired, so don't block my way. In his mind, he just wants to get out fast and rest. Yugon's eyes blaze red, his demon eyes maintain the holy fire, the Holy Spirit sustains it, and then a massive explosion shakes the entire tower here. He watches the destruction caused by the holy fire. It burns all the soldiers, making them scream in agony. Yugon marvels, holy fire is insanely powerful. Any low-level minion gets burned to ashes easily. Wukong can only hold Ares back for a while. It's unfortunate Athena showed up here, but the results are enough. Those Olympus bastards, I've suffered a lot because of you. Now it's time to collect my due, both principal and interest. He smiles with satisfaction. My revenge has only just begun. Just wait. Back to Athena's side, she's fiercely fighting the great sage equal to heaven. Above the great sage's head, many golden swords appear ready to rain down. He watches below then is surprised. What's this? Then he tells himself, Kim Yugon has escaped, so I don't need to fight anymore. Looking below, Ares's place is completely devastated by his demon eyes. The soldiers are almost all burned to ashes. The great sage can't help but cheer excitedly. Not bad at all, Athena asks curiously. You came here with Kim Yugon from the start, he replies casually. I didn't want things to go off plan, so I just helped a bit. She's wary of that attitude. Could the great sage equal to heaven be involved because he knew she'd come too? A big question echoes in Athena's mind. Why? The great sage sticks out his tongue teasingly. It's all done here. He grins mischievously at Athena. I had fun playing here. I'm off. See you around. As soon as he finishes, he rides a cloud and vanishes quickly. Athena stares after him, lost in thought. See you again. Scene shifts to floor 38 where the air feels incredibly fresh. Green trees sway playfully. Yugon arrives quickly. He observes for a moment, then assesses, it's a bit hot here, probably due to all the volcanoes around. Who would have guessed a powerful entity hides in such a peaceful place? Then he quickly moves inside, scanning everywhere as if searching for something. Suddenly, Yugon stops noticing many huge footprints clearly imprinted on the ground. These footprints look strange. Here he is. He follows the tracks carefully, using his sword to push aside the forest leaves, blocking his path. Yug thinks if I keep following these prints, will he be nearby? Suddenly, he looks around, puzzled, then freezes. There he is, a huge man with bulging muscles striking a tree fiercely. It's like he's venting his anger on the big tree, but no one knows why. The man focuses solely on the tree, unaware anyone is nearby. Yugo says nothing, silently approaching to observe the man. His whole body radiates a powerful yet pure aura. The man doesn't look back, but senses someone behind him. Without turning, he asks, lost? Yugon replies calmly, not exactly. What are you doing here? The other replied casually, I'm chopping wood. You asked, so you're a woodcutter now? He nodded. For now, yeah. Curious, aren't you? So you must live nearby. He kept working and answered. That's right. Jan fell silent for a moment. You spoke again right after. He noticed that too. I'm a bit tired. Can I stay with you for a few days? You looked at the man thinking quietly. It's been a while since I last saw this face, but the feelings are still there. Yugon was searching for his friend, and the handsome guy in front of him was none other than Herculet. You looked at him thoughtfully. He could easily approach me. Even without words, he knows I just need to beg right. Yes, he knows. Yugon said nothing, just stared silently at Herculet, his mind racing. I need this high ranker to overthrow Olympus. I must make him an ally. Being a good person who can't say no, he had no choice but to agree to my ridiculous request. Thinking that you said, am I not allowed? I'm exhausted. I feel like I could die any moment. In the end, Herculet couldn't refuse. He turned and went back to work. I haven't chopped enough wood yet, so if you can wait, come with me. Yun was moved. Thanks, I'll definitely repay you. You sighed quietly inside. I went too far, but he's not like Ngor Hong. You silently assessed him, unable to imagine someone like him earning the title Giant Slayer. Right after Herculet finished chopping the big trees, he kept his promise and took you to his home. You stood silently observing the scene. It looked the same. Herculet dropped the big logs to the ground and shouted at Yugon, the door's open, come in. Yugon wondered, what are you going to do with all that wood? It's not cold enough to need a fire. Herculet replied, someone will need it. Only players don't feel cold. You asked again, where are you sending it? You're really kind. He answered coldly, not exactly. I'll organize the wood first, and then find something for you to eat, so wait. Before he finished, you interrupted. It's fine. Since you let me stay, at least I'll prepare the meals. Herculet was a bit surprised. I thought you said you were tired. Time quickly passed. Yu had cooked a meal. Herculette was a little cheerful. You can cook. Do you cook often? Yun replied, sometimes. He couldn't help but praise, you're pretty skilled. Someone might think you've lived here for months. Yugon said casually. No way. The cold guy looked at Yugon, getting to the point. What's your name? Yugon sighed. Straight to the point, huh? I'm Kim Yugon. Herculette was surprised. Kim Yugon, that's the first time I've heard that name. Seems like you're not a traitor. You said I'm just a player, but I'm pretty famous out there. You've never heard of me, Herculette said. I've been living alone here for a while. Yun couldn't help but advise, you should go out sometimes. Losing contact with the world isn't good. Herculette didn't hesitate to expose him, but you don't seem close to the outside world either. You didn't deny it. Is that so? You're right. Herculette silently observed Yugon's actions. He didn't hide his feelings. Even though it's our first meeting, I feel close to you. You don't seem that friendly. Strange. Yugon replied, and you, he continued. Bro, people who are alike usually get along. Herculette said casually, is that so? Anyway, you two were close friends in your past lives. You looked at your friend and smiled warmly. Then he spoke, come to think of it, I haven't told you my name yet. It's Herculette. Yugon pretended to be surprised. I've heard that name before. So you're a high ranker. Soon after the sky brightened. Herculette resumed chopping wood. This time Yugon helped. The two worked and rested together like that. Everything was going as usual. By dusk, the two were ready to enjoy grilled fish. Yugon focused on preparing dinner by the flickering firelight. Looking up, he saw Herculette still busy hauling the firewood collected during the day. He felt a bit thoughtful but silently watched his friend. The night sky was full of stars. Below was Herculette's simple wooden house, deep in the forest, with Yugon present there as well. Morning came quickly. Yugon was now helping Herculette chop wood. He couldn't help but complain, why is this so heavy? Herculette calmly replied, not bad. Trees at this level are heavy and tough, stronger than steel. That's why they're considered top-tier resources. Yu quickly understood after the explanation. Yugon frowned, thinking no wonder he's unbeatable, physically lifting heavy logs like this every day. Herculette asked, why are you still here? I thought you'd be gone once you recovered. You said, I just think living here isn't so bad. Herculette asked. You still have a long way before the challenge, right? Yu nodded. Yeah. Suddenly his expression shifted. But you should leave today before night falls. I'm serious. Yu thought his eyes suddenly changed. This was the face before he entered battle. Yu wondered why today. He explained the place would become extremely dangerous. Yugon insisted I can handle myself. Herculette didn't change his mind. Listen to me. Consider it a favor. His face was serious, urging Yu. Yu thought he looked troubled. I know he's worried I'll get hurt, but maybe the real reason is he doesn't want anyone watching him fight. In the end, I don't want to make things hard for Herculette. Before you go, there's something I want to ask. Herculette stopped and looked at him. Yugon continued, you're very different from the rumors. Why do you hate giants so much? His eyes flared with anger. I don't know where you heard those rumors, but watch your mouth. Yugon wasn't afraid. They used to get along well. Suddenly, a massive surge of furious energy burst from him, startling Yu. Yugon was surprised, magic so dense his body felt like it might explode. Herculette tried to stay calm. Don't ask about Han Lin Tin. We're not close enough for that kind of curiosity. Go. This level is very different from anywhere you've been. Yu watched his back. We've only known each other a few days in this timeline, so getting close is tough. It's really frustrating. Then Yu warned, when you learn the truth, things might change. Herculette didn't answer, firmly picking up a hat made from beast hide. Yu really wanted to hear it from him, the story of a hero, an idol, a friend. The system announced Day 16, the pact between humanity and giants was underway. The world's rulers were changing, and alien races in the area would face harsher punishments. The giants now ruled the world. Below, disgusting hands began rising from the ground, demonic creatures with pitch-black, terrifying forms. Herculette told you to stay put if he didn't want to get caught up in this. The demons immediately lunged, breathing fire at him. The once peaceful green forest quickly turned into a blazing inferno. Herculette charged forward alone to fight them. His strikes were so powerful the demons hesitated. Amid the flames, he was like a thriving green branch, relentlessly pushing forward despite their furious attacks. The system issued a warning while he stayed focused on the fight. Yugon stood still, not joining the battle, while the demons here were already badly beaten. Without any sharp weapons, Herculette fought barehanded, swinging a thick branch continuously. His aura was overwhelming. A massive explosion shook the forest as the fire spread. Though he killed many demons, more kept emerging from the ground. Herculette didn't flinch. He gritted his teeth and pressed forward, striking relentlessly. Yugon recalls Herculette's warning, once you raise your fist, it must have a clear purpose. Fighting without a cause is just mindless slaughter. Back then he was confused, only hearing the word purpose echoing in his mind. It seems Yuon finally understands that old saying. It's hard to believe, even witnessing it firsthand, the mindless slaughter Herculette spoke of is exactly what he's doing now. Right now, Herculette is still fiercely battling the demons. Yu can't help but be shocked. Seeing it with his own eyes, it's unbelievable. A senseless rampage, and it's coming from Herculette himself. Is this his fate after the Great Titan War? Fighting alone relentlessly for thousands of years, he's carrying the weight of a war that was already doomed. Herculet's hand grips the tree trunk so tight deep grooves appear. The sky burns red from the fire's remnants. The once lush forest is gone. After finishing, he tells Yugon, "This area's safe now. If you want to live, find a safe place or stay put and don't move." Thoughts swirl in his mind. Herculet is enduring a punishment beyond what a typical ranker could bear. This power is not to be underestimated. Yon silently follows Herculet without a word, which surprises him a bit. Suddenly he asks, "You don't even know where I'm headed, so why follow me?" Yoon replies calmly, "True, I don't know where you're going, but I know what you're doing, wiping out the remaining titans, right?" Herculet doesn't deny it. "Not just any titans. I'm hunting Gigantes, one of the 3 strongest titans of the clan. This journey is deadly. I can't guarantee your safety when I face him." Yugon repeats the name quietly, Gigantes. Then he seriously tells Herculet, "I know where he is." The forest still echoes with the aftermath of the battle. Flames flow like a river of fire. Yu doesn't wait for Herculet's approval. He steps ahead leading the way. "Need me to guide you?" Hearing this, Herculet's fists clench tightly, trembling. "What?" "Why?" Herculet asks, agitated. "How do you know that?" Yugon stays calm, touching the angry fist, gripping his shoulder. "Let go, you'll break my bones." Realizing he overreacted, Herculet steps back. "Sorry, you said you know the way. Where is he?" He wonders. "In the lava river. I went down there but didn't find him," Yu says. "No, he's deeper. Beneath the blazing lava, hot enough to incinerate anything." Herculet warns, "Step back a bit, put this on." Yoon stands still confused, but lets him. Then Herculet's solid foot steps onto the lava without a hint of heat. Yugon watches Herculet, as if searching for something. Suddenly Herculet crouches and strikes the ground hard, sending molten rock flying. The stones quickly block the lava flow. Yu thinks this should be enough cover, but better to wear this and wait here. Herculet asks in surprise, "There's deeper down here." Almost there, Yu calmly points ahead, repeating the strike 3 more times. Then he follows Yu's lead, striking the ground hard. Lava keeps flowing out. He keeps hitting cracks spreading across the ground. Soon a beam of light shines, illuminating the space where they stand. Herculet stares in disbelief. Is this underground? Beneath the green canopy, the scene is cool and refreshing. They both descend. Herculet is amazed. "How did you know this place existed?" Yugon replies, "I have my sources." He wonders, "Sources?" Yugon grimaces. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you. And even if you wanted to, you couldn't meet them." Herculet is curious. "What do you mean, someone on a higher floor I've never been to?" Yugon says, "Let's just say that." Thinking to himself, "I know from your future self's mouth it's possible to meet, but it's hard to believe, so better to keep it vague." Yugon quickly brushes it off. "Enough questions. Follow me if you want to know the truth." Watching young Herculet's back, I can't help but wonder, after all this time I thought I finally found someone to talk to, maybe even be friends with. But is this a trap? Could he be a spy for the giants? What truth is he hiding? Have I ever been fooled before? Even if this is a trap, I'll destroy everything. Yu turns to look at him, clearly cautious, keeping his distance from me. Herculet falls silent for a moment. Seeing him stop, I get curious. "Why did you stop? Can I throw a punch that hard in that direction?" "Go ahead and try." Herculet wonders. "There's no path, and I don't sense anyone else there. What's the point of punching into thin air?" "Fine, let's see what happens." Herculet channels his power, shaking the entire mountain. I'm stunned by the tremor, the power. It's you. Gigantes U world recalls that in the future the giants will be slain here by Hercules himself. The Second Great War of the Giants starts with this event. Many lives lost, weakening the forces fighting the otherworldly invaders. I have to stop this at all costs. Yu asks Hercule, "Are you excited? Does revenge satisfy you?" Herculet's whole body radiates deadly intent as he stares at him. "Revenge? How do you know about that? What are you doing here? Who are you?" I'm still trying to figure that out. Before he can finish, a terrifying voice booms. It's the giant hunter who's come all this way. He roars, gathering his power, eyes locked on him. Herculet, I know why you're here. The blood of the countless giants you've slain stains every corner of this land. I'll chop off your head and throw it to that cursed wretch. Humanity will pay for breaking the pact. Seeing the tension rise, Yu steps in to stop it. Hold on. Violence seems to be your common language, huh? He pulls out the necklace from Ares' neck. Do you even know why you're fighting? Gigantes asks. Who are you? That's the giant hunter. He's killed many of my people and won't stop. Need any other reasons? Yugon turns to him. What about you? Herculet says. I want revenge for my mother. You died at the hands of the giants. Then he shows the necklace to him. Herculet immediately recognizes its owner. Curious, he asks, how do you have this? Yugon shrugs. I took it from Ares. Herculet doubts. Why would he keep it? Yon continues, see for yourself. The system chimes in confirming the user. User confirmed Herculet, son of Ankmane. Memories from the necklace begin. A familiar voice startles him. I'm sorry for bringing you into this cruel world where everyone wants to use you. But I hope you grow kind and use your power wisely. Memories of his mother appear. Herculet, this is dangerous. Drop it. Hera, this child is innocent. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Hercule. Hurry, apologize to her. You mustn't use your power like that. As he grew, he became incredibly strong. Mom, I've passed the trial. Your rank is higher than your father's. She was so proud of her son, Hercule. He mastered more skills. Happy moments with his mother flash by. Probably the happiest moment of his life. Suddenly a voice behind her says Hercule has become a traitor. Anmen is heartbroken but still too young for battle. The voice continues, it's not time yet. Let him focus on leveling up, but not for long. She looks disappointed. Do you really want to turn our son into a weapon of war? The man coldly says. He's my son. She sobs, kneeling. No, even if your blood runs in him, he's still my child. He coldly lifts her chin. Anmen, poor woman. Though you didn't want to bear him, just looking in your eyes, I can see how much you love him. So much love. The ruthless expression on Rot's face appeared. Anmen was furious. He's gone mad, treating him as a weapon, not as his own blood and flesh. He admitted it plainly. Yes, it's the ultimate weapon, she shouted. How dare you say that? He continued, I have many children and women too, ready to bear more for me. As long as I stand atop this tower, I can create a second or even third Hercule. Then came the bloody fight scene. A familiar voice echoed a guild leader and a giant, but too weak. The speaker was Ares, disdainful. I was wondering how he'd take Hercule away. So this is how it is. True to his nature, cowardly and shameful. You think my son will let this slide? He guessed, sensing war was imminent from the urgency in his tone. Poor kid, which Hercule are you? Second, third. What's the name of Rot's new hunting dog? Ares stood there indifferent. As long as he respected Rot, nothing else mattered. Then he said coldly, Anmeni died at the hands of the giant. That's all Hercule needs to know. Hercule's desperate screams echoed endlessly as he relived the memory. Stop it, just stop. His trembling hands couldn't believe what he saw. Olympus was cruel beyond belief. Hercule wanted to rush and hold his mother, but couldn't. Her weak voice rang out again. Alina, there's a high chance you'll die. He'll never let the child he wants to raise be a peaceful weapon in your hands. He'll kill, making that child drown in hatred. Ankmeen heard her sister say, stay away from Hercule, just tell him. Anmeen was in pain. No, even if his fate is to become a weapon against this world, I won't turn my back on him. How could I abandon that small hand just to save myself? Helena trembled. Anmene, is this because of your responsibility as a mother? She rubbed her sister's hand. No, I just paused for a moment. Tears fell like rain. Remembering her tiny son Anmeen, said she truly loved this child. She told him, there's never been a moment I didn't love you. Every second with you made me happy. I always felt peace watching you grow each day. As she lay dying, she thought of her child. Hercule, thank you for being my son. Then Anmene breathed her last. 3 years in a pool of blood, never to see her little son again. Those memories pierced his mind like shards. Hercules' voice trembled. I never knew this. You watched as he hesitated, wanting to say something. At the same time, Gigantes asked, did you risk coming here to clear the misunderstanding between Hercule and the giant? Jan didn't deny it. Yes, so he knows about the ring's power, but he's not surprised. He pondered. Right now, I remember I heard your Kim Yugon. You wondered. Wasn't he always asleep? Gigantes said. Not entirely. I wake sometimes to listen in. Hearing this, Yugon was curious. He asked, then why didn't you stop Hercule? Gigantes pointed to his wound. This scar is from the lightning of Tanhan Dan, and it takes a long time to heal. So I used this time to prepare for the upcoming war. You calculated in your mind the giant was also preparing for battle. The Second Great War would be far larger than the first. Many major guilds were destroyed, and a powerful force like the giant clan shared the same fate. It's all because of that bastard Rot that things became irreparable, Gigantes said. You really dealt Poseidon a harsh blow, and it seems Olympus isn't too happy either. So whose side are you on? Yugon fell silent, tacitly admitting. Gigantes praised your cunning. When you're in my position, even one decision can change the world. You have enough power to wipe out a floor of the tower, yet here you are trying to convince me. Didn't expect to be so hospitable one day. A small human like you is making history. You didn't hide his pride. Honestly, I feel the same. Gigantes looked at you helplessly, and you're not even humble. If I were a giant, I'd have promoted you high in the clan by now. Yugun is not honored. Stop inviting me, I'm already busy enough. The ground is shaking. Gigantes looks toward Hercule. All right now, let's see what this person chooses. He's still drowning in sorrow from the memories of that necklace. This secret has been hidden for years. He even lived with the one who cruelly killed his mother. Now he's consumed by guilt and pain beyond words. His heart feels like it's being sliced open with a knife. He punches himself hard in the face. Then Hercule collapses helplessly to the ground. The painful past about his mother haunts his mind with no escape. He feels he can't forgive himself, so he keeps punching his face until it's bruised. Yugon sees his madness and steps forward to stop him. Enough, stop it already. Luckily, a bit of reason remains. He kneels on the ground. Where is that bastard Ares? Yugon replies calmly, dead. By my hand. Hercule quickly stands up. Then I must avenge Rot. He kneels before Gigantes. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding that led me to kill your clansmen. I offer my life to atone for my sins under your command. But not now. Gigantes immediately understands. You intend to go after Rot. Herculet sadly replies, yes, I will kill my father and then return to atone. Gigantes questions, I won't forgive you. Do you know how many of my people died by your hand? He pauses, then continues, but you and your mother were victims of Rot, so I won't punish you. If you want to atone even a little, listen, carefully destroy Olympus. Hearing this, Herculet feels a bit relieved. He stands, puts the last necklace of his mother around his neck and says firmly, all right, in the name of my mother, I swear I will. The shell necklace glows brightly as it returns to its rightful owner. Herculet looks at Yugon. Thank you, I owe you this. Without you, this war wouldn't have stopped. Cut to the chase. If you feel indebted, then here. You plan to attack Olympus directly. Herculet doesn't deny it. Yes, he says firmly. Then let me give you a gift. Suddenly a strong golden energy swirls around them. Herculet wonders quietly, there's a shadow that looks so familiar, just like his father. He can't help but be curious. What's this, Kim Yugon? Who is this? Yugon asks Herculet. Don't you recognize him? At the same time, the system sounds and he realizes it's none other than Ares. Seeing him, Ares angrily shouts, Kim Yugon, you bastard. Ares grits his teeth, glaring at him like a mortal enemy, then charges. Yugon swings his sword. They say the spirit is weaker than the body, but sometimes it's the opposite. Herculet guesses this is willpower, right? Yugon explains, when alive, Ares was a high-ranking officer. Most would be writhing in pain by now, but a high officer is different. Then he points his sword at Ares and tells Herculet, so go ahead, beat him to your heart's content. Hearing this, Herculet's eyes suddenly turn cold. He stares at Ares without blinking. His fists tremble with emotion. Beg me for mercy, Ares yells. Not a chance. Before he finishes, a fierce punch flies at Ares' face, distorting it. Even Yugon is startled by the attack. His face darkens, he didn't expect Herculet to hit that hard. After hitting Ares, Herculet breathes out, clearly satisfied. It's definitely easier now. But of course, he won't stop at just one punch. Herculet keeps hitting harder, even more brutal than before. Ares takes blow after blow. Herculet's fury keeps pouring onto him. Yu stands outside silently watching the brutal scene on the screen. Why doesn't he just disappear after all this? Ares is so beaten, he's unrecognizable. He screams in pain, begging them to stop. His face looks like a zombie's now. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. Herculet says, darkly staring at Ares. Sorry, fine, keep going. Yugon watches him so drunk, can't help but wonder. How much longer can I keep this skill up? I've never summoned hell for this long before. On the other side, Ares screams in agony. Kill me. Yugon bites his lip in fear, but resolves to stop him. Finally, you manage to stop Herculet's rage. Ares lies pitifully on the ground. Yu continues, if you're not satisfied, just tell me. I can fight as much as you want. He replies, enough. He deserves more punishment, but there are others who deserve death more. He sighs, true. Need help, I have some useful info too. Herculet is surprised, you know more. He darkens, wondering who's colluding. Who agrees to kill Ankmani, who's friend or foe right now. Herculet clenches the hands of Hades, Hagen, Kim, Yugon, and these others. My mother once. Yugon cuts off his thoughts. Don't rush to act alone, you can't take him down by yourself. Herculet continues, destroy Olympus, right, I know that's your goal, but I hope you're not expecting me to just endure until your plan unfolds. Yoon speaks up. Of course, besides dropping out, destroy whatever you want, I won't stop you. Call me when you need me. Herculet is satisfied. Then fine, I'll start right now. Yu adds, I'll do it my way. Herculet says nothing, just silently glances at him. Then he quickly rushes off. Ares angrily curses, I forgot you're a death mage. Damn it. Yugon looks at him with contempt, careful not to slip up. Ares snarls, how dare you? He quickly shouts a threat. Hulette looks like this move really works. Ares backs down scared. Hold on. Yugon's face darkens, radiating deadly intent, like he's ready to call Herculet to finish him off any time. Ares cowers like a scared pup. Sorry for the mistake, Yugon is pleased. That's right, I can erase minds and use people like puppets. Like other spirits, but having free will is better, right? Ares boldly asks, you want me to serve you? I refuse. You're Olympus enemy. I can't point my sword at my father and mother. Even if Hulette is terrifying, you can't negotiate, so you threaten. Then I have no choice but to force you into this battle. But no matter what you think, I'll use your power to achieve my goal, then destroy everything. Even if it's Olympus. You look him straight in the eye, determined. But if you agree to help, I won't force anyone to fight Olympus. I swear on this system's name. Ares is surprised. What? The reason you haven't tempted him yet is because a high-level schemer's soul like Ares is extremely rare. Though the mental work is tough, I want to turn him into a conscious death spirit. In the end, he agrees. Fine, make the pact with me. Saying that won't stop you from stabbing me in the back. You reach out your hand already thinking about betrayal. Alright, both quickly sign the contract. The pact is formed. This soul now fully belongs to the player. This soul can't fight Olympus alongside the player. If the pact breaks, the soul is free. You've gained the allegiance of the war god. The war god's power is restored. Scene shifts to the 77th floor at Hera's temple. Everything here is extremely tense. A voice echoes. Hera still hasn't arrived, the other replies. Maybe. This time she's been gone longer than usual. Sigh, what are we even accomplishing? The situation's getting more chaotic. Just one player is causing all this mess. Mus shakes his head. Then he cuts ties with Paul Sidon. How did one of the three major gods fall this far? Rumor says Hades and Paul Sidon are cooperating, so many want to seize control. Right, I've heard that too. They're no pushovers. Suddenly, a green light flashes, causing a massive explosion that blows up the wall. He and Methus chatting stare in shock at the quake, wondering what just happened. What was that? Another soldier shouts in panic. What the hell? We're under attack. Herculet roared aggressively. Where is he? Where's the Lady Hera? Hater panicked. He came here alone. You bastard, which guild are you from? Mantius blocked him. Wait, he's the hero Herculet. Huh, surprised he blurted out, what? Why is the hero of the giant war here? Herculet's dark aura radiated deadly intent as he stared at them. Don't make me repeat myself. The group was terrified, unsure what had happened to make his gaze so hostile. One of them replied, he's gone. What do you want? Herculet's killing intent flared. Is that so? Without hesitation he charged fiercely. We'll have to return after this palace is destroyed. One of them gritted his teeth in anger. How rude. Being a war hero is ancient history. We Olympus rankers don't fear some outdated relic like you. Someone beside tried to hold him back. If words don't work, don't rush to fight. Our opponent is Herculet. He hasn't even used his full strength, and everything here is already in ruins. A soldier aggressively charged at Herculet with his weapon. But he didn't expect Herculet to dodge so swiftly and effortlessly. And of course he immediately counterattacked the soldier. Herculet said coldly, if you want to stop me, come at me, all of you. The scene shocked the Lin group. They called him the Giant Butcher, and it was no exaggeration. Seeing his cold glare, the group silently thought, we're going to die here. Herculet glared, all of you come at me. Meanwhile, Yugon was messaging Han, surprised. Oh my god, Kim Yugon, did you pull it off? Yugon said. Hera's palace was just attacked by Herculet. Hearing this, Hagon teased, did you egg him on or what? Yugon was resting in bed, waiting for news from Herculet. He thought to himself, Herculet's already causing trouble. Then he told Han, I just advised him to start there. We're on the same side now. Hagen kept making noise. Wait, what did you say to him to get him on board? Hey, don't stay silent like that. Ignoring each other, Yugon didn't reply, and turned over to rest. Not hearing back, Han shouted, hey, don't tell me you're sleeping. Before he could close his eyes, another message popped up, Hades is ready. Seeing this, he quickly sat up. Looks like their plan is about to start. Yugon smiled at the message. The message I've been waiting for. Hagon kept sending texts. Hey Kim Yugon, what did you do and where are you now? Let's meet up. Yugon stretched lazily. Everything was in place. He planned the final move to topple the last domino. Then he messaged Han, come to floor 42, I need your help. They quickly arrived at floor 42. This was Hades' domain, so everything was secure. Han looked puzzled at Yan, asking him to repeat. He continued, the fight against your father, I want you to join. Hagen was surprised. Fight? Hua Yun asked back. Didn't you prepare to fight your father already? He stammered. No, those are two different things. Hagen talked about his father, the king of Olympus, ruler of the skies, lord of thunder, ranked 9th on the ranker board. He knew better than anyone what being 9th in this tower meant. Although I climbed the tower faster than others in terms of power, I'm nothing compared to my father. With my current strength, I can't gain much. What's the point of joining? Yugon interrupted. It's more useful than you think, Hagen wondered. I know you're not one to talk nonsense, but I need to hear the reason clearly. Yu asked. There are two reasons. Which one do you want first? The first reason is actually the premise for the second. The first one will surprise you. Han was silent. Has he ever said anything that didn't shake things up? Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Yug replied quickly. Fine. I only truly love one child. That's you, Han. Hearing this reason wasn't unexpected for Yugon, but Hagon was stunned. It felt like the whole world stopped. Inside, he was screaming furious and confused. He continued, so what now? All right, if you say so, rank doesn't matter when the only child you love betrays you. But still it sounds ridiculous even coming from you and your radiating anger. Why would father love me and bring me into this world? Well, I'm grateful too. But mom raised me. If anyone loves me, it has to be her. Everyone knows the path my father walks. Just look at Herculet. Olympus values goals and results over reasons or justice. They won't hesitate to use any means to achieve their ends. So what exactly are you saying? Yugon asked. If you don't believe me, I don't know what else to say, but I'm not lying. Hagen replied. I think so too. Everything you've said so far somehow turned out to be true. Like you're someone from the future. I need to think this over, give me a few hours. No, just a few minutes. Saying this is harsh, but let's see if he makes the same choice as before. Suddenly a message popped up. Hagan was annoyed, deep in thought who could be bothering him now. Then he hurriedly told Yan there's trouble. Father just ordered an attack on the demon sect. The message from Appin read, Father just commanded an attack on the demon sect. I heard your friend is the deputy leader there. Right after Olympus's fiery chariot soared through the sky. He didn't say a word the entire way. Jan glanced back to watch him. Finally, you speak. Are you ready? Han looked sad but still asked. We must stop this war at all costs. I can't just sit back and watch hundreds of thousands die for nothing. Yugon sighed. Good mindset. Hagen asked. Have you contacted the demon sect yet? It's bad. You said I just told them I'm on the 10th floor and warned them to be careful. John Mugen is there, so it should be fine, plus other senior agents. I'm trying to reassure myself that nothing major will happen. But inside, he still felt uneasy. You wondered, why do I still feel so unsettled? You figured Apollo's brothers are targeting Hades, so you won't send them. Then it'll be Athena Head and Dionysus. They're calling other guilds for backup. I don't think any guild wants to get involved with Olympus right now, Yugon asked Hagen. Could it be that Russ will use that card? What's so surprising about that? Another secret only you know, you recounted. There's a senior agent imprisoned in Olympus for a long time. Even in Olympus, fewer than 10 people know about him. Hagen scoffed. So how do you know? Why all the mystery and why do you think Father will use him? Yugi, because he's worthless now. The next great war won't happen. Hakulet switched sides and the three great gods are divided. Rus can't even sway Hephaestus. A huge weapon ally remains, so war might still break out. But Olympus will need thousands more years to rebuild its strength. So it's no surprise Russ will use that agent even if it's a double-edged sword. It's his trump card. Hagen spoke up, but even so, how could that put Father in danger? Yugon said, you'll understand when it happens. Yugon walked deep in thought. I need to hurry up now. Scene shifts to Olympus warships successfully infiltrating the demon sect's territory. Athena leads the troops. She stood inside aggressively watching the situation, her face betraying pure cruelty. She ordered to eliminate Kim Yugon first, then destroy the demon sect. Flashback, Athena said, Brother Mugen and a clone of the great sage equal to heaven are with Kim Yugon. We'll need at least 4 senior agents. The other quickly agreed, sending Otis and Hemet now, and the rest will arrive tomorrow. Athena, with her wicked thoughts, decided it was time to eliminate them all. Suddenly a voice rang out, shattering Athena's dark plans. What a nuisance. What's the point of dragging us into this, she growled. Don't slack off focus. The other was annoyed, but I hate fighting. He was head god of freedom and thievery, a high-ranking Olympian, yet he still agreed. Fine, quick fight, quick win. That way we don't spill too much blood. Suddenly, a shockwave erupted, a powerful light slicing the boat in half, startling everyone. The boat's speed dropped sharply, and though close to the target, it couldn't move forward. From the base of the heavenly demon sect, a protective force seemed to envelop the area. Athena panicked, shouting, why not teleport the ship to safety? He spoke up. Wait, I'm not the one who can't do it. I've never seen anything like this, not even in the Great Wars. At least I'd adjust it to crash before the heavenly demon sect, not into the cliffs. Athena glared, the heavenly demon sect's Chujin. I thought he just hid in the mountains, but he's not slacking off at all. He's gotten stronger. The one with half the martial power finally spoke. After today, the heavenly demon sect's rank will definitely change. Muji swiftly drew his sword, just a light greeting. He glared at Athena. Listen up, all sect members, protect Tian Shan and our heavenly demon sect. Instantly, everyone in the demon sect sprang into action under Tian Ma's command, ready to defend their land. Athena quickly summoned her power. Her staff with 2 intertwined snakes radiated a terrifying aura. After all, she was a war goddess. This aura was nothing new. The Blade King and Fist King flinched in fear. Then a barrage of attacks slammed toward the heavenly demon sect warriors. But the distance was too great. Casualties were minimal. Athena ordered the 4 at the front to defeat the arrogant elders of the heavenly demon sect. He quickly obeyed. Athena then shouted, rallying her troops to advance. All Olympus forces annihilate the heavenly demon sect. Her steely voice echoed through the mountains, shaking the ground. The soldiers surged forward, hacking and slashing. In moments, blood stained the entire battlefield red. Bodies piled high. Hey, over here fighting alone against the 4 heavenly kings of the heavenly demon sect. Furious, the Blade King snapped. Those Olympus fools are insane, attacking our heavenly demon sect in broad daylight. This is because we let an outsider join Tian Shan vice leader, all because of the sacred flame. Elder Belim shouted, are you crazy? How dare you blame the vice leader? Meanwhile, Hem intensified his inner power against them. The Wound King tried to stop the quarrel. Enough, now's not the time for fights. This guild's a mess. Behind Athena, whatever she brought began to crack. A deep voice asked, what should I do? She said, stay put until I give the order. Inside the voice asked, if I obey, will I be freed? She glanced over indifferent, replying perfunctorily, yes. The voice asked again, are you Athena? But at that moment, heavenly demon Chan Mujin vanished while she was distracted. The voice pressed. You'll let me out, right? Athena answered. Yes, Father promised. Stay put until I call. Suddenly, the one inside seemed agitated, mumbling incoherently, Father's fallen. At the same time, a streak of blue light shot from the sky toward it. The aura inside the prison kept spreading. The captive kept mumbling, Fallen, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please let me out, release me. Just then you landed nearby, hearing every word from inside Yugon. Strangely, the egg inside your system kept baring its teeth. The tension was sky high. Outside, the battle had intensified far beyond before, so no one noticed the stirrings of the captive here. The bodies around somehow piled into heaps. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the cracks, bloodied and surrounded by corpses. A gentle female voice spoke softly. She looked toward the heavenly demon sect's base, unable to help but sigh. The light was so beautiful. She recalled someone once told her, "This is a gift for you, but you must never open this box no matter what happens." She remembered crying a lot and staring closely at that box. It was a gift from the enemy who killed her parents. The beautiful light shining from that box was the same light. Something was escaping from inside. No one noticed the strange thing behind them because everyone was too busy fighting to let their guard down. Suddenly, a beautiful young woman slowly approached the chaotic battlefield. The soldiers murmured, "What the hell is that?" It seemed she was from Olympus, a support soldier. The beautiful girl who had been imprisoned for years was Pandora. The soldiers approached her unarmed, rushing into the battlefield. "Are you crazy? If you're support, fall back." Her beauty made some of them blush. "Does Olympus really have someone like her? Where did she come from? So beautiful." A gentle voice echoed, "You must be scared." His eyes were filled with obsession as he looked at her, but at this moment he seemed out of his mind. Pandora continued, "In just a few minutes you'll die horribly. There's no way the heavenly demon sect will spare Olympus. They will tear us apart true to their savage nature. My body won't be buried in Olympus territory. I'll be buried in a foreign land. I'll die a brutal death. I won't survive to return. I will die. Die painfully and alone, just like that." Those thoughts echoed in his mind. Dying now might hurt less, maybe even torture. Because of this, the soldiers near Pandora inexplicably coughed up blood and died instantly after seeing her. Her gaze was dark and full of death, the cold stare of the Grim Reaper. Mujin, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "What kind of monster did you bring here?" "I don't know." "What do you think it is?" Athena thought silently. Pandora has lost control and gone out on her own. If she joins the battlefield, we might wipe out the heavenly demon sect in one sweep. But our army will suffer heavy losses. Only Head and the heavenly demon will survive. She was confused, wondering what to do. Why did she have to appear now? From afar, a brilliant light quickly approached Athena's fighting area. She glanced over and whispered with satisfaction, "She's here." On Yugon's side, the closer he got, the more excited the egg became. It was baring its teeth and swallowing saliva. The egg kept urging him, making Yugon momentarily flustered. He immediately knew it was reacting to Pandora. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly to grab her attention. "Pandora, where are you going?" Yu shouted even louder. "Stay here, there's nothing fun over there." Hagon landed but couldn't stand Pandora's voice. He bit his lip and covered his ears, feeling a sharp pain in his head. "What the hell is this feeling?" Seeing Pandora's blurry figure, he asked Yugon, "Hey, who is that?" Yugon instructed Hagran, "Go support the sect leader at Tianzone, don't stay near here." He quickly agreed. "Right, I think that's best. Something feels too dangerous here." "Kim Yugon, you have to be careful too. He really looks like his father," so Pando almost mistook him for him. Seeing Hagen leave, she got angry. "You know you still won't win if you do that right. It's useless. Everyone will die. Why haven't you given up yet? Why keep suffering like this? You know the chance of winning is less than 1%, right?" Yoon was a bit dizzy. She was exaggerating everything, even the smallest negative thought. "This is the first time I've felt this terrible." The egg was reacting, meaning it was also a seed dropped by chaos. Yuguno gripped his sword tightly and said to the egg, "The table is set, let's party." As soon as he gave permission, it happily opened its huge mouth ready to feast. Suddenly, it stopped reacting and lay still. He glared and scolded. "Hey, do I have to feed you myself? Come on, be useful for once." Pandora covered her face and cried, "Why are you stopping me? Why?" Yu calmly replied that her existence was harmful to us. Pandora couldn't help but wonder. At the same time, he quickly struck a blow toward her, but somehow the attack couldn't reach the target, and the lightning shard reacted with Kini. Where he struck, a huge explosion erupted, but he was unharmed. Yugon calculated that this wouldn't work. He had to give it his all, leaving no opening. As soon as he thought this, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, aimed at the opponent. But the scary part was before she even acted, he was already thrown to the ground where Yan stood, the earth and rocks shattering endlessly. Pandora's gaze alone made him struggle a bit. Truly a formidable opponent. Yugon showed no fear. He smiled lightly. "Strong, but this is a fight I must win." Thinking this, his face suddenly turned pale. The theory is one thing, but how do I actually win now? Not wanting to stay weak for long, he quickly got up after Pandora's surprise attack. Then Yugon charged at her with his sword, but Pandora remained unfazed. Yugon's attacks were all easily dodged by her. He pushed hard, but still couldn't get close. Her eyes seemed to hold a terrifying secret. Just looking at the surrounding rocks felt like they were rigged to explode non-stop. Yu covered his bleeding wound. Close combat wasn't working. His stamina was draining fast. He angrily said, "Cut the crap. If you've got any conscience, come and take me on." Now it finally showed its face. He scowled, "I'm this close to boiling you alive." Yugon quickly activated his fiery eyes and battle senses. He silently calculated. Pandora's rank was higher than Athena's when she was active, and now it wasn't much different, so a direct fight wouldn't work. Meanwhile, the lightning shard reacting with Kini activated demonic energy. He felt a bit lost. What should I do now? At this moment, Pandora sadly spoke. Why? Why are you trying to kill me? What did I do wrong? She seemed out of control, muttering non-stop. No, I don't want to. Pandora spoke, and the surroundings kept getting destroyed. Seeing things spiraling out of control, he forced himself to believe there was still another way. Think Yugon started calculating Pandora's power based on her negative emotions. In a fight like this, her strength grows with her feelings, so she must be even stronger now. If I can cut off what's boosting her power, I'll have a chance to win. Wait, if I still have something that can absorb those negative emotions. Meanwhile, Athena and Mujin were still locked in battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Their relentless attacks and fierce pressure shattered the rocks around them. This was truly a major clash between two powerful warriors. The mountains shook violently, but it seemed their strength was almost evenly matched. For now, neither warrior showed serious injury, and so the heavenly demon and the god of war fought endlessly as time slipped by. Mujin couldn't help but admire. She's fast able to release that much mana. That speed is incredible. On the other side, Athena was also surprised and impressed inwardly. He truly deserves the title of heavenly demon. Just as they finished their thoughts, a huge explosion shook the surroundings into chaos, smoke and dust filling the air. Athena, having fought an equal opponent, felt a bit exhausted. She thought Kim Yugon will fall soon. There's no way he can beat Pandora. The problem is the heavenly demon. I need to conserve energy to heal Pandora. But with someone this strong, Mujin quickly stepped forward. Look away, Mujin said. Do you see what's inside the shield? Like the fight of the cult leader, Athena sneered. Pathetic. Both you and that little cult leader will die here. Today marks the end of the heavenly demon cult. You'll regret ever crossing Kim Yugon even in your next life. Mujin smiled slyly. It seemed the heavenly demon cult had been silent for a while, and even a group like Ki dared to underestimate us. Kim Yugon's skills surpass most rankers, which is why he earned the title of cult leader. But that's not all. Kim Yugon's special talent lies in his strength and determination, finding a way to overcome everything even in the toughest situations without giving up. And you'll never understand that. The ones who will be defeated are all of you. Meanwhile, on Yugon's side, he has figured out how to use the holy fire to stabilize Pandora's mind. Faced with his fiery spirit, she hugged herself, trembling with fear as a burning sensation slowly took over Pandora. Yugon saw her reaction and whispered with satisfaction, though weak it could be swallowed. The reason he chose to use this flame is that the holy fire reacts to the enemy's fear. All of Pandora's current emotions are a feast for the holy fire. As long as Pandora's emotions don't change, the holy fire will grow stronger. Right then, he spoke while striking hard at Yugon, catching him off guard. Pandora's attack was still too powerful. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Pandora screamed loudly, striking again, and luckily the egg finally showed some signs of life. A cute voice sounded. Huh. You finally decided to hatch, huh? Finally you're ready. Swallow them whole. Right after the egg's sharp teeth quickly understood. It surrounded its master as if to protect him. This time Pandora seemed unable to react. She lay motionless as the egg gnawed on her body. Meanwhile, the egg's incubation rate was steadily rising. It looks like it's about to hatch right now. Yu watched silently. The incubation rate kept climbing and it seemed to be eating a lot. He was a bit surprised, thinking it was swallowing Pandora's power, very different from when it ate Orochimaru and Lensrod. If it hatches, will an outer god appear? Now, after finally being full, it's starting to hatch. The egg slowly floated into the air, emitting a beam of light. A pink crack appeared in the middle, and two glowing eyes stared intently at him. The egg was hatching. The first thing it saw was him. A cute voice echoed, huh? Where is this? Did Dad bring me here? Yugo curiously used his fire eyes to see inside. I can't see anything, but something seems to be hatching. Finally, the egg successfully hatched, and now he quickly made a contract with it. The egg hadn't developed anything to speak of yet, just a tiny form like an angel at level 1. Yu stared in surprise, carefully observing. What hatched was nothing like he imagined, not a terrifying monster, but a tiny boy. Is this an outer god? The boy's gaze looked at Yan with affection. Suddenly, the boy's eyes flashed, a sly smile quickly appeared, and then a powerful burst of energy shot straight at Yugon, knocking him far back. His eyes now showed fiery vision, and a purple aura surrounded Yugon. He reached to his chest where something had just run into his hand. He sat down staring blankly at Pandora. She was lying quietly on the ground, radiating a gentle blue aura. Looking at her now, there was no sign of injury. He wondered to himself, is it over? At that moment, a voice rang out. What the hell is that? What did you just summon? Hem looked at the scene in front of him, clearly surprised. He turned pale, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Hem was now getting goosebumps all over. Yoon looked over puzzled. Is that Hem? He wondered if he couldn't sense any mana, because there was no hostile intent. Thinking that he asked, not planning to fight, Hem approached quickly. Of course I am. Yoojun spoke just now. You probably don't know I hate pointless fights. Weren't you called here? Hem looked around. Pandora is already spreading her power, so why fight? Also, those shoes are mine. I won't ask for details, so just be brief. Where have they been all this time? Turns out they were with you. He frowned, confused. Who would know? Yu thought to himself, it's not like I'm lying or even knowing his identity. Why get so annoyed? Suddenly a voice boomed, step back, and a huge explosion shook the surroundings. Bim blocked his path, annoyed. That sly guy tried to sneak attack after pretending to run away. Hemet stood up calmly. Everyone was fierce, but I surrender. This surprised Bim. Huh, you're smiling brightly. I don't want to keep fighting. I've already used up a lot of energy. What if that strange thing comes back? At the same time, a shockwave echoed, causing chaos all around. The voice of the newcomer rang out. Kim Yuan, it's you again. You can't help but show your attitude. Why does everyone just fall from the sky? Athena snapped. Was the Herculate incident you're doing? What did you do to make an Olympian god betray Olympus? You calmly crossed your legs. It wasn't me, it was you guys. I'm just reporting what happened. Athena cut in sharply. Stop insulting my father. You're the one responsible for the chaos in Olympus. Your helplessness is like water on a duck's back. Doesn't Athena know the relationship between Jay and Herculate? You quickly used your fiery eyes to confirm the truth. Seeing Athena's expression, you guessed she probably didn't know. Looking at his disinterested attitude, you were sure that even if Olympus fell, he wouldn't care. You wondered if Athena knew the truth, would she still fight the fall? Athena led the Gigantomachy and many other battles. She'll be useful. For now, just capture them. Thinking this, you quickly gave the order. Heavenly demon sect members and gods, capture Athena and Hemet for me. Yes, everyone quickly obeyed. Yes, master. Athena clenched her teeth in defiance. Hao shook his head. Sis, we lost. The heavenly demon sect rushed forward to capture them. What about the survivors? Gather them all in one place for now. Pandora was slowly waking up, but her eyes no longer showed anger or hatred. The first person she saw was you. Pandora whispered, Save me, Yugon. Whatever Pandora's past was, she clearly endured immense pain. The scene shifted to a grand castle, but today the atmosphere felt heavy. Inside, two people knelt silently. Apollo wondered, why did Han choose Kim Yugon as his only friend? Miss thought, why does Zhao always boss him around? What a coincidence. Over here, Rot was watching Athena and Hemet's fight. Seeing his two children defeated and captured, he calculated another 3,000 years to wait. His face darkened. Forgive me. 3,000 years to raise more children, all to become top-tier warriors. Must wait until Olympus's power recovers. Miss looked bitter. Just as I thought, he called us here to force some oath. Looking at his cruel father, she clenched her fist. Artis decided to run immediately. If only I could ride a chariot to the sun, even if it's my father catching me, wouldn't be easy. Then she and Apollo exchanged glances silently. Here it comes. The blazing red chariot landed near them, but Rot fiercely shattered it with lightning. Both panicked as he spoke. Disappointing. It's been so long since we met as a family, and you're already trying to leave. Not stopping there, he aimed his attack at his two children. You refused to fight, so who else are you secretly meeting? His tone was calm but full of anger. I'll ask again, whose side are you on? The scene quickly shifted to night. Everyone set up camp to rest. Inside the tent, familiar noises echoed as Hagen stammered loudly. He kept pointing at Pandora. Why is she still here? Just throw her out, she won't leave or talk. Yu sighed wearily. Do it yourself. He shouted again, how am I supposed to throw out a high-level demon? Then he ran off. I'm out of here. Unlike you, I want to keep my guts intact. Yu was stunned. He just ran away. Yu thought quietly. Even demons need their alone time for this stuff. The little one quickly touched your face. Ah, you're so cute, she cuddled close, babbling. Papa. Yu was helpless. Ah, dear. Then a voice rang out. It's me, Yu continued. Guard the camp gate, don't let anyone in. Meanwhile, the little one kept chattering. Pa. Ah, she quickly obeyed. Got it. You called to Pandora. I never said you could come. She answered calmly, but I heard it. You saw her unhappy attitude, and I didn't know why I suddenly felt that way. Suddenly the system popped up a notification telling you to give the egg kid a name. Yug was surprised. You didn't even think you had to name this egg of yours. Looking at the kid now, he seemed really excited, repeating names over and over. Yu looked at the kid's bright face, and suddenly the three words, cunning trickster, popped into his head. Yu thought to himself, looks just like a character from that League of Legends game I used to play a lot. Yug said to it, Dan Bung, from now on your name is Kim Dan Bung. The system quickly updated that the name was set. Dan Pung seemed to really like this name. The contract was complete. From now on, Kim Dan Pung could share some of his abilities. Pandora was speechless. What a weird name. Suddenly her voice rang out, startling him. That thing is scary. You didn't understand. Scary. He looked at Dan Pung in his hand. This tiny thing is instinctively rejected because it's been influenced by external forces for so long. Suddenly, a strange purple light appeared in the kid's eyes, enveloping the surroundings. Yu looked around, puzzled, observing, and guessing. Is this the same space as before? These strange things can only come from Dan Peng. Are you asking Zomi? Dan Peng said happily. Ba pa ba. Yugen couldn't help but wonder, glancing at the little kid he called me dad. Right after he found himself between Dan Bung's sharp teeth. Yug couldn't help but smirk. The little Dan Bung is already calling me dad. Talk about filial devotion. It seemed like he just fainted. Dan Bung cried out a few times. Ba pa ba made Yugon slowly open his eyes. He lay among sharp teeth wondering if he was being eaten. But Yugon quickly realized he was still fine. Turns out the kid had no intention of eating his dad. The teeth just bit into Yugon's body. Then very quickly he gained the Predator skill. Predator is a power containing the strength of a giant, a mysterious being of unknown identity, summoning a monster that devours targets and boosts stats based on the target's size. Yugon was amazed by this new skill. He wondered to himself. Predator Yugon recalled just now when naming it because the kid really liked that name. And after completing the contract between them, he gained the ability that Dan Bong had. Yugon spread his hands out admiring them. So those teeth are the Predator. He observed carefully again and evaluated through Dan Vung. Unknown identity, so it's an external eye, terrifying like a tidal wave, equivalent to a major disaster. Can I get stronger if I eat it? What is this? Isn't this just dinner? He looked at the stats sheet. Dan Peng's level, and stats weren't like a divine beast, more like a player. Yugon was pleased to have Dan Peng. This skill could completely reverse the original plan. He recalled the conversation with the great sage equal to heaven. The chance of winning was about 10%. At that time, Wukong was extremely surprised. What? That's it. You said the important thing is there's a chance. At this moment he couldn't hide his satisfaction, like he said before. Now we can finally break through the black hole. Suddenly he felt like he saw all his friends gathering here. So what now? What about our current chance? Yu looked at his two hands full of passion. It's no longer 1% but 10%. His mood couldn't help but lift. Bung Mi really is a lucky charm. The kid cheered too. Ba pa ba. Yuan continued, looking forward to a happy cooperation. Soon after Han finally got the chance to meet Dan Peng. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. What is this? Hagen kept pampering and cooing. So adorable. Yugo thought to himself whether he should be happy they believed his random words, or if they were just fools. He remembered how he bragged to Han that the egg he carried had hatched. It's a divine beast. Thinking of this, he quickly pushed Hagen away to warn him. Don't get too close or you'll get bitten. Hagen was surprised. Can it eat me? I might have been too affectionate since I only have one kid. Yu immediately turned away. Truly a parent's heart. He guessed they didn't know its true form, so they touched it. If they knew, they'd probably run 8 ways. Both quickly got serious about the main task. Yug spoke up. Sit down, I want to get straight to the point. Yu continued. Tell me about your mother. Hagen couldn't help but blink in confusion. Why all of a sudden? Why? Yu explained. Rut will move on its own, so I need to get used to the counters that work in this fight. I still don't get how my mom fits into this. He said that, crossing his arms sharply. Hey wait, don't tell me the counters are me. Yu looked at him seriously. Half of him was lost and he didn't understand what half meant. Yu continued. Though your power isn't fully developed yet, you definitely have half of it now. How you use that power will be the key to victory. Han said he didn't see what was so important, but someone as calculating as him would find the advantage. Then he began to tell my mom was incredibly beautiful, calm, and she only ever loved one person her whole life. Saying this, he recalled his father's angry face when he struck the well. He looked at the still water and muttered, You dare pretend you don't know. This is the pool that reflects the truth. Thanks to it, I figured it out. The faces of those standing before me and their reflections are completely different. Don't you understand that wanting to be loved is natural? Many have entered my life, but only 2 had matching expressions inside and outside the pool. Hera always looked down on me, as the only one smiling, probably thinking I was crazy. I fell into love again, drawn by that sincerity, giving away half of myself like this. Hagen recounted with a thoughtful expression. Yugen couldn't help but be curious. So she's the only woman Rut loved. Hagen didn't deny it. Yeah, that sums it up. He continued, unsure if it was just the 2 of them. Nemes was there too. And another thing. You said he heard both had joined Hades' side, yet Hagen was quite surprised by this. Really. If it were my mom, she'd stand by Dad no matter what. You was honest. You're really different from Mom. He fidgeted nervously, overwhelmed by such great love. Even if Mom knew what was right, she was still blindly in love. You spoke up. Are you okay saying that about your mom? Hagen said that was what she told him herself, which is why she didn't want him to live like that. Olympus was originally made to bring order to the chaos in the tower. I want to inherit that foundation because that's the real Olympus. Yoon said loudly, All right, get up. After dealing with that, I'm dead tired. Han looked at Dan Peng, startled to see him climb up so suddenly. Get lost. Yu checked messages and immediately announced action. Your baids have moved already. Han was surprised. He nervously placed Dan Peng on his head again. Now it's our turn to strike Olympus where it hurts. Dad will move soon too. Olympus is about to feel some real worry. He was a bit anxious. Could this be the final battle? Yugun said, this might be the last fight with Olympus. Hagen was surprised. Olympus, huh? Looks like you already have a plan for after that, Yoon reminded him. Remember what I said when we first met? I'll smash the ceiling of this tower. Han was stunned. Oh, I said I'd break through the second ceiling. Didn't expect to meet someone sharing my dad's goal during the tutorial. He was curious what Kim Yugon really had up there. What was so important that both he and my dad were obsessed with it? Yan frowned. You don't need to know yet. Han didn't argue. All right, not yet. I think when the time's right, Yan will tell you himself. Scene shifts to floor 32, peaceful world. Head keeps fighting relentlessly. The corpse on the ground was Poseidon's third son. Oron looked down on him now, even using his nephew as a weapon. Oh, remember what Yugon said, after toppling the second temple, no one will bother from the third temple onward. They're already losing anyway. But by the fifth, they'll send Olympus's army to wear you down as much as possible. Only when you're about to fall will you face Rut. Yugon warned carefully. He knew better than anyone how cunning and cautious Rut was. So don't let your thirst for revenge blind you. Stick to the plan, just stall, no need for more, just enough. Hagen was amazed. Everything was exactly as Yugon said. Kim Yugon seemed even above Rut, above that damn old man, thinking that he quickly charged forward to strike. Suddenly, a massive force slammed straight at Herculet. From afar, that shadow circled out. He called Herculet's name like seeing an old friend. Herculet immediately recognized the name Dionysus. He grinned slyly and said to him, "Take this lesson from me." Then a thunderous blast struck straight down on his head. The ground around shook violently. First he unleashed a high-level rancor, now he's using raw power directly. Finally, no more playing around. This is just the beginning. It's time for the battle song that will decide Olympus's fate. Up above, Rot stared intently at his strong son. He couldn't help but wonder, how long has it been since I last stepped out of the shrine? I thought I'd only come out for the next Gigantomachia battle. Watching Hercules, he couldn't hide his satisfaction. He withstood countless lightning strikes without using any special skills or moves. Not bad, truly the greatest masterpiece I've ever created. But now I'm curious, how many more lightning bolts can he take before he falls? HQlet, will your effort to mature and reach my peak take you far? Suddenly a voice rang out. You still won't show yourself, meeting you isn't going to be easy. At the same time, Hades finally arrived, not turning back, replying coolly, Aren't you the same? Hades' brother, exuding a deadly aura from the underworld, looked at the supreme god before him with disdain. Hades asked, So you've ignited a war that no one acknowledges. Is this what you call war? No, it's just family drama. I wouldn't be surprised if you killed your own brother. You really do have a big family. Narrowing his eyes, it seemed this was about to become a sibling war. But hasn't this battle been set long ago? Then a sly smile appeared on Rot's lips. You've never beaten me anyway. Quickly, a fierce lightning bolt shot straight at Hades. His whole body radiated energy. Yeah, I know that, but you can't call it a sibling fight without this guy. As he finished speaking, a huge wave began to surge, opening a path. This wave felt incredibly familiar, like he'd seen it before. It was clear, and yet carried a furious breath. It was Paul Sidon, the brother Rot had long betrayed. He looked at his precious brother, hatred flaring up. I've waited a long time for this day. Rot, seeing him, brought back a flood of memories. How dare you throw me into prison? The trident struck fiercely, but Rot quickly dodged. Hades was impressed. Although it was just part of the gamble, things were unfolding exactly as he planned. He recalled the promise to free Paul Sidon from Asga's prison. If they won't release him, try negotiating with Asga. We need Poseidon to join forces against Rot. Surely he's a thorn in many side there, a dangerous internal conflict in the alliance they fear most. Plus, if it causes discord among the three gods representing Olympus's peak, they won't refuse. Then Hades said Odin probably foresaw the chance the three gods would unite against Asga. We can't waste too much time trying to convince him. You explained, if we bring Herculet to our side, they won't suspect the three gods' alliance, especially since they see the tension between Rot and Herculet. He was shocked. You can convince him to join us. You answered confidently, Yes, I'm sure I can. Meanwhile, the gods of peace and Rot were locked in a fierce battle. One struck with lightning, the other with water. The tension between the two gods was suffocating. Poseidon raised water and struck hard at Rot. He quickly dodged. Suddenly something startled Poseidon. He clenched his teeth as lightning crackled through the waves he controlled. Soon the blue wave was covered in fierce lightning. Poseidon thought silently, is it charging electricity into the water? Then he was shocked, as his own attack electrocuted him, numbing his whole body. Facing Poseidon's anger, Rot said, Looks like you forgot we're polar opposites. With that, Rot fiercely punched his brother. Poseidon was hit so hard he flew back. Rot glared fiercely at Sidon, but his expression puzzled him. Was he smiling? Poseidon cursed under his breath, Annoying bastard, keep focusing on me. At the same time, Hades struck a painful punch into Rot's chest from behind. He lowered his voice and asked, Then what's the compatibility between us? Little brother veins bulged on his face at that moment. He glared darkly at Hades. A clever move, but it doesn't affect me at all. At this, Poseidon's eyes flashed with aggression and anger. He then unleashed his inner power, sending Hades flying back. Everything around exploded. As Hades flew back, he kept thinking he couldn't even defend himself, let alone counterattack. Is the gap between us really that huge? He spoke disdainfully to his brothers, as if they'd been neglecting their training. I haven't even started yet. With that, a fierce power surged forward, truly the strength of the sky's ruler. The attack seemed gentle, but swept away everything in its path. A whole corner of the sky was bathed in the powerful light Rot created. Hades fell from above the force so strong it left a huge crater in the ground. Poseidon was furious. "Ro, that bastard, he's toying with us." Rot mocked, "You two are truly disappointing. No progress at all this time." Poseidon lost his temper, seeing the lazy guy in the temple doing nothing but talking nonsense. It was laughable. Doing nothing. That's how you see it. But you two are the real complacent ones who don't know how to strive. Poseidon shouted, "What did you say?" Rut pressed on, "Have you ever thought about climbing higher than Olympus's peak? As for me, I'll always find a way to reach new heights, and when that day comes, I'll truly be the king atop the tower." Hades wondered, "You're already king of Olympus. Isn't that enough?" Rot replied, "A life without ambition is like death, especially here in this tower. Seeing you satisfied with the present fills me with contempt." Hades asked, "So you want to spark another Gigantomachia war just because of your greed? There's no higher peak. Stop spouting nonsense." Rot laughed calmly. "Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter." Suddenly a voice rang out, "There definitely is a higher level." Yugun finally arrived from above, staring at Rot. "I finally found you, that monster." Rut turned to him. "You say there's a higher level. What do you really know?" Yu gently praised Dan Peng. "Well done, kid," he said happily. "Papa Mama." Biden saw him from afar, his face not friendly, but the kid knew this was Kim Yugon. For some reason, even Hades, ruler of the underworld, relaxed a bit when he saw him. Finally he arrived. Yugon stood before the three gods, unshaken, his eyes steady. Rut looked at Yugon, annoyed, and asked again, "What do you know?" "You didn't hesitate. More than you do." Rot looked displeased, a half-baked answer. "Tell me what you know about what's happening here." Meanwhile, behind him, the sea waves rose, but Rot did nothing. The attack couldn't reach him. Hades observed, "At this rate, we can't get close." Biden was frustrated. "Rut, damn it." Yugon was inwardly shocked. He was no different from a monster. This overwhelming presence was absurd, yet Yu remained calm. "Looks like he prepared this stage for me." Yugon looked at him seriously. "It's not much different from what you know. The only difference is you learned from them." "Well, I discovered it myself," Yu said, surprised. "Is that so? Now I understand why a mere player, not even a pawn, can shake Olympus and beyond. You're not just talented, you see a bigger vision than I do. I apologize for underestimating you." Immediately after Rot gathered his inner power. "From this moment, I'll consider you my rival." At that moment, a fierce lightning bolt shot toward Yugon, but a blue light quickly shielded him. Pandora said calmly, "Because of the pawn you gave me, I've borne all the world's pressure." "What have you done to me?" Her appearance left him puzzled. "Is that woman another one of your pawns?" Yugon replied calmly. "Pandora isn't the punishment. It's what you created." Boss Sidon was puzzled. How did Pandora end up on Kim Yugon's side? Hades said, "I'm not sure, I don't know." He quietly observed his younger brother. The wave had risen, ignoring them completely. Like a chessboard, he focused entirely on Yugon. Hades imagined the match would end the moment the king fell. From this thought, it's clear Hades highly respects his power, even on par with his brother, the king of the sky. Meanwhile, Rot was still fighting Pandora. She didn't flinch at all facing him. Two massive forces clashed, shaking the ground. Few get the chance to fight Rot directly. At that moment, Poseidon quickly channeled his inner power to assist. So Rot had to fight Pandora and handle his brother at the same time. This was the biggest battle Rot had ever faced with a player. Water and lightning collided once again. The atmosphere turned dark and heavy. It seemed the sky god Rot was furious. As Rot said, his power and Poseidon's were completely opposed. Hades didn't stand by. He quickly unleashed his hellish power against his stubborn younger brother. His face showed a flash of anger. This was truly a battle between godly siblings. While everyone fought fiercely, hell was summoned. On the other side, the sea was also summoned. The mysterious black crystal's effect was intensifying. Seeing her standing still, he spoke with concern. "Pandora, you can fight Rot, right?" she answered quietly. Yes, Yugon thought his mission was to make a difference in this battle, even if just a little first step was setting the stage to maximize Poseidon and Hades' potential. Hades was puzzled. "What are you doing? I see you using the mysterious black crystal's power, but it's affecting mine." Yugon smirked clearly. Hades was shocked since he didn't know about the black crystal. He joked, "If I told you, would you take it away?" Hades wondered, "If I crave it, would you hand Asga over like Poseidon and turn me into a criminal?" Yugon replied. "Of course not." Hades asked again, "Then what are you planning?" "Do you think this is enough to defeat Rot?" Yugon said no. "But I can raise the odds from 0 to 1%. Hades sneered. "Too low." Not giving anyone a chance to react, lightning bolts shot straight at Yugon immediately. The scene looked like a deserted city. The surroundings were devastated, activating the awareness zone. IU quickly deployed demonic energy, boosting the awareness zone. The system-notified eyes turned gold watching you. At the same time, Hades and Poseidon charged forward. The lightning shards reacted to Queen. Rot fought 4 opponents alone, but the advantage still leaned toward him. Bandora stepped forward, shouting, "It's still not enough," Yugon thought, "so it really has no effect." He recalled Han's words. "The thing my father fears most is the invincible armor." That lightning wasn't just a weapon. It was a spear, shield, and armor, the embodiment of my father's power. He was like an invincible mountain god. According to Han, if that armor isn't destroyed, no one can reach my father. Lost in thought, he didn't notice a fierce attack coming his way. But a strong hand caught his shoulder just in time, steadying Yugon. It was HQlet. Finally he arrived, and now it was a father-son battle. HQlet's face was full of rage. "I'm late because I had to deal with the gift you sent." Looking at the man before him, his heart went cold. "Anyway, we've met, father." Then the 2 figures shot into the sky. Below, everyone could only see 2 lights merging together. Han watched from afar. As they said, there's always someone stronger. Is this the highest level battle of schemers? He pondered. "Kim Yugon, what do you want me to do?" Han recalled Yugon's words. He had only one task. Holding on to Jot's lightning shard, Hagen wonders, "Is that even possible?" Yugon confirms. "If it were me, it would be possible. Actually, only I can do it," he asserts once again. "I told you I'll inherit half of Rot's power." Right after, Herculet charges fiercely and strikes him hard. The power source keeps radiating, but he's quickly thrown far away by his father. Yugon, standing nearby, can't help but flinch. Herculet glares coldly at him. The system simultaneously announces, "You've witnessed the Titan's power, the Titan's strength roaring in battle." How could Herculet ever submit like that? He quickly lunges forward. Titan transformation is reacting to the opponent's pressure. Yugon watches warily, knowing the skill can awaken a passionate soul with truly overwhelming power. They're still that strong, even after fighting the core soldiers. It seems the only way to counterattack is by relying on the opponent's drained mana. But waiting like that doesn't seem promising. Meanwhile, the 2 beams in the sky keep clashing. Yugon scans the area, calculating right now. Rot can't be at his peak strength. He must be relying on his nearly infinite power source to suppress his foes. Up in the sky, a blazing light from Rot flies wildly. He thinks the winning odds are about 30%, so finally it's his turn. On this side, Hagen stands silently observing. His heartbeat quickens. He frowns, recalling the advice. He needs to hold on to the lightning shard from Rot. "If it were me, it's possible only I can do it. I told you I'm the heir to half of Jot's power." Hagen falls silent, staring at his hand. Suddenly he clenches his fist, fiercely showing determination as a surge of inner power quickly surrounds him. Meanwhile, Rot is still focused on fighting. The system announces the lightning shard is reacting with other shards. The lightning shard wants to return to its original form. It has chosen its master. After fighting for so long, he hadn't noticed. But now, glancing sideways, Rot accidentally spots a familiar figure. The person standing there is none other than Rot's beloved son. According to Yu, he silently watches his noble father. Rot can't believe it's Hagen. Immediately he turns back and fights with all his might against the 3 on this side. Everyone charges together. Seeing the chaos, Paiden shouts, "Are you distracted? Are you underestimating us?" Then from 3 directions, 3 different forces simultaneously rush in. Rot alone in the middle unleashes a massive strike. Suddenly, amid the tension, a flaming sword-shaped blaze swings straight at Rot. It's Hagen. From afar, he releases a massive power blast that explodes on the other side. It seems unleashing such power is a struggle for him. The entire carriage shakes. Hagen feels like he can't hold on much longer. He groans in pain. Yugon looks up, clearly pleased. "Good, we've got him." Hagen is doing well as bait provoking the enemy. He grits his teeth, but no matter how strong Hagen is, he can't maintain high-level muscle power for long. "If I miss this moment, there won't be another chance." Meanwhile, the battle around Rot grows chaotic. Hagen's power surges repeatedly toward this side. Rot struggles fiercely against Herculet and his 2 brothers. Seeing the 3 having trouble, Pandora rushes in to help. Her speed is incredible, and she's not afraid to face the strongest rancor. She spins and strikes hard at him. Of course, Rot doesn't just stand by. Pandora's leg is quickly caught. Rot channels his power to squeeze her ankle. Then he slams her body to the ground, leaving a crater in the earth. Rot finally feels regret. He glares, thinking he shouldn't have given half his power to that bastard. Now he doesn't feel useless anymore. With that thought, Rot adjusts his stance and plants himself firmly. But it's too late to regret. He needs to keep fighting. Just then, Poseidon quickly attacks. Rot dodges, but seems slightly off balance. He still struggles fighting his talented younger brother. Poseidon gritted his teeth and glared at Rot. A deafening explosion echoed amid the clash between Thui and Loi. This battle would be unbearable for any normal person. Poseidon's trident grew larger, thrusting fiercely toward Rot's attack. But this time, it seemed the sea god's trident could actually affect Rot. It slowly pierced deeper. Rot couldn't dodge in time when suddenly a hand grabbed his. It looked like Rot was in serious danger, surrounded by enemies wanting him dead. Rot roared in anger. Black fury. His eyes blazed with rage as his inner power erupted. The force from Hagen surged toward Rot, growing stronger. He seemed to have poured all his strength into this strike. This was the first time he'd done this. Hagen bowed his head, struggling to stay standing. On the other side, Poseidon and Hades clenched their teeth. Their eyes flashed fiercely, radiating deadly intent. Herculet also gripped his weapon tightly, refusing to be knocked back by Rot. Rot's hand was busy blocking Han's attack, his beloved son. But facing so many attacks at once, Rot couldn't help but shout in fury, "How dare you!" The image of a little boy and a gentle, beautiful woman flashed in his mind. Everything played out like a slow-motion film, the kind smile reserved only for him. Han, hearing his mother talk about his father, hugged her tightly, overwhelmed with happiness. A family of 3, just like any other, suddenly appeared, then shattered like broken glass. This was probably the wife and only son he cared for deeply. Remembering this, a sharp pain hit him. Rot's lips clenched tight, his body trembling. Suddenly, a familiar hand quickly reached out before him. Yugon saw him distracted and seized the chance, darting forward to strike Rot's eye. Rot's eye bled quickly, yet it still crackled with electricity like a broken doll. Yon's face showed no change as another explosion erupted, smoke and fire filling the air. Yugon swiftly flew out, losing an eye, while Rot stared at him as if ready to devour him alive. He screamed in rage inside Kim Yugon. Poseidon was stunned. Why would that guy attack his eye? At such a crucial moment, he was still playing around. Amidst the wreckage and darkness, Rot's massive energy now flickered faintly. Yugon recalled what Hewlett once told him: his father never hid the secret of his lightning. On the contrary, he always let us feel its presence. Now Yun smiled smugly. "Kim-I, think about what that means. The divine stone lightning, who would have guessed he hid those inside his eye?" In Yugon's hand was Rot's other eye. He looked at the eye and explained, "We've captured the lightning's power, increasing our odds by 70%. Hades was stunned. "What? That's lightning." Then he glanced at the weakened supreme god standing across time, running out for him. Rot, like a headless snake, clutched the stolen eye, glaring at Yugon. Hem quickly swung his weapon fiercely toward Rot. Rot weakly raised his hand to block. Herculet sneered, completely different from minutes ago. Father looks so small now. Without hesitation, Herculet lunged, striking hard at his father. It was truly different from before. Now he could land hits on Rot with ease. For a moment, Rot staggered under Herculet's power, stamping his foot hard. Though his spirit waned, Rot refused to yield. He fiercely unleashed his inner strength against Herculet. An explosion rocked the ground under Rot's attack. Hades wondered, could they really have stolen the lightning blade, the true power of Rot? Yugon explained, just one piece of equipment can't make someone a high-level schemer. He studied the eye carefully. It was definitely different from before. At the same time, the system announced the lightning blade rejection had been used. The sea's blessing had failed to resist. Yugon silently pondered, could he not control the lightning blade fragment? Without Rot's mana, it couldn't activate. That was unexpected. A sudden thought flashed through Rot's mind, freezing him. Wait, Rot's mana. Right after Yugon looked up at the sky, lightning bolts were striking everywhere, and he glanced at Pandora as if plotting something. "Throw me up there," she asked in surprise. "Throw seriously?" He confirmed, "Yeah, with all your strength, straight up to the clouds." Yugon thought compared to jumping with a kick, being thrown by Pandora would be faster. Considering she could knock him out with one hit, her physical strength must be immense. Just then, Pandora grabbed his hand tightly, channeling her inner power, her face serious. "I'm throwing you now." He was a bit startled. Take it easy." She stayed silent, and within seconds Yugon was hurled straight into the air. Pandora was incredibly gentle, no struggle at all. Her strength was truly not to be underestimated. As he neared Han's horse's neck, Yugon used his fiery eyes to read the path ahead. Finally, he saw the target ahead, and activated his kick. Immediately, Yugon sped forward. Movement speed doubled for 5 seconds, able to run mid-air for 5 seconds. Han focused, saw him land on his horse's neck, surprised. He looked at Yon, sternly done, yet Yugon replied calmly, "Almost good job. Now just sleep." The system announced the lightning blade reacting to its own echo. Yugon was pleased. Good, it's responding perfectly. Then he clenched his fists, gathering all his power. From the horse's neck, a fierce lightning bolt shot downward at lightning speed. This power was overwhelming. Yugon gritted his teeth as the system displayed Mana Owner resisting the lightning blade. Mana damage reduced the lightning blade's fragments, resisted the electric attribute's power. He struggled to clench Delkini's hand tighter. As expected, controlling the origin of the lightning blade was a whole different challenge. Just holding it was a miracle, so he had to endure more. Both hands tightly intertwined, Yugon resolved to endure more if he wanted to shatter Olympus, a feat he once thought only possible after becoming a tanker. He glared, raising his hand, promising himself, "Now the target is right before my eyes." The system kept announcing, "You've created the first lightning blade net. The lightning blade acknowledges you a bit." Yugon found it somewhat amusing. Does this lightning blade have consciousness? He couldn't help but laugh. Even I don't know. With my current stats, I can only use the lightning blade net once. Suddenly, a powerful lightning strike shot out. Yu shouted, catching it. "Drop." As he finished, he lunged downward. "This is the power you used." At that moment, Drop couldn't dodge and was hit by Yugon's strike. Drop's face was fierce, radiating intense fury. A loud explosion shook the ground violently, the air heating up. After the attack, a huge crater was clearly imprinted on the ground. It seemed Yugon's attack was effective this time. Bossidon stared at Hades, surprised. What kind of insane power is this? The ruler of the underworld was silent. This wasn't just about strength, it was an ultimate level gear, a supreme rank thief like drop. Suddenly, a green aura spread out. Hades was surprised. Could he really use it to this extent? His remaining eye glowed purple. After that attack, he looked like a demon sent from hell. Herculet was silent. Oddly, he seemed even bigger now. Hades, standing nearby, was startled. Pandora stood silently, seemingly reacting strangely to the green light, her body trembling as she stared at it. What? That box looks just like the one I opened. Bossidon was losing patience, shouting, "You're so stubborn, you're driving me mad." Then he grabbed his trident, leapt forward, yelling, "This time I'll finish you." Suddenly, a terrifying aura made Poid flinch. He looked at his brother in shock, a big question forming in his mind. What's that? Is that really it? Then Yugon rushed forward to block Poidon's attack and stepped back. That's my opponent. He looked at the young man burning with spirit before him, surprised. Kim Yugon, Bossidon shouted, showing his displeasure. With skills this weak, what does he plan to do? Gritting his teeth, he used his fiery eyes to reveal the truth. He was sure the old man wouldn't give up this fight, so he shouted for Dan Peng. Yu dashed forward swiftly, ordering Dan Peng to devour them all. Immediately, the kid's sharp teeth appeared quickly, enveloping the target. At the same time, the system notified that the predator's sharp teeth had been revealed. Those teeth swiftly surrounded Rot's entire body. The purple mana source gradually closed in encircling Rot's green energy. Faced with this strange power, he was stunned and bewildered. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Rot's body trembled slightly. He quickly raised his trembling hand. It seemed he intended to do something, but a hand aggressively grabbed his wrist. Rot glared and asked Kim Yugon, "Do you have all the power at this peak too?" Calmly, he replied, "Not at the peak, but beyond." As Yugon finished, Dan Peng swiftly began the hunt. At that moment, a powerful aura appeared. The system kept announcing that Dan Peng had leveled up. The sharp teeth slowly opened in the air, thousands of eyes fixed on the target. Yugon watched closely, a voice echoing in his mind. "You've made a mistake." Yugon stared intently. "No matter what happened before, now I'm the bigger predator." Rot's green energy was slowly swallowed and dissolved. Once again, the surrounding earth exploded from the massive wave of power. Dan Peng felt utterly satisfied, rubbing his full belly with delight. Not only that, his holy power and mana growth also increased. The system quickly announced, "Despair devoured dreams consumed 3,00000 points earned." Yugon remained calm. The outcome was clear, and the surroundings quieted. Hades silently watched him. In truth, he had always respected Yugon's strength. Boss Sidon, who had just looked down on him now, fell silent and observed. Hagen swiftly jumped down from the carriage at incredible speed. Anyone could see the outcome, but after all, he was Rot's most beloved son. Seeing his father like this, he wasn't exactly comfortable. HQ-led had his own thoughts, looking at the aftermath with a faint smile. Yugon wasn't excited. Instead, he remained composed. His battle was over. Now the ending belonged to them. Rot stood silently, head bowed. After the recent attack, his hair had turned white from overusing power beyond his limits. Having been slammed to the ground by him, Rot now had a chance to see the whole scene. How does the battlefield look from this height? Rot looked at HQ-let, the son he had treated as a war tool for years. "Do you hate me?" He didn't answer. Rot continued, "But I don't regret anything I've done." Father and son faced each other closely, neither seeing fault in themselves. "You should actually thank me, for I gave you life as a pureblood heir to the Emperor's power." Hercule had never liked his father, but hearing this from his own mouth made him tremble. Hercule's hand clenched the branch tightly, his voice shaky. He wasn't fit to be a father. Speaking, he angrily struck toward Rot. After the battle, Rot's strength was noticeably diminished, so it was a struggle for him to block this blow from HQ-let. His legs wobbled, barely holding himself up. HQ-let kept striking fiercely, releasing all the resentment he and his mother had endured. Today, he was settling the score. After the fight, the reputation of the strongest guild in the tower, built over thousands of years, was shattered. Ironically, it was restored so quickly that hardly any history seemed to remain. Soon after, in Asgard, the place most concerned with this battle, Valkyrie appeared. Suddenly, a fierce power shot straight into the ground, shattering the earth again. This time, Thor led the charge, stepping in to take their place. Boss Sidon angrily glared at him and shouted, "Kim Yugon, hand over the ocean crystal." He exhaled sharply, daring him to come and take it. And Rot, with his remaining sealed magic power now released, was sent to Asga's deepest prison. He looked utterly exhausted. Yugon asked Herculet, "No regrets, because you didn't kill Rot, be honest." A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "But I just want to stop here. Right here. After all, I've become powerless with no dreams or future left." Yu silently listened as he spoke about his goal. "Now I'll live without thinking about revenge anymore." "Too tired already," Yu spoke up. "That's a fitting decision for him. But you know Herculet still carries a deep sorrow. Once glorious, maybe there was some happiness too." The shining castle was built from diverse bricks of memories. Hades stood silently for a long time. He gazed at the ruined castle's entire scene. Rod himself had destroyed it. The remaining residents comforted themselves in their own ways. At this moment, Hagan clenched his determined fist. Olympus will rise again and shine brightly. His face looked a bit more mature, resolved for a new beginning. Right after the battle ended, Yuan took off his cloak and gloves, revealing Rot's eye. At the forge, Hephaestus stared intently at the items left behind. He remembered Yuan saying, even if you fail and get completely destroyed, just do whatever you want. Yugon had smiled happily, then saying, that's how you find the best items. Back to the present, he slammed his beer glass down decisively. A thought flashed in Hephaestus's mind, the mysterious black crystal, the ocean crystal, the sky crystal, the strongest item forged from these three. The excitement of a fresh start strengthened their spirits and encouraged them to move on to the next chapter. Yugon was no different, holding a golden badge shaped like a shining tower. This is the ticket to the Valhalla Sanctuary. Yugon silently pondered. He recalled Poseidon giving this to him when the battle paused. This is a gift from my father. Take it, Yugon was surprised. Odin gave it. Poseidon explained cheerfully. It's like an invitation. If you survive this battlefield, he wants to meet you once and will welcome you warmly as a guest. You're holding that in Asgard. Better to put it aside for now. Meeting Odin can wait. Yugon thought of his close friend now, Norkong. It's time to rescue him. He scratched his head shyly, realizing, oh, there's one more place I need to go first. Scene shifts to a desolate mountain thickly covered in fog. The place looks peaceful, houses clustered closely. On this side, hurried footsteps and murmurs. If he's not a spy, what else could he be? They whispered among themselves, but one cut in. No, he's using a strange skill. He still looks like easy prey. Let's rush him. At the same time, the wall trembled and shattered. The group was startled, shielding their faces. They fell flat on the ground, fearfully asking each other. What was that? He's here, it's him. A voice called out, don't run, I'm not here to fight, just want to ask something. Everyone trembled, thinking to lie. Yugon cracked his knuckles, coldly asking, one of the three treasures is here. Does anyone know? This is floor 44, the land of the three princes. The scene cut to a man with a distorted face from a beating, then a group quickly thrown aside, physically stunned. Two more were blasted away by a forceful strike, their faces twisted. The attacker was Yugon. The others shouted, don't kill, let's score points first. Got it. The commander ordered, push him to one side. Yugon glanced over immediately. Then screams echoed across the area. The man gritted his teeth. Why is the three treasures here? If I'd known, I'd have found the three treasures first. Yuan coldly asked again. You really don't know, the man yelled. I've said I don't know so many times. Yuan's face darkened. He asked, but you're Kim Yugon, right? A player, not a spy, but this strong. He forced a bright smile on his prey. And the man's fate was clear without anyone saying beaten to a pulp. Scene shifts to a room where Yugon comfortably sat down. He couldn't help but feel satisfied renting a private house with 12 points. The prices here really are cheap. This is the land ruled by the third noble, granted dominion by the administrator. He couldn't help but sigh, a world more chaotic than the 42nd layer of hell abandoned under the guise of freedom, yet nothing ever changes. Annoyed, he avoided coming back here before returning. Since conquering the tower, Sisan's place is so bad that countless attackers come to steal points and items. Perfect bait, really. He thought unfairly. They attacked first. Memories of justified self-defense. By now the rumor that Kim Yu is hunting the three treasures must have spread. Among the three treasures, the third noble owns the amateur Tarasu's 8-chain jade melody. He raised his sword. One of the two remaining sought-after items was in his hands. Yugon closed his eyes, thinking if Susanoo knew the item was here instead of with him, he'd go mad. At that moment, Danpeng popped his head out. Danpeng kept making noise, irritating Yugon. He covered the little mouth with his hand. The kid was throwing a tantrum now. You too familiar, just refused. No way, begging won't work. Danpeng bowed, low pleading. Yugon chuckled softly. Now every time I look at him, I won't know what to eat next. Scary. Looking at Danpeng's face, Yugon continued. Where I come from, there's an experiment called the gummy candy test. I put a tasty candy in front of you. If you don't eat it and wait until I return, you get 2 candies. So just wait a little longer. The kid, still defiant, wasn't convinced. Pause then. Yugon stared firmly at Danpeng. Then he'd get a candy way bigger than this. Scene shifts to a quiet inn, deserted. Suddenly a crash, someone aggressively smashed wine jars on the ground. It was Jan, fiercely fighting someone, his sword still sheathed. The other charged wildly. He dodged swiftly, slamming his weapon into the ground with a loud thud. Yugo quickly summoned giant strength, then threw a fierce punch at the opponent. One hit sent the enemy flying. The place was a wreck, bodies strewn everywhere. 2 nearby people trembled at his presence, taking down a thug with one blow. Yugen said calmly, "Stop causing trouble, drink up and leave, have fun." The survivors looked at him like a demon, then bolted out screaming. Yugo adjusted his disheveled clothes and said casually, "This place is too messy, need to move somewhere else to talk." A voice suddenly spoke, "No need for that." He glanced over, thinking, finally caught a break. The man sitting there seemed a strong opponent. He silently watched him. Yug smirked, bait successful. The man was Amaterasu, ranked 52 owner of the 8-chain Jade Melody Center of the Third Noble. He looked at him. I guess you know why I came. Where is the Yada mirror of the 3 treasures? Yugun replied calmly, I don't know. You don't know, so you have to find out. He fell silent. Is that all you want to say? The man answered. It's gone. Amaterasu asked, how do you know the 3 treasures are here? You said, I learned it from the reward after the 43rd floor test info from the administrator, so I'm sure. He seemed skeptical. Surprising, but you don't plan to answer my question directly, huh? This man seemed mysterious, but you wasn't afraid to say bluntly. What about the 3 treasures? Maybe you know better than I do. He wondered. Do you know who I am? Yuan said slowly, Amaterasu, a high-ranking noble member of the Third Noble, owner of one of the 3 treasures. He listened silently as Yu continued. I heard you don't show your real face. Seems true. That face isn't your real one, right? He studied. Yan, I heard you defeated Ares. Seems true. Or do you rely on the heavenly demon cult behind you? Your attitude is arrogant. Meanwhile, the system alerted Holy Fire, Fire Eyes, and the 4 Great Spirits' robes, resisting the sun's mark. But the worrying part, the sun mark resistance failed, starting abnormal burning. Yugo showed no fear, already fighting on entry. Dan Bung crawled out from inside your collar. Yugon transmitted, no Dan Pung, we have to lose this fight. Yugon insisted that since I have a lead on the 3 treasures, he wouldn't dare harm me. Then you asked, why are you doing this? Planning to steal the treasure if you find it. At that moment, the system warned of an abnormal status, missing a level 2 node. Amaterasu placed his hand on the table and asked again, steal it. It originally belonged to the 3rd prince. Right then he swiftly moved in front of you and said, hand over the clue you have. If you cooperate, I'll spare you. You remained calm. Cooperation is possible, but handing it all over would be too much of a loss, Amaterasu said firmly. You're mistaken. Even if you get it first, I'll destroy the entire heavenly demon cult to take it back. Yugun didn't care. Is that so? Pausing briefly, you added, you think the heavenly demon cult is all I have backing me. At the same time, you pulled out the yellow tower from the system. Amaterasu glanced at it and secretly panicked. The mark of Valhalla, something not everyone can possess, especially one directly received from them. He grew worried. What a hassle. If Asga gets involved, things will get even messier. Amaterasu looked at you, realizing he couldn't push any further. With that thought, he said, still, I won't budge on the Yada mirror. Tell me what you want. You had already reached 50% of the plan. You ask, can you give me something equal to the 3 treasures? Amaterasu fell silent, pondering your request seriously. Then he said, I'll kill 100 people you want. That means I'll be your sword until we find the mirror. Yugun started calculating controlling someone at the highest level as a weapon. This was an extraordinary offer. You're determined to get the mirror at any cost, huh? You asked. But what if it's saving lives instead of killing? Amaterasu replied, saving people counts as 10 each. I really hate that kind of thing. You quickly agreed. All right. The two shook hands, quickly sealing the deal from that moment. A surprised voice asked you trust Amaterasu's word? You answered, I don't. Susanoo was puzzled. And yet you're working with him, you added. There's no reason to refuse. Both he and I wear the same mask. He thought aloud, oh, this is Dokuri. Haven't seen that in a while. A true fox. Susanoo asked, you're using the 3 treasures as bait to lure others. Isn't that why you keep starting pointless wars? What do you want? Another big plan, like destroying Olympus. You frowned and explained, true, but you're wrong about one thing. A trap without bait is doomed to fail. Susanoo was surprised. Don't tell me the Yada mirror is really on the 44th floor. You smiled lightly and finally Yugun didn't deny it. Yes, it's here. Susanoo wondered, if the Yada mirror is on the 44th floor, how can you use it without having it? Yugun checked messages and said, exactly, this is solid bait to lure Amaterasu, and the numbers have appeared. Susanoo looked at you in awe, so cunning both in fighting and speech. I hate people like you. You calmly asked, what kind of people am I? He explained, we're perfectionists who only fight battles we can win. Fighting is a life or death gamble. Only then is the sword sharpest and strongest. Yugun retorted, that doesn't sound convincing. Didn't you die because of that fighting style? Susanoo argued, no, what I'm most ashamed of is not fighting to the death. Yugun was puzzled. What a ridiculous reason. Susanoo said, it's because of Amaterasu's schemes. He began recounting how Amaterasu provoked the battle with Yamata no Orochi, promised to fight alongside, then suddenly disappeared. I knew it was a trap. He wanted to steal the Kusanagi sword from me. Meanwhile, Amaterasu was frustrated. Why can't he surpass Susanoo even with Basich, Quinn, Cook, Nagak? He looked at the rankings with resentment. Unacceptable. Surely the ranking management made a mistake. Amaterasu calculated that if he collected all 3 of the 3 treasures, he'd rise higher in power rank and influence. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smirk darkly. Almost there, not far now. The scene shifts to a gloomy day. Deep in the forest, rustling sounds never cease. Yu senses something, glances around, then suddenly stops pretending, and shouts out, ready to follow wherever this leads. Footsteps emerge from the bushes and a voice says, this is an order from the 3rd young master. One representative adds, no need to act tough, don't stress, just do your job. Yu watches them carefully, thinking it must be Amaterasu sending them. He's nowhere to be seen but sent 300 underlings. Smirking, Yu says, "That's a lot. I don't need this kind of fame." Susanoo speaks up. Amaterasu's as cowardly as ever. "Gotta admit, quick to jump in first time I agree with you." The others ask, "What's that about? What's with that attitude? You planning to go against the third young master?" Yu replies calmly, "I'm not under the third young master, just a partner. And you want to supervise me? What a joke." He's growing impatient with these guys. A powerful aura quickly surrounds Yugon. He's no longer friendly, glaring at the annoying group. "Choose carefully. Do you want to live or die?" Moments later, fresh blood stains the ground. Yugon is a bit stunned. Except for Kini, the other items are scattered. It's inconvenient. Magical treasures are crucial. The ground is littered with bodies. A message from Amaterasu pops up. "What's this? Didn't we agree to cooperate?" Yugon replies coolly, "I'm not getting involved with those people." He explains, "They were sent by me." "You knew that." Amaterasu snaps, "and you still did this. You want to fight me?" Yun is silent, looting and killing. "Those lowlifes, you can use them however you want, but don't drag me into this." Amaterasu didn't expect you to know all this. He stammers, "What? What's going on?" But Yugon doesn't want to argue with these slippery types, so he cuts off the message. Susanoo gets excited. Cutting off contact with a faction like that, bold move. Amaterasu's confused tone is oddly entertaining. He can't hide his excitement. This is the first time he's found Yu interesting. Yu sneers to himself. Amaterasu's still the same, gathering underlings and crowning himself king. Yu recalls the power of the three treasures' combined rivals, Olympus. Such a force can't be allowed to rise. Yugon calculates for the future. It's best to start eliminating them now. Odin regrets letting things spiral out of control. He keeps fussing, annoyed at Dan Tung. "Stop it, your king is tired," Susanoo retorts. "He's your king, not mine." Susanoo snaps at Dan Pung, "You insolent brat." The kid stares at the spirit, drooling non-stop. "Pow tired," says Dan Bung, "that's not food. Both of you stop it." Susanoo asks, "What now?" Looking for the Yada mirror. "Do you know where it is?" Dan Bung pouts. "I'm not losing to you. My king told me to go, so I'm going." Yun cuts in. "I have some clues," Yu says. "First, we need to find a cave." "A cave?" Susanoo is surprised. "Which cave?" Yu explains. "The Yada mirror is inside a cave." Susanoo gasps but is curious. "How do you know that Yugon pulls a weapon from the system? I have ways to find out everything." Then, gripping Susanoo's sword, a power surrounds Yugon. His eyes glow red, activating the fire, vision, lighting the path and heightening his senses. He quickly finds the direction far ahead. Yugon ventures deeper into the forest alone. The dense trees feel gloomy. Yugon raises his sword, slashing branches. He's surprised that even sword energy can cut through. A demon sword isn't just for show. Susanoo sees this and quickly asks, "What are you doing?" Using such a fine sword to light up the bushes, he's annoyed. A sword is made to cut living things, and this sword embodies that philosophy. Yugon keeps clearing the way. He shouted, "Are you even listening to me?" Yu replied while walking. "These trees are alive, so I'm using them exactly as intended." Susanoo was speechless. What a lunatic. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, rustling leaves everywhere. Far across the cliff, a cave entrance seemed to appear. Yu saw it and slowly stepped closer to inspect. Quickly, Yuan reached the cave entrance. Susanoo grew cautious. Was it really this easy to find? The entrance was too obvious. Standing at the entrance, he carefully observed before drawing a conclusion. But inside, something about the sword felt off. Susanoo glanced over. "What's this?" The sword was trembling. He gripped it tightly. It reacted to the Yada mirror. Stepping inside, he said, "The three sacred treasures look different, but they're one. Only when united do they unleash their full power." Amaterasu knew this, which is why he's gone mad searching. Hearing him speak so smoothly, Susanoo couldn't help but marvel. "You know a lot, huh? I'm lost here." After a moment, he asked, "Have you never met Amaterasu?" After getting Kusanagi, Susanoo sneered. "No, if I had, I'd have been caught in his dirty schemes and lost Kusanagi." They had ventured quite deep inside. He continued, "Better to spare him twice than let him have it. I'll never let it fall into his hands." Yugon asked, "So that's why you hid it so well?" "It was tough to find." Suddenly Susanoo spoke up. "Kim Yugon, you better handle this well. Both the Yada mirror and Kusanagi sword. If Amaterasu gets them, I'm done for." His face showed firm resolve. "That won't happen. I'll take it myself." He was surprised. "Never thought I'd be rooting for you." Yu stopped. "Just rooting, huh? Why not do something more certain?" You looked at him honestly. "If there's a chance to defeat Amaterasu, help me out. Just this once. After that, I won't push you anymore." He paused, thinking. Only by fully conquering the soul could it be perfected. I have both Susanoo's body and soul, but forcing him won't unlock full power. That's why Susanoo must willingly accept it. On this side, he fell silent, thinking for a long moment. Finally, Susanoo agreed. "Fine, but only this once, got it?" Yugun insisted. "One time was enough." Then he raised his hand to summon power. "Good, I've got my strongest trump card." Meanwhile, mana was gathering, forming a mana bridge. A massive surge of energy exploded. Yugon channeled his inner power. and struck forward. The cave entrance remained eerily calm. Yugon calculated. Now, all that's left is to break through the mountain maze with ease. Susanoo replied, yeah, easy. And this was the first day searching for the Yada mirror. Kim Yugon's destructive power was so fierce, the rocks shattered under the assault. The entire cliff face erupted with overwhelming force. The space trembled and broke apart. Seconds later, Kim Yu Oiva emerged, his cultivation still surging. This was the discovery of the Yada mirror. Yu sheathed his sword and stood observing the surroundings. The vast space showed no movement except dust swirling. Feeling something off, suspicion crept in. No one's been around for days, no monsters, not even insects. The level 44 monsters are nearly gone, which isn't annoying but not comforting either. But nothing else is here either, which is troubling. Calm on the outside, but inside he was anxious. Where the hell are they? The sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently. This reaction means they're close. Time to act like a compass. Kim Yu Kwan's steps suddenly paused. Dan Peng's eyes widened sharply, as if he'd noticed something. The boy dashed forward with extreme seriousness. Ah, I see him flying around me, babbling non-stop. I'm really curious why he's been silent until now, but with those red eyes I quickly realize, wait, if Maple suddenly reacts like this, the system must have sent a notification too. The Fire Eye is sensing the truth in the activated area. Placing his sword on the ground, Yugon notices the terrain is different. The activated demonic energy causes his power to fluctuate wildly. The Fire Eye is enhanced. Right beneath him, a thick glass-like surface appears, reflecting the shape of his sword. The sensory area is amplified. It turns out this vast space is exactly what Yugon has been searching for. Just a second later, he receives a notification the Yada mirror has been discovered. Standing here, Yugon feels utterly small. He's a bit confused. This space is the Yada mirror itself. Looking ahead, his eyes question silently. Could the mirror really be this huge? Within the space, a massive hazy barrier gradually appears. The Yada dungeon activates, signaling the start of its challenge. The system sends a request that leaves him momentarily puzzled. Defeat yourself. Taking slow steps, Yugon recalls the figures troubling him right now. The Great Sage, equal to heaven, Horkos monsters standing alongside Odin, and a few schemers in top positions. He narrows his eyes, more serious than ever. It's himself from the future. Suddenly, a familiar voice comes from behind. Kim Yugon, right. The Yada mirror doesn't just reflect appearances. It reveals your true inner self. So is this your real form? A faint smile creeps onto Yugon's lips. Something feels off. The Kim Yugon before him isn't his present self. Facing that figure, his heart is full of inner conflict. If the challenge is to defeat myself but my future self appears, doesn't that mean I can't accept who I am now? That future me is on a whole different level. This is complicated. Staring intently at that entity, Yugon asks, is that Dopo? The power system activates sensory detection to identify the figure. Looking again, he confirms, no, this isn't just Dopo Jenner. That guy's attitude is trash. Who are you? Before Yugon can answer, the figure tightens his grip on his sword and threatens, no answer, then I'll cut you down. Yugon matches his tone. Anger suddenly surges within him. I knew it, he'd raise his sword immediately. Just as expected, the feeling is strange. Yugon hesitates, thinking deeply for a long moment. So what now? Best to find an answer that shakes my own resolve. Finally, he speaks. Yo's response leaves the entity stunned. I am Wukong. He sneers and questions back. Wukong, you claim to be a clone of that monkey, yet he doesn't even bother to believe him. Fire Eye, if you truly were that monkey's clone, I wouldn't fail to notice. He delivers this with absolute certainty. At that moment, Yugon's gaze hardens with pressure. No matter how he looks, this isn't a clone, it's the real deal. Without another word, Yugon charges forward. Supreme demonic sword power activates holy fire, ignites. Both forces are no joke, and the shockwave from the attack is massive. The entity skillfully dodges. Their swords clash, and he calmly warns, surprise attacks aren't smart. Suddenly, two more opponents appear out of nowhere, rushing to attack the entity. He retreats, already wounded slightly. His super regeneration skill quickly heals the wound. He looks over and identifies them as necromancers. And Ares seems confident, I'll only fight Amaterasu. Yugon stands behind, adding, anyway, it's a chance, better make the most of it. Aor has been in this situation before. And Aor silently watches the entity. Yugon asks about Susanoo's power on his shoulder. Aren't you going to help? It replies casually, that's not Amaterasu. This is interesting, but I don't care. It's not my body, so adjusting the distance is tough. It stubbornly threatens him. If you die here, the 3 jewels will be buried forever. That benefits me. Yu Quan grows more curious about it. Looks like you really hate your soul being bound. Now he seriously questions it. How can you accept me? It honestly replies, get stronger than me. Then I'll see you as my master. Rank 57. Yu smiles softly, eyes full of confidence. Not too hard. Looking at the counterpart's true form, your thoughts seem calm. Just let time pass. The rank will rise on its own. You crouch ready to fight, sighing, feeling a bit wronged. It's just looking at yourself in the mirror before regression. Yet the difficulty spikes this much. But the one attacking isn't you, it's the true form. When did he get so close? What are you mumbling about? You glare worried beyond belief, surpassing even Picklebond's limits. The true form swings his sword in a basic strike, but Yugon swiftly blocks it. Ares senses the urgency and rushes forward with his spear. Thanks to its length, Ares successfully knocks both away, leaving Yugon at a disadvantage. Ares wildly charges with a horizontal punch at the true form's face. But he's no pushover. One sword swing buries Ares in a cloud of dust. A strange sound behind instantly grabs the true form's attention. Atho sees his teammate in danger and rushes in, striking the true form's back. But nothing's that easy. Atho feels his blow does no damage at all. Seeing the true form's furious glare, Atho guesses he blocked the sword with magic. A second later, a large area is shattered by the true form's unleashed magic. He sneers, speaking harshly. Now I get it, you may look like a monkey, but you're not a clone, huh? He keeps questioning and mocking arrogantly. Looks like you won't reveal your true identity. Do I need to force you to talk? Yugon thinks, frustrated. Such an annoying attitude. Thought you were skilled, but look where you ended up. Yugon retracts his sword, still pondering. One thing's clear, the magic spent matches the damage Ares and Atho took. Calculating carefully, that body can't be as strong as the original. Even the three treasures can't create a flawless top 10 double agent. Seeing Yugon's move, he wonders, sheathing. The sword means you're giving up. On the other side, you open the system panel and chuckle at his dumb question. No way. From the system panel, you pull out a new sword, you're just switching weapons. Holding the new sword firmly, you admit you're itching to slash and kill. That's why the demon sword doesn't suit you. Cut the act. I'm the main character in this fight. He keeps spitting insults, mocking the demon sword. What a disappointment. I thought you'd be better. Turns out you rely on that to inflate your power. No matter what, I'm still stronger. Thinking this, you dash off at lightning speed. I won't deny the odds aren't high, but in the end I'll win. The first strikes fly. Yugon is confident because you know his fighting style well. The demon sword's attacks are fierce and sharp. Yugon attacks relentlessly without pause. Coldly, he comments. Looks tough. Yugon frowns, clearly annoyed. Don't get cocky. Not pretending he insists you're truly better. His arrogance frustrates you. Before meeting him, you never knew what humility meant. The system panel shows magic power at 118. Yugon's demon sword and your sword lock in a fierce struggle. Yugon growls in frustration. Damn it. Even with magic over 100, he's still overwhelmed by lack of strength. Then you make a bold move using a skill. Giant power surges through your body. The strength condenses in your arm, achieving full, localized giant transformation. The true form looks shocked. Giant transformation Ares and Atho. Escape the chaos and charge back into battle. The true form seems to channel magic into his sword. Before Ares and Atho can react, they're surrounded by his sharp attacks. Breaking past them, the true form quickly reaches Yon, throwing him into panic. His speed skill activates, making his movements and strikes multiply rapidly. I have to give it my all to keep up. I can't take this anymore. Yugon clenched his teeth in frustration. Even knowing the attack pattern, he lacked the speed to keep up. This can't go on. He reached out and activated his cultivation technique. Instantly, the space around him was engulfed in his sacred flame protection. Standing at the center, Yug quickly used his fiery eyes to control the sacred flame. His eyes flashed with fierce determination. He had to stay close to him. Everything in his vision turned orange, and the enemy's movements slowed. This battle would be decided by time. After a few strained seconds of observation, he spotted the original form over there. Launching from the ground, Yugon closed in at breakneck speed, activating Heavenly Step's movement speed, doubled for 5 seconds, and his supreme demonic sword power ignited, unleashing a battle too fast for the naked eye. Moments later, both landed and locked swords muscles in Yugon's arms, flexing stronger with every second. The system kept sending alerts. The giant's power surged through his body, demonic energy activated, giant form enhanced. They clashed like lightning power, exploding endlessly. The original's eyes grew anxious. The more they fought, the more doubt turned into certainty. He realized Yugon was reading his every move, attack patterns, next skills. Nothing was hidden. The battle grew fiercer, and the original's fear deepened. Why? The opponent was evenly matched, so why was this fight dragging on? Every move was eerily identical, but this wasn't Doppelganger. Another blood strand flew out, revealing the original's face. He was. Then he looked at Yugon himself. Yugon was deadly serious, his gaze clear and focused, no distractions. The original's mind spiraled into chaos, questioning himself and losing focus on the fight. So why was he losing a battle he set for himself? Meanwhile, Yon kept using his ultimate sensory skill. The original grew furious, losing control. If that was really him, staring at the demon sword in Yugon's hand, made him realize. Yon's image was impossible to counter. The truth he faced was slowly killing him, and this was the only way out. Seizing the perfect moment, Yon swung his demon sword with absolute force, while his other hand activated cultivation. Moments later, he stabbed straight into the original's chest, leaving no chance to react. The flame of power from his hand seemed to burn every cell in the original's chest. The attack exploded violently, sending the original flying. Gritting his teeth in bitterness, the original couldn't counterattack. His eyes burned with the will to defeat Yugon. Yugon's resolve was even stronger, hundreds of times fiercer. Then they both charged wildly at each other like moths to a flame. The fight dragged on with Yugon clearly dominating after landing a blow to the original's ribs. Blood gushed from the wound. The original immediately activated his super regeneration system, but to his shock, a warning flashed, unable to heal. He collapsed in pain, dropping his sword. Yug reached out and the sword flew back to him. Seeing the sword controlled by Yugon's power, the original couldn't hide his shock and growing fear. Demon sword control. For those who don't know, it's a martial art technique. Using demonic energy to levitate the sword at will. Yug calmly asked, "You know this move well, don't you?" Under this vast space, his mission was nearly complete. At this moment, Yugon didn't hesitate to say, "It consumes a lot of demonic energy, so it's inefficient, but perfect for assassination. That's why I always save it as my last card." The original hung his head in self-reproach. "At this point, I have to admit it. If I lose this battle with myself, then I'm the fake." He stopped demon sword control, and let the sword drop before him. The original's trembling hand reached for it, then shockingly he drove the sword into his own chest, ending himself. Before logging out, his other self carefully warned, "I don't know what you plan to do, but you must win." As his physical form faded away, Yugon received the notification he had passed the Yada challenge. Sheathing the demon sword, he was stunned. "Is it over already?" Looking at his hands covered in scratches from wielding the demon sword, he sighed. The sword truly drains the user's lifespan. Its killing aura spares no one friend or foe. Suddenly he recalled Kronos' words, "Once you leave this place, there's no turning back. So live fully there, don't hold on to this place." He stood there, lost in thought, weighed down by heavy feelings. Though his time here was much shorter than before, he reversed time. "I thought I was focused on the present, but it seems I'm still holding on. It's not easy." From behind the Yada mirror fell from the void. Only now did Yan breathe a sigh of relief. Finally found it, the system notified that the Yada mirror had been obtained. Amaterasu clenched the crystal orb, tightly pacing slowly but anxious inside. No news from Kim Yugon for days. Thinking back to their encounter, he wondered if Yugon was dead. No, he must be alive. He has potential for rank 2 power. Then a chilling thought struck him, making him uneasy. Could it be that Yugon found the mirror? Just the thought made his blood boil, suspecting that guy might be a traitor. No way he'd betray me so easily. Did he trust Asuka from the start and plan to stab me in the back? The dark space before him made Amaterasu's sinister expression even clearer. Does he think everything will go his way? All these are just negative assumptions about Yugon. He'll definitely try to climb the tower's peak. With that power, he can't just stand still. Channeling power into the crystal orb, he ordered surveillance around the arena. Kim Yugon must not reach the next floor. The reply, Kim Yugon is still on floor 44.